Demon's Diary Chapter 217 to Chapter 270. Seeing this, Third Red's face changed. He wanted to help, but it was too late. But at this moment, a blue light suddenly flew out of the woman's body. It spun in the air and turned into the shadow of an old man who was half human and half fish. He wore a scarlet crown and a green robe. He squinted his eyes and shook his sleeves. Immediately, another mighty aura rolled out. Pooh! The two auras collided, causing the air nearby to buzz. At the same time, a shocking shockwave rolled out and blew the white jade boat back. Although the woman's and the others' faces changed, they were not hurt. You have a protective talisman on you that was infused with a crystal-level being. Looks like you're no ordinary junior in the red scale race. Seeing that her attack did not succeed, Yi Tianmei did not have the intention to attack again. However, she looked at the woman in the white dress with a more serious gaze. Luckily that attack did not hurt the divine secret niece. Otherwise, the Heavenly Moon sect and the Red Scale clan would not rest until one of us is dead. Seeing that the divine secret fairy was fine, Third Red let out a sigh of relief. Then, his body blurred and he appeared on the jade boat like a ghost. It was obvious that he was guarding against Yi Tianmei attacking the divine secret fairy again. The woman in the white dress and the others hurried forward to greet the skinny man. Divine secret? Could she be the holy maiden of your Red Scale clan? Yi Tianmei seemed a little surprised when she heard this. I am indeed the divine secret. I did not think that Yi Qian had heard of my name. Divine secret is really flattered. The divine secret fairy was originally shocked by Yi Tianmei's sudden attack. But when Third Red appeared on the jade boat, he regained his courage. Remember. I don't care about you fooling those loose cultivators in the Haiyu country, but if you do the same thing in the Dexian country, even if you are the Red Scale clan's saint, I will kill you. Yi Tianmei heard this and coldly snorted. Fellow Yi, you're threatening me right in front of me. Although Third Red was afraid of Yi Tianmei, he couldn't help but become angry when he heard this. It's not exactly a threat, but I just hope that your Red Scale race doesn't treat the Dexian dynasty like the Haiyu kingdom. In addition, what did your niece of the divine secret realm just say about retrieving the clansmen left behind in Xianxia? Do you think our 5 sects are blind? How dare you say such childish words in front of me? Since I'm already here, do you really think you can take him away with just a few words? Yi Tianmei's eyebrows gradually furrowed as she replied. Hearing Yi Tianmei's impolite words, Prophecy Fairy and Third Red's faces changed slightly, but after looking at each other, the skinny man sneered and said, since fellow Daoist Ji has decided to shed all pretense of cordiality, then this old man will be straightforward with you. How will you allow me to take my fellow clansmen away? Fellow Yi, don't think that just because this is your human clan's territory, you can set a sky-high price. If this old man goes all out, it's enough to turn your Dexian country upside down. Third Red said sinisterly. I didn't think that the famous crystal-level cultivator of the sea race would have such a face. Alright, it's just as you said. In a situation where no other crystal-level cultivators appear, you and I are indeed afraid of each other. No one wants to fight here and trigger a real war between the two races. How about this, don't say that I didn't give you face. Your clansmen in the palace can compete to decide whether or not 3 of them can be taken away. The others must commit suicide on the spot. After all, it was your sea race who first caused trouble in the Dexian country. Our 5 sects have to kill one as a warning to the others. Yi Tianmei said after a moment of silence. What, fellow means that you want me to force my clansmen to commit suicide? Hearing this, Third Red's face was full of anger. If you don't agree, then Yi Tianmei can only have a battle of life and death with fellow Daoist. If you avoid the battle and attack some of the juniors instead, you'll have to pay with your life. Yi Tianmei swears that for every junior of the 5 sects you kill, I will go to the sea and kill 10 sea race members of the same level. Yi Tianmei's eyes flashed with a cold light as she said expressionlessly. Everyone could hear the great determination in her words. When Third Red heard this, his expression changed greatly. If there was really a crystallization period sword cultivator slaughtering the ordinary sea race people in the sea, the casualties would be too heavy for him to bear. There's no need to be angry, Senior Yi. My third uncle didn't say that he couldn't agree. But you said that the competition will decide who can be taken away. What do you mean? Prophecy Fairy frowned and suddenly asked with a chuckle. It's very simple. Go back and pick 3 nobles from the palace that you think you must take with you. Let them fight with the disciples of the same level from our 2 sections. If I win, I can go with you. If you lose, then stay here forever. Yi Tianmei replied expressionlessly. 3 is not enough, it must be 10. Prophecy Fairy had a thoughtful expression and said without hesitation. 10 is not enough. I will at most make a concession. You can pick 5. 1 more won't do. Yi Tianmei frowned and said coldly. 5 is 5, but there's no need to fight one by one. Let them join in this scuffle. After a little thought, Prophecy Fairy agreed. Fight. It seems that you want one of the 5 to die, or all of them to leave. Okay, I agree. Prophecy Niece, how can you agree to this? What if they? Okay, since it's a fight, then it's settled. Third Red's face originally darkened and wanted to say something, but after Prophecy Fairy transmitted a few words to him, his expression changed and he immediately agreed. Since that's the case, you can send 1 person into the palace and let the juniors remove the restrictions. Then, after the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, let them fight outside the palace. Although Yi Tianmei felt that Third Red's change of heart was a bit strange, she naturally couldn't change her mind. Moreover, she was also very confident in this fight. Thus, in the following time, Prophecy Fairy personally flew to the palace and took out a token-like thing from her body. After waving it at the light screen, it flashed and directly pierced through. Inside the light screen, there was already a large number of sea race guards waiting there respectfully. They directly led her to the depths of the palace. At the same time, Yi Tianmei landed on the bronze flying carriage. Zhou Tianhe and the other 3 spirit masters of the Heavenly Moon sect hurriedly followed and flew back. They once again bowed to the crystal-level Grand Elder of the sect. On the other side, Spirit Master Lei let out a long breath and also commanded the bone boat to go over. This disciple greets Martial Auntie. This time, if it wasn't for Martial Auntie's help, I'm afraid we really would have been killed by that crystal-level sea race expert. Spirit Master Lei bowed to Yi Tianmei from afar. Yi Tianmei could be said to be another legend of the Dexian country for the past 1,000 years. She had entered the crystal level in less than 100 years, and even practiced the way of the sword, which was harder to advance than other cultivation methods. Therefore, even though Spirit Master Lei had always been unruly, in front of a young woman who looked to be in her 20s, he still behaved respectfully. At this time, Lu Ming also followed Spirit Master Lei and bowed to the silver-robed woman. However, after a moment of shock, he had already recognized this woman as the mysterious woman who had killed the green-furred demon rat and given him such a great opportunity. However, his face didn't show any signs of surprise. Martial Nephew Lei, no need to be so courteous. I came here this time because Senior Ling Yu and fellow Yen talked about it, just in case. But I didn't think that the sea race would really send out a crystal-level expert. Yi Tianmei's gaze swept across Spirit Master Lei and the others, and paused slightly on Lu Ming. So this is Martial Uncle Yen and Senior Ling Yu's plan. However, these sea race even sent out a crystal-level expert. It seems that there is a very important person among the trapped sea race. However, they didn't suggest a 5-person mixed battle, did they? Lin Xiaoyu said very cautiously. Since it was them who suggested a mixed battle, they must have their own plans. However, the reason why I suggested this battle is naturally because I am confident. Xianxia, show yourself. Yi Tianmei smiled slightly, and then with one hand, she patted the air nearby. Immediately, spots of white light scattered, and a young woman with a snow-white sword on her back appeared from within. Her face was full of heroic spirit. It was Zhang Xianyang, who had the sword communication spirit body. Yi Tianmei had personally cast a spell to conceal this woman's figure, and only now did she remove the spell to reveal her figure. Xianyang greets martial uncles and martial uncles. As soon as the woman appeared, she bowed to the spirit masters. So it's Martial Nyang Zhang here. In that case, they would definitely win this competition. However, isn't Martial Nyang Zhang preparing to go into seclusion and try to break through to the Spirit Master realm soon? Why is she here with Martial Uncle Yi? The 30-something-year-old female cultivator from the Heavenly Moon sect was overjoyed at first, but then some confusion appeared on her face. This time, I brought Xianxia out because I heard that a heavenly star aura chi appeared in Xianxia not long ago. I wanted to see if it was true and if it was suitable for Xianxia's body. If possible, Xianxia can use this pure aura chi to condense it into cultivation chi. Yi Tianmei said calmly. I see. As for the heavenly star aura chi, let Marshal Nyang who handle it later. She is the supervising disciple here in Xianjing. Finding the whereabouts of this pure aura chi is a simple matter. Zhou Tianhe replied respectfully. You were the one who discovered the sea race in Xianjing? Oh, you and Xianxiang are actually cousins. Very good, if you can find out the whereabouts of the heavenly star aura chi, I can let you be my sword disciple for 2 years. Also, in this 5-person battle royale, count you in as well. After Zhang Xianxiang sent her a message, Yi Tianmei's gaze swept over Hu Chuanyang, and for the first time, she revealed a trace of kindness as she spoke. Thank you for your recognition, Ancestor Yi. I will do my best. Hu Chuanyang naturally knew that Xianxiang had spoken well of her and immediately bowed with joy. To her, to be able to be Ancestor Ye's sword disciple was naturally a boundless benefit. In this competition, other than our sects Hu Chuanyang and Xianxiang, the other 3 disciples will be from your barbarian ghost sect. After all, Tian He and the others did not bring many spirit apostle disciples this time. Yi Tianmei turned her head and instructed Master Lei. Senior Yi, don't worry. This time, other than the 4 spirit masters, our sect has also brought over 10 spirit apostle disciples. They are all quite strong. Master Lei shivered and replied respectfully. Very good. Then choose the strongest 3 and fight with Xianxiang and Xianxiang. Yi Tianmei said without hesitation. Master Lei of course agreed and turned around to give an order. A moment later, the 10 or so inner sect disciples standing behind the bone boat all walked forward and stood in a row. These disciples were of different ages. The youngest was only 20 years old and the oldest was 40 or 50, but all of them had extraordinary auras. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and found that he actually knew one of them. It was Du Hai. Du Hai naturally saw Lu Ming, but he only nodded at him and did not show any expression. You all heard it. This competition concerns the relationship between our 2 sections. I can only choose the strongest among you to fight. Feng Long, Du Hai, Bai Tsong Tian, you will fight. Master Lei swept his gaze over the disciples in front of him and said in a tone that did not allow for discussion. Hearing this, Lu Ming and the other 2 immediately stepped forward and bowed in agreement. The disciple called Feng Long was a 40 or so year old man. Seeing that he was not surprised by the words, he was obviously not an ordinary disciple. However, Lu Ming secretly sighed in his heart. Originally, he thought that after the support from the sect arrived, there would be nothing for him to do, but he didn't expect that even the powerhouses of the crystallization period would appear, and there were 2 of them at once, so he had to take action again. Listen up, you 3. In this competition with the sea race, the sect will not hesitate to reward those who perform outstandingly. However, if you are afraid of death and do something that disgraces the sect, I will not be polite and directly execute the sect's rules. Master Lei's face darkened as he spoke. Lu Ming and the other 2 felt a chill in their hearts, and they naturally agreed. Under Master Lei's lead, the 3 of them flew directly onto the bronze flying carriage. These are the 3 disciples sent by your barbarian ghost sect. They are all late spirit apostles, not bad. Your task is very simple. Try your best to delay the other opponents so that Xianxiang can deal with these sea race people one by one. Yi Tianmei's gaze swept across Lu Ming and the other 2 as she spoke indifferently. Although Du Hai and Feng Long didn't know who this so-called Zhang Xianxiang was, under the gaze of Yi Tianmei, a crystal-level cultivator, they naturally wouldn't say half a no. Lu Ming nodded silently. Alright, it's about time. You guys rest for a while, the competition will begin in a moment. After saying this, Yi Tianmei no longer paid attention to the 5 of them and glanced at the skinny man in the air on the other side. This crystal-level cultivator of the sea race was sitting cross-legged in front of the white jade boat. His eyes were closed as he rested, as if he had a card up his sleeve for the following competition. Seeing this, Yi Tianmei only laughed coldly. At this time, the dark blue screen of light that enveloped the palace suddenly blurred and turned into specks of light before disappearing. Following this, the figures inside the screen flashed and 6 figures rose into the air, flying straight towards the jade boat. Lu Ming squinted his eyes and saw the figures clearly. One of them was the divine secret fairy. The other 5 were a beautiful woman with a head full of pearls and jade, a middle-aged servant with an ordinary face, a huge man who was 6 feet tall, and a middle-aged man wearing a yellow robe. The last person was a blurry figure completely covered in a bloody light. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart moved slightly. He wasn't sure about the others, but he recognized Empress Dong and Emperor Xianxia immediately. After all, as the most important people in Xianjing, he had already seen the portraits of the two from the relevant information. Greetings, third uncle. Once Empress Dong landed on the jade boat, she immediately paid her respects to Third Red. Humph, girl from the Dong family, you've completely failed this time. If you hadn't sent a message saying that Xianji's body had a trace of royal blood, our Red Scale clan would never have interfered in the affairs of your Green Scale clan. However, is what you said true? Does this child really have royal blood flowing through his veins? Third Red spoke softly as he stared at Xianji and slowly asked. Don't worry, Third Uncle Red. We are both of the sea race, how would I dare to lie about such a thing? Xianji, extend your arm. Empress Dong first replied respectfully before giving an order to Xianji. Although Xianji's face was a bit pale, he still immediately raised his arm after hearing this. A cold light flashed in Empress Dong's hand as she used a small crystal sword to cut a small wound on Xianji's arm. With a wave of her hand, a small ball of essence blood flew out from the wound and was wrapped ineffably into her hand. She then took a step forward and offered it to the skinny man with both hands. Third Red expressionlessly grabbed the ball of essence blood and stuck out his tongue to lick it. His expression suddenly changed. Not bad, there is indeed a trace of royal blood within. Although it is not very pure because it is mixed blood, it is still enough for me to make this trip. Regarding the competition, the divine secret should have already told you. Third Red's expression relaxed as he asked. Sister Divine Secret has already said that we will only be able to leave after a competition with human cultivators. She also told me how to win. If that is the case, I have no objections and am willing to listen to Third Uncle Red's instructions. However, it is a pity for the normal clansmen that came with me. Empress Dong first nodded her head before speaking with some reluctance. This is something that cannot be helped. After all, your plan has been exposed and you have been blocked here by the opponent. However, the sacrifice of these clansmen will not be in vain. To be able to bring back a clansman with royal blood, you have redeemed yourself. Alright, time is up. You and the others can go down and compete. However, you must ensure Xianji's safety. Third Red said lightly. Yes, I know what to do. Empress Dong heard this and bowed again before standing up. Then the 5 of them and the prophecy fairy had a brief discussion before they flew toward the front of the palace gate. At the same time, Lu Ming, Zhang Xianyang and the others also rose into the air and descended. The others remained where they were and did not move. There are too many rules for the competition, so I won't go into them. Other than during the competition, both sides are not allowed to leave the plaza in front of the palace gates. There are no restrictions on the use of treasures. As long as you can defeat or kill all of your opponents, you win. Fellow Yi does not have any objections to this, right? The skinny man saw that both sides were standing in the plaza in front of the palace gates and immediately asked Yi Tianmei. Alright, I have no objections. Yi Tianmei raised her eyebrows and replied without hesitation. Since that is the case, then let the competition begin. The skinny man said with a laugh. Although his voice was not loud, Lu Ming and the others heard it clearly, as if it was ringing right next to their ears. Following this, whether it was Master Lei or the sea race on the jade boat, they all looked down with a schwa sound. There, Lu Ming, Zhang Xianyang and the others stood in a row, each observing the opponent in front of them. That guy looks the most dangerous. Leave him to me. Zhang Xianyang's gaze swept across Empress Dong and the others, finally landing on the blurry figure shrouded in bloody light, as she spoke indifferently. Following this, she pulled the snow-white longsword from her back and walked towards the blood figure with large strides. Seeing this, Lu Ming and the others naturally did not have any objections, and immediately went to face the opponent closest to them. Not far from Lu Ming was the huge man, who was 6 meters tall. When the huge man saw Lu Ming walk over, a fierce expression appeared on his face. Suddenly, his sleeve shook, and he took out a pill and directly threw it into his mouth. Blood ignition pill. Although they were a bit far away, Lu Ming could still clearly see the appearance of the pill, and was slightly surprised. You actually know the name of this pill. It seems that I don't need to say anything else. You can go die now. The huge man swallowed the pill, and the veins on the surface of his body immediately bulged. At the same time, a shocking aura exploded from his body. The huge man turned one of his hands in the air, and impressively, a scarlet long staff appeared out of nowhere. With a single movement of his arms, it turned into a gust of wind that swept towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyebrows furrowed, and with a movement of his body, he actually floated up with the wind like a willow leaf. On the other side, Hu Chuanyang and Du Hai also faced off against Empress Dong and the middle-aged servant. Among them, Hu Chuanyang held a translucent short sword in each hand. With a slight wave, it transformed into a series of sword shadows that violently slashed towards the opposite side. On the other hand, Empress Dong held a yellow shield that was neither gold nor wood in one hand, and a flawless white jade scepter in the other. One of the two emitted a deep yellow screen of light, and with a slight wave of the other, numerous white flower shadows appeared. Unexpectedly, both of them were defensive totems, and with just a few turns of activation, they were able to completely block all of the sword shadows. After Du Hai pulled out the long blade on his back, his entire body transformed into 4 or 5 faint shadows, surrounding the middle-aged servant and slashing wildly. The middle-aged servant held a light green turtle shell in one hand, and a thick layer of light appeared out of nowhere to protect herself. No matter how many blades flashed in all directions, she stood in place without moving an inch. As for the middle-aged disciple called Feng Long, he faced off against Xianxia, the former emperor of the Dexian kingdom. However, before Feng Long could raise his hand and release 3 identical black bone awls, Xianxia threw a glittering silver glyph at him. With a hong sound, the glyph blurred, and transformed into the image of a pale silver-white shark. It opened its mouth and viciously bit towards Feng Long. In his shock, Feng Long could only hurriedly activate the bone awls, turning them into balls of black light to protect himself, and first resist this extremely fierce white shark image. The white shark's figure circled and danced in the air. It was several times more agile than a real shark. As it charged over, the black light on the surface of the bone awls flickered wildly. Feng Long was shocked. He frantically circulated the Fa-Li in his body. His 10 fingers pointed at the air, causing the 3 bone awls to expand several times in size. Only then was he able to block the white shark's attack. Facing the 4 groups of people fighting below, neither Yi Tianmei nor Third Red looked at them. Instead, they were all looking at the heroic woman walking towards the blood-colored figure. Yi Tianmei didn't say anything. She knew the potential of her sect's later-stage talent and was extremely confident in her strength. Although it was the first time the skinny man had seen Zhang Xionyang, with his crystal-level spirit, he could naturally feel the restless sword intent from her. After a moment of shock, he naturally didn't pay attention to the others. Both of them knew very well that the key to victory was most likely this woman. At this moment, Zhang Xionyang held her sword with one hand and walked to within 7 or 8 feet of the blood-red figure. Only then did she stop. The moment the snow-white sword in her hand began to hum, an astonishing chill emanated from the blade. A layer of crystal-clear frost began to form on the bluestone ground nearby without a sound. Seeing this, Third Red's expression became somewhat ugly. He suddenly raised his head and said coldly to Yi Tianmei in the distance, "It's an ice attribute totem that specializes in restraining the abilities of our sea race. Looking at the sword intent in this girl's body, she is definitely a core disciple of your sect. It seems that fellow Daoist Ji has been planning this battle for a long time. Otherwise, why would a disciple like her not be cultivating in your sect's secret area? Why would she appear here for no reason? It's not deliberate. I brought this junior with me because I wanted him to gain some experience by my side, but I didn't expect to run into fellow Daoist and the others. Since when did your clan start cultivating demonic techniques? Such a strong demonic aura, but I wonder what kind of demonic technique it is." Yi Tianmei looked at the figure in the blood-colored light, and a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. There is no need for me to say what kind of technique it is. Fellow will know in a moment. Third Red's eyes flashed slightly. Seeing this situation, Yi Tianmei narrowed her eyes and stopped talking to him. At this time, Xianxia had already flicked her wrist. With the sound of breaking air, a dozen or so sword lights appeared without any warning and slashed at the blood shadow. In the face of such sharp attacks, the figure in the crimson light did not dodge. Instead, he suddenly let out a strange howl and rushed toward the sword lights. His movements were so fast that in a flash, he had closed the distance between him and the woman by half. Even Zhang Xianyang, a genius disciple with a sword communication spirit body, could not help but be startled by her opponent's strange actions. Fortunately, she was no ordinary person. She subconsciously moved her feet and silently slid a few steps back. At the same time, the long sword in her hand suddenly slashed through the air in front of her. Immediately, the dozen or so sword lights, under the guidance of the snow-white longsword, suddenly shrank and turned into a sword net that fell down, just in time to cover the charging blood shadow. With a flash of cold light, the sword net cut the blood shadow into a dozen or so pieces, revealing its true appearance. Impressively, it was a seemingly ordinary man in his 20s. Although the lower half of his body had not turned into a fish's tail, the upper half of his body was covered with green scales, and his eyes had become as red as blood. Zhang Xianyang could not help but be stunned at how easily he had killed a seemingly troublesome and strong enemy. But at this time, there was a pu sound from the dismembered body, and a ball of blood essence jumped out without any warning. After a blur, it turned into a blood thread that shot toward the heroic woman. Zhang Xianyang was shocked, but with a flick of her wrist, the snow-white longsword in front of her turned into a sparkling sword screen, wanting to block the blood thread. However, right at this moment, the oncoming crimson thread suddenly shuddered before shattering into countless crimson runes that fluttered through the air in a frenzy. When Zhang Xianyang understood what was going on, a large blood-colored glyph formation had already quietly formed around her, trapping her in the center. The woman shivered, and with a shake of the long sword in her hand, she was about to become one with the sword and leap out of the glyph formation. But it was already too late. The moment the blood-colored inscriptions formed, with a hum, layers of blood-colored light screens appeared, trapping the woman within. At the same time, Zhang Xianyang felt her body sink, and an invisible restrictive force immediately acted on her body, causing her movements to become more than 10 times slower than before. Even moving a finger seemed to be extremely strenuous. The heroic woman's expression naturally changed greatly, but she immediately activated the Fali in her body, and the long sword in her hand became 5 feet long. Without hesitation, she slashed at the blood-colored light screen. Boom! The blood-colored light screen shook a few times, but unexpectedly, it withstood the attack as if nothing had happened. This is a blood inscription formation. That was a strange corpse just now, not a normal C-race member. Fellow Red, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Seeing this scene, Yi Tianmei's pupils slightly shrank, and she suddenly asked Third Red in a cold voice. Just now, the divine secret niece asked for 5 people to participate in the battle, but she didn't say that this battle must involve 5 clansmen. For this battle, we only sent out 4 people, and this strange corpse is only a spirit pet controlled by one of them. Doing this, in what way does it violate the previous agreement? Seeing that Zhang Xianyang was trapped by the blood-colored glyph formation, Third Red was naturally happy, but his face did not reveal anything as he replied. Hearing this reply, Yi Tianmei's eyebrows furrowed, but her gaze swept over the figure in the blood-colored glyph formation. She seemed to have thought of something, and in an instant, she became calm again. If I'm not mistaken, this strange corpse should not have been completely refined. Otherwise, even a normal spirit master would not be able to escape from the blood formation. Right now, this half-finished product probably cannot even display a third of its true power. Fellow, do you really think that this level of formation can trap a junior like me? Is that so? I feel that even this level of blood formation is more than enough to trap this disciple of your sect, unless she can cultivate a powerful technique like the Imperial Sword technique, otherwise. The skinny man did not seem to believe it at all, but halfway through his sentence, an earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the blood formation below. Zhang Xianyang actually muttered something, and suddenly leapt up, transforming into a snow-white streak of light, and fiercely slashed at the blood-colored light screen, causing a shallow crack to appear on its surface. Imperial Sword Technique. Seeing this scene, the skinny man's expression immediately became uncertain. However, when he saw the snow-white streak of light circle in the air and reappear on the ground, Xianxia did not immediately continue to attack. Instead, she sat down cross-legged on the spot and began to adjust her breathing. He laughed and said, "This disciple of your sect actually managed to cultivate the Imperial Sword Technique at the Spirit Apostle stage. Her talent is very high, and I am extremely impressed. However, with her current FA, if she wants to break out of the formation, it will not be something that can be done in a short period of time. And with such a long time, the other battles in the other areas have probably already come to an end." After saying this, the skinny man's eyes swept across the other battles. Yi Tianmei didn't say anything. She also looked at the others with her eyes moving. In this short period of time, the other battles had clearly come to an end. Whether it was Hu Chuanyang or Feng Long, when faced with Empress Dong and Xianxi's attacks, they were already at a great disadvantage. The yellow shield in Empress Dong's hand had already been put away at some point, but when she waved the jade scepter in her hands, the white light that surged out had already become the size of a bull, and from the initial defensive object, it had become a sharp offensive weapon, crazily rolling up and down towards Hu Chuanyang. Although Hu Chuanyang was drenched in sweat as she waved the two short swords in her hands into two dazzling cold lights, and set up layer after layer of sword curtains nearby, under the impact of the white light flowers, her body could not help but tremble continuously, as if each white flower was extremely heavy, and she could only bitterly hold on. At this moment, what Feng Long was facing was no longer the illusion of a white shark, but a giant blue shrimp that was several feet long. Under the violent attacks of the blue and white giant beast illusions, he could only protect himself with a deathly pale face. As for Du Hai, he gripped his blade with both hands, and slashed at the green light curtain in front of him like lightning. It seemed as if he had the upper hand, but his expression was extremely ugly. This was because his opponent, the middle-aged servant, was only holding the turtle shell high in the light curtain with one hand, and with her eyes closed, silently chanting some technique. From start to finish, she had not made a single move to counterattack. If an attentive person were to observe carefully, they would discover that as the middle-aged servant woman muttered an incantation, the crack in the blood-red light barrier trapping Zhang Xionyang on the other side was actually slowly mending. It turned out that the so-called ghost corpse from before was actually secretly controlled by this middle-aged servant. It was no wonder that when faced with Du Hai's attacks, other than using the totem in her hand to release a defensive light curtain, she did not make any other moves on the surface. As for the last battle, it was especially strange. After consuming the blood pill, the giant's cultivation base had increased by nearly 50%, and the seemingly heavy weapon in his hand was as light as a toothpick. Wherever the giant rod passed, it would immediately set off gusts of white, misty gale-force winds. However, Lu Ming only held a green short sword in one hand, and a yellow light shield appeared on his arm. His body was light as if it was weightless, and he actually moved with the wind in the hurricane. Every time he faced the seemingly impossible to dodge heavy rod shadows, he would twist his waist and dodge them like a feather. In a short period of time, the giant man was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He waved the giant rod in his hand more and more fiercely, wishing that he could hit Lu Ming head-on and directly smash him into minced meat. When Third Red and Yi Tianmei saw the situation below, their expressions changed. When the skinny man saw the other battles, he was happy at first, but when his gaze fell on Lu Ming's side, his face darkened. When Yi Tianmei saw Lu Ming's performance, her eyebrows moved slightly, and she let out a soft ha sound. However, under these circumstances, the battle below suddenly changed. Suddenly, Queen Dong waved her jade scepter and released a large amount of white light that pushed Hu Chenhua back a few steps. Then, with a few flashes, she appeared next to Xianxia. It looks like we have to use that move. Quickly cast it. If we're too late, I'm afraid that Sister Lin won't be able to hold on for long. Queen Dong anxiously said to Xianxia. Mother, do we really have to use this secret technique? It doesn't seem to be at that level yet. If I use it, there will be a lot of trouble. Xianxia was currently making hand signs with one hand to control the two sea beast shadows to attack Feng Long. Hearing this, he couldn't help but reveal a look of hesitation. Idiot. Can you see that the strongest human girl will be able to break out of the blood formation in no time? Juju's opponent is also not normal and can't be dealt with in a short amount of time. If we miss this opportunity, us mother and son will both die without a grave. You don't have to worry about losing your lifespan after casting the technique. When I return to the clan, I will report to your grandfather and he will use medicine to help you recover. Hearing this, Queen Dong raised her eyebrows and said. Hearing this, Xianxi's heart trembled. He quickly glanced at the blood-colored glyph formation and Lu Ming. After confirming that what Empress Dong said was true, he clenched his teeth and agreed. Okay, then I will cast the technique now. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxi pulled out a cold dagger from his waist and slashed at both sides of his face. Immediately, fresh blood gushed out from his wound. That's great, child. I'll lend you a helping hand. Queen Dong was overjoyed. She took out a few different colored glyphs and slapped them all onto Xianxi's body. Immediately, a colorful light flashed on Xianxi's body. They were all defensive glyphs. The previous master of Xianjing put away the dagger and with his 10 fingers dipped in blood, he skillfully drew a strange diamond-shaped glyph on his forehead. At the same time, he quickly chanted an unknown ancient technique. In the next moment, the blood rune on Xianxi's forehead lit up. At the same time, all the muscles on his body bulged, turning his body blood red. Pooh! In the blood light, Xianxi turned into a half-man, half-fish sea race appearance. At the same time, countless threads of blood shot out from all over his body, as if it was raining blood. At the same time, an indescribable wild aura surged out from the blood rune on his forehead, filled with an endless sense of majesty. At this time, Xianxi raised his arm and pointed a finger at Empress Dong with great difficulty. Immediately, the wild aura on his body surged and poured into Queen Dong's body like a wild horse out of control. The moment the wild aura touched her body, the beautiful woman, who was drenched by the blood rain, let out a scream. She rolled on the ground and turned into a half-man, half-fish sea race appearance. However, Empress Dong, who had returned to her original appearance, was under the influence of this imposing aura, and her body continued to expand crazily. In the blink of an eye, she had transformed into a giant over 3 meters tall, and with a carp flip, she stood up straight again. At this time, the beautiful woman could still vaguely see Empress Dong's face, but the scales on her body had turned into a light silver color. At the same time, a third blood-red demonic eye appeared on her forehead. Haha, so this is the Xianxia transformation. It really is as strong as the rumors say. I'm much stronger than before. Empress Dong, who had turned into a giant sea race, stretched out her hands and looked at them. Suddenly, she raised her head and laughed wildly. Hu Chuanyang, who had just gotten rid of the white flower attack, originally wanted to charge at Empress Dong. However, after seeing this scene, her heart trembled and she slowed down. At the same time that Xianxi had successfully cast his spell, the 2 sea illusions, without anyone controlling them, were pierced by Feng Long's 3 bone awls. Finally, the 2 illusions were destroyed. However, when he saw Empress Dong's current huge appearance, his face also changed. His body suddenly swayed and retreated, appearing next to Hu Chuanyang. The two looked at each other and naturally decided to team up against the enemy. Then, they looked at the huge monster in front of them with extreme seriousness. Mother, I'll leave the rest to you. I can't hold on any longer. At the same time, Xianxi, who had finished casting, saw Empress Dong's change and laughed bitterly. Then, with a thud, he could no longer stand and sat on the ground. At the same time, the blood rain on his body stopped. At the same time, the wild aura on his body completely disappeared. Don't worry. I've already completed the legendary Xianxia transformation. Even if these human juniors work together, they won't be a match for me. Empress Dong said confidently and suddenly clapped her hands in front of her. Boom! A loud sound rang out. A deep blue wave rose from between her 2 hands into the sky. After a moment, it condensed into a huge deep blue trident. Empress Dong grabbed the trident and waved it a little. Immediately, blue light appeared in the air nearby and instantly turned into a mass of seawater. The seawater began to swirl around her. Seeing this, Hu Chuanyang and Feng Long's hearts quivered and they immediately attacked at the same time. Hu Chuanyang tossed the two short swords into the air and quickly pointed with her two fingers. The two short swords became a blur and split from one into two, then from two into four, creating dozens of faint sword shadows. The woman let out another delicate shout, and all of the sword shadows shot toward the other side with the sound of breaking through the air. On the other side, Feng Long spat out a ball of essence blood. The three bone all simultaneously gathered at the essence blood and actually merged into one huge all that was 5 feet long. Its surface was covered with blood-colored inscriptions and it emitted a thick smell of blood. Seeing this, Empress Dong let out an evil laugh and waved the trident in her hand, bringing along the rolling waves to meet the attack. For a moment, the three of them used all of their abilities and fought together. Empress Dong's shocking transformation not only caused Yi Tianmei, who was watching from the sky, to reveal a thoughtful expression, but it also caused Lu Ming, who was fighting with the giant man, to feel a chill in his heart when he saw this. According to his original plan, he didn't want to be too special in this battle in order to avoid attracting the attention of the strong foreign races. But now, Zhang Xianyang was trapped in the blood formation and the opponent had turned Empress Dong into such a shocking monster. If this was the case, if he didn't use some real methods, he was afraid that this battle would really be a great loss. And if this result was like this, according to the barbarian ghost sex rules, Master Lei definitely wouldn't let him have a good time. Just as Lu Ming thought up to this point, because he was slightly distracted, his body couldn't help but slow down a bit when he turned. Immediately, the giant man, who was already stamping with rage, took advantage of this opening. After his eyes lit up, the giant stick in his hand suddenly shook. After a blur, it actually became a transparent water python. With a big mouth, it went straight for Lu Ming's neck to bite. Then, he opened his mouth again and a white pillar of water shot out. After a flash, it turned into a densely packed water arrow that shot out, covering Lu Ming from top to bottom, left to right. Towards these water arrows, Lu Ming didn't pay attention, but the giant stick that was originally moving in a straight line suddenly became a living thing, which made him a bit surprised. But when he reacted, he immediately let out a cold snort. Suddenly, a blue light flashed in his sleeve and a small blue flag appeared in his hand. He waved it in front of him and immediately, a large amount of blue light rolled out. Regardless of whether it was the water python or the water arrows, once they entered the flag, they all disappeared without a sound. Seeing this, the giant man couldn't help but cry out, "Essence water flag! It was you who killed Wei Yu and stole her totem. So you are one of the two thieves who ruined our plans." After the giant man cried out, his face immediately became even more furious. Suddenly, he made a hand sign with both of his hands and with a flash of blue light, he also changed into his original appearance of a half-fish half-human. Then, he suddenly used one hand to pull out a leather bag from his waist and fiercely threw it at Lu Ming. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. After the small flag in his hand waved, it instantly changed into a cyan short sword. With a movement of his arm, a dense sword chi that was a few feet long rolled out and fiercely chopped at the leather bag. Hong! The leather bag instantly exploded into pieces, but with a flash of silver light, a silver light shot straight at Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and didn't have any intention of dodging. Instead, he moved the short sword in his hand and a cyan light that was a few feet long shot at the silver light. Dang! A crisp sound rang out. The silver light was directly repelled by the cyan sword light, but the enormous force that came from the silver light also caused Lu Ming's body to tremble and involuntarily fly backwards. At this moment, the silver light that had just been sent flying suddenly turned around and unexpectedly shot at Lu Ming's chest with a speed that was even faster than before. Lu Ming was greatly startled and before he could stabilize his body, he hastily waved the short sword in his hand. Suddenly, layers of cyan sword shadows wildly surged out. After a series of chaotic sounds, the silver light actually pierced through several layers of sword shadows in one breath before being directly sent flying by the cyan short sword. At this time, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and he finally saw the true appearance of the silver light. It was actually a slender flying fish that was less than half a foot long. However, this fish's entire body was shining with silver light, and the front mouth and head were as sharp as a treasure sword. They practically took up more than half of the fish's body. On the back half of its body, there was a pair of nearly transparent wings. With a flick of its wings like a bee, It turned around and once again turned into a silver light that shot at Lu Ming. What kind of demonic fish is this? It's actually so powerful. When Lu Ming saw that the cyan moon sword actually didn't kill this fish and that it was still charging at him with an unharmed appearance, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. At this time, the huge man in front of him suddenly hit the ground with his large fish tail and his entire body rose into the air. His two hands became blurry and actually turned into a pair of giant golden pincers that viciously pounced at Lu Ming. Faced with such a sharp attack, Lu Ming didn't think too much and abruptly slapped a leather pouch on his waist. Immediately, a gust of black gas whizzed out with a whistling sound, directly meeting the incoming silver light. At the same time, the cyan moon sword in his hand twirled and released streaks of cyan sword shadows that violently hacked at the giant man. After a series of explosions, the giant man stumbled and was forced back by the crisscrossing cyan sword shadows. At the same time, the strange silver fish and the white-boned scorpion that had suddenly pounced out of the black gas collided head-on. Subsequently, they fell to the ground in a melee. The white-boned scorpion unceremoniously raised its two pincers and violently attacked the strange silver fish like a storm. Although the strange fish didn't have limbs, the front half of its body was like a sharp blade. With a crazy swing of its head, it was actually able to block most of the attacks from the white-boned scorpion. Occasionally, some of the attacks landed on its body, but they were all evaded by the silver scales on its body. However, even so, the strange fish could only block for a moment. When the white-boned scorpion's hooked tail turned into a dozen or so black lines and joined in the attack, the strange fish was unable to dodge in time. Immediately, several bloody holes appeared on its body and black blood violently sprayed out from within. Under such heavy injuries and poison, the strange fish immediately showed signs of being unable to endure. It could only frantically flap its wings and continuously dodge. However, at this moment, the giant man could only turn a blind eye to the danger of the strange fish. This was because, at this moment, Lu Ming continuously slashed out cyan sword shadows with one hand and continuously shot out cyan wind blades as if he didn't need Li. At the beginning, the cyan wind blades shot out one by one. However, after a while, 2 or 3 or 4 wind blades shot out together. Although the giant man's 2 golden claws were powerful and could even resist the sword chi without any hindrance, under such a concentrated attack, he could only dance his golden claws in front of him in a golden light and bitterly resist. Moreover, a few of the wind blades that passed by still managed to cut a few deep wounds on one of his shoulders, from which light green blood flowed out. Juju was both shocked and angry. He was naturally unwilling to be beaten up like this without any power to fight back. All of a sudden, his huge fishtail swept fiercely towards the nearby empty space. Immediately, specks of blue light frantically gathered, instantly transforming into rolling seawater. Although it couldn't compare to the seawater that Queen Dong could control after transforming, it was still enough to protect his entire body. When the wind blades arrived in front of him, most of their power was neutralized by the layer of seawater. The remaining power was blocked by the green scales, and only a few faint white marks were left behind. However, at this moment, the green sword shadows and wind blades at Lu Ming's side disappeared without a trace. In their place, a scarlet fireball appeared in front of him. At first, it was only the size of a bowl, but after a spin, it grew to the size of a water tank. Go! Lu Ming let out a low roar and shook his hands. The huge fireball rumbled and smashed towards the giant man. Seeing this, Juju was shocked. Naturally, he didn't want to take this kind of attack head-on. His body moved, and he was about to dodge to the side. However, at this moment, Lu Ming suddenly stomped on the ground with one foot, and his entire body shot towards the opposite side like an arrow. Just as the giant man was about to dodge the huge fireball, he felt a flash in front of him. Lu Ming appeared not more than 6 feet away from him, and with a raise of his hand, a scarlet red metal tube was aimed at him. Not good. Juju cried out, but it was already too late to dodge. With a cautious sound, a translucent silk net shot out from the iron pipe, just in time to trap him. Juju felt a chill on his body, and the moment the net touched his body, the seawater protecting him began to freeze. However, she immediately let out a loud roar, and with a wild dance of her 2 golden balls, the layer of ice on her body shattered inch by inch. However, at this moment, Lu Ming, who was not far away, had a strange expression on his face. With a sway of his body, he silently drifted backward. Juju was startled. Before he understood what Lu Ming meant, he suddenly felt a hot breath behind him, and then a flame appeared on his body. The huge fireball that he had dodged actually circled around and shot back accurately, and it hit him unexpectedly. An earth-shattering loud noise. After the giant man screamed, his whole body was completely drowned by the rolling fire. His body only had time to struggle twice before it turned into ashes in the mushroom-shaped crimson fire cloud. Almost at the same time, because the silver monster fish was connected with the giant man's mind, its body couldn't help but tremble slightly at the moment of its master's death. Bone Scorpion seized the opportunity to pounce on the ground again, and it used its 2 giant pincers to hold it down. After the stinger on its back moved again, dense black lines flashed out. The pitiful monster fish was originally considered an extremely rare sea beast, but at this moment, its body was riddled with holes. At the same time, the toxicity in its body could no longer be suppressed and burst out. Its silver body instantly turned into a pitch-black color, and its flesh and blood melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. After such a fierce battle, Lu Ming finally defeated the strong enemy, the giant man. But at this moment, his face was a little pale, and he used a finger to quickly point on both sides of his head a few times before his expression looked a little better. The reason why he was like this was that in order to control the giant fireball to bounce back, he consumed a lot of mental power. Although he had tried this kind of remote control spell several times before, it was just some ordinary fireballs and wind blades, and it only slightly changed the direction of the attack. It was the first time to completely control the giant fireball. Although the result made him very satisfied, the large consumption of mental power was somewhat beyond his expectation. But at this time, he couldn't care about this. Because at this moment, the other battle not far away also had a winner. With a loud laugh, a petite figure flew out of the crazily swirling seawater. It was Hu Chuanyang. After the woman flew more than 100 feet away, she stumbled and fell to the ground, unconscious. Her body was covered with wounds of various sizes, as if she had been cut by countless sharp blades. Of the 2 short swords in her hands, one was covered with more than a dozen notches, while the other was broken in half from the middle. The crazily spinning seawater suddenly split apart, revealing Queen Dong's gigantic Xianxia body once again. At this time, her face was full of malevolence, and one of her hands was holding a huge trident, with the body of Feng Long, the barbarian ghost sect disciple. The middle-aged man's body had been pierced through by the sharp edge of the trident, and his body was also covered in wounds. Moreover, he drooped down limply, and blood flowed freely. It was obvious that there was no longer any signs of life. Seeing this, a cold light flashed through Lu Ming's eyes. Empress Dong's Xianxia body swayed, and wanted to urge the seawater under her to rush towards the unconscious Hu Chuanyang, but in the next moment, she seemed to feel something and suddenly turned her head to look over. Her eyes just happened to meet Lu Ming's, and her pupils couldn't help but slightly shrink. At this time, she naturally also saw that on Lu Ming's side, besides the mess on the ground, Lu Ming's opponent, the giant man, had already disappeared. Only the slowly melting corpse of the strange fish was left. Lu Ming didn't waste any more words, and with a lift of his leg, he walked with large strides towards the giant man. At the same time, the white-boned scorpion seemed to have received some kind of signal from Lu Ming, and immediately moved its body, disappearing into the ground without a trace. Empress Dong Xianxia snorted, and opened her mouth towards Feng Long's corpse on the trident. A strange chill swept over, and the corpse was turned into a block of ice. With a slight shake of the weapon in her hand, the block of ice shattered with a crisp sound. This sea race woman, who had undergone the Xianxia transformation, had an extremely gloomy expression. It was obvious that she had also noticed that Lu Ming was different, and viewed him as a true enemy. On the other side, Du Hai was still madly slashing at the light screen outside the middle-aged servant. However, the light screen had already shrunk by more than half of its original size, and the middle-aged servant inside no longer had her previous calm expression. Her forehead was already dripping with hot sweat, and at the same time, waves of hot air were rising from her back. The reason why she was like this was partly because of Du Hai's attacks, and the other half was because of Xianxia, who was on the other side, using the imperial sword technique to attack the blood formation several times. Although she desperately poured Fa Li into the blood formation, she still couldn't repair the new cracks that had appeared on the blood-colored light screen in time. At this time, the blood-colored light screen was already covered with over 10 cracks, and each one was deeper and wider than the previous one. High up in the sky, the originally smiling skinny man's face had already turned serious. His gaze constantly swept between Empress Dong and Lu Ming, as if he was measuring the difference in strength between the two. On the bronze flying chariot, Yi Tianmei's expression was the same as before. Whether it was Feng Lan being pierced through by Empress Dong's Xijia trident, or Lu Ming controlling a giant fireball to turn the huge man into flying ash, none of it seemed to cause her expression to change in the slightest. However, Zhou Tianhe, Master Lei, and the other spirit masters of the two sects, who were watching the battle nearby, were greatly surprised by the situation below. Brother Lei, who is this disciple? To be able to forcefully use the power of his will to control techniques at the level of a spirit apostle, this disciple's mental strength is probably in the top 10 of all the spirit apostles in the 5 sects. Zhou Tianhe finally couldn't help but turn his head to ask Master Lei. This disciple is one of the best among the new core disciples of our barbarian ghost sect, and has made great contributions to our sect in the secret realm. His strength is indeed extraordinary. As for his name, fellow Zhou, you don't need to ask me. Just go back and ask around, and you'll know. Master Lei's eyes flashed a few times, but he gave a vague reply with a laugh. So this disciple of your esteemed sect has quite a background. However, this kind of core disciple, why isn't he cultivating in your esteemed sect and preparing to break through to Spirit Master? Why would he be placed in Xianxia as a supervisor? Isn't this a little overkill? Hearing this, Zhou Tianhe suddenly laughed. Ahem. Our sect naturally has our own reasons for doing so. There's no need for Brother Zhou to ask. Just as Master Lei was muttering to himself, Lin Xiyu, who was beside him, spoke with a sweet smile. So that's how it is. I've been a bit presumptuous. However, I still feel that it's a bit of a pity. Zhou Tianhe nodded and replied without batting an eyelid. Hearing this, Master Lei frowned. Just as he was about to say something, a loud noise suddenly came from the battle below. It actually caused waves of air to roll over from the nearby void. Everyone was startled, and they no longer bothered to talk as they looked down. At this moment, Lu Ming's 2 hands were tightly gripping an azure sword of light that was about 3 meters long. He was forcefully clashing with the huge trident in the hands of Queen Dong's transformed Xijia. As a result, one of them staggered back 7 or 8 steps, while the other's body shook and also flew back 2 meters. It seemed that their strength was about the same. However, Lu Ming, who had regained his footing, only waved the huge sword of light in his hand once more, his expression not changing in the slightest. As for Queen Dong, after she straightened her body, her face was full of shock. It should be known that although her strength was not her forte, after transforming into a Xijia, the strength of her physical body was far beyond what a normal person could imagine. Otherwise, in the intense close combat with Feng Long and the Xijia, she would not have been able to easily defeat the two of them with just the huge trident in her hand without using any of her other abilities. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's figure blurred and unexpectedly transformed into 5 or 6 identical shadows, all of which rushed towards Queen Dong in a flash. Although Queen Dong was somewhat hesitant about Lu Ming's strength, she gave a cold snort when she saw this situation. The trident in her hand slashed through the air in front of her, and the seawater below her immediately whistled, forming a huge wave that rolled forward. Pooh! The huge wave swept past in a menacing manner, and most of the projections were destroyed in a flash. However, one of them managed to forcibly break through the wave, and the azure sword of light only moved slightly before unleashing a massive sword chi that was around 10 feet in length. Queen Dong's eyebrows twitched, and without a word, she swung her trident in front of her, fiercely hitting the giant sword chi. After a loud explosion, the gigantic sword chi was forcibly dispersed by a single strike. But in this moment of delay, Lu Ming twisted his body and without the slightest weightlessness, he arrived less than 10 feet away from Queen Dowager Dong. With a wave of one hand, 3 wind blades shot through the air with a chi-chi sound. The short sword in his other hand moved and 2 sword chis shot out together with a shwa-shwa-shwa sound. Almost at the same time, a black shadow flashed under Queen Dong Xijia's feet. The white-boned scorpion pounced out from the ground, its two pincers going straight for the Xianxia's feet. At the same time, its stinger shook, turning into a dozen or so black lines that shot out. The coordination between Lu Ming and the white-boned scorpion could be considered flawless. If a normal spirit apostle were to encounter them, they would have no way of dodging, but facing this level of attack, Queen Dong calmly let out a clear whistle, and the trident in her hand suddenly became a blur, transforming into a huge black banner that was at least 40 feet tall. Moreover, the banner's surface was engraved with countless blurry silver inscriptions. Queen Dong suddenly waved the banner, and immediately, circles of black ripples spread out from it. An inconceivable scene appeared. Wherever the black ripples passed, regardless of whether it was the seawater, wind blades, or sword chi, all of the attacks actually froze for a moment, and then all of them shattered and dispersed. The white-boned scorpion let out a miserable cry, and was forcibly repelled by a black ripple. Seeing this, Lu Ming was shocked, and with a shake of his body, he shot backwards at an astonishing speed. But Queen Dong let out a delicate shout, and the black banner in her hand was placed horizontally in front of her, pointing at the flying Lu Ming. In the next moment, Lu Ming felt the air around him tighten, and strands of invisible energy instantly wrapped around his body, causing his escaping speed to come to a halt. Following this, Queen Dong's face became stern, and she suddenly grabbed at the empty space in front of her. The seawater below her surged forward, and actually became a huge blue hand that was several feet wide, and fiercely grabbed at Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's expression changed, but with a flash of blue light from his sleeve, the essence water flag shot out, and with a flash, disappeared into his body without a trace. Pung! The huge blue hand grabbed Lu Ming, and immediately exerted force with its 5 fingers, intending to directly crush the body in its hand. But with a blur, Lu Ming's body transformed into a translucent liquid state, and with a twist, he actually slid out of the huge hand without any effort. With a few flashes, he appeared more than 100 feet away. Once again, he opened his mouth and spat out the small blue flag, and his body instantly returned to normal. Essence water flag. Was it you who killed Wei Yu? Seeing this, Queen Dong screamed. Her voice was actually half shocked and half overjoyed. Seeing this, Lu Ming was startled at first, but then his face immediately darkened. He suddenly threw the cyan short sword in his hand into the air, and immediately formed a hand sign with one hand, pointing at the empty space of the short sword. His other hand slowly raised, and as he chanted an incantation, dots of blue light appeared, and indistinctly a several feet long blue icicle condensed. Seeing this, Queen Dong's heart trembled, and without another word, she waved the flag in her hand, and pointed at Lu Ming from afar again. But just as she moved, Lu Ming's figure flashed, and like a ghost, he appeared in another place. After repeatedly pointing at nothing with the flag, Queen Dong's expression immediately became ugly. Suddenly, she let out a low roar, and directly rushed at Lu Ming with the surging seawater. But at this moment, a black shadow flashed again, and the white-boned scorpion, surrounded by a black and purple mist, actually pounced at Queen Dong. Scram! Seeing this, Queen Dong was furious. She waved the black flag in her hand, and immediately a black mist rolled out. But the white-boned scorpion's eyes flashed with green light, and suddenly opened its mouth, spitting out a ball of purple flame. Pooh! Once the purple flame came into contact with the black mist, it actually burned fiercely like dry firewood. The white-boned scorpion's body flashed, and actually directly passed through the purple flame. At the same time, the black and purple mist on its body suddenly rolled forward, and fiercely smashed into the seawater in front of it. A shocking scene appeared. Once a small portion of the seawater came into contact with the black and purple mist, it actually became as black as ink. At the same time, a thick fishy smell emitted from it, and it also spread at an astonishing speed. Originally, Queen Dong only wanted to wave the black flag and send the white-boned scorpion flying, but seeing this scene, she was greatly shocked. Immediately, she didn't dare to be careless, and hurriedly used the black flag to slash at the seawater below. Pung! A small portion of the black seawater immediately fell from the sky, but the white-boned scorpion once again rushed to Queen Dong's side. After the stinger on its back moved, it turned into a dozen blurry black lines that pierced towards her. After experiencing the white-boned scorpion's poison, how could Queen Dong let this attack touch her body in the slightest? She only unfurled the black flag in front of her, and from within it, countless silver glyphs violently surged out. With a spin, it transformed into a silver glyph shield. After the black stinger hit the glyph shield, there was a thunderous sound, and several large silver arcs curled out, instantly counterattacking the white bone scorpion's body. The pitiful ghost trembled all over, and with a burnt smell, it fell from the sky. However, with the white bone scorpion's momentary obstruction, Lu Ming had already finished casting. With both of his eyes wide open, he gave a low shout, and pointed a finger into the air. A cyan full moon, about 3 meters in diameter, crazily rotated, and with a blur, disappeared. His other arm moved, and with a flash, a giant ice all that was several feet long shot out. In the next moment, a ripple appeared above Queen Dong's head, and the cyan full moon silently appeared, falling down. At the same time, the blue ice all flashed, emitting waves of strange coldness, and arrived less than 3 meters away from the woman. Seeing this, Queen Dong's heart trembled. With one hand, she suddenly threw the black flag into the air, and it transformed into a cloud of black mist that protected the area above her head. At the same time, there was a roar from within, and countless silver arcs curled out. Her other hand grabbed at the empty air, and immediately, the nearby seawater surged up, once again transforming into a giant blue hand that grabbed at the ice all. Hong! The cyan full moon fell into the black mist, and in the midst of its crazy rotation, it intertwined with the silver arcs of lightning. For a moment, it seemed that it was hard to tell which was better. In the instant that the giant blue hand grabbed the ice all, a cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and he made a hand sign with one hand, spitting out the word. Explode. After a muffled sound, the giant ice all actually exploded on its own, and after a strange cold air rolled out, it actually froze the giant seawater hand into ice. At this moment, a jade light shot out from the ice, and directly shot towards Queen Dong Xianxia's forehead. Even though Queen Dong's strength was shocking, she didn't think that Lu Ming would be able to control a second totem while already controlling one. Naturally, it was too late to dodge, and with a loud shout, she suddenly gathered all the Fa Li in her body to her forehead. Immediately, a thick layer of silver scales appeared on her face, and she shook her head with all her might. Pooh! The silver light flashed and hit Queen Dong's forehead, but under the obstruction of the tough silver scales, although it flashed and disappeared, it was only able to penetrate a small part of the skull, and was forcibly blocked. It didn't directly penetrate the skull. However, the pain that it caused was unimaginable. Queen Dowager Dong let out a blood-curdling scream, but she suddenly used a finger to fiercely slash at her own head. Then, like lightning, she used her palm to slap the wound and used her Fa Li to suck out a thin, dark green needle. The needle continuously expanded and shrank in her palm, but was firmly trapped by a blue mist, and couldn't break free for a moment. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face slightly darkened. The enemy's fierceness was truly somewhat beyond his expectations, but he didn't believe that after being poisoned by the jade shadow needle, the enemy would be able to hold out for long. Thinking of this, he immediately pointed at the distant cyan full moon without any hesitation. The azure moon, which was still entangled in battle with the black mist, immediately let loose a clear ringing sound before exploding amid a violent flash. Over 100 streaks of sword chi surged forth almost in unison, tearing through everything in the surrounding area before sweeping downward as cold streaks of light. Seeing this, Empress Dong raised her head. Although her head was still in extreme pain, she knew that if she didn't fight with all her might, she would probably die. Thus, she abruptly swung her fishtail and shot backwards. At the same time, she opened her mouth and spat out a cloud of blood-red smoke. It seemed to be only a thin layer, but as soon as it flew out of her mouth, it immediately expanded to a size of several meters. For a moment, it actually caused the descending sword chi to pause for a moment and didn't immediately descend. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Empress Dong jumped twice in a row and actually escaped from the range of the sword chi. Seeing this, Lu Ming took a deep breath and planned to use all of his Fa Li to madly urge the jade shadow needle so that it could break free and give Empress Dong a fatal blow. At this moment, suddenly, a loud boom sounded out from not too far away. The light screen in the direction of the blood formation was instantly shattered by a snow-white sword chi. Then, the sword chi circled around and crossed a distance of several dozen meters like a shocking rainbow. With a flash, it pierced through Empress Dong's back and then quickly circled around her huge body, cutting her in two. However, the snow-white sword chi didn't stop there. Instead, after letting out a clear cry, it transformed into densely packed sword chi that enveloped the two halves of the body in a cold light. In an instant, it turned into a rain of blood and minced meat. After the snow-white sword chi swayed and disappeared nearby, an expressionless young woman immediately appeared in its place. It was Xianxia of the Heavenly Moon sect. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but be dumbfounded. However, after blinking his eyes, he still waved at the corpse. With a pu sound, a jade light shot out from the minced meat and in a flash, returned to Lu Ming's sleeve. Only then did Xianxia glance indifferently at Lu Ming. She raised her hand in another direction, and a snow-white sword light swept out. The middle-aged servant, who had spat out a few mouthfuls of blood due to Xianxia breaking free, was cut into two. As for the extremely thin layer of light around the woman, it was instantly pierced through by the sword light, unable to block it at all. Du Hai, who had originally been overjoyed by the woman's heavy injuries, was also stunned when he saw this scene. But when he saw that it was Xianxia who had attacked, he could only rub his nose and smile bitterly. Just like that, other than Xianxia, who was still sitting cross-legged on the ground without any trace of blood on his face, all of the sea race opponents had been killed. The battle finally came to an end. High up in the sky, the skinny man sitting cross-legged on the jade boat had a completely gloomy expression. However, after his eyes flickered a few times, he suddenly raised his arm like lightning and flicked a finger downward. Pooh! Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, let out a blood-curdling scream. An invisible wind pierced through his head, and at the same time a layer of raging blood flame appeared, turning his corpse into ashes. Fellow Hong, what is the meaning of this? Yi Tianmei originally saw that the disciples of the two sects had won, and her face finally revealed a trace of a smile. However, seeing this scene, the aura on her body immediately became bone-chilling. Nothing. Since this child has royal blood, he cannot be left alive in the hands of other races. The bet was very clear. As long as they win, I will take them away. Now that they have lost, they have naturally lost the right to live. It's reasonable for me to do so. The skinny man laughed as he spoke. However, he still revealed a trace of pity as he looked at the place where Xianxia had died. Although Xianxia was only a mixed-blood child, it was too rare for a royal blood member of the sea race to be born. Personally killing him like this was a great pity, but then again, if the person below was a pure-blooded person of royal blood, even he would not dare to kill him so rashly. After saying these words, the skinny man stepped on the flying carriage beneath him. Under the complicated expressions of the prophecy fairy and the others, he turned around and flew into the distance. Yi Tianmei's gaze was like a knife as she watched the flying carriage leave. A trace of hesitation flashed across her face, but in the end, she did not take any action to stop it. Marshal Uncle Yi, do you want me to go to the palace and see if there are any survivors of the sea race? Zhou Tianhe took a step forward and asked. At this moment, seeing that Hong San had left so decisively, anyone could guess that most of the sea race in the palace had most likely died. However, this male sword cultivator of the Heavenly Moon sect could not help but have a glimmer of hope. Okay, you and Marshal Nephew Lin can go to the palace to take a look. In addition, see if there are any survivors of the royal family in the palace, and choose a new emperor from among them. The ordinary world of the Kingdom of Xian is very important to us 5 sections. We cannot let it fall into chaos. Hearing this, Yi Tianmei commanded without hesitation. Zhou Tianhe and Lin Xiyu naturally bowed in response and turned into 2 streaks of light that shot down. As for Marshal Nephew Lei and the others, I have a list here. As long as there are forces and evil cultivators on the list, split up and kill them one by one. In a moment, I will use a treasure to seal off the entire Xianjing for 3 days. This long period of time should be enough for you to do this. Yi Tianmei took out a jade slips from her hand and casually tossed it to Master Lei. Master Lei caught the jade slips. Although his heart trembled when he heard this, he still respectfully agreed and flew off in another direction with the remaining spirit masters of the 2 sections. At this moment, Yi Tianmei flipped her hand over and a thick, grey cloth appeared in her hand. She threw it high into the air and pointed at it with a hand sign. Immediately, a shocking aura of the crystal level erupted from her body without any concealment and shot up into the sky. Some of the bolder loose cultivators near the palace who had been secretly watching the battle in front of the palace, those with lower cultivations, felt their ears ring. Their vision went black and they fell to the ground. Those loose cultivators who were slightly further away and had higher cultivations felt their breathing tighten. Their legs gave way and they could not stand where they were. Then, in the sky above the palace, a gray ball of light spun madly. After a muffled sound, a large cloud of mist flew out and spread in all directions at a shocking speed. In the time it took to take a few breaths, the entire Xianxia was covered by a layer of seemingly extremely thin gray silk net. Seeing this, the upper echelons of the various factions, who had been hiding because they knew that an expert from the sect had come to Xianxia, were instantly dumbfounded. However, some of the smarter ones immediately thought of a bad rumor from a long time ago. In an instant, they all led their people and charged madly at the gray silk net. However, since this silk net was a treasure released by Yi Tianmei, the existence of the crystallization period, its trapping power would only be above the original 4 seas flipping sky formation, and not below it. How could these rogue cultivators break it? Instead, because some people attacked too fiercely, they triggered the gray silk net's counterattack power. With a wing sound from the silk net, countless cold lights swept out and a large number of loose cultivators nearby were cut into countless pieces. Such a scene instantly scared the living daylights out of the remaining loose cultivators. Only then did they realize that their actions were simply seeking death. Immediately, they scattered and hid in Xianxia once again. At this time, Master Lei and the others had already started a killing feast in Xianxia. A day later, Lu Mi respectfully stood in a corner of the flying carriage. At this moment, not only him, but Hu Chuanyang and Zhang Xionyang were also standing in other corners. In the center of the carriage, Yi Tianmei was sitting cross-legged on a pure white futon. In front of her was a sandalwood chessboard that was filled with crisscrossing black and white chess pieces. With one hand holding a black and the other holding a white, she was actually playing 2 chess pieces at the same time. Opposite of Yi Tianmei, Lin Xiaoyu and Zhou Tianhe also stood there with solemn expressions. So to say, all the sea race in the palace have committed suicide by poison. They also used a secret technique beforehand, causing all their souls to dissipate. There is not a single strand to be found. Yi Tianmei placed a white chess piece on a certain spot on the chessboard and asked calmly. Yes, Master Yi. Fairy Lin and I have searched the entire palace inside and outside. We even went dozens of feet underground to search and confirmed that there is not a single sea race member left in the palace. As for the ministers and normal palace guards, they are still unharmed. They have only been temporarily knocked out and imprisoned. The only problem is that there is not a single member of the royal family with direct bloodline. I have asked around and it seems that after the matter of the sea race was exposed, some powers in Xianxia secretly caused trouble and captured all the princes and princes. We do not know if they are alive or dead. The only ones that can be found are a few royal daughters with distant bloodlines. Hearing this, Zhou Tianhe hurriedly stepped forward and replied respectfully. Humph, these evil practitioners are looking for death. It seems that the entire Xianxia needs to be searched a few more times. Since we can only find these royal daughters, then we will choose one with a clean background and make her the queen of Dexian country. As for the princes and princes, no matter if we can find them in the future, just pretend that they never appeared. Yi Tianmei said with a cold smile and placed another black chess piece on the chessboard. Yes, I understand what to do, Zhou Tianhe replied immediately, as if he had understood everything. Master Yi, Senior Lei has just sent a message saying that all the powers on the list have been swept over. Most of the evil practitioners have been killed, but there are still some who are hiding more secretively. I am afraid that we will have to wait for another day or two before we can completely deal with them. At this time, Lin Xiaoyu bowed and said. As long as they can complete the task in 3 days, there is no need to report this to me. Yi Tianmei did not seem to care. Yes, thank you for your understanding. That's right, why did you ask me to bring Marshal Nephew by here? Lin Xiaoyu's face lit up with joy, then she asked curiously. It's nothing. The victory of this competition is due to this disciple of your barbarian ghost sect. He saved my face. I'll give him some benefits as well. Otherwise, when old Devil Yen sees me in the future, he'll probably mock me again. Yi Tianmei said indifferently. Thank you, Senior. If Marshal Nephew Bai can receive your advice, it will be a great opportunity for him. Lin Xiaoyu was shocked at first, then immediately became overjoyed. At the same time, she waved at Lu Ming. Lu Ming heard this and was surprised. His heart was also filled with joy. He quickly took a few steps forward and thanked her. Hu Chuanyang and Zhang Xionyang were also shocked at this situation. Zhang Xionyang was fine, but Hu Chuanyang's face was full of envy. So you are called by Song Tian. Speaking of which, this is the second time you've seen me. It seems that we are fated to meet. What benefits do you want from me now? Let me say this first, the benefits you want must be commensurate with your contributions. If I feel that Ahong is too greedy, then I will cancel this promise. Yi Tianmei put down the chess piece in her hand and looked at Lu Ming for the first time. Marshal Nephew Bai and Senior Yi have met before? Lin Xiaoyu heard this and was naturally surprised. Zhou Tianhe, Zhang Xionyang, and the others were also surprised. They couldn't understand how a low-level disciple from another sect could know someone as strong as Yi Tianmei. I didn't expect to see Senior again here. I thought that Senior had already forgotten about me. I just don't know if there are any other restrictions besides not being greedy? Lu Ming thought for a while and replied honestly. As long as your request doesn't disgust me, there shouldn't be any problems. Yi Tianmei smiled slightly, but her answer made Lu Ming grimace in his heart. He secretly cursed. What do you mean by not making him feel disgusted? This is too vague. Even so, Lu Ming's mind was spinning rapidly. He began to think about what kind of request could maximize the value without being rejected by the crystal-level powerhouse in front of him. Seeing this situation, Yi Tianmei didn't mean to urge him. She just kept looking at Lu Ming, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I wonder if Senior has any pure aura qi that is suitable for this junior. Lu Ming thought for a while before asking a probing question. Pure aura qi? I do have a few here, but most of them already have owners. The rest are too ordinary. Are you sure you want one of them? Yi Tianmei didn't find it strange. Instead, she replied slowly. I wonder if these normal pure aura qis are the same type of pure aura qi. Lu Ming thought for a while and asked. That's not true. There is only one of each type of pure aura qi? Yi Tianmei replied unhurriedly. Hearing this, a trace of disappointment appeared on Lu Ming's face. However, after thinking for a while, he opened his mouth and asked, since pure aura qi does not have any suitable ones on hand. Then does Senior have great tungsten steel? Great tungsten steel. Where did you hear of this material? This is a top-quality material for making flying swords, but not many people outside of sword cultivators know about it. But don't worry, I don't have it. Even if I did, you can't even dream about it. Seeing that you don't seem to know the value of this material, I will allow you to make one more request. But if it still doesn't work, then this promise will be nullified. Yi Tianmei frowned, and for the first time, a trace of impatience appeared on her face. I see. Thank you for your understanding, Senior Yi. If that's the case, would it be possible for me to learn the basics of a sword cultivator? Lu Ming bitterly laughed in his heart and finally said the last request that he felt was useful. Zhou Tianhe, Lin Xiaoyu, and the others heard this and could not help but be surprised. Basics of sword cultivator? Do you want to cultivate the way of sword cultivator? I've seen many cultivators with such thoughts, but most of them give up halfway. Only a few of them are successful in their cultivation, but compared to real sword cultivators, they are still far from being able to do so. Are you sure you want to learn from me? Actually, even if you don't learn from me, you can still buy some sword cultivator skills from the market. Think carefully, don't waste your request on this. Hearing this, Yi Tianmei's eyes flashed. I've also seen the introductory sword cultivator notes in the market. But I believe that Senior's training method must be very different from those in the market. I hope Senior can help me. This time, Lu Ming said without hesitation. Very well, since you have made up your mind, then I can agree to this request. However, I can only give you some tips on cultivation. I don't have a specific cultivation method. Yi Tianmei said lightly. No problem, Senior sword cultivator skills are also fine. Lu Ming replied without hesitation. Very well, wait a moment. Yi Tianmei nodded and immediately took out a jade slips. She put it on her forehead for a moment, then threw it to Lu Ming. When Lu Ming caught it with joy, Yi Tianmei's face suddenly turned cold and said, "My experience when I was in the spirit apostle realm has all been recorded in it. Although there is no specific training method, but with these experiences, as long as you have a good temperament and can find a specific training method, you should be able to barely get started. But remember, this jade slips has been cast by me. You only have one night to memorize it. After tonight, it will break on its own. Also, although the experience I have passed on to you is nothing special, I don't want too many people to know about it. If I find out that you have passed it on to others, not only will I kill you, but I will also kill anyone who has seen this experience. If there is one, I will kill one. If there is 10, I will kill 10. If there is 100, I will kill 100. Yi Tianmei said calmly. I wouldn't dare. I will definitely not pass on this knowledge to a second person. Lu Ming's heart turned cold as he said respectfully. All right, you can leave now. Yi Tianmei waved her hand at Lu Ming and Lin Xiaoyu. Then I will take my leave with Marshal Nephew Bai. If Senior Yi has any instructions, please do not hesitate to send a message. Lin Xiaoyu immediately bowed and said. Soon after, she took Lu Ming from the flying chariot and flew toward the bone boat that was not far away. However, on the way, Lin Xiaoyu looked at Lu Ming from head to toe with a strange expression. It was obvious that this woman was not only surprised that Lu Ming knew Yi Tianmei, but also surprised by his last request. At the same time, on the bronze flying car, Zhou Tianhe could not help but ask, Marshal Uncle, did you really pass on your sword cultivation experience to a mere spirit apostle disciple? What, do I need you to care about my matters? I don't dare, I just felt that it was a little strange. Yi Tianmei's light words made Zhou Tianhe shiver and he quickly bowed to apologize. Forget it. You only need to know that I have my own reasons for doing this. Moreover, I only gave him the experience of a beginner sword cultivator. It's not something too precious. Instead, it might help me verify something? Yi Tianmei said. At the same time, there was a hint of doubt between her eyebrows. The moment she saw Lu Ming, she could faintly feel an indistinct aura of sword intent from this barbarian ghost sect disciple. However, this aura would appear and disappear from time to time. It was extremely weak and almost undetectable. This was also because the sword aura she cultivated was special and extremely pure. Even Nunling Yu could not compare. If it was a normal crystal-level sword cultivator, it was likely that he would not be able to discover this. But even so, she still doubted whether this sword aura really existed or if it was just an illusion. To be able to cultivate sword aura, one must be a true genius who walked the path of the sword cultivator. Even in the huge heavenly moon sect, Xianxia was the only spirit apostle who had cultivated sword aura. Moreover, she had trained hard for many years and only managed to condense it after becoming a late spirit apostle. In this way, how could a mere normal barbarian ghost sect disciple have the aura of sword intent on his body? She could be sure that when she first met this barbarian ghost sect disciple, he did not give her this kind of feeling. She had already used a secret technique to silently sweep over Lu Ming's body. Other than confirming that this weak sword aura came from within his body and not from a weapon, there was nothing else. This piqued the curiosity of the woman even more. Otherwise, with her status, why would she personally meet an outer sect spirit apostle? Moreover, she would not be so generous as to impart her sword cultivation experience to him. She believed that as long as he looked at her sword cultivation experience and practiced a little, the next time they met, he should be able to make the correct judgment. Yi Tianmei's plan was naturally not to explain to Zhou Tianhe and the others. Even though this matter was somewhat interesting to her, she would not take it to heart. After all, Lu Ming was only a spirit apostle and Ngu's sword aura was extremely weak. After returning to the bone boat, Lu Ming found an independent cabin and sat down cross-legged. He used one hand to lightly press his dantian. His expression was somewhat uncertain. At this time, he could finally confirm that the sword spirit embryo in his body had been slightly abnormal ever since he met the crystal-level elder of the Heavenly Moon sect. The sword embryo, which he originally did not feel anything, began to heat up near Yi Tianmei's dantian when he approached Yi Tianmei. This was the first time something like this had happened to the sword embryo. Although Lu Ming didn't know the reason, he unconsciously wanted to keep his distance from this senior Yi. After all, there was an even more mysterious bubble in his body. If he was discovered by a crystal-level cultivator, he didn't know what the consequences would be. Although it was unknown whether the bubble was a blessing or a curse, it was able to purify magic power and pull one's divine sense into a mysterious space. It was definitely an item of great origin. Naturally, he couldn't let a second person know about it. However, although he didn't get what he really wanted from Yi Tianmei this time, with her sword cultivation experience, he wouldn't have to take many detours in the future. Whether it was condensing his own sword spirit embryo or practicing a sword cultivation method. After all, the great symbol sword technique in his hands was really too mysterious. Moreover, apart from the specific cultivation method, there were no records of understanding it. Now that he had Yi Tianmei's sword cultivation experience and a messy collection of related books from the market, he should be able to smoothly step onto the path of a sword cultivator. One had to know that Lu Ming was extremely envious of the true flying sword technique. Now that he had the opportunity to practice this method, he naturally wouldn't give it up. The only problem was that the great tungsten steel he needed to condense the great symbol sword embryo was actually a top-quality material for forging flying swords. It seemed that normal methods were not able to obtain it and he could only find it through some special means. This time, he had contributed a lot in the competition with the sea race. Master Lei wasn't stingy and gave him a few bottles of spirit pills and 3,000 contribution points. Although Du Hai also received a reward, it was naturally much less than Lu Ming's. In the following period of time, Lu Ming cultivated and waited quietly on the bone boat. Master Lei, Lin Xiyu, and the other barbarian ghost sect spirit masters didn't give him any more missions. It wasn't until 2 days later, when Master Lei returned to the bone boat, full of killing intent, that he once again summoned him. However, Master Lei only gave him a few instructions and gave him a list of evil cultivators that he hadn't found yet before letting him return to his cave. After another day, Lu Ming once again heard a roar. When he walked out of the cave and looked up into the sky, the gray net that covered the entirety of Xianjing had already disappeared without a trace. Not only that, but he also received news that Yi Tianmei, Master Lei, and the others had already left Xianjing and returned to the sect. At this time, in Xianjing, almost all of the slightly larger underground powers had been wiped out. Almost a fifth of the cultivators had been wiped out by the two sections. As for the remaining people, after the restriction in the air disappeared, more than half of them rushed out of the city, not daring to stay in Xianjing any longer. As a result, the number of cultivators remaining in Xianjing was only a quarter of what it was before. Moreover, everyone was well behaved and no longer dared to rashly cause any trouble. In the following month, the news of the old emperor's sudden death and the new empress ascension spread throughout the Deshan country from Xianjing. As the sect's supervising disciple, Lu Ming was naturally among the crowd on the day of the coronation and watched the entire process of the new empress coronation. Under the supervision of the many gold spirit guests, the entire ceremony proceeded exceptionally smoothly. As for the so-called empress, she was only a slightly skinny 13 or 14-year-old girl with a face full of childishness. However, what surprised Lu Ming was that he actually saw Qiu Longji, the gold spirit guest commander that he thought had died, at the coronation. At this moment, other than a slightly pale face, Qiu Longji did not have any injuries on his body. It was as if he had not been affected much by the events in Xianjing and was instead in high spirits. Naturally, Lu Ming did not take the initiative to meet the only surviving gold spirit guest commander. Instead, he waited until the ceremony was over before quietly returning to the cave. A few days after the enthronement ceremony, Hu Chuanyang came to his cave abode and took Qian Ruping away. According to what the girl said before she left, her term as Xuanjing's supervising disciple had already ended and she was about to return to the sect. Thus, she came here to say goodbye and to take away the girl. When Qian Ruping, this girl, was really about to leave Lu Ming's side, she finally burst out her feelings of attachment to him. Even now, when Lu Ming closed his eyes, the image of this little girl looking back 3 times as she walked away with tears in her eyes immediately appeared in his mind. However, this girl did indeed have extraordinary comprehension in the way of formations. Adding on the fact that she was going to the #1 sect in Deshan country, even if she could not become a spirit apostle, she would at least have enough protection. With this, the promise he made to Uncle Qian could be considered fulfilled. In this period of time, he also went to the Qian house and Fan Baizi to take a look. The changes in Xianjing had very little effect on both of them. At the beginning of the chaos in Xianjing, the Qian house had gathered all of their people and shut their doors, not caring about anything that happened outside. Owner Qian and Elder Mian had also safely passed through the calamity. As for Fan Baizi, he was a famous alchemy master. None of the major factions and Spirit Master Lei's attacks affected him at all. This Master Fan even reminded him to come and learn alchemy on time. Lu Ming naturally agreed without hesitation. On this day, Lu Ming was in the secret room of the cave and was looking at a piece of paper in his hand. On it were some names and descriptions. Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on the two names written behind the words Black Spirit Group at the top of the list. These two people were two of the three leaders of the Black Spirit Group and were also the number 1 and number 2 of the Black Spirit Envoys. When Spirit Master Lei and the other Spirit Masters of the two sects were sweeping through the secret base of the Black Spirit Group, these two people did not show themselves. However, the number 3 envoy, who was in charge on the surface, could not dodge in time and was killed on the spot by Spirit Master Lei. However, the true identity of Envoy Number 1 and Envoy Number 2 had been found through soul-searching and a few of their trusted subordinates. They were also the two evil cultivators that Spirit Master Lei had told Lu Ming to get rid of before he left. After all, at this point, they had already confirmed that the previous supervising envoy had been secretly killed by the Black Spirit Group. Even his corpse had turned to dust. As for why the Black Spirit Group dared to do this, there were many different opinions. Even the internal members of the Black Spirit Group did not know. Only the 3 leaders knew. However, it was a pity that the number 3 envoy had died too quickly under the hands of Spirit Master Lei. They were unable to capture him alive. Otherwise, if they searched his soul, they might be able to understand everything. Lu Ming did not care too much about these two people. As long as the Black Spirit Group no longer existed, these two evil cultivators would not be able to do much. However, the third Marquis house was now empty. The reason why he did not take any action was because he was afraid that after the change in Xianjing, he would be noticed by someone with ulterior motives if he rushed in. Now that a month had passed, the various Marquis houses had been sealed by the new empress. Not long after, they would be rewarded to other officials. Thus, he had no choice but to take action. Lu Ming put away the paper in his hand and instantly made up his mind. Time slowly passed by and in the blink of an eye, it was already late at night, a faint shadow suddenly rushed out from one of the alleys. With a few quick flashes, it floated over the high walls of the third Marquis house and silently landed in a decent-sized courtyard. At this moment, the surroundings were completely silent and the house was pitch black. If it wasn't for the bright moon in the sky giving off a pure white light, one would not be able to see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. The figure that rushed in was naturally Lu Ming. Lu Ming's gaze swept through the surroundings and he made a hand sign with one hand. Immediately, the crystal light in his eyes brightened and the originally pitch-black scenery suddenly became much clearer. Subsequently, Lu Ming patted the leather bag on his waist and with a pu, a black cloud rolled out and the white-boned scorpion appeared in front of him. This time, without needing him to say anything, the white-boned scorpion shook its tail and disappeared into the ground. Only then did Lu Ming take out a map from his sleeve. Looking at the stars in the sky, he slightly determined the direction and shot towards the depths of the third Marquis house. After a full 15 minutes, Lu Ming used some unknown method to find a corner of the third Marquis house in front of a giant tree that had grown for who knows how many years. Looks like it's this tree. The time seems to be about right. Lu Ming circled around the giant tree a few times and looked at the nearby ground a few times. Finally, his face revealed a happy expression as he muttered to himself. Subsequently, his body moved and he arrived at the trunk of the giant tree. He looked down at the faint shadow of the tree under the moonlight. As time passed, the blurry shadow of the tree began to slowly move in a certain direction and gradually became longer and thinner. Suddenly, a certain part of the shadow of the tree turned black and strangely condensed into the shape of a black longsword that was around 10 feet long. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up and his gaze instantly followed the direction of the treasured sword and looked over 100 steps away. In the end, a seemingly inconspicuous pavilion really stood not far away. He was overjoyed, and just as he was about to fly down from the tree, his expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly shrunk his body slightly, and immediately, his entire body was submerged into the layers of leaves. At the same time, the aura on his body was restrained and became faintly discernible. In the end, after a while, the sound of air breaking rang out and two black shadows flashed over. One was tall and the other was fat. With a sway, they unexpectedly stopped under the giant tree. "Hurry up and see if the item is still there." The two of them carefully looked around before the taller shadow spoke to his companion in a low voice. "I know, leave it to me." Hearing this, the fat shadow immediately took out a round plate from his sleeve and suddenly stuck it to the bottom of the giant tree. His other hand quickly formed a hand sign. "Pooh." When the round plate lit up, the fat shadow's arm moved and one of his hands actually went through the round plate and directly into the trunk of the tree. After retracting his hand, he pulled out a black object. It was a blood-red crystal the size of a fist. Once it was taken out, it emitted a thick smell of blood. "That's great, the item is still here and hasn't been discovered by the sex experts. Number 2, we didn't hide this item here in vain." Seeing this, the tall black figure said happily. Lu Ming, who was hiding in the huge tree, was startled when he heard the words "number 2. He thought to himself, it can't be such a coincidence, right? I actually met 2 fish from the black spirit group that escaped the net here? Hee, that's for sure. This blood crystal is condensed from the essence blood of those princes. Whether or not we can open the door to the treasure depends on this item. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for the fact that we were afraid that someone would use the power of the other royal bloodlines to track the whereabouts of those princes, we would have no choice but to temporarily hide this item here. Otherwise, why would we need to wait for so many months? The chubby black figure held the blood-red crystal in his hand and spoke in a depressed manner. I spent half a year to set up the concealment restriction here. Even if those spirit masters personally cast it, they wouldn't be able to detect the abnormality of this place. Speaking of which, if we didn't leave this item here, when the experts from the sect come, who would dare to bring this item with them? The tall black figure replied. That's true. However, this also means that number 3 didn't reveal our secret. Unfortunately, he originally wanted to hide, but he didn't think that the experts from the sect would act so quickly. He was still a step too late and was trapped in their nest. I've only left about an hour earlier than number 3. Otherwise, these treasures from the previous dynasty would have been yours alone. The chubby black figure nodded his head and sighed as he spoke. Number 2, aren't you and I already safe and sound? Why do you need to say such things? However, I'm more curious. How do you know that the current royal family and the previous royal family are actually of the same bloodline? Regarding the matter of the treasure, you were the one who took the initiative to find the 2 of us. Only then did we establish the Black Spirit group together. In the past, when number 3 and I asked you, you were never willing to reveal anything. Now that number 3 is no longer around, you should be able to divulge some information to me, right? The tall black shadow replied in an indifferent manner before a flash of light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Number 1, when did you become so curious? However, since things had already reached this point, there was no need to hide it anymore. Because I have the true bloodline of the previous dynasty's royal family flowing through my veins. The current imperial family was actually the descendants of some members of the previous imperial family. It was just that they were more distant in terms of bloodline. Back then, the 5 sects discovered that the previous dynasty had the intention of nurturing their own spirit masters, which was why they changed dynasties and supported these rebels. Otherwise, with just themselves, how could they steal the throne of the Dacian country? This treasure was also left behind by the previous dynasty's imperial family as a precaution. Originally, as long as it was a direct descendant of the imperial family, the blood essence of one person would be more than enough to open the final restriction. Unfortunately, far too much time has passed since the fall of the previous dynasty, and my bloodline has become rather impure. As such, I can only borrow the blood essence of these princes and grandsons. The chubby black shadow was silent for a moment before speaking in a mocking voice. So you are a descendant of the previous dynasty's imperial family. No wonder. However, from your tone, you don't seem to care too much about the fall of the previous dynasty. You are even willing to share the previous dynasty's treasure with us outsiders. After the tall black shadow heard this, his face became cloudy, but he still gave a dry laugh. Humph, those idiots from the previous dynasty didn't even know how strong the sect was. To think that they wanted to overthrow the 5 sects with just a little bit of power. They were simply seeking their own deaths, so what's there to hate? Moreover, after so many years, to me, becoming a spirit master is the most important thing. Unfortunately, my strength alone is not enough to open these restrictions, so I can only ask for your help. Even if I have to split the treasures with others, I am willing. Alright, I have already told you the biggest secret, so you should be relieved. Number 1, let's go. We have already wasted too much time here. After we split the treasures, you and I should go our separate ways. The fat black shadow said lightly. Hee, alright. As long as we have enough spirit stones, you and I will be able to buy enough pure aura chi. Even if we are old, if we try a few more times, we will have a chance of becoming a spirit master. This time, the tall black shadow didn't say much. After saying a few words, he took the lead and floated out of the palace. Seeing this, shadow number 2 put away the blood crystal in his hand and followed closely behind. A light sound rang out. Lu Ming floated down from the giant tree like a leaf. He first looked in the direction that the two of them left in, then turned his head back to look at the pavilion not far away. He showed a slight hesitation, but after a few thoughts, he finally used an extremely low voice to say to himself, I'm not going to let you go. Whatever, I have already waited for so many years. A day and a half won't make much of a difference. I will follow these two first. Let's see what this so-called treasure of the previous dynasty is. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming took out a yellow glyph from his body and slapped it on his body. Immediately, a few gray glyphs appeared and disappeared into his body in a flash. This glyph was not a normal invisibility glyph that was only useful for mortals. It was an illusion glyph that could hide the divine sense of a normal spirit apostle. Although it could not truly hide one's body, it could reduce one's aura to the lowest level. At the same time, it could cover one's body with a layer of mysterious illusions that would change according to the environment. As long as he maintained a certain distance from the other spirit apostles and was careful when he moved, he would not have to worry about being discovered by the other party. In the next moment, Lu Ming's body started to become dim and almost became one with the night, turning into a faint gray shadow. Lu Ming moved and chased after them without a sound. The two people in front were extremely cautious. Once they left the palace, they immediately used a technique to hide their bodies and specially found a secluded path to travel. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Ming's divine sense was abnormally strong, he would have let the two people slip away a few times. However, after the time it took to eat a meal, a strange expression appeared on Lu Ming's face. The direction that the two people were heading towards seemed to be the immortal Dawn Mountain that he came from. Could it be that the so-called treasure of the previous dynasty was in the immortal Dawn Mountain? However, thinking about it again, the immortal Dawn Mountain was the most suitable place for cultivators in Xinjiang. It seemed that it wasn't strange for Xianxia's treasure to be here. Lu Ming's thoughts spun quickly, but his movements became even more careful. Luckily, the two people didn't dare to fly in the air in Xinjiang. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to keep following them. However, when Lu Ming could see the tall peak of the immortal Dawn Mountain, the two black shadows in front of him flashed and disappeared into an unremarkable house nearby. Lu Ming was stunned at first but immediately understood what was going on. He didn't immediately go over. Instead, he suddenly lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. Immediately, a black cloud flashed and the white-boned scorpion drilled out from the ground. Go take a look, are the two people still inside? Lu Ming only gave a short command. Ever since the white-boned scorpion had followed him for a while, even without using a secret technique, it could understand some of his simple commands. The white-boned scorpion immediately shook its head and waved its tail before its body moved and disappeared into the ground. Not long after, Lu Ming's divine sense received a message from the white-boned scorpion. His expression changed as he silently floated towards the house. After a while, Lu Ming appeared in a seemingly ordinary house. The white-boned scorpion was lying next to his feet, its green eyes flashing as it stared at a seemingly bulky black cabinet. You said that the two people's auras disappeared inside. Interesting, let me check it first. Lu Ming looked at the black cabinet and his eyes flashed as he spoke. Subsequently, he formed a hand sign with one hand and released his strong mental strength towards the cabinet in front of him. There are no fluctuations of restrictions, it seems to be an ordinary mechanism. If I did this, it would be a smart move. At least no cultivator would suspect this place. Lu Ming muttered to himself before letting go of his hand. Without any hesitation, he walked in front of the cabinet and pulled open the door. In the end, it was completely empty without the slightest thing inside. However, what kind of person was Lu Ming? His gaze only needed to look at the four walls before he immediately discovered that the wall closest to the wall seemed to have some signs of wear and tear. He raised his eyebrows and moved his arm, revealing the cyan moon sword. With a flash of cold light, he drew a large circle on the wall of the cabinet. Lu Ming then put away the short sword and placed his 5 fingers on the center of the circle before exerting force. Pooh! A large, black hole appeared in the cabinet out of nowhere. There was a flight of green stone stairs that seemed to lead to the depths below. Lu Ming laughed coldly and called out to the bone scorpion before silently floating in. After a while, Lu Ming was hundreds of feet underground. Following an extremely simple tunnel, he quietly walked towards the direction of the Immortal Dawn Mountain. Tens of feet in front of him, there was a glyph floating in the air. After walking for an unknown amount of time, a ping sound could be heard and the glyph in front of him actually exploded with a flash. As expected, the two of them still laid down some warning restrictions. However, this kind of simple restriction is not difficult for me. Lu Ming's footsteps stopped and his face did not reveal an expression of shock. Instead, he spoke with a light laugh. Subsequently, his eyes narrowed and he made a hand sign with one hand. He muttered an incantation and a layer of crystal light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, a strong mental strength rolled out from within. In an instant, in front of Lu Ming's eyes, a faint light formation about 10 feet wide appeared not far in front of him. It seemed to completely block the tunnel. The cyan short sword in Lu Ming's hand appeared and he immediately slashed wildly at the stone wall near the tunnel. After a short while, Lu Ming opened up another small tunnel nearby and went around to the back of the light formation. Lu Ming took out another glyph and threw it in front of him. After floating it in the air, he calmly walked forward. After walking for a few more miles, Lu Ming estimated that he should have reached the bottom of the Immortal Dawn Mountain. The terrain began to rise again. This time, he didn't encounter any other restrictions. After a quarter of an hour, he finally saw a green stone door that emitted a faint white light at the end of the path. The surface of the stone door was covered with many silver inscriptions, but it was missing nearly half of its original size. It leaned against the exit of the tunnel, as if someone had used brute force to break it open. Seeing this, Lu Ming's expression changed. He waved his hand and put away the glyph that was floating in front of him. He took out another glyph and slapped it onto his body. With a pu sound, his body was immediately covered by a layer of faint yellow light. Following this, his body moved and silently disappeared into the stone wall at the side. He actually used an earth escape glyph and slowly approached the stone door in the soil and stone. However, he didn't make a single sound. After a while, Lu Ming suddenly stopped moving. After making a hand sign with one hand, he released a strong mental strength. In the blink of an eye, his divine sense pierced through the thick stone soil, and an abnormally clear picture appeared in his divine sense see. Behind the green stone door, there was a huge stone hall that was 4 to 500 feet wide and over 100 feet tall. The entire huge hall was paved with flat green stone bricks. There were some thick stone pillars in the surroundings, but most of them were destroyed beyond recognition. Only a few of them could still remain standing. What was even more shocking was that there were a dozen or so masked men in black that had fallen to the ground. However, they were all abnormally shriveled and had no signs of life. It was obvious that they had died a long time ago. Aside from these, there were a few incomplete gray-white statue puppets in the corner of the hall. There were also a few corpses of monsters that looked like humans but weren't cows. Directly opposite the green stone door in the hall, there was an even taller bronze door. The design was extremely simple and unadorned. On the surface of the door, there was an extremely mysterious crystal inscription. The surroundings were densely packed with 5 colored inscriptions that flashed with an extremely dangerous light. In front of this bronze gate stood two masked men in black, one tall and one fat. One of the fatter black-clothed men was holding the blood-colored crystal with both hands and putting it into a groove at the center of the bronze gate. As soon as the blood-colored crystal was placed inside, the entire bronze gate let out a buzzing sound. The blood-colored crystal began to flash wildly, and a blood-colored light spread in all directions along the crystal formation. The simple and unadorned copper door suddenly became extremely demonic. When the two black-clothed men saw this, they both took a few steps back in shock and took a defensive stance. Right at this moment, crimson light flashed from the surface of the copper gate, and a translucent formation flew out from the gate before quickly revolving in midair. With every revolution, the blood-red light on the surface of the green copper door became denser. In just a few breaths of time, the bloody light had become as viscous as blood. Anyone who looked at it would feel their soul tremble, and a trace of tyranny would unconsciously arise in their hearts. Fortunately, the two black-clothed men were also evil cultivators. Although they were secretly shocked when they saw this, their minds were not taken away by the light. Instead, they stared fixedly at the bronze gate. With a gabing sound, the originally tightly shut bronze gate finally opened slowly. "It's done." When the tall black-clothed man saw this, he immediately became overjoyed. However, just as he finished speaking, the translucent formation that was originally spinning rapidly suddenly slowed down, and at the same time, the bloody light on the surface dimmed. After a pause, the bronze gate actually slowly closed again. Not good, the blood essence in this blood crystal is not enough. When the fatter black-clothed man saw this, he was shocked and immediately spoke in a deep voice. He suddenly took a big step forward, and with a flash of cold light in his hand, he actually cut his wrist. Then, he used Fali to ignite the fire. Immediately, fresh blood spurted out and directly poured onto the formation. The moment the fresh blood came into contact with the formation, it all disappeared into it with a flash. The formation then began to revolve at lightning speed again. The bronze gate slowly opened again in the midst of the bloody light. A muffled sound rang out, the translucent formation exploded, and after the bloody light faded, the huge bronze gate finally truly opened. Behind it, there was a layer of white light that appeared, making it impossible for people to clearly see what was inside. The black-clothed man at the side stopped his hand sign, and the blood on his wrist immediately stopped spurting out. Then, he quickly took out a glyph and slapped it on. Immediately, under the faint green light, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the fat black-clothed man's eyes were extremely dim, and it was obvious that his yuan qi had been greatly damaged. Number 2, you did well. If it wasn't for you, this time, we really might have failed on the verge of success. When the tall black-clothed man saw this, his heart relaxed as he spoke. This time I suffered a great loss. I hope that the treasures inside won't disappoint me too much. There shouldn't be any more powerful restrictions behind, let's go in. The fat black-clothed man snorted as he spoke. Then, he took large strides towards the bronze gate. The tall black-clothed man looked at the back of the fat black-clothed man, and a trace of killing intent surfaced in his eyes. However, he seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze instantly returned to normal, and he silently followed. In the end, the two of them, one in front and one behind, entered the white light with a flash, without any signs of obstruction. After a short while, a faint yellow light flashed on one of the stone walls in the hall, and Lu Ming appeared in a flash in the middle of the hall. His eyes swept over the situation in the hall, and then looked at the white light not far away, and a trace of hesitation appeared on his face. At this moment, a scream suddenly sounded out from the white light within the bronze gate, followed by an extremely shocked and angry voice. You actually dared to attack me." The voice belonged to the black-clothed man at the side. "Hee, since we've already found the treasures, you're no longer of any use. I still feel that the treasures are more wonderful to be enjoyed by myself." You actually have this kind of thing on you." The tall black-clothed man first spoke with a gloomy voice, but immediately let out a scream, and his tone became somewhat flustered and exasperated. "If I can't obtain the treasures, I definitely won't hand them over to you. You will accompany me and stay here forever," the fat black-clothed man said while gnashing his teeth. On the other side of the light, the sound of an explosive battle rang out, and it was continuously mixed with the curses of the two people. After a loud sound, all the sound suddenly stopped, the other side of the white light suddenly became silent. Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes slightly narrowed. Suddenly, he patted the leather pouch on his waist with one hand, and a gust of black gas came out. After condensing, it transformed into a man's head with a head full of long hair. It was the flying demon head. Go. He waved his sleeve at the white light. Hearing this, the flying demon head's face revealed a sinister expression, and it flashed into the white light. But in the next moment, a sudden whistling sound came from within, and the faint ga-ga sound of the flying demon head could be heard. As expected, there's a problem. I don't know how it found me. Hearing this, Lu Ming didn't reveal too much of a surprised expression, and instead muttered to himself. Following this, his body moved, and he transformed into a shadow as he rushed into the white light. After the white light flashed and disappeared, Lu Ming could see everything in front of him clearly. What he didn't expect was that at this moment, in front of him wasn't a hall filled with countless dazzling treasures, but a damp cave about an acre in size. Although it didn't look much smaller than the hall outside, there was nothing other than a few seemingly ordinary black coffins and a giant cauldron-shaped 10,000-year lamp. And in the center of the cave, the flying demon head was spitting out balls of green flames that filled the sky. At the same time, with a chi-chi sound, it turned its head full of long hair into layers of silk nets that protected itself within. The two black-clothed men chased after the flying head and attacked it without stopping. One of them was holding a bronze mirror that spewed out countless red lightning flames, while the other was holding two bone swords that transformed into rolling black gas and attacked it without stopping. But other than that, there was also a black bat that was a foot long that joined in the attack. As it flapped its wings, it vaguely released countless gray wind blades. However, even though the attacks of these two people and one beast were as fierce as a storm, with the flying demon head focused on defense, they couldn't do anything to this demon in an instant. But when Lu Ming also appeared in the cave, the tall black-cloaked man's face immediately darkened, and he suddenly let out a whistle. After the black bat heard this, it suddenly turned around and charged straight at Lu Ming, bringing with it a gust of fishy wind. Almost at the same time, there was a fluctuation beside Lu Ming, and a translucent phantom actually flashed out of thin air and fiercely pounced at him. A cold snort, suddenly, several green sword chis rolled out from Lu Ming's sleeve, and at the same time, a scarlet-red fireball flew out from his other hand. Pung! Pung! The translucent phantom was swept up by the green sword chis, and involuntarily flew backwards. Surprisingly, it was a ghost-like woman. Her face was pale and bloodless, and her 10 jade-green fingers were sharp. The demonic bat's body swayed, and it avoided the fireball. But in the next moment, the fireball trembled and exploded on its own. Amidst the rolling flames, a jade light unexpectedly shot out. With a flash, it pierced through the bat's head. The black bat let out a sharp cry, and with a pudong sound, it fell from the sky, and was no longer able to move. And taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming's green short sword shook again, and he once again slashed out a misty green sword shadow towards the translucent phantom. At the same time, the jade light turned around, and with a chi-chi sound, it also shot towards the translucent phantom. "Fellow, please stop, we can sit down and talk." Seeing this, the tall black-clothed man let out a low shout in shock, and at the same time, his body moved, and he took the initiative to stop attacking the flying demon head. On the other side, when the fat black-clothed man saw this, he couldn't help but slow down his attacks. But it was as if Lu Ming didn't hear it. Not only did the green short sword in his hand not stop for a moment, but the jade shadow needle also flashed near the phantom woman, and with a blur, it turned into a densely packed ray of light that shot out. This phantom was originally flustered by the green sword chis, and with a moment of carelessness, the ray of light pierced through her forehead. After a wail, the phantom woman turned into a puff of green smoke, and disappeared into thin air, leaving behind only a dull, jade-green bead. "Night Maiden! I'm going to kill you, I'm going to dismember your body into 1,000 pieces and pull out your tendons." When the tall black-clothed man saw that the phantom girl had been killed in the blink of an eye and that he was unable to save her in time, he immediately let out a loud shout and became incomparably furious. "You're crazy! It's only a spirit servant, don't ruin our big plan. My spirit beast was also killed by him." The fat black-clothed man saw the situation and jumped in fright, hastily reminding his companion. The flying head took advantage of this opportunity and with a flash, circled around and flew to Lu Ming's side. Lu Ming waved his sleeve and the jade shadow needle disappeared into his sleeve. He then expressionlessly looked at the two people in front of him. What do you know? The Night Maiden is mine. Whatever, there's no point in talking to you about this. I'll only ask you one question. Are you willing to help me take down this little guy? The tall black-clothed man tore off the black cloth on his face, revealing the gloomy face of a middle-aged man as he fiercely asked. This kid can actually use 2 totems at the spirit apostle level. I'm afraid that even if we work together, we won't be able to win. Let's talk with him first. The fat black-clothed man's eyes slightly flashed as he looked left and right. As long as you help me kill this kid, I'll only take 1/3 of the treasures here. The rest will all belong to you. The tall middle-aged man heard this and said while clenching his teeth. Are you serious? Hearing this, the fat black-clothed man's eyes lit up. You and I have worked together for so many years, when have I ever not kept my word? However, you don't need to hide anymore, show me your trump card. Your cultivation is not as good as mine, yet you still dare to come here with me to open the treasures. You definitely have something to rely on. The tall middle-aged man said with a face as heavy as water. Since it's like this, I'll agree. Riches and honor are always found in danger. However, if I want to use my trump card, number 1, you should also use your trump card. Otherwise. The fat black-clothed man's smile disappeared as he spoke. You don't need to say it, I won't hold anything back. The tall black-clothed man said hatefully. Suddenly, he tore off the front of his shirt, revealing his bare chest. After the fat man in black swept his gaze across, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Ming focused his gaze and was slightly stunned. On the chest of the tall black-clothed man, there was a picture of an evil ghost. In the picture, the evil spirit sat cross-legged on the ground, grabbing a bloody thigh and tearing it apart. There was also a woman's mutilated body on the ground. The entire picture was vivid and lifelike, but it made people feel a chill run down their spines. Floating ghost painting. You're quite bold to use the soul of your loved one to cultivate such a bloody secret technique. Aren't you afraid that your soul will never be able to reincarnate after you die? Lu Ming said slowly, revealing the origin of the evil ghost pattern on the black-robed man's chest. The barbarian ghost sect was a large sect that practiced ghost Dao cultivation methods. Naturally, it had records of this extremely malicious ghost Dao secret technique. However, although this kind of cultivation method had great power, the method of cultivating it was too harmful to the harmony of the heavens. Moreover, there were endless repercussions, so the barbarian ghost sect naturally did not allow their disciples to cultivate it. Kid, you actually know of the floating ghost painting secret technique. I only hope that in this life, I can get whatever I want. Who cares what happens to him after he dies? If I can use this secret technique to become a spirit master, it's not impossible to get rid of the repercussions. The tall black-clothed man laughed crazily. Following that, he opened his mouth and a cloud of blood mist directly sprayed onto his chest. A shocking scene appeared. The seemingly dead evil spirit, in the instant that the blood mist touched its body, actually wriggled and came to life. Following that, the blood mist rolled outwards. Hong! A loud sound rang out, a completely blood-red, 30 feet tall, single-horned giant ghost appeared out of thin air in front of the tall black-clothed man. Its hand was even grabbing the woman's thigh in the picture, and it was still chewing on it non-stop. Seeing this, Lu Ming coldly snorted and the cyan moon sword in his hand unconsciously tightened his grip. Amazing! I didn't expect number 1 to actually cultivate a secret technique like the floating ghost painting. I heard that when this secret technique is cultivated to the extreme, it can even condense a ghost of the Ghost King level. Since it's like this, then I won't hide it anymore. After the fat black-clothed man recovered from his shock, he suddenly clapped his hands and laughed loudly. Following that, he didn't seem to use any technique, but the side of his shoulder suddenly bulged out. After another painful shout, a bloody tiger head grew out from the side of his neck. At the same time, the clothes under his ribs also split open, and 2 hairy arms popped out. Beast transformation technique. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyebrows furrowed even more. Although he knew that the two leaders of the Black Spirit group weren't normal evil cultivators, he didn't expect that the two of them would cultivate such a strange secret technique. Hee, kid. I originally didn't want to use this technique. But seeing that you're so troublesome to deal with, and can even control the legendary flying head, I'll make an exception this time. The black cloth covering the fat man in black, who had transformed into a two-headed, four-armed man, had automatically fallen off the moment he transformed, revealing a seemingly kind and chubby face. However, after moving his new head and arms, the words that came out of his mouth were filled with an endless bloodlust. Beast transformation technique. That's great, number 2. With this kid is dead for sure. Once the tall black-clothed man saw his comrade use the secret technique, he was even more delighted. But after a cold breath, he suddenly made a hand sign with his two hands. The blood-red demon immediately threw away the leg in its hand, and with a sudden squat, it jumped up with a muffled sound. Its huge body was like a small mountain as it headed straight for Lu Ming. On the other side, the fat black-clothed man with 2 heads and 4 arms only turned his body, and with a blur, he also rushed over like a spinning top. Lu Ming only glanced at the fat black-clothed man, and the flying head floating above his head flew out with a strange laugh. Before it even got close to the spinning top, its head of long hair shook as it shot forward, and in an instant, it began to fight with the fat black-clothed man who had transformed. As for the giant ghost that came pressing down from the sky, Lu Ming only moved his 2 feet, and his whole body lightly dodged it. At the same time, the short sword in his hand shook, and he was about to slash at the giant ghost. But at this moment, the giant ghost in the sky was 1 step ahead of him, and its 2 hands shook as it charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming was startled, and before he could understand what the giant ghost was doing, suddenly, with 2 pu sounds, 2 gray rocks the size of a human head flashed out from the giant ghost's palms, and with an evil wind, it smashed towards Lu Ming. Stone bullet technique. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but be shocked. After twisting his body again, he was able to barely dodge the 2 rocks, but at the same time, his cyan short sword also slashed at the giant ghost with several rays of sword chi. But what caused his heart to tremble was that when the giant ghost landed, its huge body flashed with a yellow light, and without the slightest hesitation, it sank into the ground. When the sword chi slashed down, it only left a few shallow sword marks on the ground. Lu Ming's face darkened, but before his feet landed on the ground, he suddenly shook his sleeve, and a silver chain flew towards the tall black-clothed man in front of him with a clanging sound. He knew very well that the reason why this giant ghost was so strong was mainly because of the opponent's control. As long as he could directly take care of it, this ghost formed from the floating ghost diagram would no longer exist. At this moment, a roar came from below, and the giant ghost pounced out from the ground. Its 2 arms spread out, and fiercely rushed at him. But with a twist of his body, Lu Ming once again dodged without a sound. At this time, the tall black-clothed man in front of him raised his hand, and a glyph floated out. With a flash, it turned into a sparkling and translucent ice barrier, tightly protecting him. When the silver chain struck the ice barrier, a cold light flashed, but it was unable to do anything to this protection. The evil ghost's body continuously swayed, appearing and disappearing on the ground, continuously chasing after Lu Ming. Even when it was occasionally struck by the cyan-colored sword chi, its body only became a blur, and it immediately recovered to its original state. This caused Lu Ming to be unable to help but feel an endless headache. But on the other side, the flying head displayed its remarkable abilities, and its whole body was covered in demonic chi, fighting with the fat black-clothed man with 2 heads and 4 arms. But when the evil ghost once again rushed out from the ground, and pounced towards the nearby opponent, the green short sword in Lu Ming's mouth suddenly disappeared with a flash, and in its place was a scarlet-red iron tube. After a gabing sound, a sparkling and translucent silk net appeared. Caught off guard, the giant ghost wanted to dodge, but it was simply too late. After it let out an angry roar, it was firmly enveloped by the net. At the same time, a surging cold chi rolled over, and a layer of ice immediately appeared on the surface of its body, causing its movements to immediately become sluggish. Seeing this, Lu Ming was overjoyed. With a wave of his sleeve, the silver chain once again shot out, and with a blur, it firmly wrapped around the giant ghost. Following this, he made a hand sign with 1 hand, and a scarlet-red fireball appeared in his hand. In an instant, it became as large as a water jar, and he directly aimed it at the trapped giant ghost. When the tall black-cloaked man in the distance saw this, his expression changed greatly. He hastily made a hand sign, and the ice barrier in front of him collapsed in a flash. With a flip of his hand, a small scarlet bow and several arrows of the same color suddenly appeared in his hand. He raised his hand, and was about to shoot a continuous stream of arrows at Lu Ming. But at this time, suddenly, a black shadow leapt out from the ground behind him. After a flash, it used its two giant pincers to clamp down on one of his legs. At the same time, its tail moved, and a dozen black lines flashed, piercing through the same calf. A blood-curdling scream, the tall black-cloaked man angrily lowered his head, and saw that a dozen or so small black holes had impressively appeared on his calf. A layer of black chi quickly rolled up from his foot, and at the same time, a strange itchy feeling also began to spread from his calf. With the tall black-cloaked man's experience, how could he not know that he had been hit by some strange poison, and that there was no antidote for it in a short period of time? However, he could also be considered an ambitious person. After his expression changed, he suddenly moved his arm, and a sharp nail that was several inches long popped out of one of his fingers. He slashed it across his knee like lightning. His pitch-black calf instantly fell off and fresh blood violently sprayed out. At the same time, the tall black-cloaked man moved one leg and his body shot out like an arrow. He quickly slapped a glyph on his leg. Immediately, spots of green light flashed and the bleeding stopped. At the same time, the wound quickly healed. However, at this moment, the white-boned scorpion chased after him, not showing the slightest intention of letting its opponent go. The tall black-cloaked man forcefully endured the pain and landed on the ground. Seeing this scene, he was both shocked and angry. With a shake of his sleeve, he once again took out the copper mirror from before and waved it at the bone scorpion. Immediately, a blood-colored lightning fire smashed towards the scorpion. However, the bone scorpion twisted its body and, wrapped in a purple mist, wildly flashed and dodged the lightning fire. Following this, the stinger on its back moved and transformed into a dozen or so black lines that pierced through the air. However, the black-cloaked man used the lightning fire in the copper mirror to force them back. At this moment, an earth-shattering sound came from where Lu Ming was. Astonishingly, Lu Ming had already thrown the huge fireball in his hand and it fiercely smashed into the trapped giant ghost below. The ghost let out a loud roar and was submerged by the mushroom-shaped fire cloud. In an instant, it turned into ashes under the high temperature. The ghost that was using the copper mirror to face off against the bone scorpion had the image of an evil ghost on the chest of the tall black-cloaked man. At the same time, the evil ghost in the image blurred and unexpectedly burrowed into the tall black-cloaked man's chest and disappeared. The tall black-cloaked man let out a loud roar and threw away the copper mirror in his hand. He flipped over and fell to the ground. Holding his head with both hands, he began to wildly roll on the ground. At the same time, he let out miserable cries as if he was experiencing some kind of unimaginable pain. Seeing this, the white-boned scorpion naturally would not give up. With a movement of its body, it immediately pounced on the tall black-cloaked man. Its two huge pincers and stinger immediately unleashed a torrential attack. In an instant, the opponent, who had no strength to resist, was torn to pieces. A large amount of black blood immediately flowed out of the dismembered corpse with a goo-goo sound. When Lu Ming saw this, his expression relaxed. After moving his gaze, it landed on the other side of the battle. At this moment, the fat black-clothed man who was in a deadlock with the flying head using the tiger head to spit out balls of raging flames couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that his comrade had been defeated in the blink of an eye. The tiger head once again spat out a pillar of fire, forcing the flying head back a few steps. Suddenly, the fat black-cloaked man transformed into a shadow and pounced towards a black coffin. "Stop him!" Lu Ming ordered. Another ball of black shadow shot over and knocked into the fat black-cloaked man who was flying over, causing him to tumble. It was the white-boned scorpion. At this moment of delay, the flying head let out a strange laugh and flew over. Its long hair once again curled up. The bone scorpion also opened its mouth and spat out a ball of purple flame. In an instant, the fat black-clothed man was caught in a pincer attack by the bone scorpion and the flying head. Even though the tiger head spat out flames continuously and its 4 hands each held a bone sword in a frenzied counterattack, he was still at a disadvantage in an instant. At this moment, the short sword in Lu Ming's hand trembled and streaks of cyan-colored sword chi also joined in the attack. As a result, the fat black-clothed man was even more unable to resist. Unable to dodge in time, his shoulder was pierced by the bone scorpion's tail. Immediately, a strange itch spread from the wound. "Stop, I surrender. If it wasn't for me, I'm afraid that fellow wouldn't be able to obtain the true treasure." The fat black-clothed man's heart sank and he suddenly shouted. "The true treasure?" Hearing this, Lu Ming's expression slightly changed. "That's right, fellow wouldn't really think that the previous dynasty's treasure is in these coffins, right? There should only be some ordinary treasures inside. The true treasure is actually hidden somewhere else." The fat black-clothed man shouted with all his might while bitterly resisting the attacks of the flying head and the bone scorpion. In this short period of time, he felt that his shoulder was completely numb. Even his 2 arms were unable to move. Seeing that he was unable to resist the attacks in front of him, the fear in his heart could be imagined. Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. He didn't see any movement, but the flying head and bone scorpion that were originally furiously attacking suddenly stopped and retreated a few steps. Seeing this, the fat black-clothed man's heart relaxed. He hurriedly took out a small bottle from his chest and in one breath, he swallowed 7 or 8 pills. In this short period of time, he already felt that half of his body was already numb. The shock in his heart could be imagined. "It's no use. My bone scorpion is a mutated ghost. Normal antidote pills can at most temporarily suppress its toxicity. If you want to completely remove it in a short period of time, that's just wishful thinking. First remove the beast transformation technique. Otherwise, I don't mind getting rid of you first and then slowly searching for this so-called treasure." Lu Ming slowly walked over and said indifferently. "I understand. I'll do as fellow says." Hearing this, the fat black-clothed man clenched his teeth and replied. Following that, he formed a hand sign with one hand. The tiger head and the 2 beast arms under his ribs immediately shrunk and turned into nothingness in an instant. At the same time, the aura on his body weakened by more than half. "If it wasn't for the fact that I lost too much blood when breaking the restriction, I wouldn't have been able to display the true strength of the beast transformation technique. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost so quickly." After the fat black-clothed man withdrew the secret technique, his face once again revealed a depressed expression. "If you don't accept it, you can go down and accompany him," Lu Ming said expressionlessly. His gaze faintly swept over the dismembered body of the tall black-clothed man. Almost at the same time these words left his mouth, the white bone scorpion and flying head began to move again. "I was only joking. Fellow, please don't take it seriously." Seeing this, the fat black-clothed man naturally jumped in fright and hurriedly said. "I don't care if you're joking or just pretending to be joking. Now, tell me where the real treasure is. Don't think of delaying. If I feel that they have this idea, I'll immediately have them make a move." Lu Ming stared at the black-clothed man beside him and said coldly. "How could I have such an idea? The real treasure is actually below this cavern. Moreover, it's sealed by another formation. However, only I know the method to open this seal." Hearing this, the fat black-clothed man replied with a bitter smile. "Then first tell me what the real treasure is." After listening, Lu Ming asked without batting an eyelid. "If I haven't guessed wrong, the real treasure should be an ore pit." This time, the fat black-clothed man hesitated for a moment before speaking with a face full of helplessness. "Ore pit." Even though Lu Ming was always steady, he was speechless when he heard this. "That's right. Although it's not too big of an ore pit and I don't know what kind of pure ore chi it is, no one has opened it for so many years. There should be a lot of pure ore chi accumulated inside." Since the fat black-clothed man had revealed this secret, he didn't hide anything and told Lu Ming everything. "Very good. Then let me see if what you said is true. However, before that, I still need to do something else." Lu Ming forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart and regained his calm. "What fellow means?" The fat black-clothed man was startled as he asked. But without waiting for him to respond, the flying head to the side suddenly shook its head. With a piercing sound, a strand of long hair shot straight towards the fat black-clothed man. Seeing this, the fat black-clothed man's face changed. However, after his gaze swept over the nearby white-boned scorpion that was eager to try, he immediately let out a bitter smile and stopped moving. In the end, with a pu sound, the long hair instantly entered his body and wrapped around his slightly beating heart, causing him to quiver unconsciously. When you open the seal, you better behave. Otherwise, with just a thought, the flying head will crush your heart. Okay, you can go open the seal now. After witnessing this scene, Lu Ming's face slightly relaxed. Okay. Fellow, please wait a moment. However, before I open the seal, I still need to take an item from the coffins. The fat black-clothed man lowered his head and looked at the long hair that entered his chest. His chubby face was suddenly filled with a flattering smile, as if he really was an amiable mortal. What artifact do you want to take? In that coffin? Lu Ming naturally couldn't be fooled by this superficial smile, so he asked faintly. The fat black-clothed man was able to become the number 2 leader of the Black Spirit Group and normally commanded so many evil cultivators. If one said that he wasn't vicious and merciless, no one would believe him. It's a metal plate. It should be in the coffin with the silver chrysanthemum on the corner. When the black-clothed man saw that Lu Ming didn't seem to want him to immediately go and take the item, he hesitated for a moment before pointing at one of the black coffins. After hearing this, Lu Ming's gaze swept over and he immediately saw the coffin clearly. It was the one that the fat black-clothed man had wanted to rush over when he wanted to escape. He muttered to himself for a moment before shaking the short sword in his hand. A cyan-colored sword chi rolled out and chopped at the shrub in the distance. Dang! When the black sword chi chopped at the coffin, it actually only left a faint sword mark and wasn't able to really cut it open. Fellow, these coffins are all made from 10,000-year-old ebony. It can be considered a treasure in itself. When the fat black-clothed man saw this, the corner of his eye twitched and he hastily explained. Is that so? If that's the case, then it would be a pity to destroy it. When Lu Ming heard this, his expression slightly changed. He put away the short sword in his hand and replaced it with a fist that punched at the empty air. Hong! A loud sound rang out. This time, after the coffin's lid was hit by a huge force, it forcibly flew out. At the same time, a thick stench of rotting corpses spread out from within. Lu Ming's eyebrows furrowed and his body moved as he rose into the air. He slowly flew towards the coffin and stopped several tens of feet away from it. He lowered his head and looked at the coffin below him. The corner of his mouth suddenly had a trace of a mocking smile. With a shake of his sleeve, a series of fireballs shot down from the sky. Pung! The ferocious flames exploded within the coffin and rolled up a scarlet-red pillar of fire. In the next moment, a strange cry came from within the coffin and a zombie wearing black iron armor jumped out. In front of its chest was a palm-sized metal plate that was tied with a thin string. It staggered a dozen steps in the midst of the raging flames, and with a piercing sound, its head was chopped off by a huge wind blade that shot towards it. The headless corpse continued to travel a short distance before collapsing to the ground with a plop. In the end, it turned into a pile of white ash in the flames. Only then did Lu Ming wave his hand at the pile of white ash. With a swish, a black metal tablet flew out and landed firmly in his hand. He only glanced at the metal tablet in his hand a few times before flying back with a movement. Fellow, this iron plate corpse is. The black-clothed man beside Lu Ming tried to explain with a stutter as soon as his feet landed on the ground. However, Lu Ming waved his hand and directly cut him off. He tossed the metal tablet in his hand at him and asked emotionlessly, "Is this the artifact you're talking about? If it is, then open the seal immediately. I don't want to listen to any more nonsense right now." Yes, this is the item necessary to open the seal. I'll open the seal as soon as I get off the horse. Although Lu Ming did not mention the iron plate corpse in the coffin at all, it still made the fat black-clothed man shiver inside. As soon as he received the metal tablet and glanced at it, he answered in a hurry. Afterwards, he immediately walked to the center of the cavern and raised the metal tablet high up in the air. He opened his mouth and spat out a clump of essence blood, then began to chant. The incantation was cryptic and difficult to understand, but it was filled with an indescribable rhythm. With a pu, the ordinary-looking metal tablet suddenly shone with white light, becoming brighter and brighter. In the end, with a tremble, it broke free from the fat black-clothed man's single hand and shot into the air above the cavern. With a flash of white light, the metal tablet directly disappeared into the ceiling of the cavern. In the next moment, countless white inscriptions of light appeared above the cavern. They shot downwards like raindrops, all disappearing into the ground. Afterwards, there was a muffled rumble from the ground. The entire cavern began to tremble slightly, and another huge, five-colored inscription formation emerged from the ground. With a spin, an extremely terrifying aura of restriction swept out. At the same time, the ground at the center of the formation suddenly shattered inch by inch, and a large black hole appeared out of thin air. Faint ghostly howls could be heard coming from within. "This is the entrance to the ore pit?" Lu Ming looked at the black hole and a trace of passion flashed across his eyes. There should be no mistake. The fat man in black looked at the big hole and said with a trace of excitement on his face, "If that's the case, you can leave." Lu Ming glanced at the fat man in black and said, "Fellow Taoist wants me to go down first?" When the fat man in black heard this, his face slightly stiffened. "What? Do you want me to go down first? But don't worry, I'll let them accompany you down first." Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. "Alright, I'll go first then." Fatty seemed to know that he had no chance of objecting, so he squeezed out a smile and replied. Following this, he carefully approached the black hole on the ground and looked inside. Only then did he bite the bullet and jump in. The flying head and the bone scorpion naturally followed closely behind. After a short while, Lu Ming didn't feel anything wrong from the bone scorpion and the flying head. Only then did he also fly into the black hole in a flash. The black hole wasn't too deep. Lu Ming felt that he only needed to take a few breaths before he arrived at another cavern with a bright light in front of him. But other than the small area controlled by the formation where he landed, the other areas were astonishingly filled with thick black qi, making it impossible for people to clearly see what the cavern looked like. The fat man in black and the flying head and the bone scorpion were obediently staying at the center of the formation. "This doesn't seem to be pure aura qi." Lu Ming's gaze swept across the thick black qi outside the formation and his eyebrows furrowed as he spoke. "I also know that this definitely isn't. But I think that the aura pit should be somewhere nearby. Why don't we look around?" The fat man in black looked at the surrounding black qi and replied with some hesitation. "Look around? Alright, you can leave this place and see what the black qi outside is." Hearing this, Lu Ming gave a cold laugh as he replied. "Fellow must be joking. Since there is a restriction set up here to block the black qi, it must be something not to be contaminated." Hearing this, the fat man in black's face couldn't help but reveal an embarrassed expression. But at this moment, the originally still black qi in the surroundings suddenly surged and began to quickly gather in one direction. In a short while, the black qi that had originally filled the entire cavern had completely shrunk and gathered in a deep pit with a diameter of 70 to 80 feet not far away from them, forming a huge black ball of qi. Within the black ball of qi, a dazzling golden chair was shockingly floating. There was actually a person sitting on it, who was currently slowly raising his head and looking in Lu Ming's direction. His gaze was like lightning. It was a thin and weak-looking youth wearing a yellow robe, with a silver long sword hanging from his waist. His face was ordinary, but his facial features were very delicate. Between his eyebrows, there was actually a 40 to 50% resemblance to the fat man in black. And that black ball of qi only spun for a few breaths before completely disappearing into the youth's body. Witnessing such a strange scene, Lu Ming couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. But before he could react, the fat black-clothed man who had been obedient all this while suddenly leaped out from his side without any warning and ran wildly towards the large pit. At the same time, he shouted, "Crown Prince, save me! I'm your descendant. I'm the one who opened the seal. I'm here to let you out." Although his body looked fat, his movements were incomparably fast. After a few leaps, he had impressively run only a few feet away from the large pit. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face darkened. The flying head that remained at the side let out a strange laugh and suddenly shook its head. The strand of long hair that was still tightly attached to the body of the fat man in black suddenly jumped up. With a pu sound, the fat man in black's heart that was locked by the long hair was immediately crushed, causing him to let out a miserable cry and spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. But other than stumbling for a moment, he unexpectedly recovered and continued to jump as if he was flying. This situation caused Lu Ming to be unable to help but be dumbfounded. Haha, kid, you guys didn't expect this, right? I actually have two hearts at the same time. The profoundness of the beast transformation technique isn't something you can imagine. What you've sealed is only the heart of a monster beast, and it has long since swapped places with my own heart. And my main purpose for coming here this time isn't for the treasure of the previous dynasty, but to release the crown prince of the previous dynasty who has been here for 1,000 years. With another sway, the fat man in black jumped into the air near the golden chair. Then, he turned around and spoke to Lu Ming with a proud laugh. Hearing up to this point, Lu Ming's expression became somewhat ugly. But at this moment, the fat man in black suddenly let out a miserable cry. A seemingly thin and weak hand had actually pierced through the other side of his chest, and between the 5 fingers was a slightly beating bright red heart. How could this be, ancestor, you? The fat man in black almost didn't dare to believe his own eyes, but after turning his head with difficulty, apart from the thin and weak youth, there was no one else behind him. The one who had pierced through his heart was also the youth sitting on the golden chair. Do you know, you've done 2 things wrong. The youth's mouth twitched, revealing an extremely strange smile. You. The fat man in black's eyes were wide open, and he felt the strength in his body quickly draining away. He only managed to say one word before he was unable to say anything else. The thin and weak youth calmly continued to speak. First of all, you shouldn't have been so close to me. Do you know, how many years has it been since this body has tasted fresh meat? In this kind of situation, standing so close to me, even if it was my own son, I would still slowly eat him bite by bite. Secondly, I am not the ancestor that you speak of. The original owner of this body, the so-called crown prince of the previous dynasty, had long ago committed suicide because he was too lonely 1,000 years ago. I'm just the new owner of this body. Of course, I have also fused with some of the crown prince's memories. However, seeing that you've worked so hard to open the seal, I will let you die a quick death. Otherwise, if it was fresh meat, it would naturally be more delicious to taste it bit by bit. The moment the youth finished his last sentence, his 5 fingers suddenly clenched together and crushed the heart. Following that, his arm suddenly pulled back, and in one move, he grabbed the fat man in black by the waist and placed him on his knees. Once again, he lowered his head and bit down on the man's neck, and began to crazily drink large mouthfuls of blood. Seeing this, Lu Ming's expression changed several times. Suddenly, his body moved, and he soared into the air and flew towards the entrance. Pung! Just as he neared the entrance, a layer of black light suddenly appeared in front of him, and he was not able to defend against it in time. Don't waste your time. Unless I leave this place first, this place will automatically seal itself. Of course, with your strength, breaking this restriction won't take too much time, but I will still need to give you this much time. The skinny youth finally removed his mouth from the corpse, and revealed 2 large fangs as he spoke to Lu Ming in an understated manner. You are a fiend corpse? Lu Ming's face was as gloomy as water, but his gaze looked at the unfathomably deep pit below him, and he slowly spoke. At the same time, he held the cyan short sword horizontally in front of him, and with a ding-dang sound from his other sleeve, a silver chain flew out, and began to slowly revolve around his body. The flying skull and the white-boned scorpion also suddenly had their hair stand up, and their eyes flashed with a silver light. The other lowered its body, and the tail on its back began to shake unsteadily. Fiend corpse. This body should be considered one. Back then, my body was destroyed by a great enemy, and even my remnant soul was sealed together with this fiend pit. I originally thought that I would not be able to come out, but I never would have thought that there would actually be someone who would open this fiend pit again, and even obediently offer up a completely refined fiend corpse with both hands. Haha, looks like the heavens have not forsaken me. Hearing this, the skinny youth suddenly laughed wildly. Subsequently, the youth raised his arm and pointed a finger at the empty space in front of Lu Ming. Pooh! A formless gust of wind arrived in front of Lu Ming. It was so fast that he didn't even have time to think. He only subconsciously tilted his head and the gust of wind brushed past his ear and hit the stone wall behind him. A deep hole the size of a finger immediately appeared. Symbol Qi. After witnessing this scene, Lu Ming's face immediately changed. The skinny young man on the golden chair chuckled and suddenly flicked several fingers in succession. Chi-chi sounds rang out and a few gusts of wind flashed and simultaneously attacked various parts of Lu Ming's body. However, how could Lu Ming, who was already prepared, still stay where he was without moving? Without thinking, his body suddenly flashed and appeared a few feet away, leaving behind a series of afterimages. A few more gusts of wind flashed by and created a few more holes in the stone wall behind him. That's not right, you're not a spirit master. A true spirit master's symbol Qi is not only at this level. Lu Ming quickly turned his head to look at the holes in the stone wall and then at the skinny youth who had made this round of attacks. He didn't continue to release gusts of wind and his eyes narrowed as he spoke. I've already cultivated symbol Qi. It doesn't matter if I'm a spirit master or not. You're a mere spirit apostle and you still want to escape from my hands? This place has already been completely restricted. Unless you have a method comparable to a spirit master's attack, you can only break it in one blow. Otherwise, you're destined to have your blood sucked dry by me. The skinny youth laughed as he spoke. Subsequently, he bent his 5 fingers and actually turned them into claws that clawed at Lu Ming. Another sound pierced through the air above Lu Ming's head fluctuated and a translucent gray-white hand appeared out of thin air and grabbed down like lightning. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. With just a slight movement of his body, he was blown away by the strong wind like a willow leaf. At the same time, the nearby white-boned scorpion and flying head moved at the same time. The white-boned scorpion, with its head full of densely packed hair, fiercely shot out and its tail transformed into a dozen or so black lines that pierced through. After the large grayish-white hand was attacked by the two at the same time, it flashed wildly a few times and dissipated into specks of spiritual light. The skinny young man's face sank when he saw this, and he moved his arm as if he was going to grab at Lu Ming again. But at this moment, Lu Ming suddenly laughed. Interesting. The attack just now seemed to be quite powerful, but why do I feel like it's just a facade? The meaning behind your words seems to be that you are intentionally reminding me that I can break this restriction with a thunderous method. Let me guess. For some reason, you are unable to break this restriction, so you want to borrow my hand to do it. Either your body isn't feeling well and you're trying to scare me off. It seems like you haven't left that chair since the beginning. When the skinny young man heard Lu Ming's words, a fierce expression flashed across his face. He didn't reply, but his arm moved and unexpectedly pulled out the silver long sword from his waist. He then slashed at Lu Ming. An ear-piercing screech, Lu Ming only saw a silver light appear in front of him. A misty silver sword Qi had somehow reached the top of his head and ruthlessly slashed down. He was startled and wanted to dodge, but the ground suddenly made a ping sound. Suddenly, 2 earthy yellow hands appeared and grabbed both of his legs. Lu Ming's heart sank and the cyan short sword in his hand immediately slashed at the sky. A wave of cyan sword shadows rushed into the sky. At the same time, the silver chain around his body also began to spin crazily. Not only did it shatter the 2 earthy yellow hands under his feet, it also transformed into a silver shadow that protected him. When the silver and cyan sword Qi in the air came into contact, a shocking loud sound immediately erupted. When the skinny young man on the golden chair saw this, he sneered. He swung his arm that was holding the long sword and suddenly slashed at Lu Ming. Immediately, another silver sword Qi slashed down from above like lightning. In this way, the cyan sword Qi only let out a mournful cry before it turned into specks of cyan light and disappeared. The 2 silver sword Qi combined into one and fiercely slashed at the crazily spinning silver chain shadow. A series of muffled sounds immediately erupted. Lu Ming stumbled and finally retreated from the envelopment of the power of the silver sword Qi. The originally sparkling and translucent silver chain dimmed significantly. However, when Lu Ming regained his footing, he glanced at the silver chain and then at the skinny young man opposite him. A strange expression suddenly appeared in his eyes as he asked, "Is this your trump card? It seems like I guessed correctly. There is indeed something wrong with you now." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly threw the cyan short sword in his hand into the air. He quickly formed a hand sign with one hand and started chanting. After the cyan short sword spun, it turned into a cyan full moon. As it spun, it continued to expand. At the same time, the white-boned scorpion and the flying head moved and pounced in the direction of the large pit. As a result, the flying head only flashed a few times and arrived in the air not far from the skinny young man. It opened its mouth and spat out balls of green flames. Following that, its long hair shook and turned into countless jade-green threads that shot over. A sinister smile appeared on the skinny young man's face. He suddenly opened his mouth to spit out a cloud of grayish-white light. With another swirl, the green flames were all sucked into his mouth. However, he didn't care about the long hair that was flying toward him. Instead, he moved his empty arm and punched forward. Hong! When the densely packed long hair pierced through the skinny young man's body, the flying head was immediately hit by an invisible force and flew backwards with a scream. At this time, the white-boned scorpion pounced over. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of purple flames. At the same time, its stinger moved and turned into a dozen or so black lines that pierced through. Poo-poo sounds rang out. The skinny young man actually allowed the purple flames and black lines to hit his body. Instead, one of his arms moved like a snake and grabbed the white-boned scorpion's ink-black stinger. With a flick of his wrist, the white-boned scorpion was fiercely thrown to the edge of the large pit. A muffled sound. The entire ground trembled slightly. The place where the white-boned scorpion was instantly caved in, causing the white-boned scorpion to be unable to climb up for a long time. It was obvious that the white-boned scorpion's fall was not light. However, what was even more shocking was that no matter if it was the flying head's long hair or the white-boned scorpion's stinger, the skinny young man's body only emitted some black gas and not a single drop of blood. However, at this time, the cyan moon soared in the air had already turned into a full moon the size of a wash basin. With a low shout from Lu Ming, it disappeared in the air with a blur. In the next moment, the cyan moon appeared in the air above the skinny young man and silently fell down. A dense cold light sprinkled down. The young man originally wanted to make a move and deal with the white-boned scorpion and the flying head first. However, after seeing the terrifying aura of the cyan moon, his face immediately changed. The silver long sword in his hand shook and in one breath, he sent out a dozen or so sword cheese into the air. In an instant, the cyan moon and the silver sword cheese collided, causing bursts of explosion sounds to be heard. The cyan and silver lights crisscrossed in the air and the two seemed to be in a deadlock for a while. Just at this moment, a huge wind blade of 5 feet and 10 feet long condensed in front of Lu Ming. With a shake of both his hands, the huge wind blade disappeared with a blur. A light flashed in the skinny young man's eyes. Suddenly, his arm moved and he actually grabbed forward with his bare hand. His entire palm shockingly became incomparably shriveled and as black as ink. Pung! After a blur, the huge wind blade appeared in front of the skinny young man and was caught firmly by his outstretched palm. A scene that was almost unbelievable to Lu Ming appeared. The gigantic wind blade slashed at the palm, but not only did it not break, instead, the thin wind blade was forcefully crushed by the skinny youth's 5 fingers after a fierce expression appeared on his face. Even though Lu Ming was usually calm, after witnessing this scene, his heart couldn't help but sink. However, his hands didn't move in the slightest. After a series of rapid trembling of his 10 fingers, dots of red light immediately appeared in front of him. After spinning and condensing, they transformed into a scarlet-red fireball that quickly grew larger. When the skinny young man saw this, his face turned cold. He opened his mouth and spat out 2 balls of black liquid. However, the moment the 2 balls landed on the ground, they wriggled and transformed into 2 black monster apes that were 10 feet tall. With a cry, they charged at Lu Ming with bared fangs and brandished claws. However, at this time, there was another pu sound. The 2 transformed monster apes were instantly covered by a silk net. It was the flying head that had shot over and once again released a head full of silk nets. Even though the 2 monster apes struggled with all their might in the silk nets, they didn't seem to be able to escape for a while. The skinny young man's face became a bit ugly. With a shake of the silver long sword in his hand, he was about to slash at the demon. However, at this time a loud sound came from the sky above his head. It was the green full moon that suddenly exploded. 100 rays of green sword chi rushed out and destroyed the silver sword chi. Then, they transformed into a dense cold light that swept down. The skinny young man had no choice but to change the direction of the silver long sword in his hand and madly slashed at the sky. At this time, there was a rumbling sound on Lu Ming's side. A huge fireball the size of a water tank was already rolling over. When the skinny young man saw the momentum of the huge fireball, a trace of fear appeared on his face for the first time. However, for some reason, he still didn't leave the chair he was sitting on. Instead, after a scream, he opened his mouth and spat out 5 or 6 balls of black liquid. Every time he spat out a ball of black liquid, the light in the young man's eyes dimmed a bit. With a so-so sound, these balls of black liquid went straight for the huge fireball. A strange scene appeared. The huge fireball that seemed to be quite powerful actually became a blur after coming into contact with these balls of black liquid, and then silently perished together with them. However, at this time, there was a flash of jade light in the center of the original fireball. A thin jade green needle shot out from it. After a flash, it arrived at the forehead of the skinny young man and was about to pierce through. The skinny youth suddenly spat out a grunt. Although the sound was not loud, the instant he opened his mouth, a gray ball of light shot out. The green light pierced into the ball of light and involuntarily froze. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the skinny youth tilted his head and narrowly avoided the needle. At this moment, Lu Ming, who was originally standing in place, suddenly stomped on the ground with one foot. His entire body shot forward like an arrow. With a sway, he arrived at the skinny youth's side like a ghost. He raised his hand and a blue icicle pierced out. The skinny youth's face darkened. The hand that he used to grab the wind blade blurred and blocked the icicle. At the same time, he laughed coldly and said, "You want to hurt me with this kind of spell? You want to hurt me with this kind of spell? Dream on." Seeing this, a strange expression suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's face. His body suddenly blurred and he actually shot backwards. At the same time, the blue icicle could not be crushed by the skinny youth. With a flash, it exploded. Boom! A strange cold air violently swept out. This cold air was naturally insignificant to the skinny youth. However, 3 thumb-sized crimson beads suddenly appeared out of thin air among the crushed ice. Not good. The skinny youth was shocked when he saw this. He wanted to do something to defend himself, but it was too late. The 3 crimson beads lit up and exploded at the same time. Boom! 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 3 crimson clouds of fire rolled up into the sky above the big pit. After rolling and condensing, they became a dazzling crimson sun. The sun directly covered the skinny youth and the golden chair. The high temperature it emitted was so high that it almost made the surroundings hazy. The youth in the center of the sun screamed in pain. His body instantly turned into ashes, leaving only a pitch-black human skeleton. However, this skeleton only lasted for a short while before it slowly melted in the high temperature. However, at this moment, 2 black flames suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the 2 large eye sockets in front of the skeleton's head. Following this, the skeleton suddenly raised its head and let out a long, mournful cry. The golden chair under its body actually shone brightly and quickly dissolved into a golden liquid. Then, the golden liquid quickly rolled up the skeleton. Instantaneous Gold's originally pitch-black skeleton, after a few flashes, turned into a dazzling golden color. Following that, the surface of the golden skeleton shone brightly with golden light, and its body actually stopped melting. With a single step, it charged out of the envelopment of the crimson blazing sun. However, the moment the golden skeleton escaped from the red light, a shadow flashed in front of it, and Lu Ming silently reappeared. He raised his hand, and a misty white object flew out. It was a string of seemingly crystalline Buddhist beads. Although he hadn't refined this Buddhist bead much, the moment it faced the golden skeleton, it let out a loud Sanskrit chant, as if it had met its mortal enemy. After a blur, it strangely appeared on the golden skeleton's neck. Following that, the surface of the Buddhist bead shone brightly and instantly transformed into an incomparably thick, 7-colored ring of light. Suddenly, it tightened. The golden skeleton let out a shrill cry as countless strands of foul green smoke rose violently from its neck, causing its body to tremble violently without end and be unable to control itself. Pooh! The jade shadow needle circled once, and with a flash, it entered the back of the skeleton's skull, then shot out from the front of the skeleton's brow. The black flames in the golden skeleton's eye sockets, which had been struggling with all its might, immediately dimmed and dispersed, and its struggling body instantly went limp. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart relaxed slightly. With a sway of his body, he appeared next to the skeleton. A green light flashed in his hand, and a wind blade appeared. His arm moved again, and he was about to use this wind blade to directly cut off the skull of the golden skeleton. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The originally lifeless golden skeleton suddenly soared, and two balls of black flames once again appeared in its eye sockets. After a spin, they transformed into two streams of black gas that rushed out, and with lightning speed, they fused into a blurry black ghost face. "Junior, since you have destroyed my fiend corpse body, then I will use your physical body as compensation." With a sinister laugh, the ghost face rushed towards Lu Ming in a blur. Naturally, Lu Ming's heart trembled, and his body instantly shot backwards. At the same time, the green wind blade in his hand flashed, and without hesitation, he slashed at the ghost face. After the green light flashed, the ghost face was unexpectedly unharmed. Instead, it rushed in front of Lu Ming in a gust of wind. Lu Ming roared angrily, and with a flip of his palm, a scarlet-red iron rod suddenly appeared. With a jiabing sound, a sparkling silk net shot out from it. The silk net flashed, and actually flashed past the ghost face's body, without any effect. Alarmed, Lu Ming wanted to use other methods, but it was too late. After the ghost face's body suddenly elongated, it transformed into a ball of black gas, and crashed into Lu Ming's body. This caused Lu Ming to suddenly feel a chill in front of him. Despite using his arms to block in front of his body, it was of no use, as if this ghost had an incorporeal body. After the ghost face let out a strange laugh, it once again swayed, and directly burrowed into Lu Ming's body. However, at this time, a dozen or so scarlet-red pieces of light suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's body. When the ghost face came into contact with one of the pieces of light, it immediately let out a blood-curdling scream, and instantly transformed into a ball of black gas that shot back. It was the self-made dragon scale armor that Lu Ming wore. When it sensed an evil being approaching, it actually automatically displayed a shocking power, and struck the ghost face back. Seeing this unexpected situation, Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed. Without thinking, he suddenly opened his mouth, and a misty green wind spat out. The wind blew the black fog that the ghost face had transformed into, and it actually couldn't move forward for a moment. Following this, he formed a hand sign with one hand, and pointed a finger at the empty space of the golden skeleton. Pung! The seven-colored ring of light on the neck of the skeleton instantly dispersed, and a dense number of Buddhist beads shot out. After a blur, the beads smashed into the black fog that the ghost face had transformed into. Immediately, the seven-colored balls of light simultaneously exploded in the black fog. The ghost face let out a blood-curdling scream, and the black fog that had transformed into squirmed violently in the seven-colored light. However, it was unable to return to its original appearance for a moment. With this time to breathe, Lu Ming then quickly took out a stack of colored glyphs from his sleeve, and threw them forward. Poo-poo sounds rang out. After a blur, the glyph stuck to the black fog like a plaster, and in an instant, it was tightly wrapped up. The hand sign in Lu Ming's hand changed, and he spat out the word explode. All of the yellow glyphs suddenly turned into balls of white light, and within the white light, there was a faint golden flame that flickered incessantly. This time, the ghost face didn't even have the chance to let out a blood-curdling scream before it turned into nothingness in the golden flame. Only then did Lu Ming let out a long breath. If it wasn't for the fact that the ghost couldn't leave the chair at all, and that it happened to have many things that could restrain ghosts on its body, perhaps killing it would have been an extremely difficult task. However, when he thought about it again, he felt a great pain in his heart. The stack of glyphs just now was a set of high-level glyphs specially used to deal with ghosts that the lay spirit master had bestowed upon him not too long ago. Its value was almost second only to the life-saving golden light talisman. If it wasn't for the fact that the ghost face was so difficult to deal with, and that normal exorcism glyphs were mostly useless, he definitely wouldn't have been willing to use them all in one go. But then again, the string of Buddhist beads was a Buddhist weapon, and it was normal for it to have a repelling effect on ghosts. However, the Scarlet Flood Dragon's scales actually had a similar effect on ghosts. This was something he hadn't expected. Lu Ming thought to himself thoughtfully. He raised his hand to touch the slightly hot leather armor on his body, and waved his hand forward. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. One by one, the round beads shot forward, and with a blur, they once again turned into a string of white Buddhist beads. As for the two black demon apes that were originally fighting with the flying head, at the same time that the ghost was killed, they also turned into black gas and disappeared. The demon immediately flew over as light as a feather. At this moment, the white-boned scorpion was finally able to climb up from the depression in the ground. It stumbled a little as it ran to Lu Ming's side, using its two front pincers to rub against his trousers. Lu Ming swept his gaze over the white-boned scorpion's back, and saw that there were a few cracks on its body. He couldn't help but frown, and immediately patted the leather bag with one hand. Pooh! A black cloud swept past, and the white-boned scorpion was sucked back into the leather bag. This time, the white-boned scorpion's injuries weren't light. It looked like it wouldn't be able to fight again for a few months. On the other hand, although the flying head had lost some of its yuan qi, it didn't receive too much damage, so there was no need to hurry and put it away. Lu Ming used his consciousness to instruct the flying head, telling it to stand guard nearby. Only then did he look at the golden skeleton that was almost completely intact. This skeleton was quietly lying next to the large pit, without a trace of life. In Lu Ming's mind, the scene of the golden chair turning into liquid and instantly covering the skeleton's entire body appeared, and he naturally became quite interested. However, now wasn't the time to study this item. He only circled around the golden skeleton twice, and then raised his hand to release a simple storage glyph and put it away. Afterwards, he walked to the side of the fat black-clothed man's corpse. In the battle just now, when the ghost had started fighting, it had casually thrown the corpse to the ground. Lu Ming bent down, and after searching for a while, he actually found a few evil cultivation manuals, and the beast transformation technique was impressively among them. In addition, there were also a few upper-grade spirit stones that were worth tens of thousands. This discovery naturally made him overjoyed. Only then did he remember that he hadn't examined the tall black-clothed man's corpse. This fat black-clothed man was only the second leader of the Black Spirit group, and yet he already had such wealth. As the number one leader, the tall black-clothed man's wealth wouldn't be small either. Fortunately, no one would be able to barge in anytime soon, so he didn't need to be anxious. After putting away all the items, he took a deep breath and walked a few steps to the edge of the large pit. He lowered his head and looked down with rapt attention. The bottom of the pit was filled with grayish-white fog, but there were some crystal black threads mixed in it. Each of them was as thin as a hair, and no matter how the fog rolled around them, they remained motionless, giving off a very strange feeling. This aura is, after Lu Ming released his divine telekinesis to sense the slender black silk in the pit, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. The aura emitted by the black silk was similar to the aura of the aura fiend corpse from before. It seemed that the aura corpse had indeed used the pure aura qi to refine its body, which was why it was able to preserve its body for such a long time. The fiend corpse's physical body was extremely strong against sharp blade attacks, and it could actually crush the giant wind blade with one hand. It seemed that it had a lot to do with the amplification effect of the pure aura qi. But on the other hand, this pure aura land seemed to be extremely restrained by fire attribute attacks. Otherwise, the fiend corpse would not have been afraid to take the giant fireball head-on, and its physical body would have been easily destroyed by the 3 scarlet flame beads. When Lu Ming thought of this, he could not help but feel a little disappointed. With such a flaw and such extreme pure aura qi, it could be considered the lowest level of aura qi. After all, no matter how powerful its amplification effects were in other aspects, it had such an obvious weakness. If it were to be used to condense baleful qi into astral qi, it would be very easy for it to be specially targeted by its opponents in future battles, and it would be very easy for it to die. However, what kind of pure aura qi was in this aura pit? Whether or not the flaws were, as he had guessed, he still needed to bring it back and let someone examine it before he could be sure. Even if this pure aura was only a low-grade existence, the amount of pure aura accumulated in the aura pit was definitely more than 2 or 3 portions. With so much pure aura qi, no matter how flawed it it was enough to be used as a backup pure aura chi. After all, if there were more of the same kind of pure aura, it would also greatly increase the chances of condensing aura into astral energy. When Lu Ming thought of this, he no longer hesitated and took out a seemingly ordinary porcelain bottle from his sleeve. He tossed it into the aura pit below and started to cast a technique with one hand. After the time it took to finish a meal, 5 identical porcelain bottles were placed in front of Lu Ming. At this time, there were only a few black threads left in the pit of aura. Lu Ming did not intend to capture the remaining pure aura chi in one fell swoop. With a shake of his sleeve, he kept the 5 porcelain bottles. Then, he searched the cave again. In the end, apart from the aura pit in the middle, there was nothing else worth paying attention to. Thus, after Lu Ming put the flying head back into the leather bag, he returned to the original center of the formation and raised his head to look at the entrance. He narrowed his eyes, and the green sword suddenly slashed toward the sky. Pooh! A layer of light barrier appeared and repelled the green sword chi. Sure enough, the restriction still existed. However, since there was no one to disturb him this time, Lu Ming's arm became a blur. Immediately, the short sword rushed into the air and slashed continuously. Streaks of green sword chi swept out. After a short while, a loud boom rang out, and the light barrier finally shattered inch by inch. Lu Ming laughed heartily. His body moved, and he turned into a shadow that shot into the sky. Pung! Both of Lu Ming's feet once again landed at the exit of the upper level of the cave. His face was full of joy. The corpse of the tall black-clothed man was still there. Without thinking, Lu Ming took a few steps forward. After a brief search, he found a few upper-level spirit stones, a few medicinal pills, glyphs, and the copper mirror that could emit blood-red thunder fire. This mirror was obviously a totem. Although it did not seem to have much power, and should only be a lower-level totem, it was a rare shocking totem. If he took it out, it should be able to sell for more than 30,000 spirit stones. However, it was a pity that he did not find any cultivation manuals this time. This made Lu Ming, who originally wanted to see the cultivation method of the pagoda ghost, somewhat disappointed. In the following time, Lu Ming went to check the rest of the black coffins. In the end, he found a lot of refining materials, a large number of spirit stones, glyphs, and a few identical lower-level swords. On the surface, these treasures from the previous dynasty did not seem to be much, and there was nothing too valuable, but after estimating their value, he found that they were worth about 100,000 spirit stones. With such a result, Lu Ming, who was lacking spirit stones, was naturally overjoyed. During this trip to the underground cave, not only did he obtain 5 portions of unknown pure aura chi, but he also obtained close to 200,000 spirit stones worth of other treasures. He immediately took out a simple storage glyph and stored all of these items in it. After destroying all traces of this place, he finally left in satisfaction. After a busy and excited night, the sky was already beginning to brighten. Lu Ming did not want to return to the third marquee house. After exiting the tunnel, he directly returned to the cave in the Immortal Dawn Mountain. At noon, Lu Ming was already sitting cross-legged in the secret room, carefully examining a golden skeleton in front of him. He had already tested it. After the skeleton was covered in a layer of golden liquid, its entire body actually became as hard as a lower-level totem. Even the cyan moon sword could only leave a shallow sword mark on it. If he wanted to cut it in half, it would definitely be impossible without slashing 7 or 8 times at the same spot. Lu Ming examined it for a while, and for some unknown reason, he suddenly grabbed the skeleton's shoulder bones with both hands. After a pu sound, a turbulent scarlet flame surged out from his palms and instantly engulfed the skeleton. However, the golden skeleton's color remained the same within the flames, and there was no change at all. Looks like it's because the temperature is not high enough. Lu Ming muttered, and his eyebrows couldn't help but furrow. The high temperature that melted the golden chair was formed by the 3 scarlet flame orbs exploding. Where could he find such conditions in such a short time? However, after thinking for a while, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He put away the golden skeleton, stood up, walked out of the secret room, and left his cave. Half an hour later, he arrived in front of Fan Baizi's cave, and lightly knocked on the door a few times. "Oh, so it's Senior Qian. Today, the master is concocting pills. I'm afraid he doesn't have the time to teach martial uncle alchemy." The boy who opened the door saw Lu Ming and immediately said with a face full of smiles. Lu Ming had already come to Fan Baizi to learn alchemy for a while, so this boy was naturally quite familiar with Lu Ming. No problem, I'm not here to find Master Fan, I just want to borrow the earth fire furnace in the cave. Lu Ming said with a smile, and with a shake of his sleeve, he threw a middle-tier spirit stone to the boy. Hee, it's impossible for other people to use the earth fire furnace. However, Martial Uncle is not an outsider, so of course it won't be a problem. Right now, the master is using room 1's earth fire furnace, so Martial Uncle Qian can use room 2's first. The boy received the spirit stone. The spirit stone immediately said with a smile. Okay, lead the way. Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded without batting an eyelid. Thus, under the guidance of the boy, Lu Ming went straight into the depths of the cave. After a while, he was led into a crimson-red stone room. Inside, other than a lone green pill furnace, there was nothing else. Lu Ming looked at the black crack below the pill furnace, and his face showed a satisfied expression. He immediately shook his sleeve and closed the stone door. He took out a set of formation flags and threw them in all directions. Immediately, a layer of faint white light screen appeared and enveloped the entire secret room. After doing all this, Lu Ming took out another glyph and crushed it with a pinch. With a roll of light, the golden skeleton appeared again. Lu Ming raised his hand and patted the pill furnace. After the lid flashed, it silently floated up. With a flick of his foot, the golden skeleton was kicked into the cauldron with a whoosh. Lu Ming shook his sleeve again and the lid fell back down. He made a hand sign with one hand and shot a few hand signs at the crack below the pill furnace. Pooh! The crack flashed with fire and spat out a crimson-red flame. In an instant, it enveloped the pill furnace. Lu Ming clapped his hands at the flame in the air, and 2 streams of pure spiritual power surged into it. With a hong sound, the originally crimson-red flame turned into a scorching white color. The high temperature it emitted caused the nearby air to start buzzing. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face was filled with joy and he continued to crazily circulate his Fa Li. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Ming left Fan Baizi's cave with a face full of satisfaction and returned to his own cave. Once he returned to the secret room, he sat down cross-legged and took out a jade box from his sleeve. He opened the lid and shockingly revealed a golden ball the size of a fist. This was the unknown golden object that he had separated from the surface of the skeleton with the help of the earth fire pill furnace. As for the black skeleton itself, it directly turned into ashes under the high temperature. When Lu Ming poured the golden liquid out of the pill furnace, it became incomparably hard in an instant. Lu Ming studied it for a long time in the secret room, but he couldn't tell what kind of treasure or material it was. Among the rare materials that he knew of, there was nothing similar. It seemed that this object was the same as the drop of black liquid that he had obtained from the sea race. He would have to wait until he had the chance to find someone to identify it. Therefore, in the following time, Lu Ming organized all the other things that he had obtained from the underground cave and prepared to find a suitable opportunity to sell them all in batches and exchange them for spirit stones. Finally, Lu Ming took out the evil cultivation book that he had just obtained that recorded the beast transformation technique and flipped through it with interest. Most of the cultivation methods recorded in these ancient books were extremely bloody, so he naturally wouldn't practice them. However, by reading the secret techniques recorded in the ancient books, he could broaden his horizons. In the future, if he encountered an opponent who practiced similar cultivation methods, he would be able to find the opponent's flaws and defeat them easily. When it was the 3rd watch of the night, Lu Ming changed his appearance and left the cave. He once again rushed towards the 3rd Marquis's house. Having already experienced it once, this time he went straight to the old pavilion in the corner of the Marquis's house. When he smoothly snuck in front of the old pavilion, his figure flashed and he directly flipped onto the roof of the 2nd floor of the pavilion. Then, he started from the leftmost tile of a row and slowly looked to the right. Lu Ming's gaze suddenly fell on a green tile that was ranked 13th. With a movement of his arm, he quietly took off the tile. Then, he flipped it over and looked at it with rapt attention. On the back of the tile, there was a faint Lu character engraved. Lu Ming's eyebrows jumped. Holding the tile between his 2 hands, he exerted a bit of force without saying anything. Pooh! The entire tile immediately turned into powder, and 2 items fell out from it. It was a black ring and a piece of white cloth with densely packed words written on it. Lu Ming grabbed the two items at the same time. Then, his body moved and he floated in through a window like a ghost, arriving at the second floor of the pavilion. He took out a sparkling bead from his bosom. After using a bit of Fali to activate it, it turned into a ball of white light that floated in front of him. Only then did Lu Ming pick up the item that he had just obtained to take a closer look. The ring looked unremarkable, as if it was just an ordinary iron ring. However, on the inside of the iron ring, there was a blooming lotus engraved. Although it was extremely small, it was extremely lifelike and exquisite. Apart from that, there was nothing special about it. Lu Ming held the ring and examined it for a while. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. Then, he put it away and picked up the white cloth. This white cloth had obviously been specially soaked in medicinal water. After so many years, it actually did not turn yellow. The black characters written on it were also as clear as before, without the slightest blur. The neat small characters on the white cloth were indeed his father's handwriting. After so many years, when Lu Ming saw such a familiar item again, his heart could not help but be in a trance. He let out a light sigh and forced his mind to focus again. He carefully looked at what was written on the white cloth. In the end, after a moment, his face revealed a surprised expression. After an unknown amount of time, he let out a light sigh and put away the item in his hand. However, following that, a flame surged out from his hand and turned the white cloth into ashes. So that's how it is. Mother died in this attic when she was pregnant with me. My father was a confidant of the third Marquis. In order to save our lives, he stole the ring that the third Marquis regarded as a treasure. In the end, I was the only one who was saved. Lu Ming murmured. His face was covered by a black shadow, and it was impossible to see his expression for a moment. But for the rest of the time, he quietly stayed in the pavilion and did not take a step out. Only when the sky was about to brighten did a figure fly out of the pavilion. After a few flashes, he silently flew out of the high walls of the third Marquis residence. Not long after, in the old attic in the corner of the third Marquis mansion, several glyphs stuck on the walls of the attic suddenly burst open in a flash of spiritual light. Rolling crimson flames immediately surged out from within. In an instant, the entire pavilion was engulfed in raging flames. By the time the nearby patrolling guards rushed into the third Marquis residence, the entire pavilion had been reduced to nothing. However, the other nearby buildings were all unharmed. Not a single flame seemed to have leaped over them. When the guards who had just arrived saw this, they could not help but look at each other. Back in the secret room of the cave, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the praying mat and looked at the black ring on his hand. He could clearly feel the faint yuan qi of heaven and earth gathering nearby. This ring could actually gather yuan qi. Although this amount of yuan qi was insignificant to a cultivator, for a normal person, if they wore this item all year round, it might really have the effect of prolonging their life. It was no wonder that the third Marquis viewed this ring as a treasure back then. Even after his father had stolen it and concealed his identity for several years, he was still reluctant to part with it and sent people to find it again. He did not want to let go of its whereabouts. However, the third Marquis did not expect that his father did not take the ring out of the Marquis residence after his wife passed away due to a difficult birth. Instead, he hid it in the attic that he used to live in. What made Lu Ming even more surprised was that his father did not mention any other relatives in the white cloth, nor did he mention anything about his mother's family. He only explained how his mother passed away and why he hid his identity and left the third Marquis residence. Fortunately, the third Marquis had already died in the hands of the evil cultivators of the Black Spirit Group. Otherwise, the hatred of his father's killer would be irreconcilable. If the third Marquis was still alive, he might have to personally pay a visit to him. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from Lu Ming's hand. A ball of crimson flames appeared on top of the black ring without any warning. However, the next moment, with a pu sound, all the flames were sucked into the ring, causing the yuan qi of heaven and earth to slightly thicken. A cold light flashed. With a flip of his other hand, Lu Ming pulled out a cyan short sword and slashed at the ring. With a dang sound, the moment the short sword slashed at the ring, a huge force that was even stronger than the previous slash rebounded, causing the short sword to bounce up high. Lu Ming placed the black ring in front of his eyes. He saw that the place where the cyan moon sword had slashed previously did not leave a single mark. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and lowered his head to look at the black ring in his hand. Suddenly, an extremely complicated expression appeared on his face. Great tungsten steel. I didn't expect to find this material. After so many hardships. Unexpectedly, I found it under such circumstances. This ring was actually made of great tungsten steel. The reason why he could recognize this material at a glance was that before Master Lei left, he had specifically asked him about the shape and many characteristics of the great tungsten steel. The ability to gather yuan qi of heaven and earth was one of the most obvious characteristics of the great tungsten steel. As for the other tests just now, they all confirmed that the material used for the ring was indeed great tungsten steel. However, with the rarity of this material, the person who forged the ring back then probably didn't know the true nature of the material he used. Most likely, he only saw its characteristics of gathering yuan qi and forged it in a muddled manner. As for the third marquis who obtained it later, it was most likely the same. Although Lu Ming had obtained the great tungsten steel that he had always wanted, he didn't know why he couldn't become happy. For the next few days, he was almost completely immersed in the memories of the life he had with his father. After 7 or 8 days, Lu Ming finally recovered from this state. After forcing himself to focus, he prepared to adjust his state of mind for another 2 or 3 days before he began to use this material to condense his sword spirit. However, on this day, when Lu Ming went to a coffin shop in an alley in Xianxia and planned to send some news back to the sect, he instead received a series of shocking news from the sect. What? Callan is of the sea race and even stole the head of the vigorous Ghost King. The Firestorm Way's treasure, the Wind and Thunder Seal, was stolen by a sea race spy. The great elder of the Heavenly Moon sect, Nun Ling Yu, was mysteriously poisoned and one of her personal maids fled the sect overnight. The sea race has already declared war on the countries along the coast. The sects of Haihui country have all fallen in a day and the entire Haihui country is now the world of the sea race. The 5 sects have already formed an army and rushed to the border between the Dexian country and Haihui country. At the same time, the sects have sent out a call for all disciples who don't have a position to report back to their sects within 2 months. Lu Ming stood in front of the communication formation and looked at the series of news he had received. He felt a little dizzy. However, in the news, there was no order for Lu Ming to return to the sect. Obviously, to the barbarian ghost sect, since Lu Ming had the responsibility of monitoring Xianxia, there was no need for him to respond to the call. Instead, the message asked him to pay more attention to the movements in Xianxia to prevent the sea race from continuing to send people to infiltrate Xianxia. When Lu Ming walked out of the alley, his face was extremely gloomy. Up until now, he still couldn't believe that Jia was of the sea race. However, since the higher-ups of the sect had already sent out this news to the disciples everywhere, it was naturally confirmed. This caused Lu Ming's emotions to become extremely complicated. He looked at the many commoners walking to and fro on the streets and the few loose cultivators passing by. Everything was the same as usual. It was obvious that the news of the sea race invading the Yunchuan continent had not reached here yet. Otherwise, the current Xianxia would not be able to maintain its peace. However, this matter could not be hidden for too long. When that time came, the entire Xianxia would be shaken. Before that, it seemed that he had to immediately get rid of some of the things in his hands. Otherwise, when the chaos came, many things would not be able to sell at their original prices. On the contrary, some other things would immediately skyrocket upon hearing the news. After thinking like this, Lu Ming did not hesitate to call a carriage and went straight to the underground market. A few hours later, when Lu Ming transformed into a muscular man in black clothes and walked out of a seemingly ordinary shop, many spiritual weapons, materials, elixirs, and other things that he didn't need were all sold out. At the same time, he had more than 100,000 spirit stones on him. In addition to the 70 to 80,000 spirit stones that he had obtained from the 2 black spirit group leaders, his net worth was close to 200,000 spirit stones. Of course, this was the result of not selling the other treasures on him. However, following that, Lu Ming went to a few talisman and medicinal stores and bought a batch of simple storage glyphs that could be used by spirit apostles and a large amount of materials that were worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. Only then did he relax slightly. But just as he was about to leave the market, he suddenly saw an extremely imposing smithing shop. On the door hung a silver signboard with the words 10,000 Refinements Pavilion. His heart slightly moved, and he directly walked over. This Wanlian Pavilion was quite famous in Xianxia. Its power was even greater than the 100 Spirit House and the Jubao Pavilion. It was said that not only did it have a shop in Daxian, it also had a shop in the neighboring countries. It was a superpower that spanned across many countries. "Fellow, are you here to buy or sell materials?" As soon as he walked in, a middle-aged man with a long mustache greeted him with a face full of smiles. "I've heard people say that there is an appraisal master in your pavilion. He can identify all kinds of rare treasures in the world, and he has never made a mistake. Is it true?" Lu Ming glanced at the unusually spacious shop and asked calmly. "Oh, so you are looking for Master Chu to appraise materials. However, every item that Master Chu appraises requires 300 spirit stones. Moreover, it is something that I am unable to identify. That is why Master Chu is willing to come out." The mustached man replied without any surprise. "So you are also an appraiser?" Lu Ming heard this and looked at the middle-aged man with surprise. "I wouldn't dare. I have only learned from Master Chu for a short period of time. I can identify most materials. Of course, if it is me who appraises things, it is naturally much cheaper. Usually, it only costs 30 spirit stones. If you have something, why don't you let me take a look? If it is not possible, it is not too late to find Master Chu," the mustached man said with a smile. "Since it is like this, I have a few items here. I will let you take a look." When Lu Ming heard this, he nodded his head thoughtfully. "Okay, then please take a seat in the quiet room." The mustached man heard this and was overjoyed. Although his appraisal fee did not seem high, it was different from selling other items in the shop. The appraisal fee belonged to him. 30 spirit stones was a considerable amount of income for him. Thus, after the man gave an order to another worker in the shop, he led Lu Ming to a side hall in the shop. At this time, Lu Ming flipped his palm and took out a small bottle that was a few inches tall. He placed it on the table and said in a very simple manner, "This is a bottle of unknown pure aura qi that I obtained by accident. I hope that you can help me appraise it." "Pure aura qi." The mustached man heard this and was slightly moved. Even the cheapest pure aura qi was worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. He originally thought that Lu Ming was just a normal loose cultivator, but it seemed that he had guessed wrong. The mustached man's mind spun quickly, but his face changed into a bitter smile as he spoke. "I didn't think that you would want me to appraise such a rare treasure like pure aura qi. If it was a normal material, I would still be able to identify it. However, if it is pure aura qi, I am afraid I am unable to do so. How about this, I will invite Master Chu over. This item worth tens of thousands of yuan was enough for a grandmaster to personally appraise it. But the cost is naturally. As long as you can appraise the item, the fee will be the same as what you mentioned earlier. There's absolutely no problem. But what if you can't recognize it?" Lu Ming replied with a smile. The mustached man said without hesitation, if the grandmaster is unable to appraise fellow Taoist's item, then our pavilion will naturally not accept any spirit stones." "Okay, then it's settled." Lu Ming nodded without batting an eyelid. Thus, the mustached man excused himself and left the side hall. A moment later, a pretty maid walked in and served him a cup of fragrant tea before leaving with her head lowered. After a short while, a yellow-robed old man with white hair, a wide nose, and round eyes walked in with large strides. The mustached middle-aged man followed closely behind, and when he saw Lu Ming, he hurriedly introduced. "Let me introduce you, this is Master Chu. This is the pure aura qi that you wanted me to appraise." The yellow-robed elder did not waste any words. His gaze swept across the small bottle on the table and calmly asked. "Not bad, thank you for your trouble this time." Lu Ming stood up and bowed slightly. The yellow-robed elder nodded his head and with a wave of his hand, a so sound was heard as the small bottle was sucked into his hand. This Master Chu's Fa Li was not weak and he was also a middle spirit apostle. Master Chu first touched the small bottle in his hand and made a sign with one hand. Pooh! A white light barrier that was around a foot in size appeared out of thin air, enveloping the small bottle within it. At this time, the elder used a finger to point at the small bottle. The lid immediately flew off and a few black threads flew out. Every thread was abnormally thin and crystal clear. They slowly flew around the small bottle. Master Chu squinted his eyes and used an unknown technique. A green light flashed in his eyes and with a movement of 2 fingers, he caught one of the black threads and pulled it out of the light barrier. He put it under his nose and sniffed it before putting it back. Dry aura qi, the attribute is yin. After condensing the aura qi into qi, it can make the body cold and dry, thus greatly increasing one's defense. It also has a certain amplification effect against yin-type spells. However, it is greatly countered by yang-type spells and fire-type spells. It can be classified as a low-tier pure aura qi. The yellow-robed elder shook the small bottle and absorbed all the black threads back into it. So it is dry aura qi, thank you master. Hearing this, Lu Ming revealed a thoughtful expression. The attribute of the pure aura qi that the elder said was similar to what Lu Ming had expected. Other than this pure aura qi, is there anything else that you want me to appraise? The elder threw the small bottle back to Lu Ming and asked indifferently. He did not seem to care too much about the low-tier pure aura qi in his hand. Master Chu's reputation is well-deserved. I still have 2 materials that I need to appraise. However, one of them is too shocking. I'm afraid this place is not suitable for you to see. Lu Ming took the small bottle and nodded his head in satisfaction. However, he changed his tone and said. It is not suitable to be displayed here. I see. Come with me. There is a place in the pavilion that has been set up with restrictions. It is able to conceal any aura and withstand the power of any treasure that is leaked. Shopkeeper Meng, open the treasure testing room. Master Chu was startled at first, but he immediately smiled and instructed the mustached man. Yes. Friend, please follow me. Shopkeeper Meng heard this and nodded his head. Hearing this, Lu Ming naturally did not have any objections. He immediately stood up and followed the 2 out of the side hall. After passing through a small room, they walked in front of a stone door that was covered with white inscriptions. The mustached man immediately formed a sign with one hand and pointed in the air. The stone door slowly opened. The 3 of them walked in one after the other. Lu Ming scanned the interior and discovered that it was only a small stone room that was only a few feet wide. Other than a pure white round table in the middle of the room, there was nothing else. However, the floor and the stone walls in all directions were impressively engraved with spirit inscriptions. Lu Ming took a closer look at these spirit inscriptions, and his heart relaxed. Although there were many spirit inscriptions, they were the most common types of simple restrictions. They did not have the ability to trap or kill enemies. In this way, he did not need to worry that the people of the Wanlian Pavilion would use the restrictions to do anything harmful to him. Friend, what do you think about this place? What kind of restrictions do you need? I can activate them one by one. The yellow-robed elder glanced at Lu Ming and said with a smile that was not a smile. Forget about the others. I just hope that the ground will be more solid. Lu Ming lifted his foot and stepped on the green stone floor. His expression did not change as he said this. Strengthening the ground is naturally not a problem. The yellow-robed elder was a little surprised. He then formed a sign with one hand and a portion of the spirit inscriptions on the ground lit up and a layer of crystal white light appeared. However, when Lu Ming saw this, he shook his head. He took out a glyph from his sleeve and threw it to the ground. Pooh! The moment the glyph touched the ground, it exploded. Countless yellow inscriptions gushed out from it and disappeared into the ground in a flash. In the next moment, the entire floor of the stone room was suddenly filled with a pale yellow light. When shopkeeper Meng and Master Chu saw this, they looked at each other and saw a trace of astonishment in each other's eyes. They could naturally see that these yellow spirit inscriptions were used to strengthen the ground. At this time, Lu Ming silently fumbled in his sleeves for a while before shaking his sleeves and a white cloud rolled out from it. Hong! A loud sound rang out and the entire stone room shook. A pale silver cauldron appeared in a flash and landed heavily on the ground. As a result, the 3 legs of the cauldron sank deep into the ground, causing the green stones nearby to shatter. Even though the yellow-robed elder and shopkeeper Meng had already guessed what was going on, when they saw this scene, they could not help but jump in fright. They both stared at the silver cauldron in a daze. Could it be that you want me to appraise this cauldron? Master Chu looked at the silver cauldron and was somewhat surprised. Of course not. Even though this cauldron is a treasure, it cannot be compared to the item inside. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he said lightly. The item inside? Hearing this, Master Chu's expression changed. He immediately took a few steps forward and walked to the side of the cauldron. He stretched his head and looked inside. This is... When the elder saw the black liquid in the center of the cauldron, his face immediately revealed an expression of shock. Half an hour later, when Lu Ming walked out of the Wanlian pavilion, shopkeeper Meng followed closely behind him. Shopkeeper Meng's mouth did not stop begging, "Fellow, are you really not going to consider selling these 2 items to the Wanlian pavilion? As long as you agree to sell, the price can be negotiated and will definitely satisfy you." Shopkeeper Meng, I am only here to appraise the materials. These 2 items are of great use to me and I will not sell them to anyone else. Lu Ming said expressionlessly before floating away. The mustached man looked at Lu Ming's disappearing figure and his face could not help but have an expression of pity for wasting a heavenly treasure. When shopkeeper Mei returned to the side hall of the shop, Master Chu was sitting on a chair and seemed to be thinking about something. Looking at you, that person just now definitely did not sell the items. The yellow-robed elder said lightly. That's right. That person indeed did not have any intentions of selling. What a pity. For such a rare material to be in the hands of a spirit apostle is too much of a waste. If our pavilion could obtain it and place it in the auction, I'm afraid that even some of the old crystal-level monsters would be tempted. Shopkeeper Meng replied with a bitter smile. That piece of glazed magma metal is only useful for body cultivators. However, that drop of first yuan heavy water was a top-grade water attribute treasure that could only be refined by a crystal-level cultivator who was proficient in water attribute abilities. Whether it was used as a complete totem to refine or as a material for forging, it had endless uses. Furthermore, this is only first yuan heavy water. If it can be refined into 2 yuan heavy water or 3 yuan heavy water, its value will increase by 100 or 10,000 times. Hee, at that time. Master Chu said with a laugh. I understand what Master Chu means. This kind of treasure is not something a spirit apostle should have. I have already sent out the Guo brothers. News should arrive soon. Shopkeeper Meng muttered to himself for a moment before replying. Very good. You are indeed not an inflexible person. If we hand over this drop of first yuan heavy water to the main pavilion, we will definitely be rewarded handsomely by the pavilion master. Looks like we were right not to attack the people who appraised the materials. Otherwise, why would we attract such a big fish? Hearing this, Master Chu's face lit up. The people who came to appraise before only brought materials that could be used by normal spirit masters. Even though they were rare, how could they be compared to these 2 items? However, I have already instructed the Guo brothers to find a time when there is no one around to make a move. This way, even if this person goes missing, it will not attract too much attention. The only thing I am worried about is that since this person dared to take out such a valuable treasure to appraise, he probably has some tricks up his sleeves. If the Guo brothers fail. Shopkeeper Meng said with some hesitation. Don't worry about this. You still don't know, but a few days ago, the Guo brothers took the bloodthirsty crossbow and exploding pear needles from me. These 2 treasures are extremely useful for sneak attacks. As long as the Guo brothers aren't too stupid, there's a high chance that they won't fail. Master Chu suddenly chuckled and said. What, there is such a thing? Then I am completely at ease. Master Chu was startled at first, but immediately let out a sigh of relief. However, at this time, footsteps came from outside. Then, 2 men, one tall and one short, walked in. You are back. Don't tell me they succeeded so quickly. Shopkeeper Meng asked in surprise as soon as he saw the faces of the 2 men. These 2 people were the Guo brothers that he had just mentioned. Master Chu also revealed a surprised expression when he saw the 2 of them. I'm afraid I have to disappoint Brother Meng and Master Chu. That brat is very cunning. If he didn't take a turn at the end of the street, we brothers wouldn't have been able to find him. The taller man said with an ugly expression. What? The two of you are embarrassing me. How did you do your job? Do you know what kind of treasure this person has on him? Shopkeeper Meng was shocked and angry when he heard this. Master Chu's face darkened. The one with the surname Meng, although your position in the pavilion is slightly higher than the two of us, you don't have the right to order us around. We will report this failure to our superiors, but we will only be fined half a year's worth of spirit stones. When the other man heard this, his complexion changed. The two of them bowed to Master Chu and left the side hall on their own. Master, the Guo brothers did not do their job well and are still so unruly. Why don't you and I jointly report this matter to the main pavilion? The crime of losing the first yuan heavy water and the glazed fire melting metal should be enough to make them unable to recover. When shopkeeper Meng saw this, he was naturally extremely angry. His face was ashen as he spoke to the yellow-robed old man. I'm afraid that won't be easy. Fellow Meng, don't forget that only you and I can confirm that the brat has two rare materials. Without evidence, the general pavilion will not listen to our side of the story. Don't forget that the reason why these two people are so arrogant is because they have people backing them up. If I were you, I would first suppress this matter. There will be another chance in the future. Master Chu replied with a bitter smile. After knowing that the Guo brothers had lost the appraiser, he was very disappointed. He naturally did not want to get involved in the conflict between shopkeeper Meng and the Guo brothers. Thank you for your advice. I have lost my composure. But when I think about how I lost the first yuan heavy water in front of my eyes, I am not satisfied. I really can't accept this. Shopkeeper Meng finally sobered up a little, and could only force a smile as he replied. This is something that can't be helped. Since that person was able to get rid of the Guo brothers so easily, it is obvious that he already has his guard up against the Wanlian pavilion. Once he knows that he has the treasure on him, I'm afraid he will immediately leave Xianxia. You and I can't do anything about it. Master Chu sighed. Shopkeeper Meng's face changed a few times as his face was filled with sadness. Just as the two people from the Wanlian pavilion were talking in the side hall, the person they were talking about did not leave Xianxia. Instead, by changing his appearance, he easily got rid of the suspicious person following him. Then, he left the market and returned to the cave in the Immortal Dawn Mountain. Lu Ming did not find it strange that the Wanlian pavilion would send people to follow him. Even if it was him, if he knew that a person had a treasure that could tempt a crystal-level cultivator, he would probably do the same. After all, in an underground market like Xianxia, the so-called reputable shops were only relative. It was just that they had not met anything that could tempt them. As soon as Lu Mi returned to the cave house, he entered the secret room and once again cast a technique to release the giant cauldron with a muffled sound. Then, he looked at the drop of black liquid in the cauldron again with bright eyes. It was hard to hide the extreme excitement on his face. Although he knew that this item was not a normal material, he never would have thought that it would be the legendary first yuan heavy water. If it wasn't for the fact that Master Chu had tested the various properties of the treasure in front of him, he probably would not have believed it. According to the rumors, this first yuan heavy water was something that powerful people who were proficient in water attribute techniques spent tens or even hundreds of years in order to condense the spiritual water of a river. For a powerhouse above the crystallization period, spending nearly 100 years of hard work just to condense a material was naturally not worth it. As a result, the first yuan heavy water was even rarer in the world. Although it was only a drop, it might contain all the spiritual energy of a small lake after it was compressed. If it was the higher grade second yuan heavy water or third yuan heavy water, it could be a treasure that could only be formed after refining an entire river or even an entire ocean. The first yuan heavy water could not even be compared to it. Of course, other than its weight, the first yuan heavy water itself was also a top-grade water attribute material for crafting weapons. If one found the right master craftsman, they could even directly craft a high-grade spiritual weapon. Furthermore, it could also be refined into the legendary heavy water bead that was extremely powerful. Lu Ming circled the cauldron and looked at the black liquid for a while. The more he looked, the more he liked it. Unfortunately, this kind of treasure was too rare and valuable. It was not something that he could use right now. At the very least, he had to wait until he became a spirit master before he could consider its true use. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming shook his sleeve. After a ray of light flew out, the cauldron was put away by the summer conch. Then, he took out a golden ball from his sleeve. After looking at it carefully, he also revealed a thoughtful expression. Compared to the first yuan heavy water, the glazed fire gold was a little less famous. But in the eyes of those cultivators who mainly trained their bodies, this item made them even crazier than the first yuan heavy water. According to what Master Chu said, the glazed fire gold was also an extremely rare material. It was a rare metal that was produced from the body of an ancient strange insect called the gold-melting worm after it ate countless ores. Although this metal could not be mixed into any totem as a material and could not be directly forged into swords or sabers, it could be directly refined through some kind of secret technique. As long as one could successfully refine it, one could change its shape and be soft or hard as one wished. It could even be directly attached to totem weapons, increasing their power by quite a bit. However, for some body refinement cultivators, refining this metal and attaching it to their bodies was a wondrous thing that had endless uses. Of course, Master Chu did not elaborate on the specifics. But Lu Ming saw that the old man had not finished his words. It was obvious that this item had some other mysterious uses. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Naturally, he would not rashly refine this item right now. In the next 2 days, Lu Ming intentionally changed his appearance and went to the underground market a few times. He also began to search for books related to the Witherdine Aura, first yuan heavy water and the glazed fire gold. From there, he could confirm that the 1,000 refinement pavilions Master Chu did not have any fake information on these materials. If he was asked to directly identify the origin of an unfamiliar material, it would naturally be an extremely difficult task. But if he already knew the name of the material, it would be very easy to find the relevant records, no matter how rare the material was. This was also the reason why there were appraisers in the world of cultivation. Normal appraisers would not carelessly make up an explanation for the items they were appraising. When Lu Ming was really sure that the materials were nothing, he immediately purchased a batch of supplementary materials and immediately began his seclusion in the cave. Half a month later, Lu Ming, who was in the secret room, sat cross-legged on a praying mat with a pale face. In the middle of the praying mat, there was a light silver formation. Around the formation, there were more than 10 medium-grade spirit stones of different sizes. Lu Ming's eyes were tightly shut. In front of him, there was a ball of golden light floating there. And in the golden light, there was a fist-sized golden bead. Its surface was covered with traces of blood. Following Lu Ming's breathing, it slightly expanded and shrank. As time passed, Lu Ming's face gradually regained some color. Only then did he open his eyes and spit out a ball of blood essence. With a pung, the blood essence instantly exploded and turned into a bloody mist that covered the golden bead. The entire secret room, for a moment, was filled with the smell of blood. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly made a hand sign with one hand. The formation on the ground suddenly lit up, and silver runes appeared. At the same time, the blood fog circled around the golden bead and disappeared into it. In the faint golden light, more than 10 new blood marks suddenly appeared on the surface of the bead. They vaguely formed an extremely complicated formation with the other blood marks. Just as the entire blood-colored formation was formed, the golden bead shone brightly and started to dance around Lu Ming with a buzzing sound. The originally lifeless bead suddenly seemed to have come to life. "It's done." Seeing this, Lu Ming's spirits were lifted. In the next moment, without him casting any technique, the bead hit his body with a whoosh. Pooh! The moment the bead touched Lu Ming's body, it turned into a golden liquid. Then, with a roll, it turned into another ugly-looking golden armor. It looked extremely thin, but it covered half of his body. Lu Ming looked at the golden armor on his body and moved his limbs. He could not help but frown slightly. He suddenly patted his body with one hand, and the golden armor melted into liquid again. In an instant, it split into two and flowed into his hands. Then, there was a flash of light, and 2 golden fists appeared out of thin air. When Lu Ming clenched his fists, he immediately felt a strange energy wrap around each of his fingers. It actually gave him a warm feeling. He took a deep breath and suddenly moved his arm. A golden fist hit the ground with a blur. Boom! A loud sound rang out, the entire secret room shook, and a golden wave of air immediately swept out. A large pit that was half a foot deep suddenly appeared on the ground. After Lu Ming retracted his arm, he looked at the golden fist and then at the large pit on the ground. He could not help but reveal a shocked expression. One had to know that because he had taken out the first yuan heavy water, the secret room had already been reinforced. Under such circumstances, his attack was still able to display such astonishing destructive power. This meant that the power of his attack had at least doubled from before. After the pair of fists were wrapped in a layer of glazed magma gold, their strength increased tremendously. Lu Ming still didn't seem to dare to believe this power. He took a deep breath and punched the ground with his other golden fist. Another loud explosion rang out, and another crater that was about the same depth appeared in front of him. This time, Lu Ming's face was full of joy. But after thinking for a moment, he shook one of his fists slightly, and the golden color quickly spread along his wrist. In the blink of an eye, his entire arm was wrapped in a thin layer of gold. A green light flashed in Lu Ming's other hand, and the cyan moon sword was pulled out from his sleeve. With a flash of cold light, the dagger slashed across the golden arm. However, after the sound of metal rubbing against each other, the golden arm remained unscathed. Seeing this, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. With a shake of his wrist, the cyan moon sword turned into a ray of cold light and slashed at his arm. Dang! The green light and golden light intertwined, and the green dagger bounced off, only leaving a faint sword mark on his arm. This time, Lu Ming only nodded. He had only used half of his strength in that attack, and he did not imbue any Li into the sword. It could be seen that after the glazed magma gold became thinner, it was only barely enough to defend against swords and knives. But when he raised his hands and released a fireball and a blue icicle, a happy expression appeared on his face. The glazed magma gold's ability to defend against the power of ice and fire was very shocking. The fireball and the blue icicle did not seem to make the golden arm feel any heat or coldness. But Lu Ming's test did not end there. He held the green dagger in his hand horizontally in front of him, and a layer of golden liquid surged onto the blade, instantly wrapping it in a layer. The green dagger suddenly became a bright gold color. With a shake of his wrist, a ray of golden light slashed at the same golden arm, and a sword mark that was slightly deeper than the previous one appeared. It's only 10% stronger than before. No wonder the ancient records said that the glazed magma gold's amplification of a body refinement cultivator's body is far greater than the amplification of weapons and totem items. Seeing this, Lu Ming muttered, but his face did not show much surprise. With a shake of the dagger in his hand, the golden liquid instantly surged back into his palm. This time, Lu Ming put away the dagger and closed his eyes slightly. The golden liquid immediately spread along his arm, sticking close to his skin, and began to spread throughout his entire body. After an unknown amount of time, when he opened his eyes again, starting from his neck all the way to his thighs, it was astonishingly bright gold. Lu Ming lowered his head and looked at his current appearance, and could not help but reveal a bitter smile. It seemed that the amount of glazed magma gold was still somewhat insufficient for the current him. Previously in the underground cavern, the reason why the ghostly being that was hiding in the vengeful corpse was able to cover its entire body with the glazed magma metal was because its flesh and blood had been reduced to nothingness, leaving only its skeleton. But no matter what, with this treasure on him, it was equivalent to having an additional layer of defense. At a critical moment, it might be able to save his life. Thinking like this, Lu Ming also expelled the trace of pity in his heart. With a thought, his body flashed with a golden light, and the layer of gold quickly faded away. It once again turned into a golden ball that floated in front of him. This time, he only thought for a moment before grabbing the ball and pressing it against his wrist. Immediately, the ball transformed into a thick, bright gold bracelet. Regardless of its size, it was exactly the same as the tiger's bite bracelet on his other wrist. The only difference was that the color was slightly different. Lu Ming shook his wrist and felt the weight of the golden bracelet. After making sure that there was nothing wrong with it, he sat cross-legged on the ground, took out a medicinal pill and consumed it. He then closed his eyes and began to adjust his breathing. 3 days later, when Lu Ming had more or less recovered the blood essence he had lost from refining the glazed magma gold, he finally began to absorb the metal attribute essence from the great tungsten steel ring and condense his own sword embryo spirit. At this moment, he was still sitting cross-legged in the secret room, but there was an additional black ring between his two hands that were placed flat in front of his chest. Lu Ming himself was chanting, and black gas surged from his body. More than 10 blurry tentacles danced wildly, vaguely displaying some sort of technique. Following the sound of the technique, a crystal light would fly out from the black ring every once in a while and float towards Lu Ming's body, disappearing in a flash. In Lu Ming's dantian, there was already a white ball of light the size of an egg that was slowly rotating. Within it, there were already dozens of crystal lights that were faintly flickering with different strengths. 5 days later, he still maintained his original posture and did not stop chanting the technique. However, the ring between his two hands had already turned into a black-gray color. Moreover, it would take almost 15 minutes for a crystal light to fly out from it with great difficulty. The white ball of light in Lu Ming's body no longer existed. In its place was a hazy white sword shadow that was about an inch tall, flashing with an extremely weak crystal light. After the crystal light that flew out from the ring entered his dantian, it directly disappeared into the sword shadow in a flash. 7 days later, the black-gray ring had completely turned into a grayish-white color. The small white sword in Lu Ming's dantian was also much clearer than before. However, it still gave off a faintly discernible feeling, as if it could collapse at any time. Suddenly, a bang sound rang out. The great tungsten steel ring finally shattered in a flash, turning into a pile of white fragments that flew away. At this moment, Lu Ming's chanting finally stopped. He immediately swept his mental energy through his body, licked his somewhat chapped lips, and revealed a trace of a smile on his face. The entire process of extracting the metal essence from the great tungsten steel ring did not allow for even the slightest pause. Otherwise, the entire technique would fail. Fortunately, with his current cultivation, he could forcefully endure these few days without eating or drinking. However, at this moment, he naturally could not help but feel parched and his body felt a little weak. Fortunately, this great symbol sword embryo spirit had already been initially condensed. In the future, he only needed to slowly nurture it. According to what the great symbol sword technique said, although this sword embryo spirit could not be released to harm the enemy for a short period of time, it was still very beneficial to the cultivation of other sword cultivator techniques. For example, with this sword embryo spirit, the probability of comprehending sword intent would be much higher than normal people. In the future, the power of the sword chi released with the sword embryo spirit as the foundation would also increase. In a good mood, Lu Ming ate a few fasting pills and drank some water. He then returned to his bedroom, put on his clothes, and fell asleep on the bed. Although his mental energy was now almost as strong as a spirit master's, after not resting for such a long time, he felt that it was too much. In the following month, other than going to Fan Baizi's place to learn alchemy twice, Lu Ming spent the rest of his time in his cave painstakingly refining his sword embryo spirit. This thing had just formed in his body and was still a bit unstable. He had to quickly solidify it before he could truly feel at ease. At this moment, the news of the sea race invading the Yunchuan continent and even occupying Haiyu and a few other coastal countries finally reached Xianjing through a few loose cultivators. Immediately, the entire Xianjing was in an uproar. In a short few days, the remaining loose cultivator factions in Xianjing immediately dispersed by a small half. Moreover, even more loose cultivators fled Xianjing. As for the underground market in Xianjing, no matter if it was pills, glyphs, practitioner weapons, or totems, all of their prices changed 3 times a day. However, it still caused many loose cultivators to fight over them. After a month, when Lu Ming once again came out of seclusion, there were very few shops that were still open in the underground market. However, to Lu Ming, all of this did not bother him too much. He only spent some time to secretly scout Xianjing. After not finding any traces of the sea race, he once again returned to his cave to continue his seclusion. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The current Xianjing was not much different from 3 years ago. The only difference was that there were many Haiyu country cultivators in Xianjing. Most of them were loose cultivators, but there was also a small portion that were disciples of the Haiyu country sect. Most of the sects In Haiyu and the other countries had been annihilated by the sea race when they had invaded. Of the disciples that escaped to the Daxian country, most of them joined the Heavenly Moon sect, and the other 5 sections, a small portion, did not want to be restricted and became true loose cultivators. The appearance of these foreign cultivators made up for the large amount of loose cultivators that had fled Xianxia. Moreover, after a fierce battle, a few large factions once again appeared. They seemed to be even stronger than the old factions from 3 years ago. However, all of this had nothing to do with Lu Ming. In these 3 years, the 5 sects stationed a large number of disciples at the border between the Daxian country and the Haiyu country. Not long after, they began to fight with the invading sea race. According to the information that Lu Ming received from the sect and some of the information that he had gathered, although both sides sent out many crystal-level cultivators, other than the earth-shattering battle at the beginning, there were no other battles between experts of this level. However, with great tacit understanding, the battles between the spirit masters and spirit apostles from both sides became extremely intense and became more and more frequent. There were even 20 to 30 spirit masters that had fallen from both sides. As for the lower-level spirit apostles, there were countless of them. What surprised Lu Ming was that not long after the battle began, both sides built a huge city at the border, as if they were planning to fight a long battle. In these 3 years, the barbarian ghost sect had also lost 7 to 8 spirit masters and many inner sect disciples. Some of them were even people that Lu Ming knew. Luckily, because 9 Infants Mountain was relatively weak, there were only a few people who died. Marshal Ant Zhong and the other 2 spirit masters were also safe and sound. They had been guarding the sect and did not appear at the borders. Originally, with Lu Ming's identity as a core disciple, there was a high chance that he would be called to participate in the war. However, due to the appearance of the sea race in Xianxia, there was a need for a capable disciple to monitor the situation. Thus, he had never been called back to the sect. Of course, in these 3 years, there were some things that made Lu Ming gloomy. Dao Chong had successfully advanced to Spirit Master 2 years ago, and had even displayed his extraordinary abilities in the battle against the sea race at the border. It was rumored that he had single-handedly killed a sea race spirit master who was also a beginner-level sea race spirit master. The number of sea race spirit apostles who had died at his hands numbered more than 10. It seemed that after Gao Chong became a spirit master, his strength was not something that a normal beginner spirit master could compare to. Otherwise, he would not have been able to do such a thing. However, such a thing was naturally not good news for Lu Ming. In these 3 years, Lu Ming had been purifying his Fa Li and refining the sword spirit in his Dantian. In addition, he had gone to Fan Baizi to learn alchemy. The progress of the first 2 was ordinary. It only made his spiritual power slightly purer than before, and it made the sword embryo spirit a little stronger. However, his learning of alchemy surprised Fan Baizi. He did not know if he really had some talent in alchemy or if there was some other reason. In a short 3 years, he actually had some small achievements in alchemy. He could already independently refine a few spirit apostle level pills and his success rate was not low. However, although his talent in alchemy made Fan Baizi click his tongue in wonder, after the 3 years, he did not hesitate to tell him not to go anymore. Of course, at this time, Lu Ming had already learned the basics of alchemy. If he wanted to improve his alchemy skills, he could only practice more. After all, it was impossible for Fan Baizi to impart his experience in refining high-tier pills to an outsider like him. On this day, when Lu Ming walked out of the coffin shop in the alley of Xianxia, his face could not help but become gloomy. Although the news from the sect was ordinary and only a few trivial and routine reports, Lu Ming still felt that the sect's recent battles with the sea race did not seem to be going well. They should be at a disadvantage. This was the result of the sea race dividing their forces and fighting with a few countries at the same time. From this, it could be seen how strong the sea race was. Of course, one of the reasons was that the sea race had started to send spies into the various countries a few decades ago. They set up many traps to weaken the human race and only activated them during the early stages of the invasion. However, all of this was still too far away for the current Lu Ming. The current him returned to the secret room in the cave. Just as he sat down and prepared to start cultivating, he suddenly felt the Fa Li in his body boil and rushed towards his Dantian. It's starting. Lu Ming was stunned at first, but he was immediately overjoyed. He then patted the two leather bags on his waist and immediately, two clouds of black gas came out, turning into the white-boned scorpion and the flying head. Pung, pung. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming grabbed the white-boned scorpion's tail with one hand and grabbed a strand of the flying head's long hair with the other. Following this, black gas rolled out of his body and he began to do his best to control the speed at which the Fa in his body flowed out. Time passed bit by bit and the black gas on his body became thinner and thinner. When Lu Ming felt that the Fa in his body was only left with a tenth of his body, the suction force from his dantian suddenly stopped. At the same time, he felt a whing sound in his ears and his vision went black. His entire body was in a gray space. After such a long time, he finally entered the mysterious space again. The flying head and the white-boned scorpion were also following closely beside him. However, when Lu Ming saw the scene in front of him clearly, his expression couldn't help but change greatly. In what should have been an empty space, there was actually another figure sitting cross-legged on the ground. Whether it was clothing or appearance, it was impressively the same as him. Lu Ming's entire person was completely stunned. At this moment, the flying head beside him suddenly flew out and landed in front of Lu Ming. It laid face down on the ground and stopped moving. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart thumped. Even though he was full of bewilderment, he hastily formed a hand sign and communicated with the flying head. In the end, the information that came from the flying head was all master, another strong master, and the like. This caused Lu Ming to be even more confused after hearing this. However, he faintly knew that the reason why the flying head was so easily subdued by him was most likely related to the him in front of him. After thinking like this, he naturally didn't dare to be negligent. However, after carefully looking at the Lu Ming in front of him, his expression slightly changed. The him in front of him didn't seem to have moved at all and there didn't seem to be any aura coming from his body. Could it be that he was just a dead object? The suspicious Lu Ming immediately ignored the flying head and slowly circled around the Lu Ming in front of him a few times. Then, he pointed a finger at his forehead and released his mental strength, probing the other's body. In the end, the moment his mental strength came into contact with the Lu Ming, it was immediately repelled by an invisible force. No matter how much he urged it, it was unable to approach the other's body in the slightest. This caused Lu Ming's heart to sink. However, after a slight hesitation, he cupped his hands and slightly bowed to the Lu Ming in front of him, saying, "I don't know Senior's great name and why you have changed into this Junior's appearance." The Lu Ming in front of him still had his eyes tightly shut and didn't move an inch from the ground. Seeing this, Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows. After standing up straight again, he once again looked at the other person from head to toe. There was a faint scar on his forehead that was about an inch long. When he was young on Savage Island, he was slashed by a fierce person with a sharp stone. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up. This was a habit that he developed when he was deep in thought and resting. There was a shallow bloodstain on the thumb of one of his palms. It was accidentally slashed by him yesterday when he was practicing a new technique of the wind blade technique. The more closely Lu Ming looked, the more he felt that the other person was basically a second him. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. "Since you don't want to speak, then I will have to offend you." Lu Ming's expression changed before he clenched his teeth and spoke. Following this, he shook his sleeve and with a flash of silver light, a silver chain wrapped around the Lu Ming. After a series of clanking sounds, the silver chain actually successfully tied up the Lu Ming without any signs of resistance. Seeing this, Lu Ming's expression relaxed slightly. Following this, he flipped one hand and a stack of glyphs appeared. With a wave of both his hands, they all shot out and stuck onto the Lu Ming. With this, when Lu Ming saw that himself was simultaneously trapped by the demon subduing chain and many restrictive glyphs, he finally approached with a peace of mind. He circled around himself 2 more times before he raised his arm and carefully touched himself on the shoulder with a serious look on his face. During this process, Lu Ming's eyes stared at the himself in front of him without even blinking. In the end, this Lu Ming still sat cross-legged on the ground and didn't move at all. However, when his palm really touched the other person's shoulder, he suddenly quivered. An indescribable strange cold force immediately surged out from the other person's shoulder and directly into his arm. Lu Ming was shocked. With a move of his body, he appeared several tens of feet away and then stared at the other person's face with a serious expression. In the end, the Lu Ming opposite him didn't have the slightest abnormality, as if the strange cold force just now was just an illusion in his heart. However, when Lu Ming glanced sideways at the arm that touched the other person's shoulder, his expression became gloomy. He saw that the arm had lost all feeling and was completely covered by a layer of black frost. Lu Ming made a hand sign with one hand and black gas immediately surged out from his body. At the same time, it surged towards the numb arm. In the blink of an eye, the black frost on Bergman's arm faded away, and he regained his senses. However, at this time, Lu Ming naturally felt that the himself in front of him was even more mysterious. After thinking for a while, he decided to take the risk and try again. Thus, after Lu Ming let out a light breath, he raised one hand, and a wind blade immediately shot out with a sound of breaking air. With a flash of green light, the wind blade passed by his arm. With a pu sound, a wound a few inches long appeared, and light golden blood gushed out from it. Before Lu Ming was surprised, he first felt a pain on his arm. After a moment of shock, he quickly rolled up his sleeve. After taking a closer look, his pupils suddenly shrank. On his arm, there was also a thin wound a few inches long, and bright red blood gushed out from it. Lu Ming's face was a little pale. He raised his head and looked at the wound on Lu Ming's arm, then looked at the wound on his own arm. No matter the position or shape, it was exactly the same. There was no difference at all. His mind was instantly in a mess. At this time, even if he couldn't figure it out, he understood that the Lu Ming in front of him was obviously not some evil demon that he originally suspected, but had a great connection with him. After all, Lu Ming was not an ordinary person. After calming his mind, he took out a glyph from his sleeve and slapped it on the wound. Immediately, spots of green light flashed, and the wound quickly healed. In a moment, only a faint trace of blood was left. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he looked at the Lu Ming opposite him. He saw that the wound on the other party's arm had also healed, and only a shallow scar was left. Seeing this, Lu Ming was completely stunned. After an unknown amount of time, he finally let out a bitter laugh. His gaze finally moved away from the opposite party, and he looked at the entire space again. The current mysterious space was obviously much wider than last time. It seemed that as his FA increased, this space would also increase in size. However, apart from the increase in space and the inexplicable appearance of the second him, everything else was the same as before. There was nothing different. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming immediately found a place far away from the second him and sat down cross-legged. He then quietly thought. Just like that, time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. After taking a deep breath, Lu Ming finally came back to his senses. He then looked at the distant himself, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. Not long ago, after racking his brains, he finally confirmed that this thing was probably related to the mysterious coma he had in the secret realm. He remembered very clearly that in the strange dream he had when he was unconscious, he saw another him with a shocking aura. After all, after the appearance of the demonic hand, the mysterious bubble in his body inexplicably appeared, and then became extremely abnormal. After all, the mysterious bubble in his body inexplicably appeared after the demonic hand appeared, and it became extremely abnormal. It was even possible that the disappearance of the demonic hand was related to this. In this way, after comprehensive consideration, the himself in front of him should have been created because of the demonic hand, but for some unknown reason, it also had an extremely close connection with him. That was why the strange thing of him being injured when the other party was injured would occur. Although the specific process was too complicated, and Lu Ming could not figure it out himself, he was finally able to roughly analyze the reason. Although he found the reason, how to deal with this matter was naturally still a headache. He was not even sure if this himself was really a living thing. Of course, what made Lu Ming the most helpless was naturally that he could not really use any extreme methods against the other party. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would naturally have to deal with this unknown danger directly in order to truly be at ease. After thinking quickly for a while, Lu Ming could only think of a way to first trap the himself in front of him. Therefore, after shaking his head, he took out a stack of formation flags and began to set them up around the second Lu Ming. When Lu Ming finished setting up all the formation flags, he made a one-handed gesture and pointed with one finger. Immediately, the small formation in front of him buzzed loudly, and a layer of white light appeared, covering Lu Ming under it. Lu Ming looked at the white light, and then looked at the silver chains and talismans on himself opposite him. His expression finally relaxed a little. In this situation, if the himself in front of him really did anything strange, he should be able to detect it immediately. As Lu Ming thought about it, he finally decided to put this matter behind him and start his own training. But before that, he first used his mind to communicate with the demon Flying Skull. As a result, under his strict command, the demon Flying Skull still flew away from the opposite Lu Ming with a look of awe and came to his side. Only then did Lu Ming's heart relax. He then ordered the demon Flying Skull and Bone Scorpion to go to the side and practice their own methods of attack. Thus, after a flash, the two of them arrived near a gray wall of chi. One of them moved his tail hook, transforming into a series of afterimages that stabbed forward in a frenzy. The other's long hair stood on end, transforming into countless streaks of light that pierced forward. As for Lu Ming, he began to silently practice the icicle technique. Just like that, time passed day by day. At the beginning, Lu Ming was still very careful to pay attention to the second him, afraid that there would suddenly be an abnormality. But as 1 month, 2 months, 3 to 4 months passed, the other did not move at all. Thus, he gradually relaxed and really treated it as a dead object. He began to put all of his energy into spell training. Although the icicle technique was a middle-grade spell, it was relatively difficult to practice. The current Lu Ming's Li was far more profound than the last time he entered the mysterious space. The number of times he could release the icicle technique per day was several times more than before. As a result, his cultivation speed suddenly increased. 2 years later, on a day, Lu Ming made a hand sign with both his hands and muttered an incantation. Dots of blue light quickly condensed in front of him. In the blink of an eye, a seemingly ordinary icicle condensed. However, the color of the icicle changed from light to a dark color. Its entire body emitted a strange crystal light. With a flick of his wrist, the icicle immediately shot out with a piercing sound. After a few flashes, it reached the gray wall 100 feet away and exploded with a deep blue light. After a chi-la sound, a strange cold air rolled out. The wall of air within a few dozen feet was immediately covered by a layer of cold ice. Moreover, in the blink of an eye, it thickened and became a foot-thick ice wall. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyebrows jumped. He changed the hand sign and raised one hand. A cyan wind blade shot towards the ice wall in front of him. Pung! The wind blade fiercely landed on the ice wall, but it only left a groove that was a few inches deep before collapsing on its own. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face lit up. He raised his hand and drew a line in the air in front of him. Dots of red light appeared and condensed into a scarlet-red fireball. Go! Lu Ming's sleeve shook in front of him and the fireball flew out. With a hong sound, the fireball exploded on the ice wall and turned into rolling flames that splattered in all directions. However, after all of the flames had disappeared, only a small area on the surface of the ice wall had melted. The smile on Lu Ming's face naturally became a bit wider. The power of the large success icicle technique was indeed far greater than the large success fireball technique and wind blade technique. The only flaw was that it was a little slow in casting spells. In the remaining time, Lu Ming began to silently comprehend the great symbol sword technique under the circumstances where he didn't have any other techniques to practice. Before this, he had already comprehended the technique to cultivate the great symbol sword embryo. Next, he planned to see if he could comprehend more useful things from it. However, after comprehending it for a dozen or so days, he gave up on this matter. It was obvious that the remaining parts of the sword technique were for cultivators above the spirit master level to comprehend. The technique was too profound and without a certain level of cultivation, it would be impossible to comprehend it. The other Dragon Tiger Helm method was the same. However, with this, Lu Ming couldn't find anything else to do for a while. In the next few days, he decided to study the second hymn. In the end, he really did find some strange things about the second Lu Ming. First of all, when he carefully got close to the body of this Lu Ming and listened carefully, he discovered that not only was there no sound of breathing, even the flow of blood, heartbeat, and other signs of life did not exist. It was as if this Lu Ming was not a living person. In addition, this Lu Ming would not only be injured, but he would also be injured. On the other hand, if he was injured somewhere, this Lu Ming would also be injured, as if he really had one life and two bodies. He had seen in some ancient books that there was an evil curse that could transfer a part of a person's soul to a puppet. Then, as long as the puppet's arms and legs were broken, the original owner of the soul that was transferred would also have his arms and legs damaged, forever being controlled by someone else. However, Lu Ming had never heard of such an evil thing before. This made him scratch his head in confusion for the time being. However, he had already made up his mind. As soon as he left this space, he would immediately go to the ancient books and ask about related things to see if he could find any clues. After spending a few days, Lu Ming was unable to find anything more from the second hymn, so he really put this matter aside. In the remaining time, he simply took out his cauldron, took out a pile of normal spirit medicine, and started to refine some pills. Although these pills were only normal spirit apostle pills, and Lu Ming had already practiced over 100 times, his success rate could only be maintained at 2 or 3 out of 10 attempts. The purity of the pills was also just barely qualified. Fan Baizi had already greatly praised this success rate, thinking that it was already not easy for him to have such a high success rate in such a short period of time. However, Lu Ming himself was not too satisfied. To him, if he only had this success rate when refining spirit apostle pills, then in the future when refining spirit master pills, he would not have this many materials to practice with. At that time, the success rate would be very low. However, if the success rate of refining spirit apostle level pills increased, it would also be beneficial for Lu Ming when he refined spirit master level pills in the future. After all, some of the experience of refining pills were applicable to low-level and high-grade pills. Therefore, in the next 2 days, Lu Ming focused all his attention on refining pills. Although he was in the mysterious space, everything in refining pills was obviously the same as outside. His success rate was still maintained at 2 or 3 out of 10 attempts. On the 3rd day, the pill furnace in front of him made a muffled pu sound and a burnt smell came out of it. Lu Ming grinned and stopped his hand sign. He knew that he had failed again this time, but his gaze swept across the ground next to the pill furnace and found that there were only a few pill refining materials left. He sighed and touched his sleeve with one hand, intending to take out a simple storage glyph filled with materials. Not long ago, Lu Ming had purchased 10 storage glyphs worth of alchemy materials from the underground market. In the past 3 years, he had spent a lot of spirit stones because of refining pills. Although he could get back some of the spirit stones by selling the pills after his success rate increased, he had still spent nearly 100,000 spirit stones in the past few years. This was because he only spent 2 days refining pills every month. Otherwise, the amount of materials he used would easily increase by several times. The materials for refining pills in one storage glyph were generally enough for him to use for 2 days. With all the materials he had now, if he refined pills every day, he could only use them for about 20 days. When Lu Ming's hand reached into his sleeve, the air was slightly frozen, and his expression became extremely strange. He suddenly flipped his hand and a stack of light yellow glyph appeared in his hand. The surface was inscribed with dense silver spirit inscriptions. It was the simple storage glyph. After Lu Ming's gaze quickly swept over the storage glyph, his face was full of disbelief. Why are there still 10 of them? I've already used one before, he murmured, and then quickly checked the storage talismans again, but there were indeed 10 of them. Lu Ming looked at the talisman in his hand with an uncertain expression. In the next moment, he suddenly put away the other talismans, leaving only one, which he instantly crushed. After a flash of white light, a pile of alchemy materials appeared on the ground below him. Lu Ming touched his sleeve with one hand and confirmed that there were still 9 storage amulets in his sleeve. Then, he swallowed a Fali replenishing pill that he had just refined. After feeling the Fali in his body slowly increase, his brows furrowed even more tightly. He pondered for a moment, then began to form hand seals to continue refining pills. Every time he finished refining a batch of pills, Lu Ming would check the number of storage talismans in his sleeve, but there was no change on the first day. However, after a round of pill refinement the next day, he scanned the item in his sleeve with his mental power and was immediately startled. He hurriedly grabbed into his sleeve with one hand, and a stack of talismans appeared again. There were exactly 10 talismans, no more and no less. One had to know that after the last round of pill refinement, he had just checked that there were only 9 storage talismans in his sleeve. Lu Ming quietly pondered for a moment, then thoughtfully crushed another talisman. After releasing a large batch of alchemy materials, he placed the other 9 talismans on the ground in front of him one by one. In the following time, he no longer refined pills, but just stared at the talismans on the ground without blinking. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days passed in a row, and the number of storage talismans on the ground was still maintained at 9, without any increase. This caused Lu Ming to be greatly surprised. Thus, on the 6th day, he could no longer wait. He simply ignored the storage talismans in front of him, opened the lid of the pill furnace, and continued to refine pills. Just like this, another 2 days passed. Seeing that the alchemy materials were about to be used up, Lu Ming performed alchemy while his gaze subconsciously swept across the ground. His expression immediately darkened. 10 talismans were impressively neatly arranged there. Lu Ming forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart. He didn't care about the elixir in the pill furnace, he stopped his hand sign, and stared at the storage talismans on the ground without blinking. With his memory, the original placement of the 9 talismans was naturally remembered clearly. In a moment, he identified the new talisman that appeared. After a slight hesitation, he waved one hand and grabbed the new storage talisman in his hand. After carefully examining it for a while, he didn't find any abnormalities with the other talismans, so he crushed it with his fingers. Poof, after the white light rolled, there was a large pile of alchemy materials on the ground next to him. Lu Ming's eyes flashed a little. Just by glancing at these materials, he could distinguish that the type and quantity of the materials were actually the same as the previous storage talisman. It seemed that everything in the previous storage talisman was completely copied. At this time, Lu Ming finally understood the conditions for these storage talismans to be copied. Most likely, not only did the storage talisman need to be activated, but the materials inside were also almost used up. Only then would the second storage talisman be copied in this space. In order to confirm this, Lu Ming tested it several times in the next half a month. The result was exactly the same as his guess. It seemed that the mystery of this space was far beyond his original expectations. However, what made Lu Ming even more surprised was that after these days of continuous alchemy, he actually felt that his alchemy skills had vaguely improved. It seemed that in this space, even if he used the copied materials to refine pills, it was still effective for his alchemy skills. After Lu Ming confirmed this matter, the last worry in his heart was also put down. Under the ecstasy, he naturally kept refining pills day and night. In this kind of situation where the materials for alchemy were limitless, Lu Ming's alchemy skills naturally improved like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. 1 month passed. After 1 month, the success rate of Lu Ming's spirit alchemist level pills increased at an alarming rate. After all, even if it was a sect like the barbarian ghost sect, it was impossible for them to train as much as they wanted without any restrictions. After all, if calculated in terms of spirit stones, the amount of alchemy materials he used in a month in the space was over 100,000 spirit stones. How could a normal sect afford this kind of crazy method of training a pill master? However, under this kind of crazy training, after a few short months, Lu Ming could achieve 5 or 6 out of 10 success rates for most of the pills. After another year, most of his pills had a success rate of 100%. In the remaining time, Lu Ming focused his attention on raising the quality of the pills. During this period of time, the white bone scorpion and the flying head did not stop cultivating. At this moment, the white bone scorpion's stinger moved, and in an instant, it could transform into dozens of black lines. The sound of the stinger breaking through the air could only be heard after it shot out. As for the flying head, when it moved, there was a flash of green light, but no trace of the long hair could be seen. The speed and power of the attack had also reached a level that made people gasp in amazement. As for the second Lu Ming, there was not the slightest bit of movement. This caused Lu Ming to gradually treat it as an existence like a statue. One day, half a year later, Lu Ming took out a crystal clear pill with a faint silver spirit inscription on its surface from the cauldron. Just when a trace of happiness appeared on his face, the surroundings suddenly fluctuated and his two ears made a wing sound. His vision went black and he once again appeared in the secret room that he had originally left. As soon as the dizziness in his head disappeared, his dantian suddenly trembled, and an extremely pure magic power surged out of it. Lu Ming was overjoyed and hurriedly formed a hand sign with his two hands, silently accepting the pure fa li from the mysterious bubble. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he finally let out a light breath and put down his two hands. At this time, the mysterious bubble in his dantian had disappeared once again. He slightly felt the fa li at this time and it was indeed much purer than before. However, his cultivation level had fallen from the perfection stage back to that of a normal late spirit apostle. This made him unable to help but let out a bitter laugh. It seemed that in the following period of time, he would have to continuously take pills. Fortunately, in the mysterious space, he had already improved his alchemy skills to an astonishing level. His mastery of alchemy for spirit apostles had also reached the point of perfection. Refining some alchemy that increased his fa li was no longer a problem. Thinking up to this point, Lu Ming suddenly grabbed with one hand and took out a storage glyph from his sleeve. He crushed it. A white light flashed, but there was nothing in front of him. Unexpectedly, nothing fell out. As expected. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming was not surprised and muttered to himself. This storage glyph contained pills that he had refined in the mysterious space. However, looking at the current situation, these pills were obviously unable to be brought out of the mysterious space and had all disappeared without a trace. Although Lu Ming felt that it was a great pity, he had already somewhat expected this and was not too depressed. He turned his head to look at the flying head and the white-boned scorpion to the side. Immediately, he smiled and patted the two leather pouches on his waist with one hand. Immediately, two bursts of black light rolled out from the leather pouch and absorbed the two of them. After sizing up the secret room in front of him, which was almost exactly the same as 4 years ago, he suddenly smiled and stood up. He pushed open the door and left. In the following period of time, Lu Ming went to the market to buy some pill materials that were worth over 100,000 spirit stones. Then, he returned to the cave and started to refine a type of black crow pill that he had refined countless times in the mysterious space. This type of pill had a pretty good fa li increase effect even for late spirit apostles. It was also one of the pill recipes that he had specially spent spirit stones from Fan Baizi to learn. Although the effects of the black crow pill were pretty good, it was extremely difficult to refine. Even a master alchemist like Fan Baizi did not have a high success rate in this aspect. Therefore, once this pill was successfully refined, one pill could be sold for over 1,000 spirit stones. Moreover, this pill was often priceless. To Lu Ming, this black crow pill was the pill with the lowest success rate out of all the pills that he had mastered. The reason for this was that this pill was indeed difficult to refine. Secondly, when he first entered the mysterious space, he did not bring too many of the pill materials. Therefore, the number of times he practiced was far less than the other spirit apostle level pills. In the following period of time, Lu Ming refined the black crow pill in the cave while continuously taking the pill and refining it into fa li. In just a few short months, he had once again cultivated his magic power to the full circle realm. At this time, he finally received news from the barbarian ghost sect. His 4-year term was about to end and the new supervising disciple was on the way to Xianxia. According to the rules, the supervising disciple that had just left his position could have a few months of rest. Therefore, he only needed to return to the sect within half a year. After receiving this order, Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed. He immediately wrote 2 farewell letters and had people deliver them to the Qian house and Fan Baizi's cave. Then, he quietly left Xianxia and there was no news of him for a few months. 3 months later, at the border between the Dexian country and another country, Qi and Yu, at the edge of a continuous mountain range, a green-robed youth stood at the top of a mountain that was 100 feet tall. He was looking at the mountain range in the distance with a very serious expression. After a while, he muttered, "This is the 10,000 barbarian mountain range. The aura is so fierce. No wonder the Bai family couldn't collect the 7th blue pure aura after so many years and even told me the location of the aura pit." This youth was naturally Lu Ming. Ever since he left Xianxia, he went directly to the Bai family and successfully obtained the location of the 7th blue pure aura pit from the Bai family's old lady. Then, he rushed all the way here. However, now that he had personally seen the true appearance of the 10,000 barbarian mountain range and clearly felt the chaotic aura that came with the wind, he was a bit hesitant. One had to know that the 10,000 barbarian mountain range was a famous dangerous place between the two countries. It was made up of thousands of large and small mountains that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. It was said that not only were there countless poisonous insects and wild beasts, there were also many poisonous miasma that would instantly kill anyone who came into contact with it. There were even some low-level demonic beasts that cultivated. Of course, these demonic beasts were always hidden in the depths of the mountain and normal people would not encounter them. Because the mountain range was rich in resources, it also produced a few famous spirit medicines. Therefore, many cultivators from the Qi and Yu countries came here. However, because the mountain range had many dangerous places, most cultivators only moved around the outskirts. Very few people actually went deep into the mountain range. But even so, from time to time, there would be news of some cultivators entering the 10,000 barbarian mountain range and never coming out again. Therefore, without any special reason, the cultivators of the two countries were very afraid of entering the depths of the mountain range. This information was naturally specially obtained by Lu Ming before he came here. According to the map the Bai family gave him, the 7th blue aura pit just happened to be located in the extreme depths of the 10,000 barbarians mountain range. As Lu Ming gazed at the mountains in the distance, his mind raced. If he were to return to the sect this time, he would definitely be called to participate in the war against the sea race. Therefore, it was necessary for him to advance to Spirit Master level first. Otherwise, if he were to fight against the sea race cultivators, it was extremely likely that he would die. Now that his Fa had stabilized at the Great Perfection realm, as long as he had a suitable amount of pure aura chi, he could immediately condense aura chi to break through to the Spirit Master realm. Currently, he only had the Drying aura chi as a backup low-grade pure aura chi. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he definitely wouldn't use this pure aura chi to condense chi. Therefore, the 7th blue aura chi that was quite compatible with his cultivation method became his only choice. Even if the 10,000 barbarians mountain range was a bit more dangerous, he would still have to take the risk and charge into it. With his current cultivation, as long as he didn't encounter a liquid-level monster with the strength of a spirit master, there shouldn't be much of a problem. As for whether or not the 10,000 barbarians mountain range actually had a monster of this level, it was still a different matter. As Lu Ming thought like this, his eyebrows slightly relaxed. Without any hesitation, his body moved and he flew towards the mountain range in the distance. It was said that the 10,000 barbarians mountain range had countless vicious birds and poisonous insects that could fly. Naturally, he didn't dare to swagger and fly directly over the mountain range. Therefore, once he flew into the mountain range, he rode his cloud and descended. His 2 feet stepped on the ground and slowly walked forward. Half a day later, 2 huge lynx-like wild beasts jumped down from 2 large trees and fiercely pounced towards Lu Ming. Poo-poo sounds were heard. The instant the lynxes left the tree branches, Lu Ming raised his 2 hands and 2 green lights flashed. The 2 lynxes let out a blood-curdling screech and their bodies were split in half. Fresh blood from their corpses sprayed down from the sky. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he directly avoided the beasts' blood and corpses that fell from above. He didn't even turn his head and continued to walk forward as if he hadn't been disturbed in the slightest. 2 days later, Lu Ming stood at the top of a large tree. In his hand, he held a somewhat old and tattered map and was carefully trying to identify something. At this time, a green poisonous snake that was a few feet long silently climbed up from the roots of the large tree and quickly slithered towards the top of the tree. Pung! A black line flashed and a pitch-black tail pierced through the poisonous snake's head, firmly nailing it to the tree trunk. After the poisonous snake twisted and struggled for a while, it didn't make any more sounds. At this time, the white-boned scorpion leaped out from the dense trees above. Its 2 huge pincers tore the poisonous snake's corpse apart and quickly devoured it cleanly. 5 days later, Lu Ming stood in front of a canyon between 2 mountain peaks. Looking at the grayish-white fog that filled the air not too far away, he shook his head and turned around, preparing to walk a bit more to avoid this canyon. Half a month later, Lu Ming finally entered the depths of the 10,000 desolate mountain range. At this moment, as far as his eyes could see, there were extremely tall gray trees everywhere. The thick canopies of the trees seemed to block out most of the sunlight, causing the area below the trees to appear extremely damp and gloomy. Lu Ming held the cyan short sword in his hand and followed behind him by the white-boned scorpion. He calmly walked towards a small mountain not too far away. This small mountain was quite peculiar. The top half of the mountain looked like a woman that was currently waving her hand. According to the description on the map given by the Bai clan, as long as he walked to the top of this mountain, he would be able to find the exact location of the ore pit. In order to find this mountain, Lu Ming had run on many wrong paths and accidentally entered an unknown number of wild beast nests before finally finding this place. Lu Ming suddenly stopped in his tracks and squinted his eyes at the huge tree in front of him. After a rustling sound came from behind the tree, a huge multicolored scorpion that was around 10 feet long unexpectedly crawled out. Its eyes were scarlet like blood and it spat out a bright red poisonous fog from its mouth. A black stinger continuously swayed behind it. It was very malevolent and terrifying. This was clearly a poisonous insect that had already grown up and it seemed that its strength was not ordinary. Lu Ming's expression was first startled, but he immediately shook his wrist and a cyan misty sword chi rolled out, chopping the huge scorpion's body. As a result, the scorpion let out a strange cry and took 2 steps back. It acted as if nothing had happened and only a faint white mark was left on the hard shell of its body. However, Lu Ming's attack had clearly angered the demon scorpion. It let out 2 gua-gua sounds and exerted force with its lower limbs. Its body carried a fishy smell as it pounced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyebrows jumped and he wanted to use a lightning-fast method to get rid of this demon scorpion. However, at this moment, a so sound rang out and a black shadow shot out from behind him. With a flash, it pounced towards the demon scorpion that was flying towards him. It was the ghost white-boned scorpion. The two of them instantly started fighting. Seeing this, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Just as he was about to shake the short sword in his hand and go help, he received a message from the white-boned scorpion. It unexpectedly told him not to help. Lu Ming blinked his eyes. Although he didn't really understand the white-boned scorpion's intentions, he still put away his short sword and stood to the side to watch the fight. Although the white-boned scorpion's body wasn't as large as its opponent, it relied on the lightning-fast waving tail on its back to gain the upper hand in the fight. The huge scorpion's seemingly abnormally hard shell was as weak as paper under the attack of the white-boned scorpion's tail. Not long after, the scorpion's body was riddled with holes and its entire head was tightly clamped by the white-boned scorpion's huge pincers. It could only spit out a mouthful of blood as it frantically struggled. 2 hours later, the white-boned scorpion swallowed the last piece of the demon scorpion's corpse. Following that, the green flames in its eyes dimmed and it became lazy. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart moved. He patted the leather pouch on his waist and a black cloud spouted out, sucking the white-boned scorpion into it. Although the white-boned scorpion was a type of ghost, its original body was a scorpion skeleton that had absorbed a large amount of miasma to become like this. Therefore, swallowing the demon scorpion was also a way for it to evolve. With the white-boned scorpion's current appearance, it was obvious that it was preparing to evolve again. Lu Ming then summoned the flying head and continued on his way. One day later, Lu Ming appeared in front of a mountain valley that had been blocked by countless tall shrubs. He immediately activated the Cyan Moon Sword and released streaks of Cyan Sword Chi. He forcefully cut a small path through the shrubs and walked into the mountain valley. However, after Lu Ming carefully looked into the mountain valley, his expression became serious. He saw that a large half of the mountain valley was covered by a pink mist. Within the mist, there was a faint buzzing sound, as if some kind of insect was flying around inside. Lu Ming's eyes flashed a few times and he suddenly took out a blue ball from his sleeve. After throwing it in front of him, he formed a hand sign with one hand. Immediately, a jiabing sound rang out and the blue ball transformed into a light blue four-winged wooden bird. Following that, Lu Ming formed another hand sign. The blue wooden bird immediately flapped its 4 wings and transformed into a ball of blue light that shot into the pink mist. Pooh! The blue wooden bird plunged into the mist and flew deeper into the depths. However, the wooden bird only flew a short distance before the sound of its wings flapping became much quieter. Lu Ming's expression changed and he hastily changed his hand sign. Immediately, the blue wooden bird in the mist turned around and shot back in the direction it came from. In the end, after a few flashes, it rushed out of the pink mist. However, it only flew a few feet towards Lu Ming before it fell head first without any warning and heavily fell to the ground. Lu Ming's pupils shrank and he did not immediately walk over. Instead, his eyes flashed and he carefully looked at the wooden bird. He saw that the body of the blue wooden bird was covered with pink flying ants. They were only about an inch long, and there were about a dozen of them. They were desperately using their mouths to gnaw at the wooden bird puppet. In the blink of an eye, the puppet had become incomplete. Lu Ming frowned. Suddenly, he shook his sleeve and a fireball shot out. With a hong sound, it hit the wooden bird. Flames surged out and engulfed many of the pink flying ants. Most of the flying ants were turned to ashes on the spot, but a dozen or so of them managed to break through the flames and charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's attack seemed to have provoked a hornet's nest. Not far away, there was a loud buzzing sound from the fog. More pink flying ants flew out and swarmed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. Without saying anything, he flipped his hand and a bright blue flag appeared in his hand. He waved it in front of him, and a wave of seawater surged out of thin air. It spun and turned into a huge wave that swept toward the opposite side. A large number of flying ants were engulfed by the huge wave. They could only struggle desperately in the seawater, unable to break free. However, there were still many flying ants that managed to avoid the huge wolf. They frantically flapped their wings and charged toward Lu Ming. At this moment, the air in front of Lu Ming fluctuated and a man's head silently appeared. It was the flying head. The demon shook its head and its long hair turned into green threads that shot out explosively. A large number of flying ants screeched as their bodies were pierced and fell from the sky. Just like that, the huge wave in the distance surged forward under the control of the blue flag in Lu Ming's hand, engulfing most of the flying ants in the seawater. Nearby, the flying head's long hair had turned into a dense net, killing all the flying ants that had missed out on the small portion of the flying ants that had been killed. For a time, none of the seemingly astonishing number of flying ants could reach Lu Ming's side. When there were no more flying ants coming out of the pink sea of mist, Lu Ming muttered an incantation and formed a sign with one hand. A light blue icicle quickly condensed in front of him and quickly turned dark blue. At the same time, its surface lit up with a layer of strange crystal light. With a flick of his wrist, the icicle disappeared in a blur. In the next instant, the waves in the distance transformed into a massive ball of water that hovered high up in the air. Countless pink flying ants were trapped in the water ball, and they were all struggling desperately in the seawater. A blue light flashed in the void ahead, and the icicle appeared in a flash, plunging into the water ball. Bang! The moment the icicle entered the giant water ball, it exploded in the center. A blue cold air rolled out and the seawater instantly turned into ice. Immediately, a giant deep blue ice ball appeared in the air, trembling as it fell. A crisp sound rang out, the ice ball turned into white ice shards on the ground, and all the flying ants were crushed into pieces. Only then did Lu Ming put away the small flag. With another flick of his sleeve, another blue ball flew out. After a series of cracking sounds, it turned into a wooden bird and flew into the mist. He made a gesture with one hand and pointed a finger at his forehead. At the same time, he closed his eyes. This time, the blue wooden bird entered the mist without a sound. There were no more abnormal sounds. It seemed that there really were no more flying ants inside. However, after a moment, Lu Ming's expression changed and he opened his eyes again. Almost at the same time, the mist in front of him rolled and the wooden bird flew out. Below it, a pair of claws were holding a skeleton wrapped in tattered clothes. A muffled sound, the wooden bird loosened its claws and threw the skeleton in front of Lu Ming. With a blur, it turned into a basket-colored ball with the sound of a mechanism. With a flash, it disappeared into Lu Ming's sleeve. Only then did Lu Ming remove his finger from his forehead. He looked at the skeleton in front of him, which clearly had traces of being bitten by flying ants. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he raised his hand to grab at the air. With a pu sound, a white jade pendant flew out from the waist of the skeleton and landed steadily in his hand. Lu Ming looked down and saw the word "Bai" engraved on one side of the jade pendant. His face immediately became slightly happy. This skeleton was indeed the Bai clan disciple who had previously searched for the ore pit. However, he didn't know how he died here. It seemed that this was the 7th blue pure ore pit without a doubt. After thinking like this, Lu Ming immediately waved his hand at the flying skull beside him. Immediately, the flying skull let out a strange laugh and suddenly took a deep breath. Countless green inscriptions flashed on its head, and in the blink of an eye, it became several times larger than before. It then opened its mouth and a grey, wild wind blew out continuously. After the pink mist was swept up by the wild wind, it immediately surged up crazily. Lu Ming's figure moved and he silently stood behind the flying skull. With a move of his palm, he pressed it against the top of its head and activated his true essence, pouring the Fa Li in his body into it. Hong! The wild wind that came out of the flying skull's mouth suddenly increased in strength by more than half. The sea of mist that had been stirred up finally dispersed in all directions. After a quarter of an hour, when Lu Ming removed his hand from the top of the flying skull's head, the mist in the entire mountain valley had already been blown away by the wild wind. It revealed a huge pit with a diameter of 300 to 400 feet in the center of the sea of mist. With such a huge pit, even though Lu Ming was more than 1,000 feet away, he could still see it clearly at a glance. On the ground around the pit, there was a kind of green grass that was no more than a few inches long. At the top of all of them, there were small pink flowers. From time to time, pink powder would be sprayed out from the center of the flowers and then float in the air without falling. Only then did Lu Ming realize that the pink sea of mist just now was actually formed by the pollen of this strange unknown flower. Just as Lu Ming's figure moved and planned to fly in the direction of the huge pit, a strange ga laughter suddenly came from the center of the huge pit. Then, a pink mist rushed out from inside and an extremely huge half-human half-insect monster crawled out of the pit. This monster was at least 3 feet long. Its upper body was that of a naked woman with a head full of hair. She had 2 slender arms and delicate snow-white skin. On her chest was a pair of flawless breasts with 2 dark red spots slightly trembling. Its lower body was that of an abnormally bloated and crystal-clear insect. There were circles of strange black patterns on its tail, and on its back was a pair of transparent wings similar to the pink flying ant from before. However, these wings were magnified countless times. The upper body had the face of a woman and was extremely beautiful. However, when it looked at Lu Ming, its eyes were filled with an expression of extreme anger. A demonic insect at the peak spirit apostle level. After Lu Ming used his mental strength to sense the aura emitted by the monster, his heart shivered and for the first time, a cautious expression flashed across his face. Without a doubt, this monster had most likely reached a bottleneck in its own cultivation and was planning to use the pure aura chi here to break through to a higher level. After all, no matter if it was a human or a demon, as long as their cultivation reached the peak spirit apostle level and wanted to advance to the liquid level of a spirit master, they could not avoid the step of condensing their aura chi into cultivation chi. The reason why this demonic insect was so angry was naturally because it had reached a critical moment in condensing its aura chi but was interrupted by Lu Ming's intrusion. Compared to normal demonic beasts, it was much more difficult for demonic insects to cultivate spiritually. However, because of this, demonic insects were much more difficult to deal with than demonic beasts of the same level. Facing this demonic insect that had already begun to condense its aura chi, Lu Ming naturally had to treat it as a great enemy. After letting out a light breath, he flipped his hand and the cyan moon sword immediately appeared with a flash. The demonic insect opposite him seemed to be provoked by Lu Ming's action. After letting out a strange cry, it waved its fat tail and actually spat out 4 large insect eggs. These eggs were snow-white and crystal clear and were 3 feet long. However, once they left the demonic insect's tail, they split open in the middle and each of them revealed a 2-foot-tall pink giant ant. Each of their bodies was huge and they also had a pair of crystal-clear wings on their back. Their black lower limbs were all covered with sharp barbs and their mouths were full of fangs. The auras on their bodies were impressively at the level of a middle spirit apostle. However, when they opened their eyes, they flapped their wings and charged at Lu Ming. After the demonic insect with the beautiful face spat out the 4 insect eggs, the aura on its body suddenly decreased by a lot and became only at the level of a normal late spirit apostle. Although Lu Ming was greatly astonished, he did not have the time to carefully think about the reason behind this. He only abruptly shook the cyan moon sword in his hand and immediately slashed at the 4 giant ants in the air. Immediately, there was a sound of the air being split and 4 streaks of misty green sword chi rolled out. At the same time, the flying head also let out a sharp cry. After its head of long hair swayed, it also turned into a dense mass of green silk that shot towards the opposite side. Puff! Puff! The wings on the back of the 4 giant ants suddenly flapped and their bodies unexpectedly turned into a cool breeze and disappeared without a trace. Whether it was the sword chi or the green silk, they all flashed through the air. Wind escape technique. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming could not help but cry out involuntarily. In the next moment, a light breeze appeared on both sides of his body and 2 giant ants appeared out of thin air. Their 4 sharp front limbs moved and became 4 black shadows that directly pierced through Lu Ming's body. Their speed was as fast as lightning. If it was a normal late spirit apostle, when faced with this kind of unexpected attack, it was possible that they would be hit. However, what kind of person was Lu Ming? His mental strength and physical body were so strong that a normal spirit master could not compare. Naturally, his reaction speed was extremely shocking. With a low shout, the cyan short sword in his hand suddenly became a blur and he once again slashed at both sides. Pong, pong. The front limbs of the 2 giant ants were slashed by the 2 streaks of green sword chi and they immediately let out a cry as they retreated a few steps. However, when Lu Ming's eyes focused and saw that the front limbs of the 2 giant ants were actually undamaged, his face darkened. He made a hand sign with one hand and a large amount of black gas suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. After spinning and condensing, it turned into a black tentacle that madly whipped at the 2 giant ants. At this time, there was a light breeze on the surface of the 2 giant ants and their bodies once again became a blur and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the long hair of the flying head on the other side turned into a silk net that covered itself. Nearby, the figures of the other 2 giant ants flickered in and out of sight, and they were abnormally fierce in battle with this demon. As soon as Lu Ming realized that these 4 giant ants had grasped the astonishing wind escape technique, he naturally did not have the slightest intention of holding back. Not only did he push the dark bone method to the extreme, the cyan short sword in his hand continuously slashed out. At the same time, in his other hand, cyan wind blades transformed into a cyan line that continuously shot out. Even though the 2 giant ants had mastered the wind escape technique, under Lu Ming's fierce counterattack, they were unable to dodge in time. One of the giant ants that attacked Lu Ming failed and was about to use the wind escape technique again. However, it was unable to dodge in time and was struck by a cyan sword chi. Then, 7 or 8 wind blades shot out at the same time, leaving deep wounds on its body and forcing it to dodge continuously. It didn't have time to use the wind escape technique at all. With a ding-dang sound, a silver chain broke through the air. With a flash, it trapped the giant ant firmly. At this time, there was a ripple behind Lu Ming and another giant ant appeared. Its 2 forelimbs moved and it immediately pounced forward without a sound. Lu Ming didn't even turn his head. Suddenly, he flipped his hand and a cyan sword chi flew out. The giant ant's body suddenly twisted and it actually dodged the dense sword chi at an unimaginable angle. However, at this time, Lu Ming's other arm became a blur and a golden fist punched out. The giant ant was shocked and its 2 forelimbs suddenly crossed in front of it, wanting to break the golden fist. However, when its forelimbs came into contact with the golden fist, a huge force immediately surged out from the fist. The giant ant let out a cry as its 2 forelimbs were forcefully shattered by the huge force. The golden fist became a blur again and instantly pierced through the giant ant's head, killing it on the spot. At the same time, silver inscriptions appeared on the surface of the silver chain that bound the other giant ant. It suddenly tightened and split the giant ant into several pieces. Just as Lu Ming was dealing with the 2 giant ants, the flying head on the other side, with its long hair fluttering in the air, suddenly rushed and unexpectedly disappeared into the void. An air-piercing sound rang out. The 2 giant beasts that had escaped into the wind were forcibly forced out by the invisible long hair. At the same time, green threads flashed on the surface of their bodies, and their bodies were abruptly sliced up into a dozen or so pieces. At this time, Lu Ming's eyes moved. He looked at the demonic insect that had released 4 giant ants and didn't do anything else. When the demonic insect saw the 4 giant ants being killed so quickly, a trace of panic appeared on the beautiful woman's face. After letting out a strange cry, it suddenly flapped its wings and turned around to escape. A look of surprise flashed across Lu Ming's face, but he didn't even think as he formed a sign with his hands. Immediately, spots of green light appeared and a giant wind blade appeared in front of him. With a flick of his wrist, the giant wind blade let out a sharp cry as it pierced through the air. In the next moment, a layer of pink light barrier appeared on the surface of the demonic insect. However, after a flash of green light, the huge wind blade cut the light barrier along with the demonic insect in half. The demonic insect let out a blood-curdling scream as the 2 halves of its body fell from the sky. However, after 2 pu sounds, 2 balls of green flame shot out and instantly turned the demonic insect's body into ashes. It was the flying head. This demon head flew over and spat out 2 balls of devil flame. Lu Ming was relieved to be able to deal with this seemingly strange demonic insect so easily. Although the 4 giant ants released by the demonic insect were indeed powerful, the main body was a bit too weak. He didn't know if there was a problem during the process of condensing the aura qi, causing its strength to be greatly reduced. Lu Ming felt that it was strange, but he didn't think too much about it. He quickly walked toward the aura pit. Although the Bai clan said that no one had come to the aura pit for many years, and that there should be a lot of 7th blue pure aura qi accumulated here, but now that he found this demonic insect in the aura pit, it made him worry. Even if no one else had discovered this place, who knew how many demonic beasts and demonic insects had already used the pure aura qi in the pit? As Lu Ming thought about this, he couldn't help but become even more worried. After a while, he walked to the side of the giant pit and looked down with rapt attention. As a result, his expression changed. He saw that this aura pit was very different from the one he had found in the underground cave of the Immortal Dawn Mountain. Looking down from the top, the pit was actually in the shape of a funnel. Moreover, the deepest part of the pit was more than 100 feet high. Aside from the light blue mist that flashed in the middle, the rest of the place was filled with semi-transparent stones of unknown shapes. Some were big, some were small, and all of them were shining. After Lu Ming's gaze stared at the blue mist in the middle for a while, his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. He made a hand sign with one hand and his figure rose into the air. He slowly descended toward the center of the aura pit. When he saw that he was only 10 feet above the light blue mist, he grabbed at the empty space below him. Immediately, a large ball of light blue mist soared into the sky and flew directly in front of Lu Ming before suddenly stopping. Lu Ming squinted his eyes and carefully looked at it. Within this ball of blue mist, he could faintly see a few sound-like blue crystal lights flashing endlessly. They were like dots of stars and there seemed to be more than 10 of them. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face immediately became overjoyed. It seemed that his luck was not bad. For such a ball of mist to have so much 7th blue pure aura qi, it seemed that it would not be a problem to gather more than 2 portions of pure aura qi from this pit. As Lu Ming thought about this, he excitedly took out a small bottle from his sleeve. 2 months later, in the barbarian ghost sect's 9-infant mountain hall, Lu Ming, who had just returned to the sect, stood in front of Gue Ru Quan and respectfully told the 9-infant faction mountain master about his experiences in Xianxia over the past few years. You did well in Xianxia and have greatly increased the reputation of the 9-infant faction. This time, if it wasn't for the sea race in Xianxia a few years ago, I'm afraid that our 5 sects would have to expend a lot of energy and would not be able to focus on the outside world. However, it is a pity that your master and martial uncle Zhu were ordered to go to the border. Otherwise, if they knew that you had returned, they would definitely be overjoyed. That's right, martial nephew, what plans do you have in the future? Junior Zhong has already applied to the sect to restore your real name. In the future, you can directly use the name Lu Ming. If nothing unexpected happens, with your status as a core disciple, you should be sent to the border to train yourself. After Gue Ru Quan finished listening, his face carried a satisfied expression as he spoke. Thank you for martial uncle's concern. After these few years of training, I believe that my Fa Li is quite strong and I have also found a suitable pure aura qi. Therefore, I am preparing to immediately apply to break through to the Spirit Master realm. If I remember correctly, any disciple who is in the process of breaking through, unless it is a matter of life or death for the sect, can be exempted from all enlistments from the sect. Lu Ming thought for a while before replying. There is indeed such a rule. However, are you sure that you want to break through to the Spirit Master realm now? Why don't you wait for another 2 years so that you have a higher chance of success? After Gui Ru Quan heard Lu Ming say this, his expression changed slightly. There is no need. If I am unable to break through this time, as long as I rest for a few years, I should be able to try to break through a second time before I turn 30. However, if I wait another 2 years, I'm afraid that there won't be enough time. Lu Ming thought for a while before replying. Yes, if Marshal Nephew thinks like this, it is not wrong. However, you must remember that no matter what realm you are breaking through to, it is best to succeed on the first try. Otherwise, no matter what method you use in the future, the chances of success will become smaller and smaller. After Gui Ru Quan nodded his head, his expression became serious as he spoke. Many thanks for Marshal Uncle Gui's guidance, I will remember it. That's right, a few years ago, I received a message from the sect saying that our 5 sects had been infiltrated by sea-race spies and that the spy was Senior Callan from back then. She also stole the head of the barbarian ghost king that the 16 martial ancestor controlled. Is this all true? After Lu Ming bowed and expressed his thanks, he asked hesitantly. That, of course, is absolutely true. The person who discovered that Callan was a sea-race spy was Junior Bing of the Balefulin faction, who is also Callan's master. Originally, Junior Bing and Callan had already solved the mystery of the barbarian ghost king's disappearance. They even took out the ghost king's head from the seal. However, it was at this time that Callan revealed her identity as a sea-race member and used vicious methods to plot against Junior Bing, stealing the ghost king's head. Similar things happened to the Heavenly Moon sect and the other 3 sections. If it wasn't the treasure being stolen, then it was the upper echelons of the sect that were killed. The Heavenly Moon sect suffered the greatest loss. One of the 2 elders, Master Ling Yu, was poisoned by a strange poison of the sea race and is still unconscious in the forbidden area of the Heavenly Moon sect. Hearing Lu Ming's question, Gui Ruchuan's face darkened as he spoke. So this is all true. It seems that the sea race's invasion this time has been carefully planned for many years. Hearing this, Lu Ming's expression changed. In the remaining time, he listened to some of Gui Ruchuan's pointers on breaking through to Spirit Master before bidding farewell and leaving the hall. Subsequently, he first went to the duty hall to report and handed in his Xianxia monitoring mission along the way to receive a few rewards. At this time, Lu Ming discovered that the barbarian ghost sect suddenly had an additional group of young male and female inner sect disciples. At the same time, the faces of some of the old disciples had decreased by a lot. It seemed that in these few years, the barbarian ghost sect had recruited a new group of disciples. At the same time, many of the old disciples had been recruited to the border of the Daxian country. In the next 4 days, Lu Ming did not go out anymore and stayed in his residence to rest and build up his strength. Until one day, half a month later, Lu Ming quietly arrived in front of a canyon hidden between 2 mountain peaks in the barbarian ghost sect. At the entrance of the canyon, there was impressively a huge pavilion that was 3 stories tall. In front of the entrance of the pavilion, there was a plaque that had the words Spirit Fault Heavenly Pavilion written on it. Lu Ming touched something in his sleeve and immediately strode into the pavilion. In the hall on the first floor of the pavilion, other than a pale white formation on the floor, it was unexpectedly empty. There was not a single person in sight. Just as a look of surprise appeared on Lu Ming's face, he suddenly heard a man's voice. Which faction are you from? Do you have a token to enter the spirit pool? If not, go back to where you came from. Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart trembled. However, he immediately bowed and replied, 9 infant mountain factions. Lu Ming greets Senior. I plan to enter the spirit pool for a month. I have already brought the token. After he finished speaking, he immediately took out a light silver token and held it up with both hands. Oh, since you have the token, you can naturally stay. However, I still need to check if it is real before I can bring you into the spirit pool. The man's voice slowed down as he spoke. Following that, the sound of footsteps came from the staircase, and a man in a white Confucian robe calmly walked down from the 2nd floor. His face was slightly long and ugly, but his eyes were bright, giving people a feeling that he was out of this world. The man walked a few steps in front of Lu Ming, looked him up and down, then suddenly smiled and asked, "Since you are under the Nine-Infant sect, is your master surnamed Zhong or Zhu?" "My master's surname is Zhong." Lu Ming was a little surprised, but after hesitating for a while, he still replied truthfully. "So you really are under Junior Zhong?" "Hee, I heard that a few years ago, she accepted a disciple called Bai Song Tian, but not long ago, she reported to the sect that he changed his name." "It can't be you, right?" The white-robed man laughed lightly as he spoke. Then, he raised his hand and the token in Lu Ming's hand trembled slightly. With a so sound, it flew into the air and landed firmly in the man's hand. "Senior knows my master? My original name is indeed not my current one." Lu Ming was startled, but he did not dare to be negligent as he replied. "So it really is you?" "Yes, I've heard from Junior Martial Sister Zhong that you made great contributions to our sect in the Mystic Realm trial a few years ago. No wonder you can take out this token." The white-robed man seemed to be interested. "Senior is flattering me. Junior was just lucky. However, I don't know Senior's great name." Lu Ming noticed that the other party seemed to be very familiar with Martial and Zhong, and his thoughts turned as he asked. "It seems like your master has never mentioned me to you. But it doesn't matter. I believe it won't be long before your master and I become a family. Junior Sister Bing's disciple is also my disciple. My surname is Tong, you can call me Martial Uncle Tong." The white-robed man only glanced at the silver token in his hand before tossing it back. At the same time, he said with a smile. "So it's Senior Uncle Tong." When Lu Ming heard this, although he was a little dumbfounded, he could only greet him honestly. "Very good. Lu, since we're on the same side, I'll naturally arrange a place for you near the center of the spiritual pool," the man surnamed Tong said with a mischievous chuckle. Then, he quickly formed a hand seal with one hand and fired several hand seals at the formation in front of him. The white formation immediately let out a buzzing sound, and a layer of faint white light appeared on its surface as it was activated. "Many thanks, Martial Uncle." When Lu Ming heard these words, his heart was slightly happy. Before he came, he had specially investigated everything related to the sect's spirit pool. He knew that the so-called spirit pool was actually a place that the barbarian ghost sect found in the sect that had the densest amount of Yuanli of heaven and earth. Then, they laid down a special restriction that only allowed Yuanli of heaven and earth to enter and not leave. Thus, the purity of the Yuanli inside was unimaginably high. The center of the restriction was naturally the place with the densest amount of Yuanli. The effect of cultivating there was not just a little bit better than the outer edges. Just like this, he followed the white-robed man into the formation. In a flash, he was transported into the depths of the canyon to a place that was filled with strange flowers and plants. At the same time, there were strands of white mist floating in the air. After Lu Ming took a small breath, he immediately felt a dense amount of Yuanli directly pour into his lungs. He couldn't help but be somewhat moved. Only now did he know that this so-called white mist was actually an illusion formed by the extremely dense Yuanli of heaven and earth. It really lived up to its name of spirit pool. After sweeping his gaze across his surroundings, he saw that in the distance, there were indistinct stone houses that were built quite far away from each other in the mist. As far as his eyes could see, there seemed to be 5 or 6 houses. The white-robed man brought Lu Ming forward with large strides. After walking for the time it took to eat a meal, he finally brought Lu Ming to the front of a green stone house that was surrounded by strands of white mist. On the outside of this stone house, there were a few silver spirit inscriptions imprinted on the stone walls. On the stone door, there was a rhombus groove that was no more than a few inches deep. "Lu, this can be considered to be a cultivation area that is second only to the center of the spirit pool. You can cultivate here. After a month, I will take you out again. In addition, this secret room is set up with a mysterious enchantment. Only the token in your hand can open it." The white-robed man pointed at the stone house in front of him and said to Lu Ming with a smile. Naturally, Lu Ming was overjoyed and thanked him. He then went to the front of the stone door and put the silver token into the groove on the stone door. Suddenly, the entire stone house made a loud wing-wing sound. At the same time, the surface of the stone door flashed with silver light and slowly opened. After Lu Ming bowed to the white-robed man, he suppressed the excitement in his heart and walked into the stone door. The moment his figure entered the door, the stone door closed silently. The spirit inscriptions of the entire stone house flickered slightly, and a wave of enchantment instantly spread out from the top. Seeing this, the white-robed man smiled and floated away. At the same time, Lu Ming had seen everything in the stone house clearly. Apart from a light yellow cattail hassock and a white wooden bed, there was nothing else inside. Lu Ming was quite satisfied with all of the arrangements. He slightly examined the four walls of the stone house and the flashing silver spirit inscriptions. After confirming that it was really just a few ordinary defensive enchantments, he relaxed and sat down on the futon. Lu Ming shook his sleeve and 3 identical small bottles appeared on the ground. Looking at the items in front of him, his expression became somewhat solemn. The small bottles naturally contained the 7th blue pure aura chi that he had obtained from the 10,000 barbarian mountain range. If he had only obtained 1 bottle from the aura pit, he might have hesitated for a while. However, with 3 bottles in hand, the situation was very good. Unless his talent was so bad that it was impossible for him to advance to the liquid level, it was definitely worth a try. According to Lu Ming's estimation, even though he had a 3 spiritual pulse, the Fa Li in his body was extremely pure. In addition, he had bought some pills that were very useful for breaking through bottlenecks and was in the spirit pool. At the same time, he also had 3 bottles of pure aura chi in hand. This meant that his chances of breaking through were at least above 60 to 70%. And with such a high chance, even if it was not as high as when Gao Chong used the Earth spiritual pulse to break through to Spirit Master, the difference would not be too great. More importantly, this 7th blue aura chi was extremely compatible with his cultivation method. Even though it could not be compared to the legendary pure aura chi like the heavenly star aura chi, it was still one of the famous high-grade pure aura chi. If he were to refine it into his true yuan, the symbol chi formed would not only have outstanding defensive abilities, it would also have the power of the yin attribute. It would also amplify some spells of the same attribute. For example, the icicle technique that he cultivated was already at its limit at the perfection realm. But with the support of the symbol chi formed by the 7th blue aura chi, its power could be increased by another level. And if it was a ghost path cultivation method that also belonged to the yin attribute, the secret technique that he was almost unable to use could be easily used with the help of the symbol chi formed by the 7th blue aura chi. Therefore, for Lu Ming, who was going to focus on the ghost path cultivation method of the Dragon Tiger Helm method in the future, this pure aura chi was even more suitable than the legendary heavenly star aura chi. This was one of the main reasons why he immediately agreed to old Madame Bai's request after he found out about the existence of this pure aura chi. As Lu Ming thought about this, his gaze towards the item in front of him gradually became fiery. But after he calmed himself down, he began to close his eyes and meditate. He was different from Gao Chong, who needed to go into seclusion for a year before he could officially break through the bottleneck due to his unstable Fa Li foundation. The Fa Li in Lu Ming's body was already incomparably pure. With a little more preparation, he could directly refine the pure aura chi into his body and condense the true yuan in his dantian from a gaseous state to a liquid state. From there, he would produce symbol chi of his own attribute and become a spirit master. As Lu Ming thought about this, his mind gradually became incomparably calm, and he finally entered a state of selflessness. After a day and a night, when he once again opened his eyes, they were already incomparably clear, without the slightest bit of distracting thoughts. He took out a few supplementary pills from his sleeve and consumed them. Then, he formed a hand sign with his 2 hands and began to activate the true yuan in his body. In an instant, a gust of black gas wildly emitted from his body. After a spin, it transformed into a huge black ball of fog, completely covering his body. As time passed by quickly, the black gas continuously surged out from within Lu Ming's body, causing the huge ball of fog to become bigger and bigger. After a while, it almost filled the entire stone room. At this time, Lu Ming began to mutter something. The small bottle that originally contained the dark blue aura chi on the ground exploded without any warning with a ping sound. From within, dots of light blue crystal light shot out. After a flash, they all disappeared into the black fog without a trace. Following this, the black fog abruptly tumbled, and a series of rumbling sounds came from Lu Ming's body. At the beginning, the sound was not loud, but after the time of a few breaths, it became as shocking as thunder. Within the huge ball of fog, Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but his 10 fingers continuously formed hand signs like wheels. One after another, hand signs shot out from between his fingers, disappearing into the black fog without a trace. In his abdomen area, there were hundreds of sand-like blue crystal lights gathered. They slowly rotated without stopping, and from time to time, strands of blue light as thin as hair would fly out, disappearing into his dantian without a trace. Outside the stone room, under the influence of some strange power, there was even more white fog slowly drifting in this direction. After a while, with the stone room as the center, a faint sea of white fog vaguely formed. At the top floor of the pavilion at the entrance of the canyon, the man with the surname Tong sat on a chair and stared at the huge copper mirror hanging on the opposite wall. The copper mirror was squarish and its edges were completely covered with purple copper. The surface of the mirror reflected a clear scene filled with white mist. It was the scene outside the stone house that Lu Ming was in. To actually make such a big scene, it seems that this Lu really intends to condense his aura chi into cultivation chi here. I just don't know what kind of pure aura chi he is using and how confident he is now. The white-robed man looked at the scene in the copper mirror and muttered to himself with an interested expression. In the following period of time, the sea of mist slowly expanded. Until half a month later, the sea of mist above the stone house was actually a few acres in size. It almost covered half of the sky above the spirit pool area. On the morning of this day, the white sea of mist suddenly surged and began to condense into a ball with the stone house as the center. At noon, a funnel-like ball of white mist formed in the air above the stone house. Under the crazy rotation, it poured into the stone house. The white-robed man, who was watching all of this through the copper mirror on the top floor of the pavilion, had a serious expression and didn't even blink his eyes. Seeing that 2/3 of the thick white mist had poured into the stone house, an earth-shattering sound suddenly rang out. The entire stone house trembled, and the remaining white mist instantly dispersed. At the same time, densely packed white lines shot out from the stone house, and shot in all directions. They exploded one after another, and turned into clouds of white mist that pervaded the air. As expected, I failed. I didn't successfully liquefy my true chi. This step of condensing aura chi into cultivation chi is not so easy to take. With my talent back then, I only barely succeeded on my second attempt. Seeing this situation, the white-robed man muttered to himself. However, his face didn't show much surprise. With the number of barbarian ghost sect disciples, there were naturally many who were able to cultivate to the great perfection spirit apostle level. However, there were only a few who were able to successfully advance to spirit master level. Therefore, when he saw that Lu Ming had failed in condensing aura chi, he naturally acted as if he was used to it. Just as the white-robed man began to wonder if Lu Ming would come out of the stone house in advance, a surprising scene suddenly appeared in the copper mirror. The white mist that was spewing out from the stone house suddenly condensed and slowly floated towards the stone house. In an instant, a hazy sea of mist condensed again and began to revolve again. Second aura condensation. No wonder Lu was so confident in opening the spirit pool. He had actually prepared 2 portions of the same pure aura chi. I'm afraid he must have spent quite a lot of spirit stones. The white-robed man was a little surprised to see this. Preparing 2 portions of pure aura chi at once in order to increase their chances of breaking through was a common method used by many people when advancing to spirit master. However, most people didn't have the strength to do so. However, this caused this martial Uncle Tong to truly look forward to Lu Ming. Therefore, the scene from the morning repeated itself. However, this time, the sea of mist condensed was even larger than before. After a few hours, when the remaining sea of mist exploded with a muffled sound and countless white lines shot out from the stone house in all directions, the white-robed man let out a light sigh. His face was full of regret. This time, the entire sea of mist seemed to enter the stone house and only about 1/10 of it remained. Therefore, in the white-robed man's eyes, this Lu was only one step away from successfully condensing aura chi. Naturally, this was an extremely unfortunate matter. However, in the next moment, there was a buzzing sound near the stone house. When all of the dispersed white mist once again condensed, the white-robed man was truly dumbfounded. Third aura chi. Impossible, he actually has 3 portions of the same type of pure aura chi in his hands. It seems that no matter if it's his mind or body, he can still hold on. After this martial Uncle Tong came back to his senses, his expression was somewhat uncertain. However, after waiting for a few more hours, when the sea of mist that was even larger than the last time had completely surged into the stone house, not leaving a single trace outside, Lu Ming's long roar immediately came from within the stone house. His roar went straight to the 9 heavens, and the restriction above the canyon seemed to be unable to completely cover it. At the same time, in the majority of the barbarian ghost sect, regardless of whether it was the disciples who were hurrying, flying, or cultivating, they all heard Lu Ming's long roar at the same time. They all looked in the direction of the roar in shock. In the next moment, an enormous pillar of light shot into the sky from between the 2 mountain peaks. It was 3,000 to 4,000 feet tall and its surface was misty with a blue light. Within it, one could faintly see specks of light flickering like stars. Astral Qi leak. Condensing Aura Qi. Someone has successfully advanced to Spirit Master. Many barbarian ghost sect disciples cried out in shock when they saw what was happening. Some of the barbarian ghost sect's higher-ups were even more shocked when they saw this phenomenon. They all left their residences and rushed in the direction of the canyon. After a while, in front of the pavilion at the entrance of the canyon, a white cloud descended and a beautiful woman appeared in front of the gate. She raised her head to look at the blue pillar of light flashing in the distance above the canyon. She did not hide the surprise on her face. It was Lin Xiaoyu of the Dancing Ghost faction. Before the woman could raise her leg to walk to the pavilion, there was a sound in the sky. 2 more people arrived nearby on clouds and with a few flashes, landed next to the woman. They were a middle-aged Taoist and a scholarly man. They were Taoist Zhang of the Mysterious Talisman faction and Chu Qi of the Baleful faction. After the two looked at the pillar of light in the direction of the canyon, their expressions were also full of surprise. Junior Lin, you came so quickly. Could it be that the person who broke through is a disciple of the ghost faction? Chu Qi asked Lin Xiaoyu with a serious expression. If it's true, then that's great. I came quickly because I was dealing with some matters nearby. Naturally, I was the first to arrive. I suspect that the person inside is a disciple of your Baleful faction. Lin Xiaoyu replied with a snort. Our Baleful faction only has a few new perfection disciples. Most of them have already tried to break through. The remaining 2 are still in seclusion. The person inside is definitely not a disciple of the Baleful faction. Chu Qi heard this and shook his head repeatedly. If it's not a disciple of your 2 factions, it's even more impossible for our Mysterious Talisman faction. Recently, our faction has not had a new perfection disciple. Taoist Zhang said with a sigh. Just as the 3 of them looked at each other, a few other spirit masters came from the distant sky. Most of them were also confused by the phenomenon in the canyon. They did not know who had broken through to the liquid level. One of these people was Gue Ruquan. However, this 9 infants faction master's face was also full of surprise at this moment. Of course, he knew that the disciple of his faction, Lu Ming, was in the spirit pool. However, he had no confidence that the person who had broken through was Lu Ming. After all, in his mind, Lu Ming's 3 spiritual pulse meant that the possibility of him becoming a spirit master was close to 0. Although Gue Ruquan remained silent, his strange expression was quickly noticed by Chu Qi, the Baleful faction's mountain lord. His expression immediately changed and he suddenly opened his mouth to directly ask, Senior Gue, I haven't seen you speak since just now. Do you know who the disciple in the spirit pool who broke through to the spirit master realm is? This? Gue Ruquan's brows furrowed. Just as he did not know how to answer, there was a sound in the sky. An old man in sackcloth rushed over on a cloud. It was the barbarian ghost sect leader. As a result, Chu Qi, Gue Ruquan, and the others did not bother to speak and all went forward to pay their respects. Haha, the heavens really are blessing our barbarian ghost sect. In a short 3 years, Gao Chong and Yonggan both successfully became spirit masters. Now, another disciple actually entered the liquid level. This is really something worth celebrating. That's right, juniors, do you know which disciple broke through the bottleneck? The barbarian ghost sect leader flew down and said with a face full of joy. To him, in this critical period of the war with the sea race, even if there was one more spirit master in the sect, it would still be able to increase the strength of the sect. Senior sect leader, we have just arrived and do not know which faction it is. Lin Xiaoyu heard and replied with a bitter smile. Since it is like this, then let's directly go in and ask Junior Tong. He has a sky-observing totem in his hand and can observe all movements in the spirit pool at any time. Hearing this, the barbarian ghost sect leader frowned and replied. Gui Ru Quan and the others naturally nodded in agreement. Thus, the group of people immediately entered the pavilion. So it is the sect leader and seniors who have arrived. Junior greets you. When the group of people entered the main hall of the pavilion, the white-robed man walked down from upstairs with a smile that was not a smile. Junior Tong, you have come at the right time. Do you know which faction's disciple has just successfully condensed his aura? Looking at the stellar chi leaking, it is quite extraordinary. He should not be an ordinary disciple. Seeing the white-robed man, the barbarian ghost sect leader immediately asked in a deep voice. Looks like senior sect leader and the others are all here to ask about this. This is simple. The one who just condensed the aura into stellar chi is from the 9 infant faction. He is a disciple called Lu Ming. Hearing this, the white-robed man smiled and replied without hesitation. It really is Lu. Hearing this, Gui Ru Quan's face immediately lit up with a trace of disbelief. What, Senior Gui's faction? Why does the name Lu Ming sound so familiar? Could it be the disciple that Junior Zhong suggested reverting to his original name not long ago? After Chu Chi heard this, he was first startled and then immediately came to a realization. However, he also revealed an expression of surprise. Could it be that you are talking about the disciple called Bai Tsong Tian? The barbarian ghost sect leader twirled his beard and was also greatly surprised. Because of Gao Cheng, he had always been paying attention to matters regarding Lu Ming. After the other spirit masters heard this, their expressions also changed. Senior sect leader is not wrong. It is indeed this Lu. However, he has just successfully broken through the bottleneck and still needs half a year to consolidate his realm. According to our sect's rules, anyone who has just broken through to the liquid level has 1 year of free time to use the spirit pool. I am afraid that he will not come out in a short period of time. The white-robed man blinked his eyes and said. Junior Gui, congratulations. The 9 infant mountain finally has another liquid-level spirit master. It seems that. This time I was wrong. I did not think that Lu would be able to advance. It seems that his talent is not inferior to Gao Cheng's. The barbarian ghost sect leader finally recovered from his shock and said to Gui Ruchuan with a bitter smile. Although I know that this disciple has recently entered the spirit pool, I did not believe that he could successfully condense his aura. Lu also gave me a big surprise. Gui Ruchuan hurriedly said with his mouth wide open. As for the others, no matter what they thought, they naturally all congratulated Gui Ruchuan. Gui Ruchuan's face was full of smiles as he continuously returned the greetings. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyu's heart was filled with regret. She finally understood why Spirit Master Lei thought so highly of Lu Ming in the past. If she had persisted for a little longer, wouldn't the Dancing Ghost faction have another Spirit Master? Therefore, although this female cultivator of the Dancing Ghost faction also congratulated Gui Ruchuan, she could not help but feel a bit sour in her heart. As for Chu Chi, the leader of the Balefulin faction, although he did not seem to see eye to eye with Gui Ruchuan, he was probably feeling quite depressed in his heart. Alright, since we know which disciple made the breakthrough, we can rest easy. Lu has just advanced and needs to consolidate his realm. We should not disturb him now and let him continue his seclusion. However, junior martial brother Tong must notify me as soon as he comes out of seclusion. As the sect leader, I must first bring him to the ancestral hall to make a sacrifice and officially raise his seniority before discussing other matters. The barbarian ghost sect leader muttered to himself for a while before speaking to the white-robed man. Of course, as long as Lu comes out, I will immediately inform the sect leader. The white-robed man replied without hesitation. Hearing this, the barbarian ghost sect leader nodded his head in satisfaction. In the following time, the man in white robe took a group of people up to the 3rd floor of the attic. He let them witness the blue light pillar that was ejected from the stone house where Lu Ming was through the bronze mirror. Only then did he leave without a trace of doubt. Once Gue Ruquan returned to his residence, he immediately wrote a letter and summoned a disciple from his sect, ordering him to deliver it to him that very night. At the same time, the barbarian ghost sect leader left the canyon and rushed to the forbidden area behind the main peak. Only after over 2 hours did he walk out of the forbidden grounds once again with a pensive look on his face. He headed straight for the Blood Control faction's mountain peak. Not long after, the entire barbarian ghost sect knew that a new spirit master had appeared in the sect. Moreover, the 2 words Lu Ming quickly spread to all the large mountains. However, the disciples who knew that Lu Ming was by Tsong Tian were actually Tsong Tian. After all, the matter of Marshal Ant Zhong restoring Lu Ming's real name was only quietly reported to the sect. It was not actually announced to the entire sect. However, as time passed and Gue Ruchuan did not hide it, the rumor that the newly advanced spirit master Lu Ming was the previous by Tsong Tian of the 9 Infants faction quickly spread throughout the barbarian ghost sect. This time, to those who had seen and knew Lu Ming before, it truly caused an uproar. What? Lu Ming is the previous junior Bai? In a small forest of the barbarian ghost sect, a cold-faced youth cried out involuntarily to the beautiful girl in front of him with a face full of shock. That's right. I have already confirmed this matter through a 9 Infants mountain disciple I am on good terms with. Not long ago, the person who successfully condensed his aura and caused a celestial phenomenon was indeed the previous junior Bai Tsong Tian. It seems that Lu Ming was his original name. Bai Tsong Tian was only the name of the Bai clan disciple that he impersonated. The beautiful girl sighed as she spoke. These 2 people were Du Hai and Mu Yunxian. Back then, Junior Bai, no, I should say younger brother Lu, only had a 3 spiritual pulse. With this kind of talent, he was actually able to successfully advance. This is really hard to believe. Du Hai's face was dark and uncertain. When I first heard about this, I also didn't dare to believe it. It seems that we still underestimated younger brother Lu. However, if my older brother knew about this, I'm afraid he would greatly regret the matter with Ming Zhu. Mu Yunxian lightly sighed as she spoke. Indeed, if your Mu clan had already known that younger brother Lu would become a spirit master, no matter how high the Bai clan's conditions were, they would not have agreed to break off the engagement. Du Hai appeared to be in complete agreement. I have already tried my best regarding Ming Zhu's matter and I don't want to care about it anymore. However, when we see younger brother Lu again, I'm afraid we will have to change the way we address him as Marshal Uncle Lu. Mu Yunxian bitterly laughed. At the same time, the 13 or 14-year-old youth that she first met during the opening spirit ceremony flashed in her mind. She couldn't help but fall into a trance. What? This newly advanced Lu Ming is the Bai Tsong Tian from back then. In a stone house in Blood Control Mountain, a few old disciples of the Blood Control faction gathered together. All of their faces were extremely ugly. Shi Jian and Lu Yun, who had met with Lu Ming before, were also among them. Out of these people, the 2 of them were the most uneasy. What should we do? Back then, because of Marshal Uncle Gao's matter, we have already gone against him. If we wait for this Marshal Uncle Lu to come out of seclusion, I'm afraid our days will not be good. A muscular man said as his eyes flashed. Who would have known that a 3 spiritual pulse disciple could also advance successfully like Marshal Uncle Gao? If we had known earlier, we would not have provoked him. The worst thing is that Marshal Uncle Gao is at the border. Even if we wanted to find him for protection, we would not be able to do so. Shi Jian said slowly. That's right. If Marshal Uncle Gao was in the sect, even if he wanted to cause trouble for us, he would have to go through Marshal Uncle Gao first. But now, we are in big trouble. If it wasn't for the invasion of the sea race, we could still find an excuse to leave the sect and avoid Marshal Uncle Lu for a while. But now, without orders from the higher-ups of the sect, if we secretly leave the sect, we will be punished for the crime of betraying the sect. Another gray-haired old man said with a gloomy expression. 2 senior brothers, don't worry too much. Back then, in order to assist Marshal Uncle Gao, although we went against this person, he did not really suffer any major losses because of this. Maybe this Marshal Uncle Lu has already forgotten about us after coming out of seclusion. Let's not think too much about it. Lu Yun's expression changed for a while before she forced a smile and said. Junior sister Lu's words are reasonable. Let's hope that's the case. The well-dressed man's eyes flashed as he replied thoughtfully. The old man and Shijian looked at each other and could only smile bitterly. With Lu Ming's current status as a spirit master, they could only hope like this. In a thatched cottage with an extremely beautiful scenery in the dancing ghost mountain, a beautiful yellow-clothed woman was standing in the cottage. She was looking through the window at a distant waterfall that resembled white silk, and her face was filled with a gloomy and unhappy expression. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from outside. A petite girl in a green robe rushed in from outside the door, and as soon as she came in, she shouted as soon as she came in, "Senior Qian, have you heard? The newly advanced martial Uncle Lu that the sect was talking about is actually the Bai Tsung Tian that we met before." "Oh, there's such a thing. Did you hear wrong?" The yellow-robed girl was Qian Huinyang, who had entered the secret realm with Lu Ming. Hearing this, she turned around in shock. Of course it's true. This matter has already spread throughout the entire sect. TSK, I really didn't expect this. The little guy that we brought to the market a few years ago is now going to become our martial uncle. The green-robed girl was naturally Cui Er. At this moment, she spoke with some dissatisfaction. How old are you, and you still call him little guy? However, I'm not too surprised that younger brother Lu will become martial uncle Lu. Although he only has a 3 spiritual pulse body, he was able to do some amazing things in the past. It's not strange for him to successfully become a spirit master. Unlike me, although I was already a spirit master many years ago, I failed to condense liquid into cultivation Qi twice in a row. I'm already past the age limit and have no chance of becoming a spirit master anymore. Qian Huinyang spoke helplessly, but after thinking of her own matters, her expression darkened again. Senior, please don't be discouraged. This kid being able to successfully become a spirit master is mostly due to his great luck. With Senior's talent, breaking through to the liquid level is something that will happen sooner or later. As for the age limit, you don't need to take it to heart. It's not like our sects don't have examples of people over the age of 30 who were able to become spirit masters. When the green-robed girl heard this, she remembered that the senior in front of her was depressed because of her failure to condense cultivation Qi not long ago. She quickly changed her words. Don't worry, I don't need you to comfort me. To be able to successfully become a spirit master, half depends on one's fate and luck. However, no matter how low the chances of becoming a spirit master are, I won't easily give up. When Qian Huinyang heard this, she gave a slight smile and replied. Although the green-robed girl didn't know what was going on, seeing that Qian Huinyang's mood seemed to be much better, she was naturally extremely happy. She quickly chattered about other matters of the sect. A month later, at the border between Dexian and Haiyu country, in a huge city that was built by the combined efforts of various sects, in the top floor of a pavilion. Pung! A muffled sound rang out. A tall youth suddenly smashed the table in front of him into pieces. His face was filled with a gloomy expression. A piece of paper the width of a finger that was originally placed on the table floated to the ground. On it were densely written words, talking about the matter of Lu Ming changing his name and becoming a spirit master. The tall youth was the barbarian ghost sect's new spirit master, Gao Chong, who had been in the limelight recently. 9 months later, when the white-robed man was meditating with his eyes closed, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound. He was shocked and hastily stopped his hand sign. He opened his eyes and looked in front of him. He saw that the copper mirror that was originally hanging on the wall was slightly trembling. In the image of the copper mirror, the door of the stone house that was originally closed slowly opened. A youth in a green robe with a calm expression walked out. It was Lu Ming. Seeing this, the white-robed man was overjoyed. He hastily flipped his hand and a formation plate appeared in his hand. He quickly moved his hand a few times and walked towards the stairs. Lu Ming looked at the scenery outside the stone house. Everything was the same as when he first entered. The only difference was that when he entered, he was still an unremarkable spirit apostle. When he came out, he was already a genuine liquid-level spirit master. As Lu Ming thought like this, he couldn't help but reveal a faint smile on his face. After he slightly clenched his 2 fists, a layer of faint blue light appeared on the surface of his body. Within it, there were faint dots of crystal light that flickered endlessly. This was the symbol Qi that he had painstakingly cultivated. Its defensive ability was strong enough to face the full power attack of a normal spirit apostle and still be unharmed. In order to condense this symbol chi, he had used up all 3 bottles of 7th blue aura chi in one go. He had also condensed aura chi 3 times in a row before he barely succeeded. At that time, he almost broke out in a cold sweat, but he also felt extremely lucky in his heart. If the amount of aura chi that he had obtained was even a little bit less, then this time's attack really might have failed. As Lu Ming thought like this, he suddenly moved a finger and flicked it towards the nearby ground. Pooh! A dot of blue light shot out and left a deep hole in the nearby ground. In an instant, a strange cold air came out from the hole and instantly froze the entire small hole. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face revealed a satisfied expression. He was quite satisfied with the 7th Blue Gale's defensive and offensive power. It was not in vain for him to make such a difficult trip to the 10,000 Barbarians mountain range. However, if someone were to directly invade Lu Ming's body with their divine telekinesis, they would discover that the primordial chi in his dantian had turned into a pale silver liquid and was emitting a shocking magical power fluctuation. This was one of the signs of a cultivator entering the liquid level, liquefaction of true yuan. Thus, the cultivator's body could contain more than 10 times or even dozens of times more Fa Li than a spirit apostle. Of course, the moment he advanced to the liquid level, his mental power also increased several times more than before. One had to know that Lu Ming's mental strength was no weaker than that of a normal beginning stage spiritual master. Now that it had increased by several times, even a liquid later stage spiritual master might not be able to compare to him. Fortunately, as soon as Lu Ming successfully advanced, he immediately stayed in the spirit pool and cultivated diligently for more than half a year. Otherwise, whether it was the liquefaction of true essence or the sudden increase of spiritual energy, it would cause his cultivation to be greatly unstable, and it was easy to leave behind some hidden dangers. As Lu Ming thought about this, he slowly walked in the direction he came from. In the end, when he walked near the teleportation formation he came from, the white-robed man was waiting there. When he saw Lu Ming walk over, he said with a smile, "Hee hee, congratulations to Lu for advancing to the liquid level and becoming one of us. I have already informed the sect leader. He will be here in a while to bring me to the ancestral hall to worship. Then, he can officially call me senior." TSK, I'm afraid you don't know that your success in condensing aura this time has shocked many people. I was very lucky to be able to succeed this time. If I were to try again, I would most likely fail. Lu Ming did not dare to be negligent and quickly bowed. Haha, since we have chosen to cultivate against the natural order, luck is naturally a part of our strength. The white-robed man laughed and looked as if he did not care at all. Lu Ming naturally could only smile. In the remaining time, he followed the white-robed man into the formation. After exiting the spirit pool area, he once again returned to the hall on the first floor of the pavilion at the entrance of the canyon. Without waiting for Lu Ming to shake his head to dispel the dizziness in his head, a figure flashed from outside the door of the pavilion. It was an old man with a smile on his face. It was the barbarian ghost sect leader. 2 hours later, after Lu Ming left the ancestral hall on the main peak, he returned to Nine Infants Mountain. Half a day later, accompanied by Gue Ru Quan, he chose a real cave in Nine Infants Mountain and moved in. On the second day, Lu Ming received the congratulatory spirit masters from the other factions in the cave. On the third day, Lu Ming met with the spirit masters of the Nine Infants faction for the first time as a martial uncle in the hall on the peak of Nine Infants Mountain. Although these disciples already knew that Lu Ming had changed his name and advanced to Spirit Master, when they saw Lu Ming in person, they still had different expressions. Half a month later, Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the secret room of the new cave. In front of him, there was a formation about 10 feet large engraved on the ground. In the center of the formation, a cyan short sword was floating at a low altitude. At the same time, there were more than 10 layers of cyan inscriptions flashing on its surface. Lu Ming's 2 hands quickly formed hand signs and he spat out balls of energy from his mouth. They all disappeared into the short sword in a flash. He was impressively refining this middle-tier sword. With his original cultivation, he could barely activate 3 or 4 layers of restrictions on the sword. But now that he had become a liquid-level beginning spirit master, his Fa Li had increased by more than 10 times. Naturally, he could activate all the restrictions one by one. Therefore, he had to refine the Cyan Moon Sword again. As long as he finished refining this totem, when he activated it again, its power would naturally be worlds apart from before. Seeing that there were more and more inscriptions on the surface of the Cyan short sword and the 16th layer also appeared indistinctly, Lu Ming's face lit up. As he changed his hand sign, a buzzing sound suddenly came from one of his long sleeves. Lu Ming was startled. After glancing at the cuff of his sleeve, he furrowed his eyebrows. His hand sign suddenly stopped. The Cyan short sword was still floating in the air. He shook his sleeve and a circular formation plate flew out. After circling once, it landed steadily in his hand. Lu Ming's gaze swept over the few lines of small words that appeared on the formation plate. A trace of surprise immediately appeared on his face. His eyes flashed a few times before he put the item away and revealed an expression of deep thought. Within the formation plate was a letter from the barbarian ghost sect leader. He also asked Lu Ming to go to the main peaks hall for a meeting. He said that there was something important to discuss. Although Lu Ming felt that it was a bit strange, he naturally could not ignore it. Thus, his two hands quickly formed hand signs to cast a technique, causing the inscriptions on the surface of the Cyan Moon Sword to shrink back. He then put away the short sword and left the secret room. After a while, Lu Ming left Nine Infant Mountain on a gray cloud and flew directly to the main peak. After a short while, he arrived at the main peaks hall that was specially used for meetings. The barbarian ghost sect leader had already been waiting there with his eyebrows tightly furrowed. When he saw Lu Ming enter, a trace of a smile appeared on his face as he greeted him. "Younger brother Lu, you have finally arrived. Quickly, please sit. Senior sect leader is too polite. May I ask why you have summoned me here?" Lu Ming politely bowed to the hemp-robed elder. "Since Junior is an impatient person, I will not beat around the bush. Let me first ask, the cultivation method that Junior used to cultivate was the dark bone method, right?" The barbarian ghost sect leader muttered to himself before opening his mouth to say something that caused Lu Ming's heart to tremble. Senior sect leader must have heard about it from Senior One, right? Lu Ming thought for a while but did not reveal any strange expression. "Younger brother Lu, you do not need to worry. In terms of understanding of the dark bone method, in the entire barbarian ghost sect, other than Junior One, I am probably the only one who understands it. Since you participated in the large competition that year, there is no need for Junior One to tell me. I can also see some signs of this method," the hemp-robed elder said with a light smile. "Since it is like this, then I do not need to hide it anymore. Junior really did cultivate the dark bone method. Could it be that Senior called me here because of this method?" Lu Ming's thoughts quickly turned, but his face did not change as he asked. "Yes, it is indeed related to this method. But before that, I still want to ask younger brother Lu, what is your opinion of the sea race's invasion of the coastal countries?" The barbarian ghost sect leader said with a serious expression. "The sea race's invasion? This is hard to say. But there is one thing that is without a doubt, the sea race is extremely powerful. With just the strength of our country, I am afraid that it will be very difficult to repel the sea race's invasion." Lu Ming was slightly startled at first, but he immediately replied without thinking. "It seems that younger brother Lu is also an understanding person. If this is the case, I have some news from the border. Junior can first take a look at it before saying anything else." The barbarian ghost sect leader nodded and suddenly took out a white jade slips from his sleeve and handed it over. Seeing this, Lu Ming was a little surprised, but he did not stand on ceremony. He immediately took the jade slips and stuck it on his forehead. As time passed, Lu Ming's expression gradually became uncertain. After a while, he finally sighed and removed the jade slips from his forehead. "I did not expect the sea race's true strength to be so strong. The situation at the front has actually become so terrible. It is just as you see. The strength of the sea race is far greater than what we originally imagined. And the crystal level experts of our 5 sects have already been stationed at the border a year ago to prevent the enemy's crystal level experts from launching a sneak attack. But even like this, when the sea race launches a real attack, the allied forces at the border will not be able to hold on for long. So our sects must immediately send a second batch of reinforcements. But younger brother Lu, you also know that our barbarian ghost sect's strength is originally the smallest. there are originally not many spirit masters. In addition to the people left behind to guard the sect and those who are currently carrying out other missions, the number of people that can be sent is really few. So this time, although our sect is unable to send many spirit masters, we are prepared to use a few treasures that have always been sealed. The barbarian ghost sect leader said solemnly. Treasures? Hearing this, Lu Ming could not help but be a little surprised. Lu Ming really couldn't figure out what the sect leader had to do with him and why he was specifically called over. The barbarian ghost sect leader clearly saw through Lu Ming's thoughts and immediately continued speaking with deep meaning. The reason why our sect's treasures are sealed is because their power is too great and we don't want to use them rashly in order to avoid incurring the wrath of the other sect. But more importantly, these treasures themselves have certain limitations. They either need to use a large amount of Fa, or after using them, there will be certain side effects. There are also some treasures that can only be used if one practices a special cultivation method. The sect leader previously mentioned the dark bone method. Could it be that there are some treasures that require this method to be used? When Lu Ming heard this, he came to a sudden realization. Younger brother Lu is a smart person. However, what I am interested in is not the dark bone method itself, but rather the effects of the dark bone method that are similar to the great bone controlling technique. Currently, among the treasures that are sealed in the Forbidden Grounds, there are two that require the great bone controlling technique to be used. However, the great bone controlling technique is too difficult to practice. It has already been several hundred years since someone in our sect has successfully practiced this secret technique. Now that Junior has practiced the dark bone method that is similar to the great bone controlling technique, it just so happens to solve Senior's biggest problem. The barbarian ghost sect leader's expression became serious as he carefully explained. Since Senior sect leader has such an understanding of the dark bone method, then you should know that I am not the only person in the sect who practices this method. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows and thought for a moment before asking. Of course I know that Guju also practices the dark bone method. However, his spirit apostle cultivation is not enough to use the treasures. Otherwise, if he forcefully used it, he would be instantly sucked dry by the treasures. The barbarian ghost sect leader replied. So that's how it is. It seems that I really am the only person to use these treasures. However, I still want to ask, is Senior really so sure that the dark bone method is useful for these treasures? I should be the first person in the sect to become a spirit master by cultivating the dark bone method. There shouldn't be anyone else who has used the dark bone method to control those treasures. Lu Ming laughed bitterly and said. Yes, younger brother Lu's words are correct. In the past, no one has ever used the dark bone method to activate those treasures. But according to my judgment, there should be no problem. Moreover, the younger brother Lu only needed to go to the forbidden area to find out the result. This is also the reason why I only summoned Junior Martial Brother here. If Junior Martial Brother really can't use the treasure, then I can only think of another way. These treasures are extremely important to our sect and are also one of the things that our sect relies on to defend against great enemies. No matter what method we use, I will make these treasures display their proper power. The barbarian ghost sect leader first calmly admitted before speaking with a serious expression. Since this matter involves the rise and fall of our sect, it is naturally our duty to keep it a secret. But if it doesn't work, sect leader Senior shouldn't be too disappointed. Hearing this, Lu Ming naturally knew that there was no room for him to refuse, so he immediately agreed. Very good, I just knew that younger brother Lu would agree. There's no time to lose. Junior, come with me to the forbidden area now. Hearing this, the barbarian ghost sect leader said with joy. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't object. Thus, the two of them immediately left the large hall and flew towards the back of the mountain peak. After a while, they appeared in front of the mountain valley where martial ancestor Yan cultivated. At the entrance, Lu Ming saw the snow-white leopard cat that was half a foot long. It was curled up into a ball and sleeping soundly. The barbarian ghost sect leader didn't pay attention to the leopard cat. He only took out a light golden bell and lightly shook it in the direction of the valley. With a pu sound, an invisible wave rippled out from the golden bell and seemed to roll into the valley. The leopard cat that was originally sleeping soundly shook its two furry ears and immediately stood up. However, it still buried its head in its body and didn't have the slightest intention of raising its head. However, when Lu Ming looked at the snow-white leopard cat, his gaze unconsciously had a trace of seriousness. The last time he came here, he was only a spirit apostle. At that time, he only felt that the leopard cat's aura was extremely frightening, but he couldn't determine its true strength. But now that he had become a spirit master, his mental strength was many times stronger than before. When he examined the leopard cat again, he immediately felt that the strength of the spiritual pressure it emitted was not much weaker than that of a normal beginning spirit master. This civet cat was actually a powerful monster of the early stage of the liquid level. Just as Lu Ming was secretly examining the leopard cat, a thin and weak figure walked out of the valley. It was the boy that Lu Ming had seen in the past. This boy's appearance and clothing were exactly the same as 4 years ago. It was as if time had not left any traces on his body. I was wondering who it was, so it's the sect leader Martial Uncle. Could it be that Martial Uncle has come to look at those items again? The yellow-robed boy said with a smile when he saw the barbarian ghost sect leader. He looked curiously at Lu Ming, as if he didn't recognize Lu Ming at all. Martial nephew, let me introduce you. This is my younger brother Lu, who has recently become a spirit master. This time, I have indeed brought my younger brother Lu to look at those treasures again. The barbarian ghost sect leader said with a smile. He seemed to be very kind to the boy. So it's Martial Uncle Lu. Although the ancestor is not here, it is naturally no problem for the sect leader to bring someone to look at a few sealed items. But according to the ancestor's orders before he left, these items cannot be taken out of the valley for the time being, unless you have his orders. The boy nodded and replied without thinking. Of course I know this. This time, I have brought my younger brother Lu here only to verify one thing. The barbarian ghost sect leader replied without the slightest surprise. If it is like this, then there is naturally no problem. Let me, sect leader Martial Uncle and Martial Uncle Lu. The boy revealed a very cute smile when he heard this. He then turned around and led the way. Lu Ming and Lu Ming followed closely behind him. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the three appeared in front of the entrance of a large hall that was surrounded by layers of restrictions. They saw that the entire entrance was wrapped in a thick layer of white light. On the surface, there were also 2 light golden glyphs that emitted a faint spiritual light. This disciple can only bring you here. Next, sect leader Martial Uncle, please act on your own. The entrance seal should not be difficult for Martial Uncle. The boy walked in front of the light screen and turned around to speak to the barbarian ghost sect leader. Okay, Martial nephew can wait here for a moment. The barbarian ghost sect leader naturally agreed. He then flipped his hand and a golden disc that he had prepared long ago appeared in his hand. He then threw it at the light screen in front of him. In an instant, an extremely strong suction force was produced between the golden disc and the light screen. With a ping sound, the golden disc stuck to the light screen with a flash. At this time, the barbarian ghost sect leader muttered an incantation and pointed a finger at the golden disc. Immediately, a white light shot out and disappeared into the disc in a flash. The golden disc suddenly shone brightly and countless golden glyphs emerged from it. With a flash, they all disappeared into the white light screen. A muffled sound, the 2 light golden glyphs floated down and the white light screen instantly collapsed. The barbarian ghost sect leader waved his hand and a golden disc was sucked over. With a blur, it disappeared into his sleeve. He then walked into the stone hall with large strides. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he followed closely. In the hall, there were more than 10 stone platforms of different sizes placed in the 4 corners. Each of them was covered by a 5-colored light screen. It seemed that there was something inside each of them. The barbarian ghost sect leader did not hesitate in the slightest and directly brought Lu Ming to one of the stone platforms. When he walked in front of the stone platform, Lu Ming's eyes focused and he clearly saw what was inside the light screen. It was actually a strange white bone hammer. It was 3 feet long and the head of the hammer was actually formed by 4 different skulls. The handle was wrapped with densely packed golden threads. At the end, there was a circular groove with a large light green crystal inlaid on the surface. This treasure is called Soul-Devouring Hammer. It was once used by a famous crystallization period senior in our sect hundreds of years ago. Its power is extremely great, and its grade once reached the limit of the upper grade spiritual weapon. It is only one step away from the superb spiritual weapon. However, it was a pity that this senior had failed when he had tried to borrow the power of the world to forcefully raise its grade. Not only had the newly born artifact spirit perished, but the grade of the treasure had also dropped significantly. Now, it could only barely maintain the grade of a high-grade spirit artifact. Even so, the power of this soul-devouring hammer was not something a normal high-tier totem could compare to. If one could use this treasure to fight, even a beginning spirit master like Junior would not be able to withstand it. He could also deal with a late spirit master without being at a disadvantage. However, it is a pity that this treasure is completely refined from spirit bones. Back then, that senior also merged a few special restrictions into it. If you want to activate it, you must first cultivate the Great Bone Controlling Technique. The barbarian ghost sect leader explained in detail. So that's how it is. Looks like this soul-devouring hammer is the treasure that senior sect leader wants me to use. After listening, Lu Ming looked at the bone hammer and said with his eyes slightly brightened. Although this soul-devouring hammer is abnormally powerful, in comparison, I want Junior to use another treasure that also requires the Great Bone Controlling Technique. When the barbarian ghost sect leader heard this, a complicated expression appeared on his face as he spoke. Another treasure? After listening, Lu Ming's expression slightly changed. Junior, follow me and you will understand what is going on. The barbarian ghost sect leader did not allow Lu Ming to explain and brought him to another stone platform. This is... When Lu Ming saw clearly what was on the other stone platform, he was immediately shocked. In the light screen, there was actually a miniature skeleton that was not more than a foot long. Every bone was inscribed with a light silver spirit inscription. However, its entire body was covered with countless cracks and it was missing an entire arm. This skeleton looked extremely broken. This thing is... When Lu Ming saw the skeleton, his face couldn't help but change. Even with the barrier of light blocking him, the moment he saw the skeleton, he could still feel a suffocating and terrifying aura rushing towards him. If he had not advanced to the liquid level, he would have been forced to take 2 steps back by the spiritual pressure the moment he neared the stone platform. Back then, our sect's Xianxia ancestor had 2 spirit pets, a ghost and a demon. With their help, he was able to sweep through the sects of the Xian dynasty and was undefeatable. Among them, the ghost was the barbarian ghost king, who mysteriously disappeared after the ancestor passed away. As for the demon, it is this white bone demon that has reached the 10,000 demon level. It is also the only demon that has been refined to this level in our sect. The barbarian ghost sect leader looked at the skeleton on the stone platform and said gravely, 10,000 bone demon. Hearing this, Lu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. Although the white bone demon was one of the ghost puppets that many barbarian ghost sect disciples cultivated, most of them were just normal demons. Even those that had been refined to the 100 bones level were few and far between. As for the 1,000 bones level white bone demon, Lu Ming doubted whether anyone in the sect had successfully refined it. After all, it would take a lot of time and spirit stones to refine such a high-grade ghostly puppet. Normally, the higher-ups wouldn't even have enough spirit stones for their own cultivation, so how could they be willing to spend so much effort on an external object? Now, in front of him, there was actually a demon that had been refined to the 10,000 bones level. How could this not make Lu Ming extremely shocked? It was said that the 1,000 bones level white bone demon had the strength of a spirit master. Then how strong would the 10,000 bones level white bone demon be? Lu Ming's thoughts spun quickly, and he didn't dare to think about it anymore. This 10,000 bones demon had helped the Xianxia ancestor kill many strong enemies in the past, and its reputation was not inferior to the barbarian ghost king. The reason why it is rarely known is because this demon was heavily injured and destroyed when the ancestor encountered a great enemy. Although it was repaired by the ancestor, it was not very useful and only retained a small portion of its original strength. But it was said that even so, it could barely match the combat power of a crystallization period early stage. Of course, no one has ever verified this, so we don't know if it's true or not, the sect leader of Noble Man sect continued. A small half of the strength is still equivalent to the strength of the early stage of the crystallization period. This 10,000 bones demon is even scarier than the rumors. Lu Ming stared at the mini skeleton on the screen and said with a shiver in his heart. That's not true. It is said that the core spirit bone used by the 16 ancestors' 10,000 bones demon seems to have a great origin, which is why its strength is stronger than a normal 10,000 bones demon. But because of this, when it was destroyed, it could not be directly repaired with other spirit bone materials. It could only be placed in a yin pit and slowly nourished with yin qi. But after being repaired to its current state over 1,000 years ago, it could no longer be repaired any further. As for the top-level fighting soul that the ancestor used to possess this demon, it has long been destroyed and no longer exists. Later on, the seniors of the sect tried to use other fighting souls to control this demon, but they were unable to succeed. Until there was a senior who practiced the great bone controlling technique, who did not even use the fighting soul and directly used the bone controlling technique to control the demon. The barbarian ghost sect leader explained. I understand, senior sect leader feels that if I can control this 10,000 bones demon, it will be more helpful to the sect than using the soul-devouring hammer. But without the fighting soul, the true power of the 10,000 bones demon will be greatly reduced. Lu Ming's eyes flashed a few times as he said thoughtfully. I naturally know about this. But from the rumors of the past seniors, even without the top-level fighting soul, the power of the 10,000 bones demon is not something the soul-devouring hammer can compare to. With Junior's ability, you can only control one of them. But the latter is definitely harder to control than the former, this is something without a doubt. Therefore, younger brother Lu's final choice will depend on the results of the test. But other than the great bone controlling technique, I have another method that can barely control the soul-devouring hammer. It is just that the consequences of this method are not small, so unless it is absolutely necessary, I do not want to use it. The barbarian ghost sect leader replied with a bitter smile. I understand sect leader's meaning, then I will try it first. Hearing this, Lu Ming did not waste any more words and directly nodded his head. Very good, I will open the restriction now. The barbarian ghost sect leader was overjoyed. With a flip of his hand, the golden disc once again appeared in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, it flashed and stuck to the 5-colored light screen. With a pung, the disc flashed a few times, causing the 5-colored light screen to instantly shatter and disappear. Following this, the barbarian ghost sect leader retreated to the side, looking like he was going to let Lu Ming cast the technique. Lu Ming looked at the mini-skeleton on the stone platform and after squinting his eyes, he calmly formed a hand seal with his 2 hands and at the same time, started chanting in a low voice. After training the dark bone method to the 4th level, one could naturally feel a strange secret technique that could control various kinds of spirit bones. During the 4 years that Lu Ming was idle in Xianxia, he naturally spent some time to learn this technique. However, this was the first time he used this technique in front of someone else. Following the sound of the incantation, a black gas suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's body. Moreover, it madly revolved around Lu Ming's body. After a while, the faint sound of ghost wailing and wolf howling could be heard. The barbarian ghost sect leader, who was originally watching with a smile, couldn't help but show a trace of surprise on his face when he saw this scene. The purity of this younger brother Lu's Fa seemed to be much stronger than what he had originally expected. At this moment, Lu Ming's incantation stopped. He raised his arm and slowly pointed a finger at the skeleton on the stone platform. A light flashed, a white technique shot out and disappeared into the skull of the skeleton in a flash. Following this, the technique in Lu Ming's hand changed again. Pooh! After the broken skeleton's body trembled, the black spirit inscriptions on the surface of its body flashed. Moreover, one of its arms pressed on the table and it slowly sat up. Seeing this scene, the barbarian ghost sect leader's face immediately showed an expression of great joy. At this moment, one of Lu Ming's fingers trembled and he repeatedly pointed at the empty space of the skeleton. Following this, the mini-skeleton's 2 legs moved and it directly jumped off the stone table. However, when it landed, its 2 legs unnaturally trembled and it almost stumbled to the ground. The tip of Lu Ming's eyebrows slightly raised and the incantation in his mouth hurried. At the same time, his 10 fingers flicked repeatedly, shooting out one technique after another like a storm. Moreover, he began to pour all of his Fa into the skeleton through the air. In the next moment, the 2 black holes in the skeleton's eye sockets suddenly made a ting sound and 2 balls of light golden flames appeared. After spinning around, they burned fiercely. In an instant, the spirit inscriptions on the skeleton's body turned into black inscriptions and floated out. They instantly exploded and turned into clouds of fog that floated away. In a moment, the skeleton was completely submerged by a large amount of light black fog. Only a vague figure could be seen. Following this, an unfamiliar low roar came from the fog. It was filled with an endless sense of majesty. Following this, the vague figure of the skeleton wildly swelled in the black fog. Almost with a shake, it turned into a huge monster that was several feet tall. Pung! A loud sound rang out, a massive white foot that was the size of a washbasin strode out of the black mist, and it appeared that a massive ghostly creature was about to emerge from the black mist. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. However, right at this moment, the gargantuan being within the black mist suddenly let loose an anguished wail, and its body rapidly shrank once again. Immediately thereafter, the black mist dissipated, revealing the dilapidated skeleton standing in the distance. The golden flames in its eye sockets had become extremely dim, and it was as if nothing had happened at all. Although I can indeed control this demon, it is a bit too much. I'm afraid that I can't really use it to fight with others. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows and immediately turned his head. With a face of disappointment, he spoke to the barbarian ghost sect leader beside him. Haha, Junior, don't be disappointed. Your performance is already better than I expected. To be able to control this 10,000 bones demon to this extent is already enough. Here, I have already prepared something else for you. Hearing this, the barbarian ghost sect leader did not reveal an expression of regret. Instead, he laughed and said, as he spoke, he took out a white bone token from his sleeves. On the surface, there were black spirit inscriptions that were similar to the ones on the 10,000 bones demon's body. This is... Lu Ming subconsciously took the token and asked in confusion. This is a restriction token made from a small rib of the 10,000 bones demon. It is also a tool that our ancestors created after much thought in order to control this demon. With it, you will be able to control it more easily. The barbarian ghost sect leader replied with a smile. This thing actually has such an effect. Then let me try it again. Hearing this, Lu Ming's face was full of astonishment. Following which, his gaze swept across the skeleton not far away and he injected Fa Li into the token in his hand. At the same time, he waved it in front of him. A muffled sound, the black inscriptions on the white bone token immediately shone brightly. At the same time, densely packed black inscriptions surged out from it and shot towards the skeleton like a storm. After the skeleton's body trembled, it absorbed all the black inscriptions into its body. Following Lu Ming's incantation, the golden flames in its eye sockets burned fiercely and clouds of black fog surged out from its body. In an instant, the skeleton's body was once again enveloped by the black fog. A shocking low roar came from within and at the same time, a terrifying aura that was several times stronger than before swept out. After Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank, a huge creature that was 70 to 80 feet tall walked out of the black mist. An hour later, Lu Ming and the boy led the two out of the valley. Lu Ming's face was full of thoughts while the barbarian ghost sect leader could not hide the excitement in his eyes. After the boy bowed and returned to the valley, the barbarian ghost sect leader took out a thin book and handed it to Lu Ming, saying with a face full of smiles, I have a book left behind by my ancestor on controlling the 10,000 bones demon, you can take it back and take a good look. This time the 10,000 bones demon can be seen again is all because of Junior's dark bone method. Junior Marshall brother, try to master these ancient books as soon as possible. You might need to use them in the future. After a flash of surprise, Lu Ming naturally nodded his head in agreement. Thus, the barbarian ghost sect leader gave a few more reminders before parting ways with Lu Ming and flying away. As Lu Ming flew on his cloud, he played with the white bone token in his hand and recalled the 10,000 bones demon's true appearance in the valley. He could not help but feel a deep sense of shock in his heart. This 10,000 bones demon's size was far beyond his imagination, it probably had the strength of a crystal-level cultivator. However, this demon naturally would not allow Lu Ming to bring it out of the forbidden grounds, so after the barbarian ghost sect leader saw that Lu Ming could really use the white bone token to control the demon, he only agreed to let Lu Ming follow him to the valley a few more times, so that he could practice controlling it. As Lu Ming thought like this, he quickly returned to the cave on Nine Infant Mountain. After entering the secret room, he sat down cross-legged and began to ponder. If the barbarian ghost sect leader had to use a treasure like the 10,000 bones demon, it could be seen that the battle between the sects and the sea race at the border was not optimistic. With his current cultivation, if he met a middle or low-level liquid-level sea race cultivator, he would be able to protect himself. However, if he met a high-level liquid-level or crystal-level sea race cultivator, he would be in danger of dying. And if he were to control the 10,000 bones demon that was comparable to the crystal level and appear in front of the sea race, it was only a matter of time before he would be targeted by the sea race experts of that level. Thinking of this, Lu Ming could not help but let out a bitter laugh. Originally, he thought that after becoming a spirit master, his safety wouldn't be a problem. He didn't expect to run into this kind of thing right away. With the current situation of the barbarian ghost sect, it was impossible for him to reject the heavy responsibility of commanding the 10,000 bones demon. The only way for him to have a little more protection in the war with the sea race was to frantically raise his own strength. As long as he could increase his strength by a large margin before he went to the border, he would have more confidence in protecting himself. Thinking of this, Lu Ming simply closed his eyes. At the same time, a light flashed in his sea of knowledge and a thick ancient book wrapped in black qi appeared out of thin air. It was the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison. Ever since he had obtained this book, he had only skimmed through it once. He had felt that it was too profound and had never flipped through it again. After becoming a spirit master, in order to consolidate his cultivation, he did not truly comprehend this cultivation method during this period of time. In the following time, Lu Ming flipped through the black ancient book page by page in his mind, slowly looking at it in detail. After a full hour, Lu Ming opened his eyes, his face full of surprise and joy. Previously, when he flipped through this ancient book, because his cultivation wasn't high enough, he couldn't understand 7 or 8 out of 10 sentences. Other than knowing that the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison was a ghost cultivation method, he didn't really understand anything else. Now that he was a spirit master, when he tried to comprehend this cultivation method, he immediately felt his mind become clear. Many of the parts that he didn't understand before became clear. Although it was impossible for him to comprehend the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison so easily, he still understood 60% to 70% of the content. As for the remaining parts that were too obscure, he would be able to comprehend them all if he spent more time studying them in the future. Just like this, Lu Ming finally understood what kind of cultivation method the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison was. This cultivation method was somewhat similar to the dark bone method, but there were some parts that were completely different. What was similar was that this cultivation method was the same as the dark bone method. After cultivating, it had the miraculous effect of strengthening the body and increasing strength. What was different from the dark bone method was that the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison's strengthening of the body was not something the dark bone method could compare to. If after cultivating the dark bone method, 60% of the effect was on Fa Li, then after cultivating the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison, 90% of the effect was used to strengthen the body, and only 10% was reflected in Fa Li. What was even more shocking was that according to what was written, this cultivation method was divided into 6 levels, corresponding to the liquid level and crystal level. Every level that was cultivated would give the cultivator the strength of 1 dragon and 1 tiger. If all 6 levels were cultivated, the cultivator would have the strength of 6 dragons and 6 tigers at the same time. Furthermore, after cultivating to the 3rd level, there would be an additional ability called Hell Prison, which could cause people to unknowingly fall into an illusion without them knowing. After Lu Ming advanced to Spirit Master, he had gone to the scripture pavilion of the sect to look at some of the Spirit Master cultivation methods of the sect, but none of them were as exaggerated as the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison. If the descriptions in the ancient books were all true, then the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison was definitely one of the top ghost cultivation methods. As Lu Ming thought of this, his eyes couldn't help but show a hint of passion. However, when he thought of the harsh requirements of cultivating this cultivation method, he couldn't help but grin. This Tiger Dragon Hell Prison actually couldn't be improved by just breathing in the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Every once in a while, it had to be cultivated in an environment filled with yin qi. However, yin qi was an evil thing. If a normal cultivator was eroded by it for a long time, they could turn into a half-human, half-ghost monster. Lu Ming frowned and thought for a long time, then let out a long breath and temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind. Although the wonders of the Tiger Dragon Hell prison were far beyond his expectations, the ancient books didn't have any secret techniques that could be mastered quickly. It wouldn't be of much help in the upcoming sea race war. In this way, if he wanted to greatly increase his strength in a short period of time, he could only rely on some external forces. As Lu Ming thought of this, he couldn't help but raise his hand to touch the summer conch on his arm. In this space treasure, there was a drop of first yuan heavy water. With the weight of this item, if it was refined into the legendary heavy water bead, its power would definitely be terrifying. In addition, the other totems in his hands could also be refined again, so that they could display their true power. In addition, he had already broken through to the liquid level, so his original cultivation bottleneck no longer existed. Naturally, he could rely on some spirit pills to directly increase his FA. After thinking about this, Lu Ming had a plan in his heart. Early the next morning, he left Nine Infants Mountain and flew straight to one of the mountain peaks in the sect. After a while, he appeared near a cliff near the main peak of the corpse refinement faction. About 100 feet above the ground, there was a scarlet red stone door on the cliff. Moreover, when he was about 100 feet away from the stone door, he could clearly feel the waves of heat emitted from the other side. This door actually seemed to be extremely hot. Lu Ming didn't feel anything strange about this. After a faint blue light flashed on the surface of his body, he directly isolated the heat. Pung, pung. Lu Ming stopped a few feet away from the stone door. At the same time, he flicked his fingers a few times. After a while, the stone door opened and a short, sturdy young man in his 20s walked out. When he saw that Lu Ming was actually so young, he couldn't help but be startled and asked, "You are, Senior Huang is inside, right?" "I'm Nine Infants Mountain's Lu Ming, and I'm here to pay a special visit," Lu Ming said calmly. "What, you're the newly advanced Martial Uncle Lu?" "Martial Uncle, please wait a moment. I'll go and inform my master." When the young man heard this, he was shocked and immediately said with some fear. However, before the young man turned around, a faint voice of an old man came from behind him. "There's no need. Let fellow Taoist Lu come in. I also want to meet this newly advanced junior brother." Although the voice wasn't loud, it sounded like thunder in the young man's ears. The sturdy young man responded with a surprised sound and moved to the side to make way for the entrance. Lu Ming bluntly moved his body and disappeared into the passageway behind the stone door. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Lu Ming sat in an extremely cool stone hall. In front of him was a tall, skinny old man wearing a black robe. His face was ordinary, but his eyes were bright and full of expression. "So you want this old man to help you refine a spirit artifact? But how did younger brother Lu find me? Aren't there quite a few decent blacksmiths in the nearby market that can forge a normal totem?" The black-robed old man said with a smile that wasn't a smile. "I've long heard from Senior Gui that Senior Huang is one of the top blacksmiths in the entire Daxian country. How can the normal blacksmiths in the market compare? Also, if it was a normal totem, I wouldn't have bothered Senior. However, the item that I want to refine this time is out of the ordinary and I'm afraid that only Senior Huang can successfully refine it." Lu Ming replied with a serious expression. "Oh, there's actually such a thing? I don't know what junior brother is refining. Tell me about it first." The black-robed old man's expression changed when he heard this. "How about this, I'll take out the main material for forging and let Senior Huang have a look. Then we'll talk about other things." Lu Ming blinked his eyes and said calmly, "Okay." The black-robed old man agreed without hesitation. However, at this time, Lu Ming didn't immediately take out the item. Instead, he looked at the sturdy young man who was standing to the side. The black-robed old man suddenly understood and immediately turned to his disciple to give an order. The young man immediately responded respectfully and immediately left the hall. At this time, Lu Ming shook his sleeve and a few glyphs flew out of the ground. In a flash, they disappeared into the ground. In the next moment, a white glyph flashed on the ground and a layer of faint crystal light appeared. Seeing this, the black-robed old man didn't stop anything, but his face showed some surprise. After doing all this, Lu Ming flipped one of his hands and a small silver cauldron appeared. With a blur, it became 5 feet tall. With a hong sound, the giant cauldron landed on the ground. Immediately, the ground shattered and the cauldron's legs sank deep into the ground. Seeing this, Senior Huang's pupil shrank slightly. With a flash of his body, he appeared beside the giant cauldron like a ghost and began to examine it carefully. Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled and did not say anything. It's just a very ordinary silver sand essence. How could it be so heavy? Could it be that there's something else in the cauldron? Senior Huang walked around the giant cauldron and said with a frown. Senior Huang indeed saw through it. The item in the cauldron is indeed the refining material that I brought. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he spoke. Senior brother Huang nodded. With a flick of his sleeve, an invisible force swept toward the giant lid. With a pu sound, the seemingly heavy lid immediately flew up and floated steadily in midair without falling down. Only then did Senior Huang extend his head and look into the cauldron. When he clearly saw the black droplet that was emitting a black mist, he could not help but show a trace of surprise on his face. It was obvious that this Senior Huang did not expect the item in the cauldron to be of such a size. However, in the next moment, the black-robed elder suddenly thought of something. He immediately scooped at the void in the cauldron with one hand. With a pung sound, the giant cauldron shook slightly. However, the black droplet inside did not move at all. Senior Huang's expression immediately changed and he cried out involuntarily, "First Yuan heavy water, it really is the legendary treasure." What, Senior Huang has seen this treasure before? When Lu Ming saw that the elder recognized the first Yuan heavy water so quickly, he was also a little surprised. This is the first time I've seen such a treasure. However, I have a strange book that records all kinds of rare refining materials in the world. There is a description and picture of the first Yuan heavy water in it. At first, I did not dare to confirm it, but after testing its actual weight, I am certain. At this moment, Senior Huang stared unblinkingly at the item in the cauldron. Although he was mumbling to himself, his face was full of infatuation. I see. Since Senior Huang knows what kind of material this is, you should know what I want you to refine, right? Lu Ming came to a realization and asked straightforwardly. Although first origin heavy water is extremely rare, there aren't many things that can be refined from it. In addition, the other materials that can be used to refine it are also extremely rare. Could it be that Junior Brother plans to use this drop of first essence heavy water to refine it into the legendary heavy water pearl? After listening to Lu Ming's words, Senior Huang finally awoke from his infatuation. After thinking for a moment, he slowly replied. Senior Brother Huang is worthy of being the #1 blacksmith in the sect. You actually saw through Junior Brother's intentions so quickly. That's right, I do want to completely refine the first essence heavy water into a heavy water bead. But how confident are you? Lu Ming nodded and asked with a serious expression. For such a rare treasure, just like what younger brother Lu had said before, if it were those weapon refiners in ordinary markets, I'm afraid that the chances of failure would not be small. However, if I were to personally refine it, there naturally wouldn't be too much of a problem. It's just a matter of the quality of the totem that will be refined in the end. Senior brother Huang thought for a moment before speaking with extreme confidence. Since Senior brother Huang is so confident, I knew that coming here was the right choice. After hearing this, Lu Ming was overjoyed. Hee, since Junior Brother is able to take out this first essence heavy water, as a weapon refiner, I naturally can't resist the temptation of personally refining it into a totem. However, younger brother Lu, you wouldn't have come this time to make me work for you for free, would you? Senior brother Huang said with a chuckle. How could I make Senior brother Huang work for free? Although I still have some spirit stones on me, I don't think Senior brother will be interested in them. How about this, I still have a portion of pure aura chi that the sect rewarded me with. Why don't I use it as a reward? Lu Ming's thoughts quickly turned before he replied with a smile. Although the pure aura chi rewarded by the sect is ordinary, it's barely enough to cover the costs of refining a totem. However, to refine this first essence heavy water into a heavy water bead, a lot of supplementary materials will be needed. Although I can gather all of them, their value is also quite high. Senior brother Huang first nodded, then shook his head. Other than the portion of pure aura chi, I'll pay Senior brother another 20,000 spirit stones. This time, Lu Ming said very straightforwardly. I didn't think that Junior brother would have so much wealth at such a young age. Alright, then it's a deal. After a month, you can come to me to collect the totem. Also, tell me in advance what kind of restriction you want to imbue into the heavy water bead. This will save you the trouble of not being able to use it after the refining. Hearing this, senior brother Huang was slightly surprised. After sizing up Lu Ming a few more times, he finally spoke in a more amiable tone. There are no other requirements for this heavy water bead. The only requirement for all restrictions to be imbued with is the word heavy. No matter what grade of totem senior brother ultimately refines this treasure into, it's fine as long as you imbue it with restrictions of this attribute. Lu Ming seemed to have thought about this long ago and replied without hesitation. You only seek to use brute force to forcefully crush your opponent? With the weight of the heavy water bead, if its weight were to be increased by several times, I'm afraid that even a small mountain would be smashed into pieces in one hit. However, with such a heavy treasure, if your Li is not pure enough and your body is not strong enough, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult to use. After hearing Lu Ming's words, even though senior brother Huang had refined totem for countless people, he still sucked in a breath of cold air. He could almost imagine the shocking scene of this heavy water bead crushing everything in its path after it was born. Senior brother, don't worry about this. Since I have such a request, I naturally have made preparations for it. Lu Ming said with a smile. Alright, since junior martial brother wishes to pursue this direct and tyrannical power, and you believe that you can control it, I will refine this treasure according to your requirements. Senior martial brother Huang thought about it for a moment, but he didn't seem to mind. Thus, in the remaining time, senior brother Huang followed the usual rules of blacksmiths and swore a routine oath on the spot. Following this, Lu Ming did not stay any longer and directly left. The black-robed elder who remained in the hall looked at the black liquid in the giant cauldron and could not hide the excitement on his face. Lu Ming did not return to his residence. Instead, after turning a corner, he went straight to the scripture pavilion. What? Junior brother wants all the spirit master level pill recipes that can increase Li? In the scripture pavilion, the old man, Liao Feng, who was wearing a scarlet robe, asked Lu Ming with great surprise. Yes, I have recently been interested in alchemy. Thus, I want to borrow some high-tier pill recipes to observe. Lu Ming blinked his eyes and said calmly. When the red-robed elder heard this, his face was naturally filled with a strange expression. After a while, he said with some doubt, Junior brother naturally has no problem with borrowing high-tier pill recipes. It's naturally not a problem if Junior wants to borrow a high-tier pill recipe, but each Spirit Master pill recipe requires 1,000 contribution points. Furthermore, you must swear not to reveal it to a second person. Alright, that's not a problem. Lu Ming agreed very straightforwardly. Seeing this, the red-robed elder did not ask any more questions. With a shake of his sleeve, the two of them disappeared in a flash of light and entered the secret room of the scripture pavilion. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Ming flew out of the scripture pavilion and went straight back to Nine Infants Mountain. In the secret room of the cave, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a praying mat. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed as he looked at the several faint white beast skins in front of him. On them were silver inscriptions the size of ants. When he finished looking at the last piece of beast skin, he let out a long breath. At the same time, his expression was unsettled as he muttered to himself, I didn't think that refining a Spirit Master level pill would be so complicated. It also requires so many different types of supplementary spirit medicines. It looks like wanting to refine a Spirit Master level pill in a short period of time is not very possible. Whatever, I should just directly consume those spirit medicines of heaven and earth. Although the effects are much weaker, it can still increase my Li by quite a bit. Right now, I can't care too much about things that are too far away. I should first increase my strength and protect my life in the battle against the sea race before thinking about other things. After Lu Ming finished muttering these words, he grabbed at his arm with one hand. Immediately, a few jade boxes of different lengths appeared out of thin air. With a shake of his sleeve, they all landed steadily in front of him. He raised his hand again and a rectangular jade box flew out of thin air. After spinning around, the lid was opened, revealing a golden ginseng inside. The ginseng was as thick as an arm and about 2 feet long. The 4 limbs and the head were all clearly visible and it emitted a tempting fragrance. It was the most precious spirit medicine of heaven and earth that he had obtained in the secret realm. Looking at its color and fragrance, it should be at least a few thousand years old. Even if he consumed it now, it would increase his FA by a large amount. However, Lu Ming felt that it was too much of a waste to consume this medicine when he was still a spirit apostle, so he kept it until now. Other than this golden ginseng, he still had a few other spirit medicines that could increase a spirit master's FA, but the effects were slightly weaker. According to Lu Ming's estimation, if he consumed all of these spirit medicines, although it was impossible to directly push him to the middle liquid level, it would be enough to withstand more than 10 years of hard work. Thinking about this, Lu Ming did not hesitate anymore. With a flash of green light in his hand, he used a short sword to cut a thin piece of the golden ginseng. He directly put it into his mouth and chewed it twice. A fragrant juice filled his mouth and instantly became unusually slippery. With just a movement of his throat, it all went into his stomach. He immediately felt a boiling heat in his abdomen, which immediately turned into waves of heat that rushed to all parts of his meridians. At the same time, his face also became dark red. Lu Ming did not dare to delay and immediately put away all the things in his hands. Then, he formed a sign with both his hands. Immediately, waves of black gas rolled out from the surface of his body. After a while, his body was completely covered. As time passed, more and more black gas gathered in the secret room. At the same time, Lu Ming, who was in the center, gave off a little stronger aura. Not long after, the entire secret room was filled with thick black gas. From time to time, there would be firecracker-like crackling sounds coming from inside. Half a day later, all the black gas rolled towards the center. In a moment, it became a long black belt the width of a palm. It danced around Lu Ming's body in an extremely agile manner. At this time, Lu Ming, who had his eyes closed, opened them. His face was full of surprise. After he swallowed the piece of golden ginseng, he used the dark bone method to refine it. As a result, not only did his FA increase, but his body also underwent a shocking change. His bones, which were originally larger than a normal person's, now had some faint silver inscriptions on them. Although they were still thin and blurry, they were completely different from before. Lu Ming clenched his fists and could immediately feel that his bones were clearly denser than before. At the same time, his strength seemed to have increased by quite a bit. Apart from refining a piece of golden ginseng and increasing some magic power in his body, he didn't do anything else. That golden ginseng, other than increasing his cultivation, did not have any other effects. This meant that the change in his bones was most likely due to the increase in his FA. When he was still a spirit apostle, this only happened when he cultivated the dark bone method to the next level. Moreover, the changes in his bones were not as obvious. Could it be that he had become a spirit master, or that the fourth level of the dark bone method had been cultivated to perfection, allowing him to cultivate the fifth level? The joy on Lu Ming's face disappeared and he began to ponder. After a while, he pulled out the short sword. With a flash of cold light, he sliced off another piece of the golden ginseng and put it into his mouth. Immediately, the same scene played out in the secret room. The rolling black gas filled the entire secret room in an instant and the sound of bones cracking could be heard from time to time. After a few hours, when all of the black gas was gone, Lu Ming, who was sitting on the ground, stood up. After shaking his arms and legs, he suddenly took a deep breath and stomped on the ground. With a hong sound, a wave of air swept out from under his foot. The ground cracked open and the entire secret room shook. He then used his mental strength to scan his body and immediately discovered that the silver inscriptions on the surface of his bones were thicker and clearer. Moreover, they were much more dense. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It seemed that his previous guess was not wrong. The current him, even if he did not cultivate the higher levels of the dark bone method, as long as his FA increased, the bones in his body would change and his strength would increase. Once the dark bone method was cultivated to the fifth level, it would have such a shocking effect. If he could continue to cultivate it, wouldn't there be even more heaven-defying divine abilities? In the past, no one in the barbarian ghost sect had ever cultivated this cultivation method to the liquid level, so they didn't know about this matter. Otherwise, who knew how much of a sensation it would cause? It was no wonder that Taoist Master Cixin valued this item so much and said that this cultivation technique had a great origin. He even personally translated the first few layers. When Lu Ming thought of this, he felt pity in his heart. Fortunately, the tiger dragon hell prison he would cultivate in the future was also a top-notch technique, which finally comforted him. According to the divine master of Xianxia's remnant thoughts, the dark bone technique could be found in the so-called Middle Sky continent, and it was not impossible to find it again in the future. After Lu Ming thought about it, he felt slightly refreshed. Thus, in the following days, he began to use spirit medicine to cultivate non-stop, causing the Fa in his body to increase explosively. Compared to when he had just advanced, his Fa had increased by 30%. This made Lu Ming very happy, but what made him even more excited was that after he ate the last spirit medicine, not only did the silver spirit inscriptions on the bones in his body become very clear, new blurry silver inscriptions appeared in the other blank areas, and his strength had increased by half. One had to know that Lu Ming's original strength was already very shocking. If it increased by half, perhaps his strength would not be inferior to a specialized body cultivator of the same level. Just like this, after a few more days, Lu Ming slightly consolidated the newly gained Fa in his body. The 1-month period was just about completed. He immediately left the secret room and flew out of Nine Infants Mountain. After the time it takes to eat a meal, Lu Ming appeared at the cliff of the main peak of the corpse refinement faction. After waving his sleeve, an invisible force collided with the scarlet-red door not far away. Hong! After the stone door shook, its surface flashed with red light. Then, he quietly waited in the air. In the end, after a while, the stone door opened, and the strong young man that he had seen before walked out. After seeing Lu Ming, he did not dare to delay and immediately bowed. Disciple greets Martial Uncle Lu. My master has already instructed that if Martial Uncle comes in these few days, you can directly go and see him without a report. Since it is like this, then I will have to trouble Martial Nephew. Lu Ming did not feel that it was strange and nodded. Martial Uncle, please. After the strong young man said respectfully, he turned around and led the way. After a short while, Lu Ming was brought by the young man to a very exquisite side hall. There, the old man in a black robe was holding a thick book in his hand, and his eyebrows were tightly furrowed as he studied something. The moment Lu Ming entered the side hall, the old man immediately put away the ancient book and raised his head and said indifferently, Lu Ming, you're not allowed to leave. Younger brother Lu, you came just in time. The thing you wanted was only refined 2 days ago. In that case, Senior has successfully refined it. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he heard this. Not only was it successfully refined, but it will most likely give Junior an unexpected surprise. Come with me. The old man in a black robe said with a strange expression on his face, then he got up and walked out of the hall. Hearing this, Lu Ming's expression changed, but he did not say anything else and followed closely. After a short while, he was brought by Senior Huang to a scarlet-red stone house that was hundreds of feet underground. When the old man in a black robe pulled open the stone door, a wave of hot air came from inside. Lu Ming's heart trembled slightly, and a blue light flashed on the surface of his body, blocking the hot air outside. At this time, he could clearly see everything inside the stone house. In the middle of the stone house, there was a large pit with a diameter of about 10 feet. The pit was filled with rolling scarlet flames. On top of the pit, there was a huge black cauldron that was several tens of feet tall. It was unknown what material it was refined from, but under the scorching heat of the scarlet flames, its color did not change at all. As for the other parts of the stone house, there were 4 or 5 strangely shaped tables, and on them were a mess of unknown tools. The only thing that Lu Ming could recognize was a 10-feet-long hammer that emitted a white light all over its body. The heavy water bead is inside. After the refinement, because it has not yet recognized its master, I have placed it in this earth fire cauldron to continue burning, so that it will not lose its spirituality. I will now open this cauldron and let Junior take a look. Senior Huang said. Dang dang dang, he formed a hand sign with one hand and pointed at the huge cauldron. With a pu sound, a hand sign shot out and disappeared into the huge cauldron in a flash. Immediately, there was a rumble in the huge cauldron, and the incomparably heavy lid slowly opened. So. A ball of black light rushed out from the crack in the cauldron's lid the moment it opened. Then, it spun around and floated in the air without moving. In an instant, a chill swept through the entire stone house. The originally scorching hot air was instantly swept away, and a damp feeling appeared. Lu Ming's eyes focused, and he clearly saw what was in the black light. It was a black bead the size of a thumb. Its surface was sparkling and translucent, and there were traces of black qi curling around it. It also emitted an indescribable coolness. So this is the heavy water bead. It indeed looks very spiritual. Lu Ming murmured. Senior Huang, who was beside him, heard this and sighed. I don't know why, but when I refined this treasure this time, its quality was so high that it almost reached the limit of my path of refining weapons. If it wasn't for the fact that the attribute of this bead is not suitable for me, I would have forcefully kept it. But now, I can only let you benefit from it, Junior. As soon as he finished speaking, Senior Huang gestured at the bead in the distance with one hand, and grabbed it out of thin air. He caressed it a few times in his hand with great reluctance, then stomped his foot and handed it over to Lu Ming. Since Senior said so, did you refine a middle-grade totem? Lu Ming was overjoyed when he heard this, and asked as he took the bead. For him, the heavy water bead was a rare treasure, and its power could not be compared to a normal totem of the same level. If it were to be refined into a middle-grade totem, its power could barely be compared to a high-grade totem. Not only is it a middle-grade totem, but it's also a totem with 18 restrictions. It's probably only one step away from a true high-grade totem. Hearing Lu Ming's question, the look of regret on Senior Huang's face became even more intense. He was practically gnashing his teeth as he spoke these words. If he had known that he would be able to refine such a high-quality heavy water bead, he would not have only asked for such a small reward. To him, this time, he had really suffered a great loss. After all, what he used was only a middle-grade totem with 13 restrictions. This time, it's really been hard on Senior. Here, this is the reward that Junior said that day. Senior, please see if there are any errors. After Lu Ming heard this, his eyebrows naturally broke into a smile. He slightly examined the bead in his hand, and after confirming that it was indeed a totem with 18 restrictions, he immediately took out a small bottle and a bag of spirit stones, and directly threw them to the black-robed old man. Half a quarter of an hour later, Lu Ming flew out from the main peak of the corpse refinement faction. He occasionally used his hand to touch the black bead in his sleeve, and his face was filled with an extremely excited expression. He did not fly back to the cave, but instead changed direction and directly flew away from the barbarian ghost sect, flying to a place even further away. After flying for over 100 miles in one breath, Lu Ming chose an extremely secluded rocky valley to descend. At this time, he finally took out the bead from his sleeve. With a slight pinch of his finger, it easily became flat and round. The heavy water bead was unexpectedly incomparably soft. However, compared to the strangely heavy weight of the first yuan heavy water, this treasure was now light as a feather, as if it had no weight at all. Lu Ming did not find this strange. Instead, after a blue light flashed on the surface of his body, he began to pour waves of pure Fa Li into the bead. After a while, the bead began to emit a faint black light. At the same time, more and more wisps of mist appeared on its surface, and the amount increased. But just as Lu Ming shook his wrist and was about to throw the bead into the distance, the Fa Li in his body condensed and the bead suddenly became extremely heavy. It made his arm tremble and he was almost unable to move it at all. However, Lu Ming seemed to have expected this. The muscles on his arm suddenly thickened and a huge force surged out from his body. The black bead became a blur and he threw it fiercely. With a flash, it smashed into a pile of rubble 30 to 40 feet away. Boom! There was a loud noise that shook the earth and mountains. After the ground trembled, the pile of rubble immediately burst open and a huge pit with a diameter of 30 to 40 feet appeared in the center. This pit was at least 5 feet deep and everything in it turned into powder. The other rocks around the edges were also affected by this power and shattered into pieces. Seeing this, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and waved one hand in the direction of the huge pit. With a whoosh, the heavy water bead flew out of the pit and landed lightly in his hand, once again recovering its weightless weight. After Lu Ming checked the bead again, his face showed a trace of satisfaction. After the first origin heavy water was forged into a totem, its power was indeed astonishing. Even without refining or activating a single restriction, it had such astonishing destructive power. If he were to refine it with a drop of his blood and master all 18 restrictions, its power would be unimaginable. Of course, Lu Ming also discovered a piece of bad news. The strength of his physical body required to use this heavy water bead seemed to be beyond his expectations. That attack just now used 70 to 80% of his strength. If he didn't increase his strength by half, he probably wouldn't be able to use this treasure. And after this treasure was refined and the restrictions were activated to increase its weight, the strength needed would probably be even more shocking. If all 18 restrictions were activated, perhaps even a normal body cultivator wouldn't be able to use this treasure. However, as his FALI increased, his strength would also increase. In addition, the Tiger Dragon Hell prison that he would cultivate in the future also had the effect of strengthening his physical body. In the long run, he didn't really have to worry about this. Lu Ming felt much more at ease after thinking about it. Although he was unable to unleash the full power of the heavy water droplet in his current situation, it should not be a problem to activate 2 or 3 restrictions at the beginning. Even so, the attack of the heavy water droplet was still incomparably ferocious. 8 or 9 out of 10 beginning spirit masters would not be able to take a hit from it head-on. After thinking about it this way, Lu Ming felt more at ease. In the remaining time, he used the bead to attack a few more times. After familiarizing himself with the heavy water bead, he prepared to leave the valley. But just as he made a hand seal and summoned a white cloud, the belt on his waist suddenly let out a buzzing sound and began to tremble on its own. Seeing this, Lu Ming was stunned, but he immediately grabbed the leather bag and threw it into the air. Pooh! The leather bag flipped over and a black cloud rolled out from the mouth of the bag. A 5-foot-long bone scorpion instantly appeared on the ground. Ever since this ghost had swallowed the other demon scorpion in the 10,000 Barbarians Mountain, it had been sleeping in the bag. For some reason, it suddenly woke up at this time. Moreover, once it came out, it immediately twisted its body on the ground. Traces of purple flames burned all over its body. What was even more shocking was that the surface of the bone scorpion's body was covered in dense black silk-like cracks that covered almost every inch of its bones. Through the communication of his consciousness, Lu Ming could clearly feel the pain coming from the bone scorpion's head, as well as a chaotic feeling of longing for something. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Without thinking too much, he hurriedly made hand seals with both hands. Hand seals after hand seals shot out from his 10 fingers and disappeared into the bone scorpion's body. However, the ghost was still desperately twisting on the ground, as if there was no effect at all. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face darkened. After muttering to himself for a moment, he took out a few small bottles from his bosom and poured out a few pills from each bottle. He then threw all of them at the bone scorpion. The bone scorpion's body moved and it suddenly leaped up, swallowing all of the pills in one gulp. However, in the next moment, it fell down with a putong sound and fiercely fell onto the ground. After the time it took to eat a meal, Lu Ming's face became somewhat ugly. The bone scorpion was still in the same abnormal pain as before, and there was still not the slightest bit of improvement. It was obvious that the pills from before had no effect on this ghost. Just as Lu Ming was considering whether or not he should bring the bone scorpion to the ghost hell region to test it out, the ghost that was originally crawling on the ground let out a strange sharp cry. Its body moved and it unexpectedly flew towards Lu Ming. Naturally, Lu Ming was shocked. Without thinking, he moved his arm and his 5 fingers grabbed the bone scorpion's neck like steel pincers. He forced the bone scorpion to move a foot away from him, but it was unable to get any closer. However, the bone scorpion's limbs were still moving randomly, and its mouth continuously let out sharp cries. It still looked as if it was desperately trying to get closer to Lu Ming. The desire that was transmitted from the bone scorpion's consciousness seemed to be several times stronger than before, and it seemed to be incomparably anxious. Lu Ming's eyebrows furrowed. He had already discovered that the bone scorpion did not have any intention of attacking him. It seemed that it simply wanted to get closer to him. Lu Ming's mind quickly turned and he slowly pulled back his arm. He grabbed the bone scorpion's body and slowly brought it closer to his own body. Pooh! The bone scorpion's front pincer suddenly moved and cut open the robe in front of Lu Ming's chest and the layers of undergarments behind him. Immediately, it revealed the dragon scale armor that was tightly stuck to him. After the bone scorpion moved again, its huge pincer nimbly clamped onto a dragon scale. With a desperate pull, it actually forcibly tore open the beast's skin and sent the dragon's scale into its mouth. A scene that caused Lu Ming to be dumbstruck appeared. The bone scorpion's large mouth only opened and closed, and it completely swallowed the dragon's scale into its stomach. Without hesitation, its huge pincer moved again and was about to tear open another scale on the armor. At this time, Lu Ming finally reacted. He immediately moved his arm and pushed the bone scorpion away a bit more. Then, he opened his eyes wide and observed for a while. In the end, aside from the white bone scorpion's desire to get closer to Lu Ming, the pain that came from its consciousness seemed to lessen a bit. Moreover, such a hard scale did not seem to cause any discomfort in its stomach. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming was secretly amazed. After a slight hesitation, he suddenly carried the bone scorpion and soared into the sky, flying towards a small mountain nearby. After a short while, Lu Ming and the bone scorpion appeared in a newly opened cave halfway up the mountain. With a shake of his sleeve, a dozen or so formation flags immediately flew out and landed in the four corners of the cave. Immediately, they transformed into a white light screen that enveloped him and the bone scorpion. At this time, Lu Ming single-handedly grabbed the summer conch on his arm. Immediately, a red light flashed and a miniature scarlet dragon a few feet tall appeared in the air in front of him. It was the empty shell left behind by the crystal-level dragon monster. Lu Ming threw the bone scorpion to the ground and pressed in the air with one hand. An invisible force surged out from his 5 fingers. The bone scorpion's body sank and was forcibly suppressed in place, unable to move. Only then did Lu Ming's other hand reach into his sleeve and pull out the cyan short sword. With a flash of cold light, 2 dragon scales were pried off from the dragon's skin and were directly thrown to the white bone scorpion on the ground. The moment the scales fell to the ground, Lu Ming withdrew his hand that was pressing on the bone scorpion. After the enormous strength on the bone scorpion's body disappeared, it immediately pounced on the scales. Like a wolf or a tiger, it swallowed both scales into its stomach. Then, it shook its tail and directly transmitted its desire to Lu Ming. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows and did not hesitate. With a flash of cold light, the short sword in his hand pried off a few more dragon scales and threw them all to the bone scorpion. Just like this, the bone scorpion swallowed over 20 dragon scales in the blink of an eye. Finally, it had no intention of wanting more. Instead, it revealed a lazy expression, as if it was going to fall asleep at any time. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart slightly relaxed. Although there were still many scales on the dragon's shell, if the bone scorpion continued to eat at such a speed, it would still feel a great deal of pain. After all, if these dragon scales were to be taken outside, each one would be incomparably precious. With a wave of his sleeve, the dragon's shell disappeared in a flash and was once again stored in the summer conch. As for the bone scorpion, it was naturally stored away in the leather pouch on his waist. After a few hours, Lu Ming rode his cloud back to the 9 Infants mountain cave and continued to cultivate. 3 days later, Lu Ming, who was cultivating in the secret room, suddenly heard the sound of a bell ring. After his expression changed, he opened his eyes and began to silently count the number of times the bell rang. After waiting for a little while, the bell finally stopped ringing. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he couldn't help but mutter a sentence, "It's actually a gathering of the sect's upper echelons." It seems that the sects at the border really can't hold on any longer. There's an 80 to 90% chance that they will really send out reinforcements. Lu Ming's expression was somewhat serious, but he didn't dare to delay any longer. He immediately left the cave and flew out of the 9 Infants mountain, heading straight for the barbarian ghost sect's main peak. 7 days later, bell rings once again sounded in the barbarian ghost sect. Subsequently, flying boats in the sect rose into the air one after another from the mountain gate. There were green wooden boats, white jade boats, and bone boats with surging black gas. The long ones were 40 to 50 feet long, while the short ones were only 70 to 80 feet long. There seemed to be 30 to 40 of them. These flying instruments were all filled with barbarian ghost sect cultivators with different auras. After the barbarian ghost sect leader coldly said, "Depart," the sound of breaking through the air rang out and the flying boats all shot in the same direction. After the group of flying boats left, the entire barbarian ghost sect was filled with the ringing of the bell. Immediately, a large formation appeared everywhere in the sect. These formations stimulated and responded to each other. Countless inscriptions surged out from within, covering the sky and covering the earth. In a short while, the entire barbarian ghost sect was enveloped by these inscriptions. Subsequently, the space around the barbarian ghost sect distorted and the huge barbarian ghost mountain range actually became blurry and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, countless amounts of black gas surged out from where these mountain peaks used to be. In a moment, the area was transformed into an endless sea of black fog. Lu Ming, the barbarian ghost sect leader, Lin Xiyu, and a few other spirit masters were on a huge bone boat and were in the center of it all. According to the discussion a few days ago, the barbarian ghost sect would leave one spirit master from each faction to guard the mountain gate, while the others would follow the barbarian ghost sect leader to support the other sects at the border. As for the Nine Infants faction, because Lu Ming needed to control the bone demon, Gui Ruchuan was naturally left behind. Other than that, the barbarian ghost sect sent out hundreds of elite disciples. Most of these disciples were middle spirit apostles, and a few were late spirit apostles. If their cultivation was any lower, it would be suicide in the war against the sea race. Moreover, this time, not only the barbarian ghost sect, but the other 4 sects also sent out all the people they could. After all, the higher-ups of the sects knew very well that no matter how much internal strife they had in the kingdom of Xian, they had to work together when facing the sea race. Otherwise, if they were not careful, the sects could be crushed by the sea race's powerful strength, and the entire kingdom of Xian would easily fall into the hands of the sea race. Not only that, the barbarian ghost sect leader had very mysteriously revealed some information to Lu Ming and the other spirit masters during the gathering not long ago. It seemed that the sects of the other countries on the mainland of the Yunchuan continent could not sit by and watch as the coastal countries were invaded by the sea race. When the sects of the Dexian continent fought the sea race, they would send people to help them. With such good news, Lu Ming and the other spirit masters couldn't help but have some confidence in the upcoming battle. Of course, there was also bad news. Among the countries that the sea race was attacking, 2 more sect-allied armies were defeated by the sea race. Those 2 countries were already under the rule of the sea race, and it seemed that all of their territories would be occupied soon. In this way, the 2 sea race armies that were about to recover would head straight for the Dexian Empire and the other sect country that was still struggling. At that time, the sea race armies that the barbarian ghost sect and the other sects faced would most likely increase in strength. This was also the reason why the crystal-level cultivators of the various sects at the front desperately sent out reinforcements and couldn't wait to start a life-and-death battle with the sea race in advance. They were prepared to defeat the sea race in front of them before the other sea race reinforcements returned. That way, they would have a chance of winning when they faced the remaining sea race reinforcements. Just like that, Lu Ming and the others took the flying boat and rushed all the way to the border. The ordinary disciples all sat down to meditate and condense their qi, preparing to increase their strength by as much as possible before rushing to the battlefield. As a spirit master, Lu Ming was assigned a separate room on the bone boat. He was also calmly meditating. Time passed little by little. After more than a month, the group of boats had already flown out of the barbarian ghost sect's territory and entered the territory of the Heavenly Moon sect. They continued to advance without any obstructions. But on this day, Lu Ming, who was meditating in the house, suddenly wriggled in the leather bag on his waist, and there was a faint hissing sound from the bone scorpion. Startled, Lu Ming hastily formed a hand sign and used his mental strength to communicate with the consciousness of the bone scorpion in the bag. At the same time, he felt a little strange. This bone scorpion had just fallen into a deep sleep not long ago, so how could it wake up so quickly? In the end, after a while, his expression suddenly changed. He suddenly stood up and walked out of the house with large strides. After a while, he walked to the end of the bone boat and took out a formation plate. He used his finger to draw a few strokes in the air, and without saying anything, he jumped out of the bone boat and madly fell to the ground below. This scene gave the nearby barbarian ghost sect disciples, who were cultivating, a big fright. One of them even hurriedly went to report to the ghost sect leader. However, when the barbarian ghost sect leader heard about this in his own house, he only waved his hand to indicate that he understood and did not give any other orders. Seeing this, the reporting disciple was a little confused, but he could only leave in confusion. At this time, the barbarian ghost sect leader touched his sleeve with one hand and took out a sparkling circular formation plate. On the surface, a faint spiritual light flickered endlessly. Impressively, a few short sentences from Lu Ming appeared. What is this? What does I suddenly encountered an urgent matter and need to stay alone for a few days? I will rush back soon mean? After the barbarian ghost sect leader said a few words to himself, he could only show a trace of helplessness. He was not really worried about Lu Ming. After all, with Lu Ming's spirit master cultivation level and being in the Deshan continent, he did not need to worry about encountering sea race experts. As for the speculation that Lu Ming had fled in the face of battle, the barbarian ghost sect leader did not even think about it. Unless Lu Ming did not plan to stay in the Yunchuan continent in the future, fleeing in the face of battle with a foreign race was enough to make a cultivator have no place in the human region of the continent. At this time, Lu Ming was already floating lightly in the middle of a mountain range. After looking around, he patted the leather bag on his waist with one hand. With a pu sound, a cloud of black gas rolled out and the bone scorpion appeared on the ground out of thin air. After Lu Ming looked at the bone scorpion in front of him, he could not help but be slightly startled. He saw that the cracks on the surface of the bone scorpion's body had astonishingly disappeared. What replaced them were some densely packed black and red scales that flashed with a metallic luster. At the same time, on the two sides of the bone scorpion's head, there was an additional black and strange little bump. Under Lu Ming's surprise, before he could do anything, the bone scorpion, whose appearance had changed greatly, quickly crawled in front of him. From time to time, it used its front claws to rub the bottom of his pants. From its consciousness, it even took the initiative to send out an even stronger desire than before. This caused him to laugh bitterly in his heart. He could only shake his sleeve and take out the scarlet dragon's empty shell again. With a flash of cold light, he used a short sword to pry off two scales and threw them directly to the bone scorpion. However, something unexpected happened. This time, the bone scorpion did not even look at the scales. Instead, it stared fixedly at the body of the scarlet dragon and used its front claws to rub the bottom of his pants even more anxiously. Lu Ming was stunned. He looked at the scarlet dragon's empty shell and then looked at the bone scorpion's strange actions below. He could not help but mutter to himself. After a moment, he suddenly wildly poured the Fali in his body into the short sword in his hand. After a clear sound, the cyan moon sword immediately gave off a dazzling light. At the same time, a dozen or so inscriptions flashed on the surface of the sword and all of them returned to the short sword. At this time, Lu Ming's wrist shook and the short sword stabbed at the empty shell of the scarlet dragon. However, this time, he did not cut off the scales. Instead, he slowly cut off a small piece of soft scarlet dragon skin from the stomach of the empty shell. When he threw the piece of scarlet dragon skin to the ground, the bone scorpion immediately used its claws to grab the skin and stuffed it into its mouth. It quickly and easily swallowed it and let out a cry of joy. Seeing this, Lu Ming grinned. However, he could only continue to move the short sword in his hand. He cut off pieces of skin from the stomach of the scarlet dragon's empty shell and threw them all down. The reason why he only attacked the stomach of the scarlet dragon's shell was naturally because the soft skin there was the thinnest and weakest part of the scarlet dragon's body. Otherwise, if he were to attack the thickest part on its back, it would probably take a long time for him to use the cyan moon sword with all his strength to cut off a piece. Just like this, when Lu Ming had almost completely cut off the soft skin on the stomach of the scarlet dragon, the bone scorpion that had swallowed all of the scarlet dragon's skin in front of it finally did not let out any longing. Instead, it flicked its tail and actually burrowed into the ground. With a pu sound, it went deep into the ground and disappeared without a trace. A trace of surprise flashed through Lu Ming's eyes, but after thinking for a while, he formed a hand sign with one hand and released a strong mental strength that swept downwards. He instantly locked onto the bone scorpion's whereabouts. Suddenly, he furrowed his eyebrows and the gray cloud under his feet rose into the air, flying in a certain direction. Over 1,000 feet underground, the bone scorpion was surprisingly quickly flying in the same direction, as if something was attracting it. In the end, the two of them traveled tens of miles in the blink of an eye. It finally brought Lu Ming to a secluded and hidden area. Under normal circumstances, it was a swamp that almost no one would be able to find. The bone scorpion stopped moving at this place. Lu Ming looked at the muddy ground that was emitting a rotten aura. After a slight hesitation, he flipped his hand and a glyph appeared. He then slapped it onto his body. After a muffled sound, the glyph instantly broke apart. After countless yellow inscriptions went into his body, a layer of yellow light appeared on his body. With a twist of his body, Lu Ming also drilled into the mud and slowly sank downwards. Soon after, Lu Ming found the bone scorpion in the middle of a gravel full of thick black gas. At this time, it was desperately absorbing the nearby black gas with its mouth wide open. Every time it swallowed a bit, its body would expand a little. Miasma, it's actually quite pure miasma. This doesn't seem to be an ordinary mutation. Could this be? Lu Ming looked at the bone scorpion's hideous appearance that had swelled to twice its original size in the blink of an eye. His expression finally changed as he thought of something. Subsequently, in order to confirm whether the situation of the bone scorpion was really what he thought, he immediately flipped his hand and took out a jade bottle that was a few inches high. Then, he took a deep look at the bone scorpion that was still inhaling and exhaling miasma. Suddenly, he opened the lid and urged it with his fa. Immediately, a crystal black silk slowly emerged from it. The bone scorpion that was originally inhaling and exhaling immediately paused. Then, it turned its head and stared at the black crystal silk floating outside the small bottle. Lu Ming took the opportunity to make a gesture with one hand and once again communicated with the bone scorpion's divine sense. As a result, from the emotions that came from this ghost, it was surprisingly happy about the contents of the small bottle in his hand, but it was also greatly afraid of it. That was why it was so hesitant. However, in this way, Lu Ming was really sure of his thoughts. Immediately, he was overjoyed and suddenly grabbed the small bottle with his 5 fingers. An amazing force immediately surged out. Pung! The small vial was instantly crushed, and hundreds of black crystalline threads flew out of it. These crystal threads were the drying aura qi that Lu Ming had obtained from the treasure of the previous dynasty in Xianxia. A blue light appeared on the surface of Lu Ming's body, and with a shake of his sleeve, all of the black crystal threads were wrapped in a blue mist and were instantly swept to the side of the bone scorpion. At the same time, Lu Ming used his consciousness to forcefully order the bone scorpion to absorb the pure aura qi. Under the double pressure of its own natural temptation and Lu Ming's order, the bone scorpion finally could not endure it any longer. It opened its mouth and a black gas rolled out. Immediately, all of the nearby crystal threads shot into its mouth. At the same time, purple flames appeared on the bone scorpion's body and instantly wrapped around its body. The surrounding miasma seemed to have been stimulated by something and rushed madly towards the bone scorpion. The bone scorpion's behavior these days was so strange, and it swallowed the drying aura qi. It was naturally because it had finally reached the time to condense the aura qi into cultivation qi and officially break through to the liquid level. Lu Ming felt that the surrounding yuan qi was stirring and his face was slightly happy. He immediately took out 2 small bottles and threw them into the black mist. He then used his consciousness to give the bone scorpion a few more orders and took out a stack of formation flags to set up a concealment formation in the area. Only then did a yellow light flash on the surface of his body and he flew up into the sky. After a while, Lu Ming once again rushed out of the mud and flew into the sky. At the same time, the yellow light on his body also dissipated. Lu Ming immediately stopped in midair and used his powerful mental strength to constantly monitor everything underground. Time slowly passed and he stayed here for a full day and night. On the morning of the second day, when sunlight once again shone from the distant mountain top, Lu Ming finally decided to leave after not finding anything abnormal underground. However, when his gaze swept across the surroundings of the swamp, he was still vaguely worried. If Bone Scorpion really advanced to the condensation state ghost creature, it would be of great help to him. Now that he had to rush to the border, it was impossible to stay here for a few months to guard the end of its advancement. The scorpion was naturally wary of external disturbances when it was advancing. Although this place was remote, who knew if some people or beasts would come in by mistake? If this ruined the bone scorpion's opportunity to advance, he might even have the heart to commit suicide. Thinking like this, Lu Ming clenched his teeth and patted the other leather bag on his waist. After a pu sound, a gust of black gas rushed out of the leather bag. It swirled and condensed, transforming into a man's head. It was the demon flying head. Stay here and guard it until the advancement is over, Lu Ming instructed in a low voice. After the flying head heard this, it let out a few strange cackles and flew towards a nearby tree. With a blur, it actually disappeared into the tree. Seeing this, Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, he threw out an item. It was a green ball. With a single hand sign, the ball immediately made a ga-bing sound and transformed into a flying boat that was several feet long. It was the mechanical flying boat that he had bought at the Xianxia auction. Lu Ming lightly stepped on the flying boat with one foot and turned into a ball of green light that broke through the air and left. Keeping the flying head by his side would admittedly give him an additional assistant. However, with his current cultivation, the flying head could not really help him much. Thus, it was better to keep the demon to ensure that Bone Scorpion could safely advance. Although he did not know what the probability of Bone Scorpion successfully advancing this time was, seeing that it had swallowed so many scarlet dragon skin and scales, it was something worth looking forward to. Thus, as the flying boat gradually disappeared into the horizon, the swamp finally returned to its usual calm, as if nothing had happened. After another day or so, Lu Ming finally caught up to the barbarian ghost sex group of boats. With a few flashes, he appeared above the bone boat that had left. He then put away the mechanical flying boat under him and lightly landed on the bone boat. Not caring about the other disciples' astonished gazes, he calmly walked towards the cabin of the boat. In another room on the bone boat, the barbarian ghost sect leader, who was meditating, suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. His expression changed and he immediately took out the original formation plate from his sleeve. After seeing the new words that had appeared on it, a smile immediately appeared on his face. He then put away the formation plate and continued to close his eyes to rest. 2 months later, in a huge mountain range that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles, the group of flying boats flew over a huge mountain that was several thousand feet high. Suddenly, their eyes lit up. In front of them was a desolate low-lying land that seemed to have no end in sight. Not far from them, a fortress-like city with walls that were 300 feet high stood there majestically. Although this city only occupied an area of a few dozen miles, the entire city was built with an unknown light silver-colored brick. From afar, the entire city sparkled with light, unexpectedly giving people the feeling of a majestic and grand city. However, at this moment, the outer wall of the city was full of holes. In some places, there were even cracks of different sizes. The small ones were only an inch thick, while the large ones were several feet wide. The entire huge city looked as if it had just gone through a great battle and still had an extremely dilapidated appearance. In the surroundings of this city, there were a dozen or so stone pagodas of different heights. They were also built with silver-colored bricks, but the tallest ones were more than 3,000 feet high while the shortest ones were only 1,000 or 2,000 feet high. Their entire bodies were protected by a thick white light. Moreover, at the top of each pagoda hung an item, a large seal, a short ruler, a long halberd, and other different weapons. Near each of the stone pagodas, there were people constantly entering and exiting, either entering the huge city from the pagodas or flying from the huge city into the stone pagodas. Regardless of whether it was the stone pagodas or the huge city, there were people flying in the air on clouds. They were using talisman brushes to draw spirit patterns on the silver stone bricks, or using chisels and small hammers to inscribe patterns. There were also people holding a few cylindrical objects in their hands that were spraying some viscous light silver liquid onto the surface of the huge city. After the liquid sprayed onto the cracks on the city wall, it quickly became as hard as iron, and all of the cracks were tightly sealed. On the city wall, there were groups of armored soldiers patrolling back and forth. In the nearby sky, there were several tens of black goat-sized birds circling in the air, constantly monitoring the surrounding movements from above. However, it was also because of this that the people in the huge city immediately discovered the flying boats as soon as they flew out from the mountain peak. As a result, after a sharp cry from the huge city, a cloud of black gas immediately flew out from the city, rumbling and rolling in this direction. After a moment, it arrived in front of the flying boats. Then, it dispersed, revealing a gray-robed old man with triangular hair. It was the crystal-level expert of the barbarian ghost sect, Martial Ancestor Yen. Greetings, Martial Uncle. Why have you personally come out? The barbarian ghost sect leader, who had already walked out with Lu Ming and the other spirit masters, saw Martial Ancestor Yen and immediately hurriedly went forward to greet him. Lu Ming, Lin Xiyu, and the others naturally also respectfully greeted him. I calculated the time and felt that it should be about time for you all to arrive. Naturally, I personally came out to confirm. It must not have been easy for you all to rush over from so far away. Let's enter the city first. Martial Ancestor Yan's gaze swept across the people on the flying boats and a trace of a smile appeared on his face as he spoke. The barbarian ghost sect leader naturally said yes. Thus, the group of flying boats, under the personal guidance of the old man, swaggered into the huge city and landed in an area specially designated for the barbarian ghost sect. Only then did Lu Ming clearly see that the entire huge city was built with stone houses arranged neatly and very simply divided into several areas. The barbarian ghost sect completely occupied one of these areas. When the flying boat landed, a few barbarian ghost sect disciples who had long been waiting there immediately came forward to welcome them. Under the barbarian ghost sect leader's orders, the new disciples who came down from the flying boat were led by these old men into a few stone houses, where their residences were arranged. The barbarian ghost sect leader, Lu Ming, and the other spirit masters followed this martial ancestor Yan straight to a large stone hall in the middle of the stone houses. The moment Lu Ming walked into the large hall, his gaze swept across and immediately saw the 10 or so barbarian ghost sect upper echelons already sitting inside. Among them, Spirit Master Lei, Martial Ant Zhong, and the others were impressively all inside. Disciple greets Master. Lu Ming immediately walked over and first deeply bowed to Martial Ant Zhong. You've done very well. I've already heard from Senior that you actually advanced to the liquid level in one go. Very good, as expected of my initial judgment. However, now that you're also a spirit master, you only need to verbally call me master in the future, so you don't need to bow to me like this. I'm ashamed to say that I taught you very little back then. Your current accomplishments were mostly due to your own efforts. When Martial Ant Zhong saw Lu Ming's performance, she immediately stood up, waved her hand, and spoke with a face full of smiles. Indeed, back then, Senior Gue and I both misjudged you. We never thought that the Lu from back then could actually become a spirit master. I hope that Junior won't blame the two of us for this. The person sitting next to Martial Ant Zhong also stood up and spoke very happily. It was Zhu Qi naturally, Lu Ming repeatedly said I don't dare. At this time, the newly arrived spirit masters had naturally already become a group with the other people in the hall. They either exchanged greetings or directly asked about the situation of the sea race. For a moment, it was bustling with activity. However, at this time, Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. He felt an unfriendly gaze and immediately turned his head to look. In the end, he immediately saw a tall youth looking at him with an expressionless face. It was Gao Chong. Lu Ming's expression did not change in the slightest, but his eyebrows furrowed. However, before he could really react, suddenly, from another direction, a youth wearing a silver mask walked directly towards him. Younger brother Lu, I didn't think that after not seeing each other for a few years, you and I have already advanced to Spirit Master. So it's Senior Yang. I'm very ashamed. Junior's talent is not enough, so I can only accumulate for a few more years. I can't be like Senior and break through the bottleneck after returning from the secret realm. Lu Ming replied with a smile. When he was in Xianxia, through the formation, he naturally knew that Yang Gan had silently and abruptly advanced to Spirit Master right after Gao Chong. It was only after Lu Ming returned to the sect that he found out that Yang Gan's advancement had caused a sensation in the sect. Furthermore, the barbarian ghost sect had 2 more spirit masters in a short period of time. If not for the sudden invasion of the sea race, many of the upper echelons of the sect would have thought that the barbarian ghost sect's time of prosperity had come again. The current Yang Gan gave Lu Ming the feeling that his aura was even more stable and solid. It was obvious that this senior of the barbarian ghost sect was also well prepared and had not advanced to the spirit master level by luck. Just like this, when Lu Ming and Yang Gan were chatting for a while, Martial Uncle Yan's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Alright, if you have anything to say it later. Now that everyone in the sect is here, let's discuss a few things. Hearing the words of the only crystal-level cultivator in the sect, naturally no one dared to disobey. They immediately split into 2 rows and obediently sat on the chairs on both sides. Martial Nephew Lei, you are the first spirit master to participate in the war. First, introduce the specific situation of the Alliance Army and the sea race to the seniors and juniors who came later. Seeing this, Martial Uncle Yen said indifferently. Yes, seniors and juniors may have some understanding of the situation in front of us through the information we received earlier. But in reality, the battle between us and the sea race is even worse than you expected. Master Lei agreed and stood up, speaking to the crowd with a serious expression. We are all ears. Hearing this, the barbarian ghost sect leader's expression changed slightly. Lu Ming and the others who had just arrived also felt a chill in their hearts. Ever since the Sea Race army was stopped by us a few years ago, both sides knew that they could not defeat each other in a short period of time, so they each built a war city in preparation for a protracted war. Originally, a year ago, when the crystal-level cultivators did not make a move, both sides could diagnose and kill each other with their respective war cities as the center and maintain an undefeated situation. But 3 years later, the Sea Race suddenly had powerful reinforcements. Whether it was their appearance or divine abilities, they were very different from the Sea Race that we had fought before. They made us suffer a lot. Later, we finally learned from a captured Sea Race that the other Sea Race tribes in the distant sea, after learning that the 3 major Sea Race tribes occupied the human countries of our Yunchuan continent, unexpectedly also sent people to share a cup of tea. There were also 2 crystal-level cultivators among the Sea Race from the distant sea. As a result, the crystallization stage seniors of the various sects didn't dare to come out easily, so in future battles, our sects will be at a disadvantage. Not long ago, the Sea Race even managed to attack War City. If we hadn't joined forces to activate several of War City's trump cards, causing the Sea Race to suffer a big loss, I'm afraid we would still be trapped by them. The situation outside that you saw just now was us sending people to reinforce and repair the damaged parts of the outpost city, so that it can recover to its original strength as soon as possible. In addition, just a month ago, the Sea Race sent out an emissary, ready to tear up the original agreement of the crystal level. Unless Martial Uncle Yen and the others on our side come out and fight with the crystal level cultivators of the Sea Race, we won't be able to win. However, in the last battle, Martial Uncle Yen and Senior Ling Yu are still injured. Furthermore, the other party has an additional crystal level expert. If we were to fight under normal circumstances, our side would not have the confidence to win. Fortunately, at this time, the reinforcements from the several inland countries have already set off overnight. It is estimated that they will arrive here in 3 months. Therefore, our current plan is to endure these 3 months no matter what. Fortunately, although the Sea Race said that they want to tear up the agreement of the crystal-level cultivators not to act, they are also afraid that Martial Uncle Yen and the others will be forced to take revenge on the Sea Race army. Therefore, they haven't really sent out any experts in the recent battles. It seems that we should be able to delay for a period of time. Spirit Master Lei carefully explained, his expression extremely solemn. Martial Uncle, you were injured. Why didn't you tell the sect about this back then? After the barbarian ghost sect leader heard this, his expression changed greatly as he asked Martial Uncle Yen, don't worry. Although I was attacked by a Sea Race member, I have mostly recovered now. The remaining injuries can only be considered minor. I didn't tell you back then because I was afraid that you would be worried. After all, the sect still needs this old bag of bones to oversee it. Martial Uncle Yen said with a smile, not seeming to care too much. Martial Nephew is ashamed to let Martial Uncle worry about the sect at such an old age. If Senior Lon didn't have an accident back then, perhaps our sect would have another crystal-level cultivator. Although the barbarian ghost sect leader let out a sigh of relief, his face was full of shame as he said this. Your Senior Lan's matter is indeed a pity, but this is also because he is too unlucky. Otherwise, how could he have disappeared and his life tablet shattered inexplicably when he went out to handle a simple matter? Moreover, we still can't find the true reason for his death. After Martial Uncle Yen heard the 3 words Senior Lon, his expression also darkened. Lu Ming naturally did not know who this so-called Senior Lon was, but seeing that the other spirit masters of the barbarian ghost sect other than Yanggan and Gao Chong all had unnatural expressions, he knew that this person was definitely not an ordinary person. Alright, let's not talk about the past. Right now, the most important thing is how to get through the current crisis. Although we old fellows have already decided to use the strategy of delaying, we still have to fiercely counterattack a few times. We must make the Sea Race feel pain so that they won't force us too much, so that we have time to wait for reinforcements to arrive. Martial nephew sect leader, have you brought the things I asked you to bring? Martial Uncle Yan's eyes flashed a few times before he quickly recovered his calm and asked the barbarian ghost sect leader. Martial Uncle, don't worry, I have brought those things, and there is also an unexpected surprise. Disciple has already found the suitable person to control that thing. It is the newly advanced younger brother Lu, the barbarian ghost sect leader replied respectfully. What, you found the person to control it? Lu, is that true? Martial Uncle Yan's face immediately revealed an expression of extreme joy. After sweeping his gaze, it landed on Lu Ming. Although this was the first time Lu Ming had seen this Martial Uncle Yan after he became a spirit master, he had left quite an impression on this crystal-level expert when he was in the secret realm and when he was comprehending the walls of shadows. Later on, the barbarian ghost sect leader and the others sent him a message, telling him that there was a new spirit master in the sect. Naturally, it was not strange for Lu Ming to appear here. Lu Ming naturally knew that the two were talking about the 10,000 Bones demon, so he immediately stood up and replied respectfully, reporting to Martial Uncle, Disciple can indeed control that thing with some difficulty. Although I am not too proficient, I believe that I can do my best for the sect in the battle. Haha, very good, I knew that Lu is not an ordinary person. In this way, the strength of our barbarian ghost sect will greatly increase. That's right, Martial nephew, please stay for a while. I have something else to ask you. Martial Uncle Yan was very happy when he heard this, but he immediately thought of something and said a few more words. Although Lu Ming was surprised, he nodded in agreement. After Martial Uncle Yan waited for Lu Ming to sit down, he turned his head and asked Chu Chi of the Balefulline faction, Martial nephew Chu, since you were able to come with us, it seems that what I asked you to do has already been completed. Reporting to Martial Uncle, although several parts of the barbarian ghost king have been sealed for many years, under the careful repair of junior sister Bing. And it has now completely recovered its former glory. However, the most important part, the head of the ghost king, is no longer there. Its strength is only left with 30%. Chu Chi immediately stood up and replied respectfully. If it wasn't for Bing being careless and letting the sea race spy steal the head, we wouldn't have to worry about the sea race having 2 more crystal-level cultivators if we had the ghost king. That's right, why didn't Bing girl come over? I saw her when she was welcoming you guys just now. Martial Uncle Yan nodded first, then his face darkened. Junior Martial sister Bing admits that she has sinned, so she doesn't dare to come and see Martial Uncle. However, junior sister Bing had not expected that her most beloved disciple would be a member of the Sea clan. She had only suddenly made a move when Fang Yi had found the head of the ghost kings. Otherwise, how could junior sister let a mere spirit apostle succeed? Fortunately, even if it only has 30% of the barbarian ghost king, I believe it is enough to deal with a normal crystal-level cultivator. Chu Chi's heart trembled when he heard this, and he hurriedly lowered his head. That's right. Actually, if it really was the complete barbarian ghost king, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easily controlled by us. The barbarian ghost sect leader also said so. Forget it. As long as the Balefulline faction can control the ghost king and make a great contribution to our sect, I won't pursue the matter of the ghost king anymore. Martial Uncle Yan frowned, and after a long while, he sighed and said so. Thank you, Martial Uncle. Hearing this, Chu Chi naturally expressed his gratitude with joy. When Lu Ming heard this, he was extremely surprised. He had never thought that the barbarian ghost sect would be able to resurrect the vigorous ghost king that had shaken the sects of the Dexian continent back then, even though it was missing its head. Furthermore, it seemed that it was going to be used personally in the battle against the sea race. The other spirit masters present did not show much surprise when they heard about the barbarian ghost king. It was obvious that most of them knew a little about this matter. If this was the case, the barbarian ghost sect's strength was truly not ordinary. Their foundation was definitely not as shallow as it seemed on the surface. In the following time, under Martial Uncle Yan and Zhu Qi, the group of barbarian ghost sect spirit masters discussed a few matters of preparing for battle before finally ending the discussion. Everyone bid farewell to Martial Uncle Yan and left. In the blink of an eye, only Lu Ming and Martial Uncle Yan were left in the large hall. Lu, when you went to my place to look at the walls of shadows last time, did anything unusual happen? The first sentence that Martial Uncle Yen said after leaving Lu Ming behind shocked everyone. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, but he did not reveal anything strange on his face. Instead, he replied very respectfully, "Martial Uncle, why do you ask? When I was looking at the walls of shadows, I did not find anything unusual." Martial Uncle Yen stared at Lu Ming and slowly said, "Oh, Martial Nephew, do you know that not long after you observed the wall of shadows that night, the wall no longer released any strange phenomena?" "I really don't know about this. But when I left that day, the wall was still normal." Lu Ming blinked his eyes and replied, "Yes, I did hear the boy say so. It seems that this matter has nothing to do with you. It's most likely because after so many years, the energy in the wall of shadows has finally been exhausted. What a pity, it seems that our sect still has no fate with the 16 martial ancestors' direct lineage." Martial Uncle Yan's expression relaxed when he heard this, but he still said with a sigh, "Maybe it's because my disciple's aptitude is not enough, so the martial ancestor is unable to take a fancy to him." Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart relaxed slightly and he said in agreement, "Maybe so. However, the main reason I called you over this time is not because of this, but because of the dark bone method you cultivate. Do you know that the person who taught you this method is my disciple?" Martial Uncle Yen suddenly asked with a smile. "What, Martial Uncle Yuan is your personal disciple?" When Lu Ming heard this, he was really shocked. "Since you have advanced to the liquid level, you can call him Senior Yuan. This disciple of mine was obsessed with the dark bone method when he was young. He was determined to use the dark bone method to cultivate a spirit master for our sect. For this, he did not hesitate to abandon his own cultivation method. Otherwise, it would not be unknown whether he is dead or alive. However, your appearance has not wasted his previous efforts." Martial Uncle Yen slowly said, "I have always been grateful to Senior Yuan for teaching me, but how is Senior Yuan now?" Lu Ming said, "He is still in seclusion. As long as he can successfully advance to the liquid level middle stage before his lifespan ends, it can be considered as seeking life and death. Also, I want to ask you, since you have become a spirit master, you should be very clear that the dark bone method can no longer be cultivated in the future. Have you chosen your main cultivation method?" Martial Uncle Yen suddenly changed the topic and asked, "This? Because I advanced in a hurry, I haven't had the time to find a satisfactory cultivation method." Lu Ming naturally couldn't tell the truth, so he replied as such. "And, if that's the case, your dark bone method has a yin attribute, so it shouldn't be a problem for you to cultivate corpse refinement and baleful yin faction cultivation methods. How about this, I have a secret technique for refining corpses for you. If you cultivate it properly, it might be beneficial to your cultivation in the future. Remember this technique, you must not let a second person see it. Otherwise, don't blame Martial Uncle for being ruthless." Martial Uncle Yen thought for a moment and said something that startled Lu Ming. With a shake of his sleeve, a black jade slips flew out. "Martial Uncle Yen, this is..." Lu Ming subconsciously moved his palm and grabbed the jade slips, but he was confused and wanted to ask something. "Alright, this old man is a little tired. Let's call it a day. Lu, you can leave first." Martial Uncle Yen didn't even give Lu Ming a chance to ask and ordered him to leave. Then, he closed his eyes. Seeing that this crystal-level cultivator didn't want to talk anymore, Lu Ming naturally didn't dare to ask any more questions. After a slight bow, he turned around and left the main hall. "Martial Uncle, are you really going to do this?" Just as Lu Ming's figure disappeared at the entrance of the hall, a nearby pillar fluctuated, and a figure actually came out from it. It was the barbarian ghost sect leader who should have left earlier, but he had quietly returned at some point. "You also know that although I still have more than 100 years of lifespan, I have to make some preparations in advance. Otherwise, if I let go, no one will be able to control the green-haired iron corpse. I don't want this refined corpse that I have painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years to end up like the barbarian ghost king." Martial Uncle Yen was silent for a while before replying. Martial Nephew naturally knows about Martial Uncle, but there is no need to find younger brother Lu. After all, he has just advanced to the liquid level and his cultivation is still extremely shallow. "Can we find someone else?" the barbarian ghost sect leader asked hesitantly. Someone else?" Other than the three who have just advanced, the others are either too old or don't have enough aptitude. They simply can't be taught my unique corpse refining technique. Otherwise, why would I have only accepted your junior brother Juan? Unfortunately, he is too disappointing and I don't know if he is dead or alive. I can't put everything on him. As for Gao Chong, he and you cultivate the blood control faction's cultivation method, which is very different from my corpse refining faction. He can't cultivate the corpse refining technique either. Otherwise, he would be a good candidate. Martial Uncle Yen said with a snort. I am ashamed. Gao Chong is indeed a genius in cultivating the blood control faction's cultivation method. Otherwise, I would have directly recommended him to you. When the barbarian ghost sect leader heard this, he was a little embarrassed. However, Martial Uncle Yen continued to speak without a care. As for Yonggan, although the corpse refining technique is suitable for his main cultivation method, you and I both know his true identity. He can't inherit my unique technique either. As a result, Lu Ming was naturally the only one left. Not only is this child young, his mental strength is also very strong. Furthermore, he cultivates the dark bone method, so there is almost no problem for him to inherit my unique technique. The only flaw is probably his 3 spiritual pulse aptitude. I don't know if he can advance further in the future. However, since he was able to advance to Spirit Master in one go with such aptitude, his true aptitude is not as simple as it seems on the surface. It is worth looking forward to. Listening to Martial Uncle's words, only the younger brother Lu is the most suitable. However, why didn't Martial Uncle mention this and only taught him the chant first? The barbarian ghost sect leader thought for a while, then laughed bitterly and asked with some doubt. I haven't had much contact with this Lu, so I don't know much about his personality. Naturally, I can't promise the green-haired iron corpse right now. Fortunately, I still have time, so I'm not in a hurry. Let's first see how his comprehension of the corpse refining technique is. Martial Uncle Yen said lightly. Martial Uncle's method is indeed wise, but Martial Nephew was a bit rash. However, since Martial Uncle sent me a message to come back, there must be something important to discuss. After the barbarian ghost sect leader nodded, he quickly put the matter of Lu Ming to the back of his mind and asked with a serious expression. I asked you to come back because I want you to go see the other sect leaders and those old fellows. The upcoming battle is related to the survival of our Dixuan sect, so we have to discuss it in detail. Martial Uncle Yan let out a light breath and said seriously. Martial Nephew understands. The barbarian ghost sect leader was not too surprised when he heard this and immediately replied. Then the two left from the back of the hall and flew directly to the center of the city. At the same time, Lu Ming had already been led by a barbarian ghost sect disciple to a rather secluded stone house. This was his temporary residence in the city. After Lu Ming sent away the disciple leading the way, he entered the house. This house was naturally much more spacious than the residences of ordinary disciples. Moreover, there were tables, chairs, and beds. There was even a partition restriction set up in advance, which made him quite satisfied. Just as Lu Ming was about to rest for a while, there was suddenly a knock on the door. This naturally startled him and he opened the door in surprise. He saw a young man with a silver mask standing outside the door. It was Yonggan. Younger brother Lu, I'll take you to a place to see a few people. Are you interested? See people? Lu Ming naturally showed a surprised expression. That's right, the spirit masters of the other sects who have advanced in the past few years like us. Almost all of them are people from the last trip to the secret realm. Junior should have seen most of them. Yonggan replied with a smile. Oh, then the purpose of this meeting is. Lu Ming was somewhat enlightened, but he still had a trace of doubt. Haha, it's mainly to get to know the new people of our sections. Also, we might need to spar with each other. Yonggan replied without hesitation. I understand. Alright, I'll go with Senior. Lu Ming understood a little now and immediately agreed with a smile. Very good, I knew Junior wouldn't miss this. Yonggan was extremely happy when he heard this. Then, the two of them rose into the air and flew in a certain direction in the city. After a short while, a small hall appeared in front of them. In addition, there was a huge platform that was over 1,000 feet wide. Looking at its position, it seemed to be in between two areas of the sect. Younger brother Lu, it's here. Follow me down. After saying this, Yang Gan brought Lu Ming down. After a while, Lu Ming and Yang Gan entered the hall. Haha, brother Yang, you're late this time. There were already a few people sitting around a long square table in the hall, chatting. A black-faced young man turned around and saw Yang Gan. He immediately stood up and shouted with joy. This young man was Senior Yun of the Nine Enchantment sect, who Lu Ming had worked with in the secret realm. Hearing the black-faced young man say this, the other people's gazes immediately swept over with a whoosh. Hee, I'm late because I went to invite younger brother Lu to come with me. Brother Yun is shouting so loudly. Could it be that you're not satisfied with your loss last time and want to challenge me again? Yang Gan glanced at the young man surnamed Yun and said indifferently. At the same time, Lu Ming also looked at the people here. As expected, most of them looked familiar. The young woman with a white long sword on her back was Zhang Xionyang of the Heavenly Moon sect. Next to her was a gentle woman with an oval face wearing a yellow robe. She also had two green short swords crossed on her back. The two men in blood-red robes seemed to be people he had seen in the secret realm last time. One of them was the big senior of the Hall of Blood, Xianxia. The other was a young man with red eyebrows and big eyes wearing the uniform of the Firestorm Way with a scarlet fan on his waist. He also looked familiar and should have gone to the secret realm. As for the last person, the tall young man looking at him with a cold gaze was Gao Chong. Lu Ming was not surprised to see Gao Chong here. After all, since Yang Gan said that this was a gathering of the sects that had recently advanced to Spirit Master, Gao Chong obviously had the right to be here. After greeting Yang Gan, the black-faced youth turned to Lu Ming and said enthusiastically, I am quite surprised that Brother Bai would appear here. I originally thought that only Brother Yang and Junior Gao Chong could advance in the Barbarian Ghost sect, but I did not think that your sect would produce 3 Spirit Masters at the same time. However, with Junior Brother's performance in the secret realm, this didn't seem to be too strange. That's right, I almost forgot, Junior Bai has already changed his name. You should now be called Younger Brother Lu. I wouldn't dare. I was only lucky to advance to Spirit Master. That's right, how did Brother Yun know about my name change? Lu Ming replied with a smile. To be able to stand out from so many disciples and advance to Spirit Master, which one of them is really lucky? Don't say such superficial words. As for the matter of changing your name, Brother Yang naturally informed us beforehand. You and Brother Yang, come and sit. We are currently discussing how to deal with the sea race. The youth surnamed Yun rolled his eyes. Hearing this, Yang Gan immediately walked over. After Lu Ming nodded his head, he calmly followed behind. Yang Gan sat down 2 empty seats away from the youth surnamed Yun. Lu Ming sat next to him. On his other side was the oval-faced female from the Heavenly Moon sect. Seeing that Lu Ming sat next to her, her face reddened slightly, but she still nodded at him. Lu Ming saw that this female cultivator from the Heavenly Moon sect seemed to be very shy and was rather surprised. He also smiled at her. In the end, this female from the Heavenly Moon sect had a bashful expression and did not dare to raise her head to look at Lu Ming. On the other side, Zhang Xionyang only glanced at Lu Ming indifferently without any expression. On the other side, the youth surnamed Yun saw Yang Gan sit down and immediately got up with a smile. He seemed to want to sit next to his good friend, but Yang Gan only glanced at him indifferently. Immediately, the youth surnamed Yun's movements paused. After rubbing his nose, he awkwardly returned to his original seat. Okay, younger brother Lu and I came a bit late. Can you all tell us what you were discussing just now? Yang Gan calmly asked the others. We were just talking about a new type of sea beast that appeared among the sea race 2 times ago. It is extremely troublesome to deal with. Does anyone have any methods to deal with it? The young man with crimson eyebrows and big eyes from the Firestorm Way slowly opened his mouth. Oh, Junior Brother Tian is talking about the whale-like beast that can spew out endless seawater from its body and turn a large area of the void into a body of water. Hearing this, Yang Qian came to a realization. Brother Yang knows so much. Could it be that you also encountered this kind of sea beast in the last battle? The young man with red eyebrows asked in surprise. Not only did I encounter it, I almost died at the hands of this sea beast and another sea race spirit master. Yanggan's voice became cold. Yes, this sea beast is very troublesome to deal with. It does not know how to attack, but its skin is thick and its defense is shocking. It is also good at controlling the sea water. If other sea race people join forces with it, their strength will increase greatly. I originally thought that only Junior Tian and Junior Zhang had encountered this sea beast, but it seems that Brother Yang is also here. Xianxia also spoke. Oh, Junior Zhang also encountered this sea beast? How did you deal with it and what was the result? When I saw that the situation was bad, I immediately used a secret technique to escape. Yang Gan asked Zhang Xianyang in surprise after hearing this. I first broke through the sea beast's defense and killed it with one slash. Then I left behind an arm of the sea race spirit master that joined forces with the sea beast, Zhang Xianyang said calmly. Hearing this, most of the people present quivered and looked at Zhang Xianyang with a strange gaze. Junior Zhang is indeed the master of the sword communication spirit body. After advancing, the power of your flying sword is probably the same as an average liquid middle stage, Xianxia said bitterly. This big senior of the Hall of Blood had once suffered quite a bit at the hands of Zhang Xianyang. Originally, because his Great Blood River technique had advanced to an extraordinary level, he should have been able to fight against this peerless sword cultivator of the Heavenly Moon sect. However, after seeing Zhang Xianyang fight against the sea race a few times, he completely gave up. As for Yang Gan and the red-browed youth who had seen the sea beast, they naturally looked at each other and smiled bitterly without saying anything. Senior Sister Zhang is the only one among us who is proficient in the art of flying swords. So the method she used to deal with the sea beast is probably not something we can use. But since this beast is proficient in controlling water, how about using the opposite flame technique to deal with it? Gaochong asked. I'm afraid that won't work. I won't hide it from everyone. I'm also proficient in fire attribute techniques, and I have a totem of the same attribute to support me. But if I use the power of flames, I won't be able to break through the huge amount of seawater surrounding the sea beast in a short period of time. If it's just one sea beast, it's fine, it'll just take a bit more time. But there are other sea race spirit masters nearby, so it's naturally impossible to kill the sea beast, the red-browed youth said with a frown. Hearing this, Yang Gan nodded repeatedly. It was obvious that he had used the same method before, but it had also been ineffective. If the power of flames isn't its weakness, then we should try using ice attribute spells. Once the seawater is frozen, it should be able to restrict this beast's movements, Gao Chong said after thinking for a while. That won't work either. Although I haven't tried this method before, and this sea beast doesn't take the initiative to attack, it's extremely strong. A little bit of ice sealing power won't be able to do anything to it. I've gotten close to this beast before, but I was knocked dozens of feet away by its tail. Hearing this, Yang Gan immediately denied. This sea beast is so troublesome, does it really not have any weaknesses? The youth surnamed Yun said somewhat gloomily. Since the power of ice and fire isn't effective, have you guys used poison before? Hearing this, Lu Ming finally smiled and spoke. Poison? I haven't tried this before, maybe it really is a way. When the sea beast uses the seawater, it has to continuously inhale and eject the seawater. As long as we throw poison directly into the water, it can be easily poisoned. Hearing this, Yang Gan's eyes lit up. With the size of the sea beast, I'm afraid that normal poisons won't work, Xianxia said thoughtfully. Hee, speaking of the way of using poison, most of you aren't proficient in it, but with the sex power, finding some strange poisons shouldn't be too difficult. If one doesn't work, then bring a few more. Thinking about it, one of them should have some effect. Even if we can't poison this sea beast to death, weakening it should be a beneficial thing. Lu Ming said. Yes, Brother Lu's words make sense, it is indeed worth a try. The ugly man sitting beside Xianxia nodded and spoke. Forgive my poor eyesight, this fellow is. Lu Ming looked at the ugly man and asked curiously. Oh, Brother Lu came late, it's normal that you don't recognize me. This is my junior, Xuaning. His strength is not below mine. He also participated in the trip to the secret realm that day, but he was trapped in a certain place for most of the time. Otherwise, our sex performance back then wouldn't have been so mediocre. Hearing this, Xianxia said with a smile. I see. I was wondering why Brother Xuanning looked so familiar. Lu Ming seemed to have realized something. In the following period of time, the group discussed several methods to deal with the sea beast. Although not all of them would be effective, at least they wouldn't be helpless if they encountered another huge sea beast. In this period of time, Yang Gan also briefly told Lu Ming about some of the extremely powerful spirit masters of the sea race so that he could pay attention to them in the future. After chatting for a while, the youth with the surname Yun looked at Lu Ming with a smile and suddenly said, Alright, let's end our discussion of the sea race here. Is it time for us to start our routine sparring? If junior brother Lu joins us this time, I think there will be a lot of people who will be interested in fighting. Once these words came out, many gazes instantly fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression was calm and did not show any signs of abnormality. Lu is a new face. If you don't mind, I will. The red-browed youth's eyes flashed and he planned to first challenge Lu Ming. However, at this moment, he was suddenly interrupted by another person. Lu Ming, do you dare to fight me? It was Gao Chong who turned his head and stared at Lu Ming as he spoke word by word. Once these words came out, everyone other than Lu Ming was stunned. One had to know that this kind of sparring between them, although it was not explicitly stated, was naturally a challenge between sections. Sparring between sects had never happened before. When Yang Gan heard this, although he wasn't too surprised, he was secretly complaining in his heart. He immediately said in a low voice, Junior Gao, you, Senior Yang, I know what you want to say. However, this time, my sparring with younger brother Lu is absolutely necessary. If I lose, I will let go of all my previous disputes with younger brother Lu and will not harass him in the slightest. Furthermore, from now on, wherever he is, I will do my best to avoid him and not fight for anything. However, if I win, he must kowtow to me 3 times in front of everyone so that I can vent my anger. Gao Chong said with a gloomy expression. Hearing Gao Chong say such heavy words without hesitation, Yang Gan's gaze changed a few times. After looking at Lu Ming a few times, he finally sighed and did not say anything. Regarding the disputes between his 2 juniors, he had naturally heard about it long ago. However, he never thought that it would accumulate to such an extent. Seeing this, the other sects naturally looked at each other in great surprise. Alright, since Junior Gao speaks so confidently, then I will experience your abilities after advancing. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed as he looked at Gao Chong for a moment, then lightly agreed. Since Lu Ming had said this, the fight between him and Gao Chong was naturally not something that the people present could stop. In the eyes of the majority of the people in the hall, Gao Chong was considered to be a person with extremely strong strength. After all, he had once killed a sea race cultivator of the same level as him. On the other hand, although some of them had seen Lu Ming fight before, that was when he was a spirit apostle. As for his strength after advancing to spirit master, there really wasn't a single person who had seen it. After Gao Chong heard Lu Ming's reply, a sinister expression appeared on his face. Without another word, he immediately stood up and walked out of the stone hall. Lu Ming also calmly floated away. After the others looked at each other, they also followed him out with different expressions. After a while, in the air above the huge plaza in front of the stone hall, Lu Ming and Gao Chong quietly faced each other. Younger brother Lu, did you know that I actually didn't hate you that much before? After Gao Chong took a deep breath, he suddenly said this to Lu Ming. Oh, is that so? Lu Ming felt surprised, but his expression did not change as he replied. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that Ming Zhu would have become my cauldron sooner or later. Although I knew about this, under the orders of my master, I had no way of stopping this. Moreover, I myself was also deeply in love and was unable to extricate myself. Because of this, I originally didn't dare to let my cultivation increase too quickly, in case Ming Zhu really became a sacrifice. Therefore, when Ming Zhu was forcefully taken away, it actually let go of the burden in my heart. Very quickly, I chose another cauldron and successfully advanced to Spirit Master. However, what I shouldn't have done was, since you and Ming Zhu had an engagement, why did the Bai clan break off the engagement and let Ming Zhu suffer such humiliation? And I owe Ming Zhu so much. Today, I can only use this method to give her an explanation. Also, I want to let you clearly know that even though we have both advanced to Spirit Master, in terms of true strength, you are not my opponent. Gao Cheng slowly said these words. When Lu Ming heard this, a look of surprise flashed across his face, but he said calmly, so that's what junior brother Gao was thinking about Mu Mingzhu's matter. I can't believe that you were able to successfully advance using other cauldrons under these circumstances. However, the matter of the Bai family breaking off the engagement was also a matter that everyone had their reasons for. In the end, you and I still have to see whose fist is bigger. However, I really want to know why junior brother Gao is so confident. That's right. You and I are cultivators, and our own strength is the most reliable thing. As for why you're so confident, it's naturally because the cultivation method that you and I cultivate cannot be compared at all. Gao Ming said with a sneer, then a sinister smile appeared on his face. He made a gesture with one hand, and a blood mist rolled out of his body. Puff 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 sounds came from inside the mist, and 8 blood-colored giant pythons jumped out of the mist. Each python was over 10 feet long, and its body was covered in scales. It had a single horn on its head, and its eyes were like bells. It was incomparably ferocious. Seeing this, Lu Ming was also stunned. However, after taking a closer look, he realized that although these pythons looked lifelike, in reality, they were all covered in a misty bloody light. They were formed by the demonic cultivation method. Lu Ming's expression darkened. Without saying anything, he shook his sleeve, and the green short sword in his hand flashed. These 8 blood pythons are so strange. Could this be the famous 8-part blood dragon cultivation method of your sect? When the spectators saw the 8 blood pythons in the air, they were all shocked. Among them, Xianxia, who also cultivated a blood cultivation method, cried out involuntarily after taking a closer look. 8-part blood dragon cultivation method. What kind of cultivation method is this? Is this the cultivation method that Gao Cheng cultivated after becoming a spirit master? Lu Ming naturally heard Xuexi's words, and thought for a moment. Just at this moment, Gao Cheng's cold snort came from within the bloody mist. The 8 blood pythons only shook their heads, and from their mouths, they each spat out rolling bloody flames. They covered the sky and covered the earth as they headed straight for Lu Ming. Before the bloody flames even reached Lu Ming, there was already a nauseating smell of blood. Even when Lu Ming breathed it in, he felt extremely uncomfortable. This caused his heart to tremble. One had to know that because he had used spirit medicine before, normal poisons had long been ineffective against him. It seemed that these bloody flames were really extraordinarily powerful. As Lu Ming thought about this, he did not dare to be careless and shook the green short sword in his hand. Immediately, a dozen or so restrictions within it were activated. A clear sound came from within, and a green sword shadow flashed out, then strangely combined into one. Immediately, a bone-chilling cold appeared in the air, and a huge sword light that was over 100 feet long flashed by. After all the bloody flames rolled and condensed, they were swept away by the green sword light. Of the 8 blood pythons that appeared in the air, 2 of them were affected by the green sword light, and with a muffled sound, they were crushed and turned into a bloody mist. However, at this time, the green sword light's power was finally exhausted, and with a blur, it disappeared into thin air. However, such an unexpected scene caused Xuexiai and the others, who were watching the battle below, to all be dumbfounded. Impossible. How can you have this kind of strength? After a moment of silence, Gao Cheng's extremely shocked and angry voice suddenly came from within the bloody mist, as if he could not accept the result of the attack just now. Standing on the opposite side, Lu Ming's face was expressionless. He only shook the cyan moon sword in his hand again, and faintly, densely packed sword. Shadows appeared in front of him. They were like porcupines, and people who saw them could not help but shudder. However, he was actually secretly shocked, but after thinking a little more, he vaguely understood what was going on. First, he had just used a method of controlling a sword recorded in Yu Tianmei's sword cultivation notes, which meant that the attack just now was a genuine sword cultivation method, which was why it was so sharp. Secondly, the moon sword was a middle-tier sword. Once all the restrictions on the sword were activated, its power would naturally increase by several times. Relying on his Fa Li, which was far purer than a spirit master of the same level, he was just able to use the sword's power to its fullest. Lastly, when he swung the sword just now, he could faintly feel the Tai Gang sword embryo heart in his body tremble in response. It was obvious that the amplification effect of this object on the sword was far beyond his imagination. Of course, there were other reasons as well. For example, his terrifying strength that was comparable to a body cultivator of the same level, and his extremely strong mental strength, were more or less used in the sword just now. Brother Yang, are you sure that younger brother Liu is a disciple of the Nine Infants faction and not a sword cultivator? The youth surnamed Yin turned his head and asked Yonggan, who was beside him, his face full of suspicion. Of course younger brother Liu is not a sword cultivator. That day in the secret realm, he worked together with you and me. You should know this very well. Although Yonggan was wearing a mask, his eyes also revealed a dazed expression as he replied. This is definitely not the true 8-part blood dragon method, otherwise how could it be broken so easily? On the other side, Xuexi's face was also extremely shocked, but he also let out a sigh of relief as he muttered to himself. Xue Meng, who was beside him, looked at the sky expressionlessly, his fingers unconsciously clenched tightly. As for Zhang Xionyang and the yellow-robed girl beside her, their expressions were different. Zhang Xionyang looked at Lu Ming in the sky and narrowed her eyes slightly. A faint sword intent emanated from her body, as if Lu Ming's sword just now had stimulated her desire to fight. When the yellow-robed girl, who was also from the Heavenly Moon sect, looked at the sky, she was truly dumbfounded. At this moment, from within the blood mist, Gao Ming once again let out a sharp howl. Pooh, Piu. Another 2 blood pythons rushed out from within, and after swaying wildly with the other 6 blood pythons, they actually merged together in an instant, becoming a living flood dragon with 2 horns on its head and 4 claws on its feet. After the blood flood dragon was formed, it let out a huge roar towards the sky. Immediately, all the blood mist surged towards the blood flood dragon's body, causing its body to expand crazily. In the blink of an eye, it was more than twice the size of the previous blood pythons. It was more than 60 feet long, and at the same time, a terrifying aura emanated from its body. When the blood mist was completely absorbed by the blood flood dragon, Gao Chong's figure once again clearly appeared. However, when the people below saw Gao Chong's current appearance, their expressions all changed. At this moment, not only was Gao Chong's head blood red, the surface of his body was also covered with densely packed blood red stripes. At the same time, blood vessels bulged under his skin, causing him to look extremely ferocious. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but furrow his eyebrows. Go. Gao Chong didn't care about the gazes of the people below, and only used both of his hands to madly form hand signs. At the same time, he let out a loud shout. The blood flood dragon immediately opened its mouth, and a blood-red pillar of light shot out. At the same time, a gust of wind rose under its feet, and after a blur of its huge body, it transformed into a strange blood-red wind that pounced forward. Seeing this, a cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. The cyan short sword in his hand flashed in front of him, and the densely packed sword shadow shrunk towards the center. After releasing, a cyan full moon appeared out of nowhere, and spun wildly as it expanded, becoming as big as a door. Once the blood-red pillar of light rushed towards the full moon, it was immediately shattered by the sudden burst of cyan light. The cyan moon swayed once again, and transformed into a cyan sword light that was almost twice as thick as before, sweeping towards the blood flood dragon. Hong! A loud sound shook the heavens. The huge sword light and the blood flood dragon immediately collided, and the cyan and bloody light intertwined together. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. Gao Chong's expression changed, and the hand signs in his hands suddenly changed. Once again, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood essence turned into a bloody mist with the wind, and with a spin, it transformed into a few blood-red inscriptions that disappeared into the empty space in front of him. In the next moment, the body of the blood flood dragon in front of him emitted rolling blood-red flames, and at the same time, blood-red inscriptions faintly appeared on the scales on its body. When the cyan sword light was enveloped by the blood-red flames, its light immediately dimmed. Seeing this, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows, and similarly, he formed a hand sign with one hand, and pointed at the empty space in the distance. Immediately, the F-alien in his body surged out like a flood. After the huge sword light flashed wildly a few times, there was suddenly a loud sound, and it transformed into a ball of cyan light that exploded. Countless cyan-piercing light shot out from within. The giant dragon, which was originally burning with bloody flames, was instantly pierced full of holes by the piercing light. With a cry, it turned into a crystalline blood ruler and fell from the sky. At the same time, Gao Chong, who was mentally connected, paled. He could not help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, all of the blood tattoos on his body disappeared in a flash and his entire person became dispirited. Very good, I did not think that you would be proficient in the way of the sword. This time, I lose. I will keep my promise in the future. Not only will I sell you the pearl, but I will also avoid anything that involves you in the future. Gao Chong's face was full of disbelief. After a while, he stared at Lu Ming and said word by word. Then, he grabbed at the air below him with one hand. So. The blood ruler that had already landed on the ground immediately shot into the sky. With a flash, it turned into a ball of bloody light and landed in his hand. Then, Gao Chong turned around and left on his own without looking back. This caused the people watching below to look at each other. I was wondering why Junior Gao was able to activate the legendary 8-part blood dragon not long after entering the Spirit Master realm. So it was mostly because of that totem. I wonder where that totem came from. It seems to have a great amplification effect on blood methods. Xuexi's eyes flashed a few times before he finally let out a long sigh and said, I'm afraid I have to disappoint Brother Xuexi. That should be a low-tier totem that our sect leader used in the past. Only our sect's 8-part blood dragon method has such a great amplification effect. Yonggan also recovered from his shock and glanced at Xuexi as he spoke. Hee, why is Brother Yang so cautious? Are you afraid that I will try to get my hands on this blood totem? Hearing this, Xuexi was a little disappointed, but on the surface, he smiled. Brother Xuexi, just remember what you said. Yonggan did not deny it and replied indifferently. But speaking of the most surprising one, it's still Junior Brother Liu. With the sword method that he just used, I'm afraid there are not many people here who have the confidence to take that blow. At the very least, I am not 100% sure. Although the scarlet-browed youth from the Firestorm Way was still staring at the sky, he interrupted and muttered. Hearing this, Yonggan was speechless. Naturally, he did not know how Lu Ming was able to use a sword cultivator's technique and that its power was so shocking. On the other side, the yellow-robed woman whispered to Zhang Xianyang. Senior sister Zhang, just now, this younger brother Lu displayed the most basic myriad swords fusion technique, right? Even though it was only the most superficial kind, it was indeed an orthodox sword cultivator's technique. Also, I vaguely sensed a strange and weak sword intent just now. What's going on? Could it be that senior brother Lu is really a sword cultivator? I know why this Lu Ming would use a sword cultivator's technique, but I don't know why there was sword intent in that attack just now. But it doesn't matter, I believe that I will find out in a while, Zhang Xianyang replied expressionlessly. She stamped her foot on the ground and suddenly transformed into a streak of white light that shot into the sky. With a flash, she transformed back into her human form and appeared in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, who had just finished his match and was about to fly down, saw this scene and his expression changed slightly. I didn't think that after not seeing each other for a few years, younger brother Lu would actually learn a sword cultivator's technique. This made Xianyang very excited. As a fellow sword cultivator, I hope that Junior can teach me a thing or two about sword techniques. A cold light flashed in Zhang Xianyang's eyes as she challenged Lu Ming. When Yonggan, Xuexi, and the others saw this, they could not help but be dumbfounded. After seeing Lu Ming's previous sword cultivator techniques, they did not find it strange that he had attracted Zhang Xianyang's interest. But this woman did not even give them a chance to catch their breath. She immediately challenged him, which made them feel somewhat speechless. Of course, for Lu Ming to be challenged by Zhang Xianyang was also an honor for her to acknowledge his strength. After all, in all the previous gatherings, everyone had more or less taken the initiative to spar with others 2 or 3 times. Only Zhang Xianyang had only passively accepted a challenge once and never took the initiative to challenge others. It was this woman's overwhelming strength when she accepted the challenge that extinguished any thoughts of competing with her. In the following gatherings, Zhang Xiaonyang almost completely became a bystander. No one dared to challenge her again, making her the #1 person among them in name and in reality. At this time, Lu Ming did not feel that this was something glorious. Instead, he looked at the woman in front of him for a while, then shook his head and said, "If we only compete in flying sword techniques, my half-baked sword cultivator's techniques are definitely not your opponent. There is no need to compete." Hearing Lu's words, Zhang Xiaonyang raised her eyebrows and coldly said, "Oh, from Lu's tone, your other techniques are also sword cultivator techniques. Very well, other than sword cultivator techniques, feel free to use whatever techniques you have." After Zhang Xiaonyang heard Lu Ming say this, she raised her eyebrows and coldly said, changing the way she addressed him. With one hand, the woman grabbed at the empty space behind her. The snow-white sword jumped out of its sheath and landed steadily in her hand. The woman did not use any special technique. She only held the sword horizontally in front of her body. A wave of cold air rushed into the sky. Under the influence of the air nearby, crystalline snowflakes condensed out of thin air and danced around the woman. This Zhang Xiaonyang completely assumed that no matter what Lu Ming said, she would immediately attack. Seeing this, Lu Ming's pupils shrank slightly. After thinking quickly, he let out a long sigh with a serious expression. "Since fellow Zhang has said so, then I will take a blow from you." He did not hold back. With a shake of the cyan moon sword in his hand, densely packed sword images appeared in front of him. After a moment of blur, all the sword images converged into one. With a hong sound, an enormous sword light swept out. Wherever the green light passed, a faint screeching sound could be heard. It seemed that the power of the green light was even stronger than before. "Good, I will let Lu see what a true sword cultivator's technique is." Seeing the astonishing momentum of the enormous sword light, Zhang Xiaonyang did not panic. Instead, she let out a shout of joy. She held the snow-white sword vertically in front of her, and the crystalline snowflakes in the surroundings surged towards the sword. Immediately, cold air surged and white light pierced the eyes. Pooh! The snow-white sword was thrown out by Zhang Xiaonyang. Under the control of the sword technique, it turned into a snow-white waterfall that shot out and collided head-on with the enormous sword light. Immediately, the two kinds of sword light, green and white, intertwined. But something that left everyone dumbfounded happened. The seemingly astonishing green sword light was only slightly twisted by the white waterfall, and with an explosive sound, it shattered inch by inch. At this time, Zhang Xiaonyang, who was behind him, formed a hand seal with one hand and pointed in the air with a finger. From within the snow-white waterfall, an enormous snow-white sword appeared in a flash. Immediately, it circled once and flashed towards where Lu Ming was. Its speed was as fast as lightning. In a blur, it appeared in front of Lu Ming and slashed down with a bone-chilling wind. Faced with this, Lu Ming did not dodge. Instead, a silver light flashed in his eyes. With a sudden shout, he moved his arm, and a dazzling golden fist met the snow-white sword. It was as if he was not the slightest bit worried that his fist would be sliced apart by the blade of the sword. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaonyang raised her eyebrows. Unexpectedly, she did not control the distant flying sword to stop. Instead, she let the flying sword take advantage of the momentum and ruthlessly slashed down on the golden fist. Boom! A loud sound rang out. When the golden fist was about a foot away from the snow-white longsword, a black mist suddenly rolled out from the fist. At the same time, the fist expanded and contracted, and an indescribably huge force surged out. It turned into a ball of blurry halo and exploded. The snow-white sword immediately trembled and was immediately bounced back by the indescribably huge force. In one breath, it rolled over 100 feet before stopping. But at this moment, the sword flashed wildly and emitted a low buzzing sound, as if it had received a certain amount of damage. Zhang Xiaonyang's face also paled, but in a moment, it returned to normal. She looked deeply at Lu Ming and waved with one hand. The snow-white sword shot back with a flash and steadily returned to the scabbard on the woman's back. Lu is indeed extraordinary. Xiaonyang hopes that next time, I will have the opportunity to experience your abilities. Junior Feng Luan, let's go. After the woman said this indifferently, she called out to the yellow-robed woman below and actually left the plaza on her cloud. The yellow-robed woman below, Feng Yuan, heard this and hurriedly excused herself to Yang Gan and the others, then soared into the sky and followed. In the blink of an eye, the two women of the Heavenly Moon sect had disappeared into the distance. The people below were somewhat dumbstruck. It must be said that Lu Ming defeating Gao Chong with one sword not long ago had already shocked them, but the scene of him breaking Zhang Xionyang's flying sword technique with one punch had truly shocked them. But at this time, in the air, Lu Ming's face was as dark as water. Only then did he slowly withdraw the golden fist that he had just thrown out. A small piece of the golden layer in front of the fist had shattered, and faint traces of blood seeped out from it. Just now, even though the flying sword had been sent flying by his attack, the sharp sword chi released from the flying sword had also injured the skin of his fist. This caused Lu Ming to be inwardly shocked by the power of Zhang Xionyang's flying sword. After he withdrew his fist into his sleeve, his 5 fingers loosened slightly, and a round pearl wrapped in black mist appeared in his palm. It was the first Yuan heavy water pearl. As it turned out, the reason why Lu Ming had dared to use his fist to block the flying sword was not only because he had confidence in the layer of glazed fire gold, but also because he had relied on the heavy water pearl in his fist. It was because of the protection of the heavy water pearl that he was able to use his entire body's strength to the extreme, and was able to send Zhang Xionyang's flying sword flying through the air. Lu Ming's expression changed for a moment, then he clasped his hands together and said to the people below with a smile, "Seniors, I'm a bit tired today, so I'll be going back first." Then the gray cloud under his feet rose, and he turned around and left. Fellows, since it's like this, I believe that the others have no interest in fighting. Let's disperse and spar again in the future, Yang Gan said slowly when he saw the situation. Alright, after seeing junior brother fight twice, I indeed don't have much fighting spirit left, the red-browed youth said with a wry smile. Then, he cupped his hands at the crowd and flew away on his red cloud. The remaining Xianxia and the others also took their leave with hearts full of thoughts. In the blink of an eye, only Yang Gan and the youth surnamed Yun were left at the edge of the plaza. "Brother Yun, is there anything else?" Seeing this, Yang Gan asked indifferently. "Nothing much. I know that you've been cultivating a Balefulline secret technique recently and need some external assistance. Coincidentally, I obtained a small piece of essence wood. It should be suitable for you." The youth surnamed Yun grinned and took out a piece of dead wood that emitted wisps of black gas and handed it to Yang Gan. "Essence wood. This item is indeed very useful to me. Here are 3,000 spirit stones, it should be enough to cover the value of this item." Yang Gan's expression changed. He did not take the black wood but instead took out a leather bag of spirit stones from his sleeve and threw it over. "No need, I am willing to give this item to you." Although the black-faced youth caught the leather bag, he kept shaking his hands and was about to throw the spirit stones back. "If Brother Yun does not want spirit stones, I do not dare to accept this piece of essence wood." Seeing this, Yang Gan's voice sank. The youth surnamed Yun could naturally hear the determination in the other's words. After a wry smile, he could only put away the leather bag. Only then did Yang Gan's face relax under his mask. He raised his hand to receive the black wood and played with it for a while, his eyes revealing a joyful expression. "By the way, can I see your true face again?" The youth surnamed Yun's expression gradually became a little strange when he saw this. For some reason, he muttered these words that came out of nowhere. "What are you saying?" Yang Gan's hand that was playing with the black wood paused and his voice became bone-chilling. "Hee, if you are not willing, just pretend I didn't say anything." The youth's heart jumped and he hurriedly said with a few dry laughs. "Fellow Taoist Yun, don't forget the oath you made back then. Unless I'm willing, you're not allowed to reveal my true identity, and don't even think about other things. It would be best if you could completely forget my true appearance." Yang Gan touched the silver mask on his face and spoke in an eerie voice. "Of course I remember this matter. It's just that your true appearance is so shocking, how can I forget it so easily?" The youth surnamed Yun replied with a sigh. "Humph, no matter what you think, you better remember it clearly. When you see my true appearance for the second time, it will be the time of your death." Yang Gan said coldly. Then, he waved his sleeves and flew into the sky, leaving the area. The youth with the surname Yun remained where he was, quietly watching Yang Gan's receding figure. It was as if he had completely lost his mind. A black shadow swayed in front of the stone house. Lu Ming descended from the sky and waved his sleeve in front of him. Immediately, an invisible force surged out and pushed the stone door open. He moved again, he entered the stone house, and at the same time, the door slowly closed. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the praying mat in the center of the house. He then raised his hand and placed it in front of his eyes. The wound on the back of his palm had shockingly become a few faint traces of blood. As his physical body became stronger, even if he didn't use any recovery lightning spells, just his own self-healing ability was enough to deal with normal small injuries. He moved his 5 fingers, and after seeing that they were as nimble as before, he felt at ease and pulled. After muttering to himself for a while, Lu Ming touched his sleeve with one hand and pulled out the Xian short sword. He held it in front of his eyes and examined it. At the same time, the snow-white long sword on Xianxia's back couldn't help but flash through his mind. Although he didn't know what grade this girl's sword was, it wasn't likely to be a high-grade totem. It was most likely a middle-grade totem that was on par with the Xian moon sword. The power of the flying sword technique displayed by the opponent was indeed shocking, but he could faintly feel that Xianxia hadn't truly displayed the sword's power. In other words, the purity of this genius disciple of the heavenly moon sex Fali was far from his. But from another perspective, Xianxia's flying sword technique was even more frightening. Lu Ming silently thought back to the scene when this girl had thrown the sword in her hand and then transformed it into a snow-white streak of light, easily defeating the sword light released by the Xian moon sword. It was very obvious that Xianxia's secret technique of directly activating the sword itself into sword light was much more profound than the sword techniques he was using now. It seemed that he still had to comprehend the great symbol sword technique. He believed that with the mysteries of the book, there would definitely be similar high-level secret techniques recorded within. Before, his cultivation was not enough, so he couldn't comprehend more things. But now that he had become a spirit master, studying this book would definitely be very rewarding. Thinking like this, Lu Ming put away the Xian moon sword and slowly closed his eyes. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and a light flashed in his mind. A golden book appeared in his mind, and the pages slowly opened. He sat cross-legged on the ground without moving, and began to quickly skim through the great symbol sword technique. After a full 2 hours, his expression changed as he opened his eyes, revealing a pleasantly surprised expression. Great symbol defensive sword technique. There really is a sword technique that can control the sword itself to defeat the enemy. When this technique is practiced to the end, it can actually kill an enemy from 100 miles away without leaving a trace. Even the techniques of becoming one with the sword and flying with the sword are powerful techniques derived from this technique. Very good, let me first see how this technique is practiced. Lu Ming murmured with an extremely excited expression. Before, the so-called defensive sword technique that Xianxiang practiced actually referred to the technique of becoming one with the sword. It was just that normal cultivators liked to call this technique the defensive sword technique. After taking a deep breath, Lu Ming once again closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into his mind. Just like this, time slowly passed. When Lu Ming opened his eyes again, his eyebrows were tightly furrowed. Practicing the defensive sword technique was actually this difficult. Not only did he have to remember countless sword gestures, but he also had to practice with his mental power over and over again in order to control the sword as he wished. Then, he had to stimulate the mysterious connection between the magic power in his body and the sword to unleash the flying sword's power to the extreme. According to the description of the defensive sword technique in the ancient records, although the power of the flying sword would be different depending on the level of proficiency, the technique was also divided into several levels, such as beginner, small success, large success, and great perfection. Even at the same level of cultivation, the difference in power was like the difference between heaven and earth. According to Lu Ming's estimation, the difficulty of practicing the defensive sword technique was something that even the so-called high-level techniques could not compare to. If the cultivator's talent was not enough, they might forever be stuck at the beginner level. As for the defensive sword techniques becoming one with the sword, it required at least small success to be able to use it. As for flying with the sword, it was impossible to do without large success. Before Xianxiang became a spirit master, she was able to comprehend becoming one with the sword. It was clear that she had the terrifying talent of the sword communication body. From Lu Ming's point of view, this exceptional disciple of the Heavenly Moon sect's defensive sword technique was only at the beginner level. Otherwise, in the previous match, it would not have been as simple as using sword chi to injure the skin of his fist. Perhaps the sword would have been able to split open his palm. Of course, if Zhang Xianyang's defensive sword technique had been trained to such a terrifying level, Lu Ming would not have used his fist to receive it. Instead, he would have activated the full power of the heavy water droplet and flung it far away. Of course, no matter what was said, this defensive sword technique was a technique that could increase one's strength rapidly. Although Lu Ming did not expect to be able to train this technique to the beginner level in a short 2 or 3 months, it was still possible for him to grasp the basics and use the Cyan Moon sword to attack. When Lu Ming thought of this, he immediately made up his mind and took out the short sword from his sleeve. He actually began to practice the orthodox defensive sword technique. This was different from normal defensive weapon techniques. No matter how many times he threw the object in his hand into the air, the short sword would either stay in the air for a moment before falling down, trembling. Otherwise, it would flash wildly in the air, and the sharp sword chi released from the sword would not be able to truly condense into a shape. Just like this, Lu Ming shut himself away in the stone house for half a month. Just when he felt that he had finally grasped the knack of the defensive sword technique, there was suddenly the sound of a bell outside the stone house. Lu Ming had already been told about this, so he immediately knew that this was the alarm for the sea race. He hurriedly put away the short sword and stood up to push open the stone door. When he walked outside with large strides, he saw that the entire city was in an uproar. Within the huge city, flying boats and chariots flew into the air from the various sect areas. On the city walls, groups of armored soldiers rushed to the top of the city and quickly set up a huge glyph crossbow, aiming into the distance. Lu Ming frowned and the black cloud under his feet lifted him up high. In the blink of an eye, he was several thousand feet in the air and could clearly see the situation near the huge city and in the distance. At this time, all around the huge city, the dozen or so light silver towers all began to emit a strange light. At the same time, the objects hanging on the top of the towers began to hum non-stop. Moreover, the rhythm of the sound was the same, as if they were responding to each other. At the same time, with the huge city as the center and the dozen or so towers as the fulcrum, an extremely huge silver formation was faintly forming. In the distant horizon, there was a loud rumbling sound and a black line appeared out of thin air. In the blink of an eye, it became thicker and bigger, turning into a boundless black cloud that rolled over. When the black clouds appeared, the ground below them trembled violently. Waves surged out and the ground instantly turned into a vast white ocean. At the same time, various roars could be heard and grotesquely shaped sea beasts appeared on the surface of the ocean. The small ones were only a foot long, while the big ones were as big as small mountains. At this time, the sea race, which were half man half fish, descended from the black clouds in the sky. They either walked on the water or stepped on some sea beast, creating a shocking scene. "Younger brother Lu, the sect leader has summoned me." Just as Lu Ming was in a daze, Yang Gan's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. He looked down. He saw Senior Yang waving at him from the city wall below. The barbarian ghost sect leader, Spirit Master Lei and the other spirit masters were also standing there. After letting out a light breath, he landed on the city wall. Because of the arrival of reinforcements, our sects do not intend to simply defend. Other than leaving a small portion of our men in the city, the rest will be sent out to fight with the sea race to boost our morale. Junior Lin, Junior Chu. The two of you will take a portion of the disciples to stay in the city and the rest will follow me. Marshal Uncle Yen and the other seniors will also stay in the city to prevent the crystal-level cultivators from suddenly launching a sneak attack. Everyone be careful, the sea race's morale is high and they are very bloodthirsty. They will not form a formation and waste words with us. When the barbarian ghost sect leader saw Lu Ming arrive, he immediately spoke in a commanding tone. It seemed that after these few days of research, he had a very good understanding of the sea race. Lu Ming and the other spirit masters of the barbarian ghost sect naturally did not have any objections and all boarded the nearby flying boats. In the other directions, the Heavenly Moon sect, the Blood River sect, and the other sects were in the same situation. Groups of disciples were either riding on clouds or boarding airships and chariots. All of them looked ferocious. When Lu Ming's body also moved and boarded a bone boat that was over 100 feet long, he heard the barbarian ghost sect leader's voice transmission. Younger brother Lu, you are the key to controlling the 10,000 bones demon. If you meet a strong opponent on the battlefield, immediately return to the city, don't force yourself. Remember, you are our sect's trump card, you must ensure your own safety as the #1 priority. When Lu Ming heard this, he looked at the barbarian ghost sect leader's location with some surprise and nodded at him. He had no intention of risking his life in this battle with the sea race. After all, with his cultivation, perhaps he could easily defeat a normal being of the same level, but if he were to encounter a middle spiritual master, it would be very difficult for him to win. If he encountered a late spirit master, he would probably have to consider how to protect himself. At this time, the 7 or 8 disciples on the bone boat respectfully greeted Lu Ming. After he gave an order, they shot forward like the other bone boats of the barbarian ghost sect. In the blink of an eye, the densely packed vanguard of the sects was only a few miles away from the sea. A clear ringing sound came from the heavenly moon sect. Immediately, the densely packed sword lights rushed into the sky. After suddenly condensing in the air, they actually transformed into a light sword that was over 1,000 feet long. The entire body was covered in white light, and it fell toward the empty space on the opposite side. Pooh! After the giant sword slashed out, it shattered inch by inch. The seawater a few miles away suddenly split in the middle with an earth-shattering sound, and a huge gully several miles long appeared on the ground. The sea race and sea beasts nearby that were affected instantly turned into blood foam. At the same time, countless shouts of the sea race came from the nearby seawater. Following this, blue light shone brightly on the surface of the water, and balls of blue water floated out. After condensing in the same place, it turned into a giant blue hand, and its 5 fingers spread apart as it pressed towards the sects in the air. Hong! Among the disciples of the 9 enchantment sect, an invisible force immediately pressed down. The flying chariots and boats within a radius of a mile were all smashed into pieces, and many of the disciples on them died or were injured. When the nearby spirit masters of the 9 enchantment sect saw this, their faces immediately became very ugly. On the side of the Firestorm Way, under the control of dozens of elite disciples, a giant fire bird over 1,000 feet in length appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the crowd. It suddenly flapped its wings at the opposite side and a dense rain of fire feathers shot out like crossbow bolts. Chi-chi sounds rang out. Among the sea race, balls of raging flames immediately exploded, becoming patches of fire clouds that enveloped a large number of sea beasts and sea race. Those that could not dodge in time were all turned into charcoal. On the other side at the Hall of Blood, many disciples opened their mouths and spat out a ball of blood mist. It transformed into dozens of giant blood spears that were 70 to 80 feet long, and with a tremble, they shot out. A sharp cry sounded in the air, and after dozens of bloody marks flashed across the surface of the sea, all the sea race and sea beasts that were on the path of the bloody marks trembled and exploded. Among the sea race's formation, even more large blue hands appeared and unceremoniously charged towards the sects in a counterattack. Before the two sides had even truly come into contact, many people had already died on the spot. However, with the charging speed of the two sides, this kind of long-distance battle only took an instant. In a moment, the human sects and the sea race were only a few 100 feet apart. The disciples at the very front could even see the ferocious faces of the sea race on the opposite side of the sea. Do it! A middle-aged spirit master of the Firestorm Way suddenly yelled out. Immediately, close to 100 disciples of the Firestorm Way took out stacks of glyphs and wildly threw them at the opposite side. These glyphs only flashed wildly a few times before turning into wisps of yellow gas that scattered into the ground between the sects and the sea race. Then, the disciples of the Firestorm Way madly used their techniques. Hong long long, a strange sound rang out. After the yellow light flashed on the ground in front of them, sections of earth walls actually rose from the ground and wildly expanded. They forcefully transformed into a city wall that was 10 feet tall and 2 feet thick. In the blink of an eye, it turned from earth to stone and became incomparably hard. The opposite side of the sea water hit the thick city wall. Aside from a small portion that swept past the top, most of the water could not help but slow down and could only surge past the two sides of the city wall. The shocking aura that had originally swept through the sky could not help but pause. Many of the sea beasts that had charged over using the water could not dodge in time and directly crashed into the city wall with low roars. Among them, the stronger ones were only bounced back and their heads were slightly dizzy for a moment. The weaker ones were smashed until their heads bled and they all received quite a bit of injuries. Seeing this, the disciples of the human sex were extremely happy. They all either activated their practitioner weapons or cast spells to attack the group of sea beasts and sea race behind the city wall. "You're looking to die." It was unknown who among the sea race let out a strange cry of anger. Then, a sea race spirit master with a green face and red armor appeared from the sea behind them while riding an 8-legged octopus that was more than 300 feet long. He only lifted a foot and stepped on the octopus head. Immediately, the 8 legs of the sea beast became a blur and fiercely whipped at the city wall. A loud sound rang out, the city wall in front of them exploded with 8 blinding white lights. Then, with a shattering sound, 8 huge holes the size of water jars appeared in the wall. The nearby seawater immediately surged in through these holes. At the same time, the other city walls also appeared. Giant turtles, cuttlefish, and other strong sea beasts were all commanded to destroy the city wall into a mess. The Anhui sea beast immediately turned into a huge wave and roared past. For a moment, the entire area turned into a surging sea. At this time, the disciples of the various sects had already abandoned the flying equipment they were under and each held a practitioner weapon to attack. On the side of the sea race, the black clouds that filled the sky suddenly dispersed and countless sea race cultivators riding various kinds of huge sea beasts appeared. Both sides instantly fought together like a tide. The moment they came into contact, there were dozens of figures that fell from the sky. For a moment, the battle became incomparably fierce. As one of the higher-ups of the sect, Lu Ming naturally could not be like the normal disciples and charge at the very front like a swarm of bees. Instead, he had already abandoned the bone boat and was riding a cloud to stand next to Yonggan. Not far from them, the barbarian ghost sect leader and the other spirit masters were solemnly watching the battle in front of him. Junior Lei, Junior Zhu, go to the west and provide support. 2 new Liquid Realm Sea Race cultivators have appeared there. After a moment, the barbarian ghost sect leader ordered in a low voice. Hearing this, Spirit Master Lei and Zhu Qi immediately rode a cloud and flew to the west of the battlefield without another word. Junior Lin, Junior Chu, go to the northeast and kill those coarse and thick-skinned giant turtles. Our sect's disciples there can't do anything to them. Yes. Yonggan, go to the neighboring Jiuqiao sect and provide support. After a short while, there were only a few people left near the barbarian ghost sect leader, including Lu Ming and Gao Chong. At this time, the entire battlefield had completely spread out and spontaneously formed into groups of different sizes. Some groups had a dozen sea race people attacking a few human disciples. Some groups had a dozen human disciples attacking a sea race spirit master together. Of course, most of the groups were Liquid Realm experts from both sides fighting together. Under the powerful shockwaves, the nearby area was completely empty. At this time, the surface of the sea near the barbarian ghost sect suddenly trembled. Then, there was a muffled sound, one after another, as if something extremely heavy was slowly crawling out from the depths. Lu Ming squinted his eyes and looked towards the source of the sound in surprise. After the seawater parted, a dark blue hand reached out like lightning. It grabbed a Hall of Blood disciple that was flying nearby and crushed him, turning him into a bloody mist. Moo! A cow's roar sounded, giant monsters with the head of a bull and the body of a human climbed out of the seawater. They were 70 to 80 feet tall and their bodies were covered in blue scales. Furthermore, they carried a huge, black sword in one hand. Similar monsters were crawling out of the sea one after another. There were at least 13 or 14 of them. These monsters wielded their swords with one hand and charged into the battle. They were practically invincible, and none of the disciples could withstand more than a few strikes from them. They were either sliced in half by the giant swords, or grabbed by the giant hands and crushed to death. The techniques and practitioner weapons of the various sects landed on the monster's body, but they were blocked by the thick scales on the surface of the monster's body. They were unable to cause much damage. Lu Ming, you go and deal with these new sea demons. Normal disciples are not their opponents. Seeing what was happening behind the scenes, the barbarian ghost sect leader's face darkened. He finally turned his head and instructed Lu Ming. Yes, sect leader. Leave these sea demons to me. Lu Ming naturally saw the bull-headed and human-bodied monsters rampaging among the barbarian ghost sect disciples and immediately agreed. The so-called sea demons naturally referred to sea beasts that had completely unlocked their intelligence. It was just like how the cultivation world divided demonic beasts and the demon clan. No matter how strong a demonic beast was, if it had not completely unlocked its intelligence, it would still be classified as a demonic beast even if it had the strength to move mountains and overturn seas. On the contrary, if a demonic beast had truly unlocked its intelligence, even if it was incomparably weak, it could still be considered a member of the demon clan. However, under most circumstances, demonic beasts still needed to reach a certain level of strength before they could completely unlock their intelligence. Furthermore, once they gained intelligence, they naturally did not need to rely on their instincts to cultivate. They could learn a few suitable cultivation methods and secret techniques. Thus, generally speaking, the demon clan was much stronger than normal demonic beasts. However, the bull-headed sea demons in front of him were clearly part of the demon clan that had completely unlocked their intelligence. Not only did the huge swords in their hands dance fiercely, there were also specks of blue light that occasionally gathered on the surface of their bodies. This actually allowed them to fight more and more fiercely without any signs of fatigue. As Lu Ming flew on his cloud, he moved one hand and pulled out the Cyan Moon sword from his sleeve. So. A few sea ray spirit apostles that were blocking the way were easily cut in half by the cold light. Subsequently, his figure swayed a few times and he appeared in the air above a bull-headed sea demon that was waving a huge sword and forcing a barbarian ghost sect disciple to retreat. A low roar. The moment Lu Ming appeared, this sea demon was actually sensitive enough to sense his presence. The huge sword in its hand shook violently and it fiercely swung upwards. Wang! A gust of strong wind rushed towards Lu Ming. With the terrifying size of the huge sword, Lu Ming seemed abnormally weak in front of it. This attack was like a door that swept across. Lu Ming's eyebrows twitched. Without saying anything else, he held his short sword horizontally and actually quietly blocked the huge sword. Boom! A loud sound rang out. When the huge sword and the Cyan Moon sword came into contact, a force that was several times stronger than the huge sword itself surged out. The bull-headed sea demon felt his hands heat up, and the huge sword in his hands flew out of his hands. At the same time, his shoulders went numb, and his huge body staggered backward. At this moment, Lu Ming shook the short sword in his hand, and a green light several feet long rolled out from the tip of the sword. At the same time, his body suddenly blurred, and he appeared behind the bull-headed sea monster. Plop! A line of blood appeared on the bull-headed sea demon's neck, and its head rolled off. Its huge body fell to the ground, and a pillar of blood spurted out from its neck. This seemingly coarse and sturdy sea demon with astonishing defense was easily slashed by Lu Ming. Subsequently, Lu Ming's figure loomed near the other sea monsters in this area. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 bull-headed sea monsters were killed by him in the same way. However, his body flashed again, and he appeared next to another sea monster. Suddenly, there was a sound of something breaking through the air behind him, and it seemed as if something had shot out. Lu Ming's face darkened, and his shoulders shook. His body immediately became blurry. Pooh! A triangular all with traces of white flames pierced through Lu Ming's back. After circling once, it once again pierced through Lu Ming's chest. After a few flashes, it fell into the hands of a sea race man with a long and narrow face, who was standing on a cloud. However, at this time, Lu Ming's body had already turned into specks of spiritual light and dispersed. The triangular all had pierced through just now was only an afterimage that Lu Ming had left behind. At the same time, Lu Ming's real body appeared in another place 100 feet away, and he coldly sized up the sea race man. Seeing this, the sea race man's heart trembled. Without saying anything, he shook his sleeves, and with a chi-chi sound, 4 other triangular alls flew out from his sleeves in one breath. Under the activation of the spell, they suddenly turned into 5 rays of white light and shot out together with the previous one. These white lights were just a blur, and they arrived in front of Lu Ming. At the same time, a rolling wave of heat swept over. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows, and the green short sword in his hand spun. Immediately, countless sword chi interweaved, and a green moon appeared in front of him. After a flash of white light, they all entered the green moon. Immediately, a series of muffled sounds rang out. The 5 triangular alls actually exploded in the green moon at the same time, and a large amount of white spiritual flames surged out. In an instant, it turned into a fire cloud and engulfed Lu Ming's body. Seeing this, the sea race man in the distance immediately let out a proud laugh. His 5 bone alls looked extraordinary, but in reality, they were only 5 superb practitioner weapons. However, there was a powerful spiritual flame that was formed from his gang chi within them. However, how could ordinary people think that a condensation state opponent's magical weapon wasn't a spiritual weapon? Under the collision of other spiritual weapons, the bone all would naturally burst open immediately, allowing the white flame inside to kill the enemy unexpectedly. This sea race man had used this method several times to kill opponents of the same level. This time, he used it again, and it was indeed very effective. This is your trump card, right? Hee, if that's the case, then I'm really disappointed. I don't know how many times I've used this method when I was a spirit apostle. Just when the sea race man thought that his opponent was dead, Lu Ming's voice came from the white flames. What, you're not dead yet? Hearing this, the sea race man was shocked. Just at this moment, a bone-chilling aura swept out from the white flames. It instantly swept away the white flames and revealed a figure that was emitting a pale blue light. Lu Ming was holding a sword with one hand, but a layer of blue light mixed with specks of crystal light appeared on the surface of his body. It was the 7th blue gang chi that he cultivated. This gang chi was originally of the yin attribute, and in addition, it was extremely compatible with Lu Ming's cultivation method. Therefore, its defense was not weak, and it actually blocked all of the white flames. Of course, the main reason why Lu Ming dared to do this was because he had already grasped the heavy water droplet in his sleeve. Moreover, he had just quietly forced out a large amount of invisible water vapor, which had already filled the entire light screen. Otherwise, he really would not dare to take such a risk. The sea race man in front of him naturally did not know any of this. Seeing that Lu Ming was unharmed, he was naturally very shocked. However, after a moment of uncertainty, a stern expression appeared on his face, and he rubbed his hands together. Tung! A layer of white flame surged out from the man's body, turning him into a flaming man. At the same time, a gloomy voice came from his mouth. I don't believe that my pale weak flame will be restrained by the gang chi of a human like you. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised both of his arms, and white flames rolled out immediately. It vaguely transformed into a giant white whale, pouncing towards the man in front of him. The flaming whale opened its mouth as it was moving. Lu Ming only felt the air around him heat up, and there was actually a suffocating feeling that he could not avoid it. Interesting. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and for the first time an expression of interest appeared on his face. However, the next moment, the cyan short sword in his hand trembled, and dense sword shadows appeared in front of him. After a moment of blurring, all the sword shadows gathered into one. With a hong sound, a giant sword light rolled out. Wherever the cyan light passed, there was a faint shrill sound. The white flaming whale only let out a cry, and its huge body was crushed by the cyan sword light. The sea race man on the other side only felt a chill in front of him, and the sword light was already in front of him. He wanted to use other defensive methods, but it was too late. Not good. After he let out a loud cry in shock, he was swept into the rolling sword light. The gang chi formed by the white flames only lasted for a moment in the cold light before it shattered with a hong sound. The sea race man only had time to let out a scream before he was crushed by the sword light. A rain of blood immediately fell from the sky. This sea race spirit master of the liquid level was actually easily killed by Lu Ming's sword technique. The degree of smoothness even exceeded Lu Ming's expectations. The sword technique is indeed sharp. No wonder no matter how high or low one's cultivation is, most people's expressions change when they talk about the sword. After Lu Ming murmured a few times, he grabbed at the air with one hand and grabbed a black bracelet embedded with many shells in the rain of blood. Before this, he had heard Yang Gan say that the Sumero items that sea race spirit masters often used were mostly in the shape of bracelets. This kind of Sumero item would only shatter inch by inch after being put in and taken out over 100 times. However, it was still much more useful than a normal Sumero talisman. Therefore, Sea Ray spirit masters often used this item to store things. However, just as he put the bracelet into his sleeve, a feeling of extreme danger suddenly surged from his heart. It was as if in the next moment, a great disaster was about to befall him. Lu Ming was shocked, and his gaze quickly swept around. However, other than the sea race people that were slightly further away, there were no traces of any enemies. After his eyes flashed a few times, his expression changed greatly, and his body swayed, leaving a series of afterimages as he flew to the side. Pooh! A huge mouth filled with several inches of sharp teeth suddenly appeared in a flash and bit where Lu Ming was originally standing. However, it only bit the air in its mouth, and it almost passed by Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming gave a low roar, and the cyan short sword in his hand shook. A cyan sword chi that was a few feet long instantly slashed at the big mouth. There was a loud dang sound. A huge silver hammer appeared in front of the big mouth, and easily blocked the cyan sword chi. Lu Ming's gaze froze, and his body instantly flew back. Hong! Another huge silver hammer smashed down from the sky with a strong gust of wind, but it also missed. Looks like I've underestimated you. No wonder you were able to kill off that piece of trash in such a short time. A lazy voice rang out from nearby. There was a hint of surprise in the voice. Who are you, sir? Why are you sneaking around? Lu Ming stared at the space above the big mouth and asked cautiously. At the same time, he held the cyan short sword in front of him, and his hands were instantly covered in a layer of gold, extending to his wrists. Near the giant mouth, a gust of wind blew, and a dozen feet long sparkling shark appeared out of thin air. Not only was this sea beast's body clear and translucent, even the bones in its body were round and crystal clear, giving off a strange and mysterious feeling. Above the sparkling shark, the air slightly distorted, and a sea race youth wearing a white robe and holding two hammers appeared. The two hammers were extremely large, and their surfaces were shining with silver light. The sea race youth had a handsome face and a head of green hair. On his forehead, there was a strange glyph that flashed with a faint silver light. It fluctuated slightly, as if it was a living creature, and his body emitted a powerful aura that chilled people's hearts. Liquid level middle stage. After Lu Ming used his mental strength to sense the opponent's aura, his face immediately darkened as he made this judgment. I am Li Sha of the Silver Scale clan. Since fellow is a sword cultivator, then you have the right to report your name in front of me. The sea race youth said indifferently, and struck the two hammers in his hands in front of him. Dang! A loud sound rang out, and waves of air swept out in all directions. This Li Sha seemed to have infinite strength. Lu Ming's expression became somewhat serious, but he slowly said, I am Lu Ming of the Barbarian Ghost Sect. You sure talk big. I hope that your true ability is as big as your words. As soon as he finished speaking, the cyan short sword in his hand suddenly blurred, and in one breath, a dozen or so cyan sword chis shot out, and instantly merged into one, forming a huge sword light that swept out. Seeing this, Li Sha's eyes flashed fiercely, and with a movement of his arm, a huge silver hammer directly smashed forward. Boom! Although the cyan sword light was sharp, under the incomparably fierce attack of the huge silver hammer, it was instantly destroyed. At the same time, the sea race youth's body suddenly turned, and his other hand shook abruptly. With a whoosh, the other huge hammer was thrown out with a gust of wind. Lu Ming only saw a flash of silver light in front of him, and the other huge hammer whistled towards him. It was so fierce that even he could not help but change his expression slightly. But the moment the gust of wind hit him, he made a sign with one hand, and his body lightly floated up, easily dodging the opponent's attack. Seeing this, the sea race youth frowned slightly, but immediately grabbed the air in front of him with one hand. The huge hammer that Lu Ming had dodged immediately rose into the air with a wing-wing sound, and madly smashed towards Lu Ming. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in the surrounding air, and shadows of silver hammers flashed everywhere. But even so, Lu Ming was like a willow leaf swaying with the wind. No matter how many shadows fell, he was still safe and sound. When Li Sha saw this, he gave a cold snort and suddenly formed a seal with one hand. The crystalline shark beneath him immediately swung its tail, and Zhong Yin disappeared into thin air amidst flashes of light. At the same time, the other arm of the sea race youth moved, and the second giant hammer turned into a series of afterimages as it smashed towards the other side. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming was surrounded by layers of shadows of hammers. Even though his body movement technique was profound, he was in a precarious situation. He managed to avoid one silver hammer several times, but in the next moment, he was almost hit by another. However, what shocked Lu Ming the most was the disappearance of the strange crystal shark. This sea beast's concealment technique was extremely profound, and he had almost lost his life just now. Lu Ming's thoughts turned quickly, and he immediately pointed at his forehead with one hand. An enormous amount of mental strength was immediately released. At the same time, the green short sword in his hand disappeared in a flash, and was replaced by a light blue small flag. With a wave of the wind, the flag became 10 feet tall. At this moment, another giant hammer smashed down with a whistling sound. Lu Ming smiled slightly, and did not dodge. Instead, he waved the blue banner in his hand in front of him. Instantly, countless blue runes appeared, and layers of blue water curtains appeared out of thin air. In an instant, they turned into several layers and covered Lu Ming. Boom! The giant hammer smashed down, and the 2 outer water curtains were completely shattered, but it was forcibly blocked by the 3rd water curtains. Seeing this from afar, Li Sha let out a long howl, and quickly formed a hand seal with both hands. Poof! The other giant hammer also appeared above the blue water curtains in a blur, and smashed down fiercely, right onto the giant hammer in front of it. The power of the 2 giant hammers combined into one, and after a loud explosion, the innermost layer of the blue water curtains was shattered. But in the next moment, Li Sha, who was controlling the 2 silver hammers, narrowed his eyes. The 3rd layer of water curtains was shockingly empty, and there was no sign of his opponent. At this moment, in the air not far away from the sea youth, dots of blue light suddenly appeared, and after gathering in the middle, a light blue figure strangely appeared. Li Sha suddenly turned his head, and stared fixedly at the blue figure, but the corners of his mouth curled into a hint of coldness. Poof! A giant mouth appeared near the blue figure, and with a flash of lightning, it bit down from its waist into 2. It was the crystal shark that had hidden itself. But before the sea youth could even smile, the remains of the blue figure flashed into dots of blue light, and then disappeared into the air. At this moment, the crystal shark's complete body appeared nearby in a flash. Water shadow technique. How did the essence water flag of the Green Scale clan fall into the hands of a human? Seeing this, Li Sha finally cried out in shock. At this moment, a cloud of black gas appeared out of thin air above the crystal shark, and with a spin, it instantly turned into a black whirlpool about 10 feet in size. At the same time, there was a muffled sound, and with a flash of golden light, a golden fist smashed down from within, and fiercely smashed onto the long head of the sea beast below. Boom! An earth-shattering sound, a ball of golden light instantly exploded from below. The sea beast let out a mournful cry, and its entire head caved in and shattered. Countless pieces of flesh and broken bones splattered everywhere, and the mutilated corpse immediately fell from the sky. Obviously, this beast was dead as it could be. Then, a blurry figure swayed from within the black gas, and Lu Ming calmly appeared from within. "How dare you hurt my beloved beast? I will pay with my life." Witnessing this scene, the sea youth did not have the time to save it, and immediately furrowed his brows in anger. This crystal shark that could only conceal itself was something that he had spent countless efforts to raise, and to a certain extent, it even had a sliver of potential to advance into a crystal-level demonic beast. Now that it had been killed in front of his eyes, how could he not be furious? The youth's 2 hands quickly formed a sign, and the 2 giant hammers in the distance immediately shot back with a flash, and with another blur, they steadily landed in his hands. Li Sha immediately brought the 2 giant hammers together, and muttered an incantation. A clap of thunder. Streaks of silver arcs curled out of thin air from within the hammers. At the same time, the sea youth's body suddenly expanded, and actually grew several times taller. After a blur, the 2 giant hammers once again turned into pieces of silver hammer shadows. Li Sha's arms did not stop, but with a big step, he walked directly towards Lu Ming amidst the crazy dance. Countless electric arcs immediately surged out from the hammer shadows, and curled in all directions. The momentum was astonishing. Thunder attribute cultivation method. Seeing this, Lu Ming could not help but show some fear on his face. If there were any cultivation methods in the world that could be mentioned in the same breath as the sword cultivation method in terms of destructive power, it would probably be the power of thunder and lightning. Of course, Lu Ming did not expect that the opponent in front of him had actually cultivated such a magical power, and with the terrifying power of the two giant hammers, its power was even more terrifying, and it was definitely not something that he could face head-on. It seemed that if he did not use his trump card, he could only retreat. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming no longer hesitated. With a shake of his sleeve, the black bead immediately flew out, and with a flash, it landed in the golden palm. His other hand quickly formed a sign, and spots of crystal light immediately appeared on the surface of his body, forming a blue light screen that protected his entire body. At the same time, a crystal-clear icicle quickly condensed, emitting a shocking cold air that could freeze the void. But Li Sha turned a blind eye to all of this, and continued to step on the void toward Lu Ming, step by step. Every step was abnormally heavy, and in the blink of an eye, he was only a few dozen feet away from Lu Ming. It looked like he only needed to swing his arms forward, and silver electric arcs would shoot out from the hammer's shadows, and he would be able to completely envelop Lu Ming under the attack. But at this moment, a light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and with one hand, he suddenly slapped the half-foot-long giant icicle in front of him. There was a loud sound of air breaking. The blue icicle immediately turned into a crystal light, and in the next moment, it appeared in front of the sea race youth who had transformed into a giant. Li Sha gave a low shout, and the two giant hammers suddenly struck together in the middle. With a crisp sound, the giant icicle was smashed into pieces, and the broken ice flew in all directions. But in the vast expanse of white cold air, there was a chi sound, and a sparkling and translucent needle was actually shot out. Seeing this, the heart of the sea race youth shuddered, and with a sway of his body, he was about to shoot backwards to avoid it. But at this moment, he suddenly felt his body go cold, and his movements became sluggish. At the same time, there was a chi-la sound in the void nearby, and layers of thin ice condensed out of thin air, instantly freezing Lu Ming where he was. The icicle technique that Lu Ming had cultivated to the great perfection realm, in addition to the amplification of the seventh blue symbol chi, once it exploded, the coldness that was released was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This time, Li Sha was really shocked, and for the first time, he felt the danger of dying. But the strength of this middle liquid level existence after transformation was far beyond that of an early spirit master. He only gave a loud shout, and the two hammers in his hands immediately flashed with electric arcs, forcibly dispersing the cold air nearby. But the moment he did so, he had no way of avoiding the jade light that was shooting towards him. The sea race youth could only abruptly cave in, and a cloud of pure white gas was spat out, hitting the jade shadow needle that was shooting towards him. Even though the thin needle was extremely sharp, after being blocked by the gas, it could not help but pause for a moment. Seeing this, Li Sha suddenly tilted his head. Whoosh! The green thin needle pierced through one of his earlobes, and not even a drop of blood flowed out. But even so, the sea race youth could not help but break out in a cold sweat. But when he raised his head to look forward, his pupils could not help but shrink. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Ming had appeared less than 30 feet away from him, and was slowly thrusting a golden fist towards him. Before the attack was actually launched, a huge force that shocked the young man of the sea race surged forth. Without thinking, Li Sha moved his two arms, and held the two giant hammers horizontally in front of him. Boom! The golden fist landed solidly on the area between the two hammers. Li Sha felt his arms go numb, and the two hammers involuntarily swung away. At the same time, his body staggered backwards, unable to stop his body for a moment. At first, he was shocked, but immediately a fierce look appeared on his face. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out a small blood-colored shield. With a twirl, it transformed into a blood-colored light screen that protected him within. Haha, with this blood-fat shield, it's impossible for you to hurt me. Li Sha laughed wildly. Only then did his body shake, and he finally managed to stop. At this moment, the golden fist that Lu Ming had thrown out suddenly opened its 5 fingers, and a black bead shot out from it. With a flash, it transformed into a cloud of black mist, and heavily struck the blood-colored light screen. A shocking scene appeared. After a muffled sound, the blood-colored light screen was shattered by the bead. After a blur, the bead heavily struck the chest of the sea race youth. Li Sha let out a blood-curdling scream, and a bowl-sized hole immediately appeared on his chest. The protective aura around his body had no effect at all, and after expanding and shrinking, his body exploded into a rain of blood with a face full of fear. This Sea-Ray spirit master of the liquid-level intermediate stage was actually killed by Lu Ming just like that. Lu Ming took advantage of this moment to shake a few times, and escaped from the shroud of the blood rain. At the same time, he waved his hand forward. With a few swoosh-swoosh sounds, the jade shadow needle, the black bead, and a shell bracelet shot back from the opposite side, and were all stored into his sleeve with a shake of his sleeve. Following that, his light swept across. It landed on two seemingly extraordinary silver giant hammers, and after a moment's thought, he threw out two storage glyphs. After the two bursts of white light swept past, the two massive weapons were also withdrawn. Just as Lu Ming rolled up his sleeves and put away the two storage amulets, he suddenly heard a furious roar. "Little human thief, how dare you harm my nephew's life? See if this old man doesn't tear you into 1,000 pieces." The voice rumbled like thunder. Even with Lu Ming's pure cultivation base and immense mental power, he could not help but sway and almost fall from the sky. At the same time, a long howl came from the rear of the Sea-Race army. A blurry shadow shot over from afar like a ghost. After a few flashes, it appeared on the battlefield. Along the way, the Sea-Race and humans who blocked his way were all sent flying. If it was light, their skin would be torn open, and if it was heavy, they would die on the spot with their bones broken. At this moment, Lu Ming finally woke up from his dizziness. He raised his head in horror and saw that not far away from him, there was a skinny old man in a silver robe. The old man's face was livid, and his eyes were like doves, staring at him fiercely. Lu Ming's heart sank. He flipped his hand almost without thinking, and a black iron tube appeared. With a gabing sound of a mechanism, a sparkling silk net covered the opposite side. At the same time, a green light flashed in his other hand, and a green short sword appeared. He slashed at the opposite side a dozen times in one breath. However, he did not hesitate to move his feet and shot back like an arrow. "You want to leave? Leave your life behind first," the skinny old man shouted in a low voice. He flipped his sleeves and grabbed at the air toward Lu Ming. He turned a blind eye to the sparkling silk net and the dozen of green sword chi. Pooh! A layer of blue flame surged out of the old man's body. When the silk net and the green sword chi neared him, they were all engulfed by the flame and turned into ashes. At the same time, Lu Ming, who had already escaped 100 feet away, felt his body sink. A huge suction force exploded from behind him, causing him to involuntarily fly backward. Lu Ming was shocked. He quickly formed a hand sign and madly urged the Fa Li in his body. Immediately, his body sank, and he stopped in his original position. This scene made the skinny old man behind him involuntarily let out a sound of surprise. However, a ferocious expression appeared on his face, and the 5 fingers that he had extended out slightly bent. "Wait." At this moment, another voice came from behind the barbarian ghost sect. Subsequently, black gas rolled out from above the skinny old man, and a huge ghost hand covered in green hair shot out like lightning, aiming for the top of the old man's head. The skinny old man's expression changed greatly. The direction of his originally extended hand suddenly changed, and he grabbed at the ghost hand in the air. Hong! A muffled sound like that of a bell rang out. A green gas explosion immediately erupted between the ghost hand and the old man's palm. Immediately, a hurricane and shockwave swept in all directions. The people who were fighting nearby were affected by the shockwave, and they all swayed left and right. Those with slightly weaker Fa Li even fell from the sky due to the failure of their techniques. Although Lu Ming, who was closer, could barely keep his body still, he felt like his face was being cut by knives in the violent wind. At the same time, the air tightened, and he felt like he was suffocating. This made Lu Ming extremely shocked. The person who blocked him from behind was Marshal Uncle Yan's voice. However, an opponent who was evenly matched with him was definitely a crystal-level cultivator from the Sea-Race. Just now, it was actually a crystallization period powerhouse who attacked him. This caused him to feel a lingering fear. After thinking quickly, he immediately took out a few talismans and slapped them on his body. Then, he turned around and desperately escaped in the wind with a few layers of light curtains on his back. The skinny old man, who was in a deadlock with the ghost hand in the air, glanced at Lu Ming's actions in the violent wind. A dark expression flashed across his face. Suddenly, his other arm moved, and a finger flicked in the direction of Lu Ming. "Stop!" Martial Uncle Yan's furious voice immediately came from the black gas in the air. The other ghost hand also grabbed down from the black gas, but it was obviously too late. A blue light flashed at the front of the skinny old man's finger, and a small piece of black fingernail shot out with a whoosh. After a flash, it disappeared without a trace. Almost at the same time, Lu Ming, who was desperately escaping backwards, suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Then, his back became hot, and his entire body was thrown back by a huge force. At the same time, he could not help but open his mouth and spit out several balls of blood. At some point, his back instantly became incomparably painful, as if someone had ruthlessly stabbed him with a sharp awl. The skinny old man could not help but be stunned when he saw Lu Ming stumble forward a few times and actually climb back up safely. However, just as he was about to attack again in anger, a white stripe suddenly flashed in the air nearby and circled around his body. "Yi Tianmei." The skinny old man jumped up as if he had stepped on his tail. He hurriedly shook his sleeves and two golden symbols appeared. At the same time, his body spun around and turned into a ball of golden blurry shadow. But even so, when the white stripe slashed on it, it immediately let out an ear-piercing screech. But after a short while, a bang sound rang out, and the golden shadow finally exploded under the stirring of the white light. However, there was a flash of light inside, and a blue rainbow took advantage of this opportunity to flash out. After a few blurs, it was about to escape into the distance. At this moment, there was a strange roar in the air, and a green pillar of light descended from the sky, hitting the escaping rainbow. A muffled groan came from the rainbow, but it only trembled slightly. Then, it continued to escape without changing its speed, and in a moment, it had returned to the sea race army. At this time, the skinny old man's extremely resentful voice came from the other side. "Fairy Yi, I will remember fellow Daoist Yan's great kindness. Also, the human brat who killed my nephew just now. Sooner or later, I will skin you alive to vent the hatred in my heart." Then, the old man's voice gradually faded away, and he actually did not look back. This caused the cultivators of the various sects and the sea race, who were fighting fiercely on the battlefield, to look at each other, and subconsciously stopped fighting. And at this moment, a figure flashed in the black gas in the air. A gray-robed old man with triangular hair descended from the sky. It was Martial Uncle Yan. However, the moment he appeared, he did not pay attention to Lu Ming. Instead, he first cupped his hands towards the white stripe in the air and said, "Thank you for your help, Fairy Yi. Otherwise, I'm afraid Lu would not have been able to escape this time. Our sects are now united." Old Monster Li actually ignored the agreement and dared to enter the battle to deal with a junior. "Naturally, I will not stand by and watch." As soon as he finished speaking, the white stripe's light disappeared, and a beautiful woman wearing a white palace dress appeared. It was Yi Tianmei of the Heavenly Moon sect. But at this time, the woman looked at Lu Ming with a hint of surprise. It must be known that even as an existence of the same level, she did not dare to use her physical body to block the blow from the skinny old man's armor-breaking attack. Yet, after receiving the blow, Lu Ming only spat out some blood and seemed to be fine. This naturally made the woman a little surprised. No matter what, without Fairy Ye's help, it would have been very difficult to force Old Monster Li to retreat. "Lu, come over and thank Senior Yi for saving your life." Martial Uncle Yan shook his head and said as he waved at Lu Ming. "Junior thanks Senior Yi for helping." Lu Ming endured the burning pain on his back, walked over, and said respectfully to Yi Tianmei, "It's nothing. I didn't think that after not seeing you for a few years, Lu would not only successfully cultivate the sword cultivation technique, but also become a spirit master." Yi Tianmei replied with a slight smile. "I don't dare. Without Senior's guidance back then, how could Junior so easily enter the sword cultivation technique?" Lu Ming still said respectfully. "What? Did Lu learn the sword cultivation technique from Fairy Yi?" Martial Uncle Yan, who was at the side, was a little surprised when he heard this. At this time, a long horn suddenly sounded from the back of the sea race army. Immediately, the sea race and sea beasts at the front retreated like a tide. The black clouds in the sky and the sea water on the ground also quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, they once again turned into a black line and disappeared. The sea race has already retreated. The attack this time is somewhat anticlimactic. Since that's the case, we should also return to the city to discuss. This time, the sea race's crystal-level expert disregarded the contract and attacked for the first time. We have to be on guard. Seeing this, Yi Tianmei raised her eyebrows and said, "Yes, this matter is indeed unusual. Our sects need to discuss it properly." Martial Uncle Yen said with a solemn expression when he heard this. After the two of them discussed with the other crystal-level experts in the city, they immediately gave the order to retreat. Thus, the allied forces of the various sects released their flying boats and chariots. After cleaning up the battlefield and finding the corpses of their fellow sect members, they brought them back to the city they were occupying. Although the battle between the two clans was not very long, there were still hundreds of casualties. This caused some of the people who were familiar with the casualties to be somewhat sad. After returning to the city, Martial Uncle Yen did not ask Lu Ming what method he used to block the skinny old man's fatal blow. Instead, he gave him a few words of advice before hurriedly leaving to meet up with the other crystal-level experts of the other sections. Lu Ming naturally did not have the mood to deal with other people. After saying goodbye to his fellow sect members, he hurriedly returned to his residence. As soon as he sat down cross-legged in the stone house, he immediately took off the layers of outer clothing on his body, revealing the dragon scale armor that clung tightly to his skin. On his back, the center of a dark red scale that was blocking the position of his heart had impressively caved in a few inches deep. Moreover, the bottom of the scale was black and swollen. After Lu Ming used his mental strength to sense the situation behind him, he could not help but grin. It was obvious that if it were not for the dragon scale armor, he would definitely have died this time. A casual attack from a crystal-level expert actually had such terrifying power. No wonder the various sects regarded the existence of experts of this level as the foundation of their sections. And because he had killed the Sea Ray spirit master called Li Sha earlier, he had been targeted by such a terrifying existence. Just thinking about it made one's body tremble. Fortunately, the sects and the sea race were now mortal enemies. This crystal-level expert of the sea race was being restrained by Martial Uncle Yen and the other human experts, so he could not easily attack him. As long as he was more careful in future battles, he should not have the chance to face this existence alone. Lu Ming silently thought for a moment and calmed his mind slightly. His arm moved, and he slapped a green glyph that he had taken out earlier onto his back. After the faint white light flowed on the black area, the swelling quickly reduced from thick to faint. In the end, it became no different from the surrounding skin. However, these were only some superficial injuries. Even if he didn't use the talisman to heal himself, he believed that he would be fine just by relying on the strength of his body. What was truly troublesome was the strong shock he had suffered from this attack. This kind of injury, even with the help of medicinal pills, would probably take more than 10 days to fully recover. Thinking like this, Lu Ming had already taken out several elixirs in his hand and swallowed them quickly. After thinking for a while, he flicked his sleeve. 2 balls of black light flew out of his sleeves, and after making a woo-woo sound, they turned into 2 black bracelets inlaid with shells. They quietly floated in the air in front of him. Lu Ming only waved his hand and grabbed one of the bracelets. After looking at it for a moment, he sent his mental strength into it. Huh? Lu Ming was surprised, but in the next moment, he slapped the bracelet with one hand. Pooh! A blue light flew out, and a large pile of items appeared in front of him. Most of them were light blue mid to high-level spirit stones and a few colorful shells. The other half were medicine bottles, glyphs, and a few low-level totems made from beast bones. They were all identical flying tridents that were a few inches long. But the most eye-catching item was an unknown beast egg the size of a fist. Its surface was covered with purple-red spirit inscriptions, and it emitted a faintly discernible pressure. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary spirit beast egg. Seeing this, Lu Ming was also a little surprised. With one hand, he firmly sucked the purple beast egg into his hand. But the moment his finger touched the beast egg, there was a pie-paw sound, and a few purple arcs of electricity came out of the egg. Although it looked unremarkable, it still made his hand numb. Lu Ming was shocked. This beast egg turned out to be the egg of a thunder-type beast. As long as this beast's potential wasn't too low, one could imagine how valuable it would be. And purple arcs of electricity, it seemed that this was the first time he had heard of it. Lu Ming held the purple beast egg with both hands, and his face immediately became a little uncertain. At the same time, in the sky above the sea race army that was retreating in the direction they came from, there was a huge and exquisite flying carriage pulled by 9 silver flying fishes. A sea race man wearing blue armor said to the skinny old man next to him with a smile that was not a smile, "Brother Li is indeed very brave. This time, you actually dared to charge into the human army alone, and was able to escape unscathed from 2 people of the same level. One of them was even a famous human sword cultivator. TSK, if this matter were to spread, it might increase Brother Li's reputation by 30%. Fellow you, are you mocking me?" The skinny old man's face was already very gloomy, and when he heard this, he became furious. Hee, how would I dare? But then again, the death of a mere nephew isn't enough to make you lose your composure to take such a risk to deal with a mere human spirit master. If I remember correctly, Brother Li has at least 17, if not 30, 40 nephews. The blue-armored man glanced at the old man and said, "Humph, what do you know? How can Li Sha be the same as my other nephews? Not only does he have a 9 meridian lightning spirit root, he also has a natural mutation that gives him extraordinary strength. Among my nephews, he is the one with the highest chance of reaching the crystal evolution realm." The skinny old man's eyes flashed, but he replied unceremoniously, "Is that true? Brother Li, don't hide it from me. Even if Li Sha is your most valued nephew, to us, it's just a matter of paying more attention to him. No matter how I look at it, it's not to the point where you and I have to take the risk to act. You have to know that if you act this time, it's very likely that the human race will retaliate. If you ruin the plan we discussed earlier, who can bear the consequences?" The blue-armored man's face darkened when he heard this. "Fellow you, are you threatening me?" The skinny old man's eyes narrowed when he heard this, and his pupils were filled with a cold light. "It's not really a threat, but I'm very curious about the real reason Brother Li is doing this. You have to know that for this invasion of Yunchuan, our clans have prepared for hundreds of years. I will not allow anything abnormal to affect its success or failure. However, I am not a member of the Silver Scale clan, so I naturally can't control Brother Li. But I believe that the words of your clan leader should have some effect." The blue-armored man put away the gloomy expression on his face and said calmly. When the skinny old man heard this, his face suddenly turned ashen. At the same time, he stared at the blue-armored man, and his hands and his sleeves clenched into fists, as if he was about to attack in anger. But the blue-armored man turned a blind eye to this, and only looked at the old man indifferently without saying a word. "Fine, you win. But after you hear this, it's best that you keep it to yourself forever. Otherwise, I might have to experience Fellow Yu's divine power again." The skinny old man finally opened his mouth coldly. "Brother Li, don't worry. As long as the matter doesn't involve the plan of our clans, I will naturally keep it a secret." The blue-armored man heard this, and smiled. The skinny old man looked at his companion's smile, but his heart was very gloomy. After a while, he slowly said, "On this nephew of mine, there should be a mutated thunder attribute beast egg that our Silver Scale clan's holy beast laid not long ago." "What, the egg of your clan's holy beast, and its thunder attribute? Could it be that you're crazy?" When the blue-armored man heard this, his expression immediately changed, and he almost jumped up to curse at the old man. "What are you so excited about? Although it's a mutated holy beast egg, it's congenitally deficient, and basically can't be hatched. In the future, it can only be used for alchemy or other purposes. The reason why I lent it to Li Sha was to let him borrow the mutated thunder power produced by the egg to see if he could improve his control over thunder. But I didn't think that this idiot would be killed by a mere beginning spirit master of the human race, and even the holy beast egg was seized along with him. That's why I had to take the risk to take it back." The skinny old man explained gloomily. "So it's just a mutated dead egg, that's such a pity. Otherwise, your clan would probably have another terrifying battle power above the crystal level out of thin air in the future. But then again, even a dead holy beast egg is extremely rare. If it's used well, it'll be of great benefit to existences like you and me. But don't worry, I'm a man of my word, and I'll definitely keep your secret." but looking at Brotherly, you definitely won't let that human brat go so easily, and you still want to get the holy egg back. When that time comes, do you want me to lend you a hand? After the blue-armored man heard this, his expression finally relaxed, and he asked with a smile back on his face. To deal with a mere human spirit master, do you think I need the help of others? The skinny old man's eyebrows raised, and his expression didn't look too good. Haha, this is a slip of the tongue. I hope that Brotherly will be able to succeed in the future. The blue-armored man laughed, but his heart was racing as he said this. This time, the skinny old man only let out a humph, and didn't say anything else. In the stone house of the human race's giant city, Lu Ming placed the purple beast egg in his hand into a crystal-clear jade box. After closing the lid, he solemnly stuck a few glyphs on it. Through the previous inspection, although he didn't recognize what kind of spirit beast egg it was, he could still clearly feel the incredibly weak aura of life within it. Therefore, he decided to first use the glyphs to seal the beast egg, and when he had the opportunity in the future, he would find someone to identify it, and see if it was really worth the effort to save or hatch it. After he opened the other storage bracelet, the things inside were ordinary. There were also some spirit stones, pills, and a few bone all-practitioner weapons that he had seen before. There was nothing else that was too rare. But even so, the collection of the 2C race spirit masters made Lu Ming very satisfied. Not to mention other things, just the middle and high-quality spirit stones alone amounted to more than 200,000, which made his hands much more relaxed. This was not surprising. After all, it was the collection of the 2 spirit masters. Even if they did not carry all of it with them, it was still not something that a normal spirit apostle could compare to. In the following time, he closed his eyes and activated the medicine with both hands, beginning to heal. At the same time, the news of Lu Ming killing 2C race spirit masters in one fell swoop, one of which was a middle spirit master, and escaping with his life from a crystal-level cultivator of the C race spread throughout the city. When the barbarian ghost sect disciples talked about this new martial Uncle Lu to the disciples of the other sect, they were naturally very proud. Most of the disciples of the other sect were skeptical, and a small number did not believe it at all. But 2 days later, when the merit list, which was responsible for counting the battle results, was posted all over the city, Lu Ming was ranked first with a result of 3,000 merit points, shocking the sections. This did not mean that the others did not have the ability to kill C-race spirit masters of the same level, but most of them had already shown their strength in the previous battles. The weaker C-race would naturally not voluntarily come forward to die. Moreover, the C-race would especially send out people who could restrain the existence of the human race that far surpassed those of the same level. As soon as Xianxia appeared on the other side of the battle, she was entangled by 2 C-race members in the middle stage of the liquid level who were proficient in defense techniques. No matter how sharp her flying sword technique was, she was unable to break through their combined powerful defense. Of course, it was a great achievement for this woman to be able to entangle 2 middle liquid-level C-race spirit masters, but compared to Lu Ming, who had directly killed 2 opponents, she was naturally much weaker. At this time, the news that Lu Ming was also proficient in sword techniques, and had even sparred with Xianxia without losing, spread from someone. For a time, Lu Ming's name was known to all the spirit apostles and spirit masters of the various sections. There were even people who called Lu Ming and Xianxia the twin princes of the great Xian dynasty, directly admitting that he and Xianxia both possessed the same level of strength. Lu Ming was naturally unaware of all this. He had been quietly recuperating in seclusion. During this time, the C-race once again sent a large army to attack the city. However, before Lu Ming could come out of seclusion, he received a message from the barbarian ghost sect leader, telling him to stay at his residence and ignore the upcoming battle. As for the reason, it was because he was still injured and it wasn't easy for him to fight a strong opponent. Secondly, he'd already rendered enough meritorious service, so there was utterly no need for him to take the risk and reveal himself. He just had to concentrate on preparing for the final battle. Although Lu Ming was a little surprised to receive this news, he naturally had no intention of objecting. Therefore, in the next 2 months, after his injuries healed, he immediately began to silently continue practicing the sword-controlling technique. After all, no matter how one looked at it, this was the secret technique that could increase his strength the fastest, and it was also the most likely to be mastered before the final battle. As for the merit points he received, they were jointly used by the sects to reward those who had rendered meritorious service in the battle against the sea race. Therefore, the items that could be exchanged were also jointly opened by the sections. There were all sorts of things, including totem cultivation methods, pills, glyphs, and so on. Lu Ming didn't hold back and directly used these merit points to exchange for a few pills that could increase the FA of a spirit master. This allowed his FA to further increase rapidly in the remaining time, vaguely appearing to be not too far from the middle liquid level. During this time, he occasionally went out and learned that the crystal level cultivators of the sects and the sea race cultivators were still engaged in a battle somewhere nearby. In this battle, although the sects were obviously at a disadvantage due to the number of people, the cultivators of the sects used their trump cards and barely managed to avoid being completely defeated. Therefore, the agreement that the crystal level cultivators were not allowed to participate in the battle was still maintained between the two races. However, from the words of the sea race cultivators before they left, it was obvious that they were not too satisfied with the result of this battle. Not long after, they would probably challenge the crystal level cultivators of the sects again. On this day, Lu Ming, who was cultivating in the stone house, suddenly heard waves of cheers coming from outside. His heart moved and he walked out of the house. He saw that the nearby sky and city walls were filled with disciples of the various sections. All of them were abnormally excited, constantly pointing in a certain direction. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and he immediately rose into the air. He didn't move until he was over 1,000 feet in the air and looked in the same direction. In the distant sky, a series of multicolored gigantic ships appeared. Each ship was over 1,000 feet long, and all of them were filled with armored human warriors. There were also countless flying carriages and spirit beasts of different sizes near the group of boats. On them were also groups of 3 to 5 human cultivators. They shot straight towards the giant city. Haha, do you see the silver mark on that giant boat? That's the mark of the inland sect, the Zhaoda sect. I heard that there are 7 Zhaoda 7 sons. They are 7 liquid-level cultivators in the late stage. Each of them has the amazing potential to advance to the crystal level. Those are all masked women. They must be disciples of the Thousand Wonders sect. I heard that this sect only accepts female disciples, and all of them are proficient in seduction techniques. I wonder how many male disciples of the continent sect want to marry them as dual cultivation partners. That's nothing. Do you see the black armored man on the black iron boat? That should be the disciple of the Yuan Mo sect, which is known as the #1 sect in the Yunchuan continent. I heard that there is a terrifying disciple with heavenly spiritual pulse in the sect. He has advanced to the middle stage of the condensation period before the age of 30. He also has the terrifying power to kill people of a higher level. It is said that he has the most potential in our Yunchuan continent. I heard that the first great elder of the Yuan Mo sect, who is also the #1 person in the Yunchuan continent, has already cultivated to the limit of the crystal level, the fake pill realm. He is only one step away from becoming a real gold pill. If that's the case, with the help of the 3 sect, our Dexian should have no worries. Not far from Lu Ming, some disciples of the barbarian ghost sect were talking excitedly. It was obvious that the strength of the reinforcements this time was beyond their expectations. They no longer had any doubts about the victory of the upcoming battle. At this moment, a faint female voice came from the protection of the giant city. This time, Ling Yu, on behalf of the Heavenly Moon sect, is very grateful that the Dexian can receive the help of the 3 sections. It's actually fellow Ling Yu. I heard that you were ambushed and have been bedridden. How could you? Another loud voice came from one of the giant boats, full of surprise. You must be He Jian of the Yuan Mo sect. I was indeed ambushed some time ago, but after these days of treatment, I'm fine. The speaker was actually Nun Ling Yu of the Heavenly Moon sect. Haha, very good. With fellow Ling Yu's return, I believe it will not be a problem for us to annihilate the sea race. He Jian of the Yuan Mo sect replied with a big laugh. Then, the group of boats in the distance rumbled. It was closing in on them at lightning speed. Lu Ming saw this and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Then, with the sudden appearance of the disciples of the 3 major sect in the giant city, it naturally became much more crowded. At the same time, the higher-ups of the Yuan-Mo sect, the Heavenly Moon sect, and the Barbarian Ghost sect discussed the specifics of dealing with the Sea Race army overnight, and very quickly made detailed arrangements. Early the next morning, the sects sent out a messenger to arrange a decisive battle with the Sea Race in 3 days. Somewhat unexpectedly, the Sea Race did not have the slightest fear of the humans' invitation to battle, and actually agreed immediately. In the Great Hall at the center of the giant city, a group of human crystal-level powerhouses gathered together, listening to the messenger who had just returned from the Sea Race's camp describe the Sea Race's reply and reaction. In other words, the Sea Race did not have the slightest hesitation in accepting our invitation to battle, and even looked somewhat happy. Nanlingyu said with a cold glint in her eyes. What the hell are these Sea Race bastards doing? They clearly know that we have reinforcements, but they actually agreed so readily. There can't be a trick, right? Master Lingyu of the 9 Enchantment sect stroked his beard, looking a little hesitant. Yes, the Sea Race's reaction is indeed a little strange. But no matter what, since we have already sent out the invitation to battle, we naturally can't have the slightest bit of retreat. But just in case, we still need to think about how we will fight this battle with the Sea Race, a hale and hearty old man wearing a green robe and a scholar's headband said slowly. And the people present, in addition to the crystallization period powerhouse of the various sects and this old man, there was also a beautiful purple-clothed woman and a ferocious muscular man in black armor. His skin was bronze and his eyes were bright. Fellow Gu Chongfeng is right. This battle with the Sea Race will determine the safety of our Dexian dynasty and even the other countries. It's a pity that Senior Yuan started his life and death training more than 10 years ago, and couldn't set off with the reinforcements. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to be so indecisive. With Senior's strength, it's enough to wipe out all the tribes of the Sea Race, the ferocious-looking man in black armor said with a chuckle. I've long heard that the strongest person in your sect will automatically inherit the title of Yuan-Mo. This generation's Yuan-Mo even had the terrifying battle record of defeating the combined forces of 5 crystal-level powerhouses in one breath, which is why he is regarded as the #1 person in Yunchuan by all the sects on the continent. It's a pity that I've only advanced to the crystal level recently, and haven't been able to witness Yuan-Mo's glory back then. This is really a pity. But does fellow he know why your senior is in seclusion? Yi Tianmei, who was sitting next to Master Lingyu, suddenly raised her eyebrows and asked. Senior didn't say much before he went into seclusion. But since it's a life and death training, it's either because his lifespan is coming to an end, or because he felt an opportunity to break through and is preparing to break through again. Senior Yuan is in his prime, so it should be the latter. The black-armored man didn't dare to neglect Yi Tianmei's question, but there was a hint of arrogance in his words. When the experts of the other sects heard this, they couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that fellow Yuan-Mo has already broken through the fake pill bottleneck and is attempting to shatter the crystal and form the core? This time, it was the Hall of Blood's crystal-level Xueling who asked with a face full of shock. I really don't know about this. What I said earlier was only a guess of mine. Fellow Taoists, you don't have to take it seriously. He Jian yawned and said. The others looked at one another in dismay. None of them really believed the black-armored man's words. All right. Even if fellow Taoist Yuan really has a chance to condense the Jin Dan and become a Jin Dan cultivator, it's still far away and won't have a direct impact on our current situation. If we want to defeat the Sea Race's army in the battle below, we will need all of you to work together. Nunlingyu finally recovered her usual calm and said seriously. That's only natural. But to be honest, the reinforcements from the mainland have been split into 2 groups. Your Dexian has fewer people than the other group, and only our 3 sects have come. On the other side, it was the reinforcements sent by the Fusion sect and the other 13 sections. There were as many as 7 crystal-level cultivators. Therefore, as long as we don't lose in Dexian, we will win. As long as we wait for the reinforcements on the other side to annihilate the other group of Sea Race and then turn around to help us, the Sea Race on this side will be defeated without a fight. Therefore, I think it's best to play it safe in this battle. The purple-robed beauty suddenly smiled and said. Very sure, you are wrong. We are facing the Sea Race, a ferocious alien race. How can we entrust everything to another battlefield? What if there was an accident on the battlefield? No matter what, we still have to go all out in the next battle. We can't rely on luck. Yi Tianmei raised her eyebrows when she heard this. Since younger sister Yi thinks so, I have no objections. However, most of our Myriad Wonder sect's disciples aren't proficient in direct combat, and I can't just sit by and watch as too many of our disciples die. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I won't be able to give an explanation to the sect when I return. The purple-clothed beauty replied faintly when she heard this. Ling Yu and the others couldn't help but frown when they heard this. Don't worry. If it's a head-on battle, leave it to us, the Yuan Mo sect. The disciples of our sect love the Tao of slaughter the most. Your 10,000 Wonder sect is proficient in concealment and charm techniques. When the time comes, you just need to cooperate with our sect's disciples. He Jian casually waved his hand and said without a care in the world. Hearing this, the beautiful woman in purple clothes naturally agreed to it. Although our Zhao De sect is not as proficient in killing as the Yuan Mo sect, we still have some confidence in our support and formation coordination. I believe that it will be enough to teach the Sea race an unforgettable lesson. Gu Chongfeng of the Zhao De sect also said with a smile. Fellow Daoist He, the abilities of the disciples of your 3 sects complement each other. In addition, you've never cooperated with our 5 sects before. In that case, form an army on your own and don't mix with our sections. When the time comes, the 3 sects will just have to try their best to hold back a portion of the Sea race's power. Let us, the 5 sects, handle the matter of directly defeating the Sea race's army. However, if the opponent is a crystal-level expert, I hope that the 3 of you will personally lend a hand. Martial Aunt Ling Yu's eyes flashed a few times before she finally spoke. When Martial Uncle Yen and Master Ling Yu heard this, they were not surprised at all. It was obvious that they had already discussed this. This is definitely not a problem. Against the crystal-level experts of the Sea race, the 3 of us will not shirk our responsibility. Hearing this, He Jian immediately agreed. The beautiful woman in purple clothes and Gu Chongfeng did not have any other opinions. It was obvious that this was in line with their intentions. After all, for the 3 sects, if their disciples formed an army on their own, it would prevent them from being used as cannon fodder by the other sects of the Dexian dynasty. It's a pity that if a few more crystal-level experts came this time, our chances of winning the next battle would be much higher. Martial Uncle Yen suddenly sighed and interrupted. Brother Yen, it's not that our sects are unwilling to help you with all our strength. It's that our sects also have their own enemies. If all the crystal-level experts are sent out and the sect is empty, I'm afraid that we will be attacked by our enemies instead. After all, this time, not all the sect on the mainland has sent reinforcements. This time, Gu Chongfeng replied somewhat awkwardly. We naturally understand this logic. Therefore, our sects of the Dexian dynasty are extremely grateful to the 3 of you for coming to our aid. As long as our Dexian dynasty can really escape this calamity, our sects will definitely remember this great favor. Martial Aunt Ling Yu said solemnly. Although there was still no smile on her face, anyone could hear that these words were indeed from the bottom of her heart. Martial Uncle Yen and the others naturally said similar words of gratitude in a similarly serious manner. For existences like them, there was no need for them to swear any oaths. They could directly represent their sects to acknowledge this favor to the 3 sects of the Yuan Mo sect. Seeing this, the beautiful woman in purple clothes and the other 2 looked at each other and smiled. Then, they took the opportunity to say some polite words. Thus, in the following time, these crystal-level experts began to formally discuss the grand plan of facing the enemy 3 days later. Originally, they had already prepared a plan. But now, after seeing the strange reaction of the Sea race, they naturally planned to make another more detailed plan so that this battle would be foolproof. 2 days later, under the cover of some kind of secret restriction, a group of people silently left the back of the huge city. Then, they made a huge circle and flew carefully in the direction of the Sea race on the opposite side. And among this group of people, not only were there Lu Ming, Zhang Xionyang, and the youth surnamed Yun, there were also 2 people with extremely strong auras, a man and a woman who were leading them. Looking at their clothes, they were spirit masters of the Firestorm Way and the Hall of Blood, and they were both terrifying liquid late-stage spirit masters. One of the men was dressed in a blood-red robe and was about 40 years old. He had a handsome face and a head full of white hair. On his back, He carried an extremely ordinary-looking single blade, giving off an indescribably gloomy aura. The woman beside him was a beautiful woman in a green robe with an abnormally hot figure. Not only was she voluptuous, her face was also abnormally white and tender. There was a slight blush on her face, giving off a palpitating feeling. This woman was holding an abnormally exquisite golden disc in her hands. From it, a soft, translucent screen of light was emitted, covering the entire group of people under it. At this time, if someone were to look at the sky from afar, they would turn a blind eye to the translucent screen of light. All they would see would be an empty space, and they would not be able to find traces of Lu Ming and the others. Just like this, an hour later, the five of them finally faintly saw a huge lake that was tens of thousands of acres in size appear out of thin air in front of them. In the center of the lake floated a huge city with an area no smaller than that of the various sections. However, its design was abnormally simple and unadorned, and the inside was filled with semicircular buildings, giving off a mysterious feeling. Near the city, one could faintly see the blurry figures of huge sea beasts moving about, and it was unknown how many other sea beasts were resting in the huge lake. In the sky above the lake, there were a few sea race guards riding on huge seabirds, patrolling back and forth in the nearby area. The area they patrolled covered almost a dozen miles around the huge lake. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Ming and the others were extremely far away from the lake and had the concealment of a treasure, they might really have been discovered by the sea race. At this time, the group of people had already stopped. The green-robed woman looked at the huge island in the distance and whispered a few words to the white-haired young man beside her. Then, she used her finger to silently point downwards. The group of people were immediately enveloped by the screen of light and slowly landed in a sparse forest below. Without waiting for the green-robed woman to say anything, the white-haired man with a gloomy aura suddenly waved his sleeve and a ball of yellow light flew out. The moment it landed, it turned into an earthy yellow pangolin that was a few feet long. The white-haired man wearing the Hall of Blood's clothing only said a few words and the pangolin immediately moved its four limbs and quickly dug a hole in the ground. Clumps of dirt quickly flew out from under its body. 2 hours later, Lu Ming and the others were in a small cave about 300 feet underground. Okay, now the sea race should not be able to discover our movements. You guys can also speak. After the green-robed woman inserted the golden disc in her hand into the ceiling of the cave, she finally let out a light breath and opened her mouth to speak. Her voice was soft, but it was exceptionally pleasant to listen to. Senior MO, can you tell us what our mission is now? The youth with the surname Yun had long since been unable to endure it. Hearing this, he immediately hurriedly asked. Before the three juniors set off, did you not receive any hints or information? The green-robed woman replied with a slight smile. No. I was only called over by the sect leader and said that there was an important mission that concerned the outcome of the battle that he wanted me to do. After that, I only needed to listen to Senior Mo and Senior Shuefeng's instructions. The youth with the surname Yun replied without hesitation. Me too. Zhang Xianyang also slowly said. Lu Ming only nodded his head with a normal expression, but in his heart, he was somewhat gloomy. This was because he was also sent out by the barbarian ghost sect leader in the same way and was even allowed to bring the 10,000 bones demon with him. In this way, even if he did not know the specifics of this mission, he knew that this trip was definitely not small. It seems that the security measures this time were indeed done well. In reality, other than me and Shuefeng, as well as the crystal-level seniors of the various sects, even the sect leaders do not know much about the contents of this mission. They only know that this time, we need to borrow the strength of the various sects that are second only to the crystal level in order to be able to complete this mission. Hearing this, Senior Mo slowly replied. Hearing this, Lu Ming and the other two could not help but look at each other in dismay. Obviously, the three of them did not expect that the three of them were the so-called second only to the crystal level in the various sections. Since there is such a thing, please enlighten us, Senior. After Zhang Xianyang's strange expression disappeared, she cautiously asked. It's very simple. Our goal this time is to destroy the sea race's main camp, which is the floating city that we just saw. The white-haired youth at the side finally spoke coldly. Is Senior Shui joking? Destroy the sea race's floating city with just a few of us? Even if all of us are crystal-level cultivators, I'm afraid that's just wishful thinking. The youth surnamed Yun cried out involuntarily when he heard this. Junior Yun, don't be too excited. The seniors who made this plan didn't tell us to act now. Instead, we should wait until the battle starts and most of the forces in the floating city have been drawn away before it's our turn to act. Furthermore, we are only one of the groups. When the time comes, there will be another 2 groups that will act with us. However, they are only a feint. We are the true main force. Shuefeng said indifferently. I see. If that's the case, we can give it a try when the time comes. The youth surnamed Yun's expression relaxed slightly when he heard this. Zhang Xianyang and Lu Ming were still frowning, clearly aware of the difficulty of this mission. Although I don't know why the crystal-level seniors appointed you 3 newly advanced spirit masters to be the main force for this trip, and even fellow Blood Mountain and I are actually in a supportive and cooperative position, you should be very clear about the reason. Can you tell us a thing or two now? The green-robed beauty's eyes wandered as she asked. This? Hearing this, the youth surnamed Yun couldn't help but reveal a look of hesitation. Fellow M.O. The white-haired youth beside her shouted in a low voice when he heard this. Hee, I'm just joking. How could those seniors have sent the wrong people? As for the reason, I'm not in a hurry to know right now. I'm sure everything will be clear by tomorrow. The green-robed woman laughed lightly again. This caused the youth surnamed Yun to look a little awkward. Senior M.O., I'm afraid our mission isn't as simple as destroying the sea race's floating city. It's not that I'm boasting, but because of some special reasons, if I appear in the Heavenly Moon Sect's camp tomorrow, the effect I can display is no less than that of a crystal-level cultivator. In this way, younger brother Lu and senior Yun should have similar effects. If it's just to destroy the sea race's main camp, the gains won't make up for the losses. Zhang Xianyang spoke again. That's right, I have the same doubts. And even if our mission is to destroy this floating city, there should be a specific goal. Are we going to kill all of the Sea Tribe members in the city, or just destroy all of the buildings or the restriction formations in them? Lu Ming was also a little hesitant. Since junior sister Zhang and the other 2 are a rare and powerful force for our sex, they naturally wouldn't target a few sea race guards. As for the floating city itself, it didn't matter. As long as the sea race had enough manpower, it would be easy to build another one out of thin air. Our objective this time is actually to destroy the gigantic formation in the center of the floating city and steal the spiritual weapon that is the eye of the formation. The white-haired youth's expression became serious. What kind of formation and spirit weapon would require so much effort to obtain? The youth surnamed Yun was very surprised. Lu Ming also revealed an expression of listening attentively. Zhang Xianyang blinked her eyes, looking a little thoughtful. Brother Blood Mountain and I really don't know what that formation is called. We only know that this formation is the key to the sea race being able to gather large amounts of seawater on land. The reason why the sea race could control the seawater to attack us is actually mostly because of this formation and the power of this spirit weapon. Otherwise, even if the sea race themselves could gather and control seawater, they wouldn't be able to do it as easily as before. As for the spirit weapon that is the eye of the formation, it is a supreme-grade spirit weapon and is an irreplaceable item. This wave of sea race members in front of us should only have one. Once it's lost, the sea race won't be able to set up or repair the formation in a short period of time, the green-robed girl said with a smile. It's actually a supreme-grade spirit weapon. When the youth surnamed Yun heard this, his face was full of shock. One had to know that he only had 2 low-grade spirit weapons in his hands, and not even a middle-grade spirit weapon. So that's how it is. Xiangyang has also heard Martial Uncle Yi mention this formation before. If it's true, then it can indeed weaken the sea race's strength by almost half. Zhang Xianyang lightly exhaled and said. If that's the case, the sea race should value this formation and this supreme-grade spirit weapon very much, and even have experts specially guarding it. When Lu Ming heard the words supreme-grade spirit weapon, his heart also shook, but after thinking for a while, he asked worriedly. Younger brother Lu is right. According to what we know, there will be a sea race crystal-level expert guarding this formation every day. Even when they fight against the human sex, there are no exceptions. But we don't have to worry about this person, there will be 2 other people who will lead him away. Our mission is to break the formation as quickly as possible, and then snatch the supreme-grade spirit weapon, Shuefeng replied carefully. I understand. After hearing this, Lu Ming's expression also relaxed slightly. The youth surnamed Yan's eyes turned, and then asked with some curiosity. Senior Mo, Senior Shui Feng, do you know what method the other two people will use to lead the crystal-level expert away from the formation? Normally, since this sea race expert is in charge of guarding the formation, how would he be willing to leave so easily? There won't be any accidents, right? The two of us really don't know about this. But since we've waited for the seniors of the sects to come up with this plan, we should have 100% chance of success. Hearing this, the green-robed girl's smile slowly disappeared, and she replied solemnly for the first time. Hee, I understand. The youth surnamed Yin blinked, and seemed to have thought of something as he replied. Seeing this, Lu Ming looked at the youth with some surprise. He didn't know if the other really understood or just faked it. In any case, he was completely confused, and didn't know what method the other two people would use to lead the sea race expert away from the formation. But all of this would be revealed tomorrow, and he was too lazy to think about this matter. So in the following time, the five of them adjusted their breathing and rested in this underground cave, making the final preparations for tomorrow's battle. Early the next morning, when the crimson sun jumped out of the horizon, there were movements in the direction of the human and sea race cities at almost the same time. On the human sex side, there were still various flying ships and chariots rising into the air in an orderly fashion, rolling forward in formation. But compared to the previous few times, there were 7 or 8 incomparably huge monsters in the human team, each of them more than 3,000 to 4,000 feet tall. Among them, the most eye-catching 3 were more than 10,000 feet tall. There was a black mountain peak with countless green and red runes dancing on it. There was a green wooden city with countless groups of humanoid puppets standing on the city walls. All of them wore metal armor, held spears, or held crossbows. There were close to 1,000 of them. There was a palace that was completely blood-red, surrounded by rolling blood mist. From time to time, there would be hazy shadows of beasts, and strange beast roars could be faintly heard. Apart from this, Yuan Mo and the other 3 sects reinforcements also formed a formation and followed closely behind the 5 sections. And on the opposite side, the sea race, after the black clouds appeared in the sky, also rode the rolling water and charged over. There were also densely packed sea beasts, countless seabirds, and ferocious sea race treading on the water. But among them, there were also more than a dozen astonishingly huge monsters, each of them more than 1,000 feet tall. There were also 3 floating islands that had been refined from colorful shells, and each of them was over 1,000 acres in size, following closely behind these sea beasts. On the floating islands, there were full of armored sea race guards, each with a dignified aura. Obviously, they were the true elite forces of the sea race. However, the scales on the surface of the sea race on the 3 floating islands were very different. They were light green, red, and silver respectively, which represented the 3 major sea race tribes near the Yunchuan Sea, such as green scale, red scale, and silver scale. In this battle, the humans and the sea race didn't attack each other directly like they did in the previous battles. Instead, when they were thousands of feet away from each other, they couldn't help but restrain their clansmen and stop where they were. I am Dong Taiching of the Green Scale clan. I wonder which fellow of the human race can speak on behalf of the other sections. On a certain floating island on the sea race's side, a dignified elderly man in a purple robe suddenly rose up into the air and appeared between the 2 formations after just a few flashes. He then calmly asked in a clear voice, "Are you sure you want to join the battle?" These words caused an uproar on the human race's side, but a moment later, a figure also floated out from the green wooden city and said coldly, "So it's fellow Dong. So it's fellow Taoist Dong. This poor nun can speak for the other fellow Taoists." This person wore a white monk's robe and had an abnormally cold expression. It was Nun Lingyu. So it's fellow Lingyu of the Heavenly Moon sect. Fellow's injuries have already healed. The purple-robed old man looked at Nun Lingyu with a slightly surprised expression. "Humph, this is all thanks to your sea race. But fortunately, this poor nun is lucky and is already fine." Hearing this, Nun Lingyu's gaze instantly became even colder. This matter cannot be blamed on me. This is something those fellows from the Silver Scale clan would do. According to my opinion, with our sea race's strength, there is no need to use these shameful schemes. We can just directly attack the Yunchuan continent. Hearing this, the purple-robed old man laughed as he replied. Since it is like this, what else is there to say between us? Hearing this, Nun Lingyu's eyebrows rose. The reason why I have appeared here is to give your Dexian sect one last chance. If your 5 sects are willing to give up the Dexian country and retreat to the other neighboring human race countries, I can make the decision to let all the disciples of your 5 sect leave safely. Otherwise, once this battle starts, I'm afraid that your Dexian sect will really face a calamity of extermination. Dong Taiching's eyes narrowed as he spoke in a low voice. Fellow Dong really has a big tone. Do you really think that the result of this battle will be the extermination of our Dexian sect and not the extermination of your 3C race tribes? Hearing this, Nun Lingyu was not moved at all and instead replied with a cold laugh. Yes, if there are no other accidents, I think there is about 80 to 90% certainty. That is why I said that this is the last chance for the sects of the Dexian dynasty. As long as your sects are willing to lead the Dexian dynasty, you can still preserve most of the sect's power. Even if you go to other human nations, you will still have a foothold, the purple-robed elder said lightly. Hearing this, Master Lingyu's heart suddenly jumped twice. She stared at the elder for a long while before saying darkly, as a human sect, if we cannot protect the people of our own nation, how can we, the 5 sects, have the face to have a foothold in the Yunchuan dynasty? Don't waste your breath. In this battle, either our 5 sects are destroyed, or your 3 races are heavily injured. Hearing this, the purple-robed elder could not help but reveal a disappointed expression. After a while, he sighed lightly and replied, although I have long since expected your reply, I still feel that it is a great pity. Since this is the case, then our 2 races can only fight and decide the true ownership of the Dexian dynasty. After saying this, the purple-robed elder did not waste any more words. With a shake of his sleeve, his figure moved and floated backwards. Master Lingyu stood where she was and watched coldly as the purple-robed elder returned to the sea race camp. Only then did she turn and similarly shoot towards the direction of the human race. After a while, the 2 camps began to move at the same time, as if they had agreed on it. As the golden drum sounded in the human camp, the sounds of chanting rose and fell from the various sections. Layers of colorful light screens appeared, and they divided into pieces that covered all the humans below. The sea race on the opposite side, as the bugle sounded, the seawater beneath them suddenly rolled upwards and attached to each sea race member, forming layers of blue water screens. And according to the difference in cultivation, the number of water screens attached to each sea race member's body was also very different. Some with low cultivation were only at the 1st or 2nd layer. Some with high cultivation were at the 4th or 5th layer. Almost their entire bodies were wrapped in a ball of blue water light. And the sea race's casting speed was far faster than the humans. As soon as the sea race's water curtain armor was formed, balls of blue light shot up from the water into the sky. They condensed into giant blue hands that pressed down on the other side. At the same time, the densely packed sea beasts also opened their mouths, and instantly, all kinds of water elemental magical attacks, ranging from water arrows to water pillars, surged out. Immediately, loud rumbling sounds rang out from the human side. Countless rays of light and mist exploded on the light barriers, causing them to shake and flicker violently. Some of the light curtains with weaker defensive power shattered on the spot, and the human disciples inside were immediately drowned by the various magic attacks that followed. Just at this moment, under the angry roar of a human spirit master, 10 people from the Heavenly Moon sect's side suddenly rushed into the sky from the light screen, ignoring the attacks. Moreover, they simultaneously waved their hands and each of them released a flying sword. Then, after the rolling sword lights condensed, a shocking rainbow over 100 feet long flew out. With a flash, it arrived at the sea race's camp and flashed wildly. No matter if it was the sea beasts with thick skin and flesh or the sea race covered in water curtains, once they were hit by the huge sword light, they all turned into a rain of blood and scattered. In the blink of an eye, close to 100 sea beasts and sea race people had fallen under this sword light, courting death. Seeing this, a sea race expert on one of the floating islands immediately roared angrily and made a hand sign with one hand. Immediately, the seawater beneath the sword chi parted, and a giant hand that was around an acre in size rushed out and grabbed the sword chi. Then, it squeezed its 5 fingers forcefully, and the thick sword chi was crushed inch by inch. The sword chi transformed back into 10 flying swords that scattered and fell from the sky. Immediately, the 10 Heavenly Moon Sect spirit masters who had activated the flying swords trembled and simultaneously spat out a ball of blood. It was obvious that this attack from the sea race expert had injured them quite heavily. However, at this moment, the rolling blood mist above the blood-colored palace in the human camp suddenly condensed. It actually condensed into a 700 to 800 feet long bloody blade that slashed at the empty space in front of it. Pooh! After a large amount of blood-colored blade light swept out, it rushed into the sea race camp. Immediately, there were loud screams, large amounts of the sea race and sea beasts turned into blood mist in the blood light. Moreover, when the nearby sea beasts and sea races came into contact with the blood mist, their skin and flesh all melted and they immediately died. Great blood blade technique. Fellow Xueling, do you really think that there are no crystal-level experts in our sea race? Just as he finished speaking, on one of the floating islands in the sea race camp, a silver figure rushed into the sky and raised his hand to slap the empty space of the human camp. Immediately, the space between the two camps fluctuated, and the shadow of a giant silver palm the size of a mountain appeared out of thin air, fiercely slapping down towards the human camp. However, at the same time, on the black mountain peak of the human camp, a strong aura rushed into the sky. After the green and red light swirled, a scarlet pillar of light shot out. With just a flash, it actually directly hit the shadow of the giant silver palm. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The giant silver palm was immediately wrapped in rolling flames, and at the same time, disappeared into thin air in a flash. Qi Yang, so it's you. Just nice, you and I haven't had enough fun in the last battle. Now we can fight again. Seeing this scene, the crystal-level expert of the sea race, who was wrapped in the silver light, immediately laughed out of extreme anger. Humph, since fellow Yin Yan has invited me, how would Qi Yang dare to refuse? Come with me. A cold male voice immediately came from the Black Mountain peak. Then, after a flash of fire, a green and red ball of light rushed out and shot towards the side of the sky. Seeing this, the sea race expert in the silver light laughed and immediately turned into a silver rainbow to chase after it. Fellow Dong, if our two clans don't want our battle to affect other people, then just like before, all the crystal-level existences will leave this place, and we will find another battlefield to fight. How about that? Nunling Yu's voice came from the Greenwood City. Hee, this old man also has this intention. On the floating island of the sea race, a figure rose into the sky. It was the purple-robed elder who replied expressionlessly. With this, regardless of whether it was the human clan or the sea race, all the crystal-level experts rose into the sky one after another, turning into various kinds of light and shooting in the same direction. They didn't have to worry that the other side would hide other crystal-level experts and start a massacre on their side. This was because the battlefield they chose would not be too far away from here. As long as they received news, they would immediately rush back. Moreover, for these crystal-level experts, being able to restrain or heavily injure or kill a crystal-level opponent was countless times better than returning to the battlefield to kill some low-level disciples and clansmen. Thus, after the experts of the two clans all left, the ones who could give orders on the side of the human clan were naturally the sect leaders. On the side of the sea race, it was the late liquid-level sea race, who were second only to the crystal-level experts. The moment the experts of the two clans disappeared into the horizon, both sides used their trump cards at almost the same time. On the side of the Nine Enchantment sect, the disciples of the sect suddenly threw out colorful round balls. Then, after a series of mechanical sounds, the balls turned into beast-shaped puppets of various shapes and sizes. They charged madly towards the sea race camp without fear of death. At the same time, the humanoid puppets on the Greenwood City flashed with spiritual light. They all formed a neat formation and flew into the sky, charging towards the sea race on the opposite side. Before they actually charged into the sea race camp, they cooperated with the beast-shaped puppets to release a dense wave of arrows. As for the Greenwood City itself, after a series of muffled sounds, the wall facing the sea race actually cracked open out of thin air, and from it, silver pipes that were as thick as water tanks protruded out. Thunder roared, huge balls of lightning shot out from the pipes and smashed towards the sea race camp. Wherever they landed, there was a large area of electric arcs. And in the blood mist near the blood-colored palace, there was a strange cry, and a large number of blood-red giant bats flew out. Each of them was a foot long, and there were 400 to 500 of them densely packed together. They swarmed towards the opposite side like a swarm of bees. Only the barbarian ghost sect side was the slowest to react. However, after the barbarian ghost sect leader's solemn expression gave an order, rows of disciples took out glyphs one after another and threw them into the air. Then, they all formed hand signs with both hands. Immediately, these glyphs exploded into pieces with a shake of the wind, turning into balls of pitch-black miasma that spread out. In the blink of an eye, the entire barbarian ghost sect camp was submerged in the miasma. However, in the next moment, a low roar that made one's hair stand on end came from the miasma. Then, an extremely strange green light formation appeared out of thin air in the center of the black mist. Pung! A black giant claw reached out from the light formation, and another black arm appeared with a flash. Then, a giant headless ghost that was 70 to 80 feet tall slowly crawled out of the light formation. Although this ghost did not have a head, its body was covered with thick black scales. At the same time, its arms, legs, and other limbs were covered with black bone spurs, and there was a row of strangely long green mane on its back. The moment this headless ghost appeared, its two hands spread out in the air, and the roar that had been emitted earlier came from its body again. At the same time, on a giant island in the Yunchuan continent sea region, in the center of a formation that was sealed by layers of restrictions, a hideous head with two horns on its head suddenly trembled slightly. It actually caused the entire sealing formation to shine brightly with it. When the nearby sea race members who were responsible for monitoring the sealing formation saw this, their expressions immediately changed. They hurriedly took out stacks of colorful glyphs from their bodies and stuck them all on the ghost's head like a swarm of bees. When the layers of restriction light flashed, the ghost's abnormal movements finally gradually subsided, and it once again returned to normal. And on the battlefield at the border of the Dacian continent, a shocking scene appeared. Just as the ghost let out a loud roar, the miasma in the surroundings immediately rolled in front of its body, and in an instant, it condensed into a giant black stick that was more than 100 feet long. Go! The barbarian ghost sect leader on the giant boat behind already had a black token in his hand. Once he saw what was happening, he immediately formed a hand sign with one hand and pointed at the giant ghost with the token. This headless ghost was naturally the barbarian ghost king that had died in the barbarian ghost sect for many years. At this moment, under the command of the token, it immediately took a big step forward, holding the giant stick in its hand, and took a step forward. End of chapter 270. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.